once again, oops, sorry. Once again, I'd like to remind everybody in here, hold on a second, sorry. Did the vice chair walk into the town manager's office and just sit in his office quietly, or walk around the town office and looking in office? There was a situation that happened because he got it directly from Joe. Vice chair walks into Joe's office, sits down, doesn't say anything. Joe says, "Can I help you with anything?" "No." Vice chair says, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Joe says, "No." He then asks the vice chair if she wants to work with him on coming up with some subcommittees. Vice chair says, "No, you can do that." What was the purpose of that meeting? Was it to intimidate him? Was it to bully him? I don't understand this. And I guess, who authorized it? Regarding all the questions regarding finances, did any of the board members go and make appointments with Brenda and talk through the questions that were out there? Derek?
Which questions?
Any kind of financial questions that are going on, because there's a lot of questions that are reverting back to the previous select board. Yeah. No. So, with that, I want to just remind people again that there are code of ethics laws and there are bylaws. And I want to, I guess, end this thing with something pretty sad. Joe put in his resignation. It wasn't good enough. So Dennis, the chair, asked him to rewrite it. And it says here, attaches the resignation letter in draft form. Let me know if that is good enough to send out to the select board members. That's absolutely disgusting. The other thing about it is, Joe could have blasted the town as he was leaving. And there's an email here from Ed Pierce at the Wyndham Eagle. And he starts talking to him about writing this. And he asks in here, is there anything you'd like to express or say to the community, or anything else you want to tell me that I can include in my article? And Joe says, that is a loaded question. Joe says, I have always appreciated how you write the news to provide a positive view on our town. This is complicated, and I do not want to shed a bad light on the town of Raymond. When you provide services to a small town for so long, they become your friends. So no matter what, no matter how much he was kicked, bullied, intimidated, micromanaged, criticized, and even put that in the Press Herald, he still had a lot of respect for the people of Raymond, his friends, and the work and stuff that was done here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on support would like to get up there?
Hello, my name is Char Jewell. I have been reviewing everything and talking to people and reviewing evidence and having conversations with first-hand accounts and not just third and fourth-hand accounts, because, you know, when you ever did the telephone game, right, things change over time. So I made sure that I got first-hand accounts of things that have been happening over the last several months. And, you know, there's a couple of ways I'm looking at the situation. One, I have been a human resources professional for over 30 years. And for all of us in this room, you're probably an employee today. And if you're not today, then you were at one point, right? And the last thing you want is your boss's boss to come in to your office or to your workplace or your work environment and speak negatively to you, especially unprofessionally, with a negative message. In any workplace, there is a chain of command. And if someone has an issue with an employee and the way they're functioning in their position, and you're in senior management, you then go to their direct manager to address the issues and have them manage the employee that you perceive as having negative performance. That is something that myself as an HR professional, I have mandated that amongst my management and supervisor that I've coached over the years. It's something that we as employees expect. It's professional. It's a sign of respect. And if you don't treat your employees like that, then why do you have employees? If you think you can do the job better, then just do it yourself. So from an HR perspective, some of the things I've heard has been outright, just outrageous, frankly. Second, about how some members of the board have operated in their positions. I'm looking at it from a former RSU 14 board member for 4 years. And one thing that was made very, very clear is that we have a code of ethics and we have bylaws and we have very strict regulations on how we're able to operate as board members. Never, ever was it appropriate for a board member to go directly to a member of staff with anything negative. You know, you want to call them and say, hey, great job. Fine. Anything negative? Absolutely not. Must be addressed with the superintendent as a board in an executive session. It is up to the superintendent to address whatever the board perceives as negative performance. Period. End of story. If the board's not happy with the superintendent, then they need to deal with the superintendent directly because that is their employee. Everyone else that works for the RSU works for the superintendent, not the board. It is the same setup for the town of Raymond. Town employees do not work for the board directly. The only employee that the board has is the town manager. If they feel that town employees are not doing their jobs correctly, the town manager has to address it. If the board feels that it's not being addressed appropriately, they need to address that with the town manager. So with that being said, it does appear that for some reason, not long after Joe took the position, the board lost confidence in his ability. Frankly, as a uninformed citizen, when I heard that he was being promoted to this job, it surprised the heck out of me. I'm like, we're hiring somebody that's never been a town manager before to be town manager, not even assistant town manager. What are we doing? And I thought, well, he must have been around towns long enough to know what to do or smart enough to figure it out. And based on what I've learned over the last few months, he was smart enough to figure it out. And, you know, the issue with the church, I'm like, come on, guys. We're chasing pennies to drop dollars. It's ridiculous to hang somebody out to dry for making a heat of the moment management decision. In my business, we do it every single day. We make heat of the moment decisions, something that is pressed for time. And if a manager makes a bad decision, then we address it and as a senior management level and say, we feel you made a poor decision, and then coach them to make sure it doesn't happen again. And it's where it had no negative effect on the town, financially anyway, and it was a good outcome for the rec program. I really don't see how that was blown out of proportion so badly. But, you know, just to go back to my experience with the RSU, there are very strict laws, ethics, regulations about how our board functions, and it is obvious that various items were infracted upon, broken for weeks and months at a time that the other board members didn't even have the luxury of knowing about, which is just abhorrent. If the RSU 14 board acted like that, there'd be riots in the street considering how people feel about the budget. But anyway, that's a side note. So I appreciate the time to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Dennis Frappier. I live in Raymond. I wanted to thank Dennis Morse, and I don't know Kayla, for selflessly serving and trying to uncover the improprieties that are going on around here. It's been, the reason I voted for him is because I'm tired of professional politicians, people who are there acting like politicians with too much power and too much desire for gain. So I want to thank him. I haven't heard of anything that's illegal or which would be a reason for recall on this.
Dennis, there may be someone else who wants to speak in favor. We want everyone to speak in favor first. Appreciate
In favor of what?
of this recall.
Well, there's no reason for it. Everyone's wasting their time, in my opinion. Thanks for.
Sorry. Anyone else in favor of the recall? Hearing none.
Hold on, thank you. I have letters that have been given to me to read into the record tonight from people who could not be here. Can you get the microphone?
Yeah, it's a microphone.
I'm over there.
Yep.
All right, the first one is signed from concerned staff and citizens of the town of Raymond. It is titled "A Letter of No Confidence in the Select Board Chair Dennis Morse and Vice Chair Kayla Gonzalez. To all Raymond residents, we, the concerned residents of Raymond, as well as town staff, are writing to formally express our collective
Sound check. 1, 2.
That's a Good evening and welcome to the Raymond Budget Finance meeting. The meeting will now be in order. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the previous meeting in September 17th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? No. Okay, all in favor of approval of the minutes? Okay, it's unanimous. New business, discussion and recommendations regarding the Budget Finance Committee vacancies. We currently have 2 vacancies, and we've had 3 applicants to fill the vacancies. And the Budget Finance Committee invited the candidates to come to the meeting tonight to express their interest in serving on the Budget Finance Committee and to introduce themselves. So we have Fred Miller and Diana Froyland here tonight in the audience, and then on Zoom is Mark Meister. So Fred, would you like to go first?
Sure. How you doing? My name's Fred Miller. I live at 170 Thomas Pond Terrace Road in Raymond, Maine. I've lived in Raymond pretty much my whole life. I went to school here. I am currently on the appeals board. I've been on it for several years now. I guess I started an appeals board quite a few years back, and by doing that, I got to see a lot of things going on here in the town. So I decided that when this last year came up, there was an election for a selectman, and I ran for that. And in running for that, I didn't make it, but I did. After that happened, I had talked to one of the people from the select board, and they suggested maybe it might be nice for me to get some training through coming to the finance board. So I did do that. I made out a paperwork and I sent it in, and then Joe, which at the time was the current manager, he called me and said that you guys had picked somebody else. That person, I understand, did not stay. So another thing that I got another call asking if I was interested still. I said, yes, I am. But I also made sure that I let Karen know that, my ultimate goal is that hopefully if there is another time next year, I rumored there might be somebody retiring, that I ultimate goal would like to run for that again. But I would like to be able to get some knowledge through here. Some background for me, I have ran a lot of businesses. I worked for about, but many years for a large company called Lilly Transportation, where I worked my way up into a regional manager. The regional manager of my territory was Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, New York, and I was in control of all of the facilities of each place. Each state had at least 2 facilities. I had multiple hundreds of, probably closer to 1,000 employees that I took care of. I was on the safety committee. I did all the finance budgeting for them. I did all the building maintenance, anything improvement, equipment had to be bought. I did that for many years. I left them and I went to another company where I went in as their director of maintenance. And I worked for them, and my territory for them was Maine, New Hampshire, and New York. And I spent 3 years out in New York, plus doing my work here in Maine. My job out there was as they had a carrier dealership out there that the manager out there left. So they asked me to go out there. So I went out to Albany, New York, and I spent 3 years out there as the general manager of a carrier dealership for them. And I took care of everything there, ordering the parts, taking care of the finances, hiring, ordering materials, building stuff, and also was the director of maintenance for Chrisway Truck Leasing for all their facilities. And then I retired from that, or left that job, and I opened up my own business here in Raymond. I've been in here around 19 years as owning the flooring company. I moved out of Raymond, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, because the building sold that we were in. So we moved to another town close by, and that's where I'm working out of now. And I'm semi-retired. I'm 68 years old. I am still working, still doing flooring, but I'm also doing other stuff. And I enjoy being here. One of the things in my career, is, especially as I work for these places, I always call myself the fireman. Wherever the fire was, that seems to be where they sent me. So I went to take care of customer relations or financial situations or just anything that was going on. And I guess that's my story.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any questions for Fred? Okay. Thank
I know
you.
Frank, that's about the only one I know up here. So. And I did meet Glenn just a few minutes ago. So.
Yeah.
Fred, you scare me when you say you're 68 and I had you back.
Well, I didn't want to say you're my
When you
principal.
were
I didn't want
a
to
real young.
you know.
Well, thank you for your interest.
Thank
Do you mind if I stay for a while?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, please
He's
do.
he's a really good businessman. I've done business with Fred and his flooring business for a number of years now, and he's an excellent person as far as running
Thank
a
you, Frank.
business.
I've also done a lot of work for the town here too, so over the years. So
Oh, great. Thank you, Fred. Great. Diana, would you like to step up? Thank you.
My name's Diana Freuslin. I live on Daggett Drive, and I'm interested in serving the town. I like to volunteer. So when we moved to Raymond in 2010, I ran for school board, served for 2 terms, and while on the school board, I was on the Budget and Finance Committee, and also served on many ad hoc committees that had to do with finances. Since my background, I actually have a double major in business and economics, graduated with honors, so I've had the opportunity to utilize that in businesses. So my husband and I have owned and operated several businesses. We had a private investigation business for a little while, and right now we have a property management business, and me, myself, and I am the office, which means I do all of the financial aspects of the business, the bookkeeping, accounts receivable and payables, customer service, anything office related and business related is my role. I've also served just community service wise. I've been a Girl Scout leader, a Sunday school teacher. So I really like to give back to the town. And so when I heard that there were vacancies, I thought that since my background really fits that very well, I thought, well, I would be welcome to serve until June while you have the vacancies. So,
Okay, great.
any questions?
Any questions for Diana? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your interest, and thank you both for being here. Let's go to Mark Meister.
Hello, how's everybody doing? Apologies, I can't be in person. I'm traveling on business. Mark Meister, I live in 12 Giselle Lane in Raymond on Panther Pond. We moved here as a family 2 years ago. We've got, my wife and I have 2 young children in elementary. Excited to be a Raymond resident, and as I've been watching the town, decided that I really love to give back and find ways to give back. From a professional perspective, I'm a managing director at Accenture. We're a $70 billion consultancy. I specialize in large capital projects involving warehouse management, distribution, supply chain systems, and have extensive finance experience around budget management, capital projects, OpEx management, staffing, operating models, as well as tech and automation. I think I bring kind of a new perspective and a next generation perspective to, how we can help the town and have very strong technical accounting skills as well. Happy to answer any questions. Look forward to hopefully participating.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mark? Do you have any questions? Glenn?
Would it be helpful to just go over the process of like the vacancies and what the next steps are? I don't know if they know or had conversations with you guys prior, because I can just do a quick overview unless you
That would be great. Thank you.
So the 2 vacancies were vacated by resignation. So basically, Finance Committee, you've introduced yourselves. They'll make a recommendation to the Select Board on whether to fill the vacancies or leave them vacant, and who, it would be helpful to have a recommendation of who you would like to see fill the seats. At the next Select Board meeting, they will declare the vacancies, and then they will have the option to either fill them until the next election or leave them vacant. So that would be at the next Select Board meeting.
Okay.
And that would just be until the next election, not for the term.
So what is the Budget Finance Committee's desire to, are you interested in filling the vacancies from now through the end of, through June when we have the election?
I am, definitely.
Okay,
I am also.
all right.
And it would be, it would take months, right? Or would it be shortly that they would be put in place?
It would depend on the select board because they could choose not to fill the vacancy.
Got it.
Right.
So you would make a recommendation that you would like to fill the vacancy and who you would like to fill it. They would consider that and then make a decision.
If the select board decides to fill the vacancy, they probably would be on the job by January sometime.
Oh, yeah, you would come right
Yeah,
on
so
board.
they would be here for the beginning of the process.
Yeah, and as we get to the next item, which is the training, if that appointment is made, to be just in time to do the training that you all have requested, which we're looking at targeting for, well, we'll get to that item when we get to that item, so.
My recommendation would be to fill it, and I really appreciate the people who stepped up and are looking to serve.
Absolutely.
And, what we're looking for is people who are not self-serving, just people who are looking to serve the town first. And we could really use a good hand this coming budget season. And I also appreciate that everybody understands that if you are picked, you still have to run in June. But I appreciate that everybody who's here is understanding of that and is still willing to take it on. So thank you to the three of you.
Yes.
So yes, my recommendation would be to fill it.
Okay, so I would ask for a motion to recommend to the select board to fill the vacancies on the Budget Finance Committee.
So I would make a motion to recommend to fill the vacancies to the select board.
And I'll second it.
All right, and would you like to make a decision tonight on the recommendation of?
I think we should do that in executive session, don't you?
I do.
Okay,
I agree. Let's clear.
all right. So then, at the end of this meeting, do we go into executive session now or go into?
It's a great question, because I don't know if you have the ability to do that as this, but you're an elected body, so I'm not sure. I've never had a finance committee that could go into executive session,
We have in the past.
but were you supposed to?
Can we have the comment?
Because you don't technically make appointments, so I would say, why don't you make your recommendations as individuals to the chair, and then the chair can make a recommendation to the select board. I just don't know if you have the ability. You're not an appointive authority, and you don't make decisions. You're advisory, so I don't know if it would be appropriate to call an executive session for a personnel matter. I don't think you can.
Okay, so would they make the recommendations now or?
I would just say
later?
email you as individuals.
Email as individuals.
And then we can make a
Because
Yeah.
the select board.
because you're advisory in nature, you're not really making a decision, so it's fine.
I also would like you to pursue whether we can go into executive session, because I'm pretty sure we can.
I am too.
We can cover that at the training at the next meeting.
Okay,
So yeah, I'm good with that. Just making recommendations to the chair individually, and then the chair making that decision on the two to the select board.
okay,
So just a question about the process real quick. So next select board meeting comes up, they say, okay, we're going to fill it or not fill it. And then if they do fill it, Karen can make that recommendation that night.
Yeah, I would say come to the meeting and, just make a recommendation that we have 2 appointments we'd like you to consider. And then we'll provide obviously all 3 applicants, and the select board can choose who they'd like.
Peter?
Peter Levitt Road, just as a little input into that discussion, I would just say that regardless of whether you're allowed to go into executive session or not, I believe the select board and all of the boards and committees are governed by Roberts. And Roberts says at the beginning of the meeting, if you want to add an agenda item, you can vote on that. But once the meeting is started, you can't add agenda items. That's my understanding of Roberts.
you're not bound by parliamentary procedure. You can, I don't know if you have your own set of bylaws, but you don't have to
I don't
adhere
believe
to.
the bylaws address executive session.
Well, the statute would, but I mean, just Robert's rules is a procedural thing that you use for parliamentary procedure. But I was at a training for the town meeting with MMA Legal, and you technically don't even need to have an agenda legally. You can have a meeting without an agenda, and it's not a requirement to have an agenda item unless you have a separate set of bylaws that say you have certain rules of order, which I don't believe.
I don't believe we
You
have
do.
bylaws.
Then you would just
We have-
default to
All
the
we have is the
s-
ordinance
have an
to
ordinance.
follow.
And then you would just default to select board working rules, but I don't think you should be overburdened by that. You can add agenda items.
All right. All right, I think that we'll follow the process that you outlined, and we'll have the members of the Budget Finance Committee send me an email with your recommendation, and then I'll make the recommendation to the Select Board at their next meeting. And their next meeting is on Tuesday, January 13.
Correct.
Okay.
Karen, I think you should pass whoever we recommend on to the selectmen before the meeting to let them know that we have candidates.
Yes.
So that in fact, that might weigh on their decision on whether or not they would fill the position.
Right, so
So
let them
after-
know in advance so they
Yes.
can have it as an agenda item on their next meeting.
We typically publish the Friday before, so if you get it to me before that Friday, it should be enough time to get it in the packet.
Okay. Friday before. I'm sure we'll have it earlier than that. Okay. Do the candidates have any questions for us other than what we've just discussed? Are there any other discussion?
We can't hear them.
Oh,
Oh,
you'd
the-
have
come
to
up
go
to
to
the
the
mic.
podium.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My only question was when the select board were next meeting, just so that we know possible timeframe.
Yes.
So just answered that. Thank
Yes.
you.
All right, thank you.
I don't really have one. I think Glenn answered it because they're talking 2 seats, I believe we're talking now, right?
Yes.
And you said that it's not for the term, it's just until next June on both of them. So in other words, one may have a term of 2 years left on it, but that doesn't count anymore. It's just gonna go straight to June on both seats, correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
Thank you for the question. Okay. Mark, did you have any questions for us?
Just curious from the select committees, what areas are needed? Do you really feel like the most value is needed, the most skills are needed right now on the committee? Where is the most help that you look for in this next appointment?
I'm sorry, I had a little hard time hearing the question. You were asking where we could use the most, where we feel we could use the most help? Was that the question?
Yes.
I can't speak for anybody, but just myself. Like, again, I kind of mentioned it, but looking for people to put the town's needs ahead of their own. So as far as like less of their self-interest and more of their understand what the town's needs are, and just, I guess, somebody who's going to work with the town as opposed to I guess someone's going to work with the town as opposed to creating I don't want to say a target for us, but we've been a bit of a target in the past, and we're just here to serve. And I want everybody that's on the board here and the town people to understand that we're here to serve. We don't have to do this. We're volunteering for it. And that's my biggest thing, is just to have that message out there and have somebody that has that same kind of message that they can put out there as well.
I think understanding checks and balances is large. Just knowing that, we are getting the budgets and being able to see if maybe perhaps something's going over budget, why it's happening, and vice versa. If it's under budget, why is it so far off? So I think that's really important. And what I like to see is understanding what every aspect of the town is and us working together to get to the answers for everybody.
Would you like to add anything?
I think just common sense is the main thing we need, but also we need people who really understand the town and know the town. And just because you knew, that doesn't mean you can't do that homework to find out exactly how this town has grown over the last 25 or 30 years. Because I think it's really important to understand the heartbeat of this community. And even though people think it's changing, it hasn't changed that much. And so we need people who are willing to do some work to understand where we came from and where we're headed.
I also appreciate what Fred said about using this as, doesn't have to be a stepping stone, but maybe a longer term, maybe you're looking to serve on budget finance because you want to get into, select board eventually, or I think that's totally fine. That's kind of why I'm on budget finance, is because I'm not quite ready for the next step, but there's sure enough learning experiences from this committee that will definitely get us there if that's what we choose to do.
Okay. Right. Well, again, thank you all for your interest in serving the town and for being here tonight to introduce yourselves. And you're welcome to stay if you'd like, or if you'd like to depart, then that's fine too. Okay. Next on agenda for new business is consideration of the Budget Finance Committee receiving training on the budget process. And Glenn, would you like to talk to that?
Sure. So historically, it sounds like there used to be a joint meeting of the Budget Finance Committee and the Select Board, and they would do the elected officials training. I think some of you have probably had it. Maybe some haven't had it yet. Have you had the training?
I've been this is my 4th year, I think, and I haven't.
Really? Okay. Because Bernstein Sure said they used to do it as a joint training because I did the training on the 17th when I started for the elected officials, and obviously you as elected officials should have received the same training.
We did that.
No, we did that.
Yeah, so some of you have had it. So my thought was to invite them back to do that same statutory training, and in addition cover, the responsibilities of the ordinance and the budget process as part of another module. And they would be happy to come to your next meeting. And that's why I wrote a note. They can come at any time as early as 5 o'clock. I know you start at 6:30, but if you wanted to open, just let me know when you want them to be here. And they'll do it in open session, so the public will benefit from that as well, which I would have preferred to do at the last meeting as well, but sometimes they do it in executive, sometimes they don't. But they're available and ready to come at your next meeting. So
That's great. So this is a good time to bring up that we had on the agenda, the next meeting was going to be Wednesday, January 21st. Their Bill is going to be on vacation at that time, so we were wondering if January 14th would work for everyone, or Glenn would try to find a backup to still do the 21st.
The week before, so the 14th would be fine for my schedule as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
I think mine too.
You too?
And I like that you said that the training would be open to the public, because if they're not having the budget, they're not having the select board meeting. Till, when did you say that?
The night before.
The night before?
Right.
yeah, the night before.
13th, Tuesday the 13th, and would be
Okay.
Wednesday the 14th, it would be.
All right, so they'd know anyway.
Yeah, and it's funny. I've had a couple residents stop in and ask some questions, and I said, "Man, I really wish we did this training in open. So we're going to do the next one in open, and it would have answered some of their questions right off the bat." So
Cool.
Sounds good.
I'm into it. And you said the select board may or may not be there?
They've already had it on the 17th, so it'll be the same with an additional module covering the budget finance.
Gotcha.
stuff.
And you said that was the one that wasn't public.
Yeah, you can do it either way, because sometimes they like to have the ability to ask questions freely of the attorney on different things. So, but sometimes we do it as a workshop and open too, because we're just really covering the statutes and the FOA responsibility, like that part of it, and so it'll be good.
I like the idea of open as well.
Okay, so are you available on the 14th? You both are. And what time would we like to start? Do you want to start at 5? Is that?
How long will it take?
Took us about an hour last time, but So yeah, you would open it, do the training, and then go into your regular meeting probably.
How's 5:30 sound? Gives people, if that's,
I'm open to whatever.
if we get 5:30, that would be an hour, then we'll start our regular
Okay.
meeting at 6:30.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
So
Fine.
5:30 sound good to
Sounds
start the
fine.
training?
Good to me.
Do the meeting at six. Okay, thank you. And 6:30 is the meeting.
It'll be right here.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, before we move on, is this the right time to ask, I believe you had sent some additional training stuff as well. There was a link for,
Oh, I sent some GFOA stuff. That was sort of at your leisure. It wasn't really anything structured. But if you're curious about just sort of GFOA standards and governmental accounting, it was just sort of the standard at which most of the public sector sort of like their policies, how capital budgets work. There wasn't really anything that you need to do. Just if you have interest, that was a resource if you wanted to read through stuff. That's I think what you're talking about, right? I sent some GFOA stuff
Yep.
over.
yeah, that was it. Remind me, is that pay, like, do we pay for, I believe
No,
it
the
was-
library it's free and open. You can just go to the website. There's a bunch of resources. They probably do some structured trainings, but I didn't look at what their calendar was or if anything was relevant. But their other libraries just open and you can read through all that stuff.
Okay. All set with that?
Mhm.
Okay. So.
That's extra credit stuff.
Next is working up with a draft for the FY 26-27 budget goals. And I was flipping through my notebook, and I did come up with the proposed budget goals for FY 25-26, which I gave everyone. So, I'll just read off what the goals were for this past budget session. Maintaining or lowering the tax rate, the FY 24-25 mill rate was 17.20. By reviewing procedures and practices to creatively see what it would take to do better. In other words, think about better ways to do what needs to be done. 2, continue commitment to the improvement and maintenance of the town roads. 3, undesignated fund balance can be utilized within existing policy to accomplish priority number 1. See the below policy. Number 4, all budget areas are on the table for discussion and review. And 5, the core services driven budget. This is food for thought for what we want to put together. Maybe we'll come back in January with some ideas that we would like to formulate to draft up to present to the select board of what the budget finance proposed budget goals are. And then we can have an alignment with the select board.
So our current mill rate is 18.8, right? So up from 17.20. So that would be, obviously just that alone would need to get, if we're gonna stay, if we decide to stay at that rate or if we're looking to lower it, like that's the first thing we should do is look at number 1 and then try to figure out what our goal is.
Yes, I agree.
And I don't have an answer for that right at the moment. Obviously,
Right.
you're not asking, but
I thought it would be good to get this document out there, and then we have a starting point of where we can go for the January meeting. Okay. Does anyone have any thoughts or ideas that they'd like to bring up tonight, or would you rather wait? thought that was a very good point, Sean, about the mill rate and what the current rate is.
Is undesignated surplus, it's been 15%, I believe, prior year's tax commitment. That might be a number that I don't know where we're kind of at right now, if we've maintained that, but that might be a good idea to know if like, hey, is 15% enough anymore, or is that too much?
That 15% is generally the top of the recommendation. Usually it's like 90 days of your total outlay. So you can have a range, not to go below a certain number or not to go above. But if you're capturing too much in undesignated fund balance, that means you're overtaxing folks.
Mhm.
So 15% is, again, I don't know your total off the top of my head, but generally it's to cover like 90 days in the event of, unforeseen circumstances. And I don't believe you have a formal fund balance policy. You just sort of develop a goal at the beginning of the budget process, because you don't have a charter and you don't have an ordinance that dictates what it should be. But also important to keep in mind that given your increase from last year on the school and the county side, it's the total number, it's the percentage. So it's 15% of your total of that $20,800,001. So if you were targeting 15% of that those prior commitments, you're going to have a larger portion of fund balance to kind of make up for coming off last year, which is why you didn't use it this year probably. And you shouldn't be using it for recurring expenses. Just mantra I'll put out there. Recurring expenses, recurring revenues must equal recurring expenses.
Peter, we didn't have any goals for a comprehensive plan when it came to that. Did we? We didn't really look at that too much, did we? Okay.
Okay, before we move to the revenue and expense
Yeah, I get a
report.
question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if this is the place to bring it up or not, but I guess I will. The largest portion of our budget is the schools. And I would like to know if there's a way, once the school budget has been developed and approved by the school board, that they would come and meet with us and go over it with us, so that we would have a better handle on that money. All we know is a gross amount, basically. But I'd like to have a little more information on the school budget and have them come and have a meeting with us and kind of lay the budget out for us. Back in the old days, when we controlled our own school, I mean, it was part of the responsibilities of the Budget and Finance Committee. And I'm not saying we're going to be here overruling what their budget is, but we would have a much better understanding of it when people ask us questions. I mean, we're the Budget Finance Committee, but we know very little about the school budget.
Right.
I'll be meeting with the superintendent in January. Again, I've always been part of not part of an RSU, so the superintendent would come and present. I'm not sure what the history is here, or if that's, you have to go to their meeting, but I'll talk to the superintendent in January and let him know that there's interest in getting more involved, and we have someone who served, so maybe they have something to add.
Diane?
Yes, in fact, we did come regularly and present to the select committee on what was happening in the school board. One of the just to schedule, you're doing your budgets at the same time, so that makes that a little bit difficult, but we would always come. Our goal was to come like once a month, or when asked and needed, was to come and give updates on what was happening for these reasons, so that you knew what was happening. And of course, you're welcome to attend any of their budget meetings, but it's about the same time.
Yeah. I just think that if we had a better understanding of what was in the budget, when we're asked questions, we'd be able to at least address some of those issues.
Yep, we did.
And support you. I'm not saying we're going to be sitting here and nickel and dime on the budget. That's your job. but we really need to have understanding of where the money's going within that budget, so that we're cognizant of the fact that, you know, it's being spent and it's being spent well, that's all.
I would suggest you get in touch with the school board representatives. We had very good working relationship with the select board at the time, so could ask them if they'd be interested in doing updates.
Well, the town manager said he will speak to the
Yeah, but we have done that in the past.
and go from there.
I thought they'd done it in the past. It's one of those things that slides by.
Okay. In the packet, did you receive the schedule for the select board
Yeah, I
and the
didn't bring
budget
it.
finance committee? Did you, does anyone have any conflicts with the dates that we're scheduled to meet? Did you see it, Frank?
It's fine with me.
Fine with you?
I didn't see it, so I'll look at
It's
it.
not
I
in
have
this
one
paper.
conflict,
Oh,
but
there
I'll
it is.
Zoom.
Okay, I don't have any issues. I'll start with that.
I have,
Start the when.
I have one, February 24th. And I will be out of Zoom area.
That's the
that's-
department head presentations.
I'm gonna be in Baxter.
Oh, okay. No internet connection.
No
there.
internet, no. If I can get out of
Okay.
there, I will. Okay.
So that's the only conflict that we have so far. Okay. Good to know. Okay, next up on the agenda is the monthly revenue and expense report.
Oh, I just wanted to add one thing, because I think I formatted the report incorrectly. So at the top, the property tax revenues year-to-date, current is 10,976,929. That's a different report, and I did not know how to generate it, so I got it from the tax collector, so.
Do you have any questions or comments about the report? Does anything stand out to you, or are you okay with the report?
Nothing for me.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Does everybody know what fund accounting is? Okay. I just was wondering if anyone wanted a brief overview, and I know there's been some challenges with our AP system, and I'm looking at switching it out, but I think it's just important to understand that the system you have in place is not in government, you do fund accounting. This is not a fund accounting software, and it really is dependent on when you bought it and set it up, if it was set up as properly as fund accounting software. And I think for the most part, It was, but it does have its limitations in that regard. So I just wanted to kind of let you know that,
Give a quick overview, if
Sure.
you would, sir.
Sure. So, and again, I'll just kind of distill it. And I'm not an accountant, so if anyone is and wants to correct me, it's just my kind of overview. But it's how governments track money for legally restricted purposes. So, like a town is not a household with a checking account. It operates with multiple buckets of money. And those rules are adopted by the voters and the governing body typically. But government accounting tracks the legal authority, not just the cash in your accounts. So you have your appropriations. That's your town meeting warrant. So appropriations are created by the warrant. Voters approve the warrant. That authorizes the spending. It sets your legal limits. And those are basically creating your primary control accounts, right? So you have your general government, GG, right? That's what one of your warrant articles there. So when the warrant passes, the departments can't exceed those cost centers. But think of think of them as everybody gets a gift card for, a certain amount of services, or general government, public safety. But the line items there, think of that more as a planning tool, right? So you'll see sometimes over expenditures in a single line, but, generally I would rather over expend a line so I can forecast accurately the next year, as opposed to being, an administrator who's like, well, we're under budget and contracted services and here, so I'm gonna just charge that off here so I don't make an overrun and whatnot. So just because a single line item is over expended doesn't necessarily mean that you're in trouble or you've budgeted, because some things are unforeseen. But just understand that, like, the control accounts are the important piece, and the other pieces are more of a planning and forecasting tool, and we do our best to stay where we planned to be. The other interesting thing, too, is that system doesn't have a purchase order system set up, so we can't do encumbrances. So what that sort of means, and what I would like to work towards long-term, and with the finance director, she agrees, if you have recurring expenses like your electricity, you're gonna drop $100,000. I can encumber that at the beginning of the year, so it doesn't look like I'm unexpended throughout the year because I know it's coming. So it helps with forecasting in that regard too. So I just wanted you to be aware that, like, our system is currently not set up for purchase orders or encumbrances. So, like, you're seeing stuff, be entered manually over time. So it's sort of a lag too. So you're when you don't do encumbrances, your available budget balances can look larger than they really are. But just wanted to kind of give an overview, and just people like to naturally focus on certain lines, but it's important to just kind of keep an eye on, like, the control accounts at the appropriation level. Because again, appropriations are your warrant, your expenditures are what have been spent, encumbrances are what is committed but not paid, and then you have your available balances. But so TRIO does a lot of things well, a lot of things not well. What it does well is billing and receivables, tracking cash, transactions, but it doesn't enforce appropriations as legal limits. It doesn't track your encumbrances. It doesn't provide full, I don't know what the acronym means, but GASB level fund reporting. So just understand that there are limitations in it. So just kind of wanted to kind of give that little bit of an overview, because I know there's been some, issues in the past and whatnot, but hope that was helpful.
What you using Liz have been? What?
You don't want to use it.
Okay. Worse than
It
Trio.
cost $1 million to implement, and it took 7 years, and it's overkill. We used Munis, Tyler, based out of Falmouth. I'm not going to disparage the company publicly, but they're a larger company. You're too small. It's overpowered for what you need. I think there are other alternatives out there, and Joe was looking at them when he was here, and I think he found a good one. So I'll be looking at that with them, and just trying to find something that works for us.
Yeah, normally when I go to other towns, I'm getting data, whatever I need. The majority of them are saying Trio on their.
Yeah, I mean, because I think Harris was also based out of Maine at one point. I think Northern Data Systems or something. Either way, you really have 2 games in town, Trio, Munis, but there are other things out there, and we'll evaluate them and kind of come back to the select board at some point when we're ready for that. But
Well, I do trust that Joe was looking into the right thing, because if this is causing that many problems, or if it's just not good enough, or does some things well and not some things other, like, I am all for hearing. I know that's not our decision, but I'm all for hearing about other solutions if they exist.
It has limitations. I think if you have a background as an accountant and in fund accounting, I think you'll find the limitations quicker than, it's very easy to use in some regards, but again, it is limited in what it can do. So
Can we use Quicken?
go to Lotus Notes while we're at it. 3.5-inch floppy disks and Lotus Notes.
I did hear that it's difficult to generate reports.
You have to build them sort of like as custom reports. There are some preloaded ones in there that are set up, but again, it's as good as it was when it was set up. So if you got to correct historical data to generate a report, it can be cumbersome, but yeah.
What about a purchasing module or something like that? Could that be?
So it has one baked in. It's just never been utilized as far as I know. It may have been in the past, but we don't use the vendor or purchasing module currently.
That goes with Trio? That's part of the package? So
It's in there, yeah. I don't know if
it's in there, but it just hasn't been used.
Correct.
Okay. Well, one of the other things that we're gonna talk about is the purchasing policy.
Well,
So-
policy's different than like liquidating purchase orders through a software. You can do that manually, but yeah, the PO system and the vendor databases and stuff they're things that you guys don't pay for, don't utilize, and is not part of what the current operation reflects. It's a long-term, medium-term goal, as you saw in the memo that I had later. So.
So are there any questions on the revenue and expense report for?
I still find, and I actually happen to be looking at the milfoil line. I look in, because I just changed the page, like everything else. Okay, so if I look in, and maybe it's my misunderstanding, I look on the TIF, and it shows milfoil. Okay, which is, it shows it was expended. And then I go up into special fund, and there's a budget for $15,000 with nothing spent. In 43. So we're looking 42 TIF. There's 48 grand, 49 grand in milfoil. And then I go to 43 special fund, and there's milfoil with a budget for $15,000 and nothing spent. And milfoil's over with for this year.
So 43 is a revenue account, not an expense account?
Okay, all right, then
Oh.
that's,
It's on the next page, so it's,
okay, that,
and then it will be the account for, I think
okay,
it's
that's,
for
like
expenses.
I say,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the top here. So I will ask a question and get an answer for you for the next meeting, but generally, I'm just thinking back, so like, the TIF, sometimes you have to make transfers from the TIF into the general fund, so it may just not be reflecting a transfer that has yet to be made. That's possible.
I say,
just
that's
don't-
one that happened to jump out, you know, only as I was scanning through it, because I haven't had time to go line by line through this whole thing.
Yeah, and if you have any other questions, just shoot me an email. I can.
And I guess the other question, and this is, I've been working in the FEMA reimbursements for 2 years in that last snowstorm, and I'm getting ready to wrap them up finally. We've had 6 different people we're working with. The money on at least 2 accounts, they show has been liquidated, appropriated, call it whatever you want, the fund's been drawn down. Where would that show up as an income? Because it should have showed up in the town as an income. And that's a real question. Those kind of things, it's a revenue account, it's revenue. And some way of tracking and knowing exactly when it happened. I can tell you it was probably July they moved money before everything came apart.
Again,
And that's gonna be a question you probably you gotta go deeper than here, right? It wasn't meant that, you know.
yep, no, I got you. I'll get you an answer. My guess is it probably gets booked to general fund because there probably is like a tracking tool to track the grant funds, but again,
Well, I guess that's my question. I won't even get into just going into general funds on it, but it'd be nice to know when this money comes in. And I don't know, I think it was total 68,000 plus, that came in from the federal government and another 10% on top of that from the state. Would have been a different one, but at least to know when it came in and that we got it for sure, instead of having it disappear off a computer down in Virginia.
yeah, I'll get you an answer. I know we were, my previous gig, we got a disaster declaration FEMA stuff coming, and it was held up a while because of the shutdown and all that fun stuff. But right before I left Lisbon, we did receive our FEMA funds. So if it was part of that disbursement round, that same disaster declaration.
Yeah, well, it was one of them.
Yeah. What year, fiscal year was it?
24,
Yeah.
I guess,
So,
early 24. I can't remember now.
yeah, I'll look into it for you.
Like I said, I've been dealing with so many, they only keep people in FEMA for about a quarter of the way through it, and then you start all over again, regenerate the same data.
All right.
Okay.
The milfoil thing was explained to me, or explained to us a couple of years ago, and sorry to say, I still kind of over my head a little bit because I know that we put money into it, but we're also receiving money for our milfoil. We're not paying all that milfoil cost. I believe some of it's coming in to us.
Not anymore. No, last year it was in the budget. Again, I was involved in milfoil because I'm on a board of directors for one of the marinas that was initially started it. We started the program, I don't know how many years ago, the three marinas in the Jordan River. And then a couple of years ago, the town says, we're gonna take it over. And they did, and we contributed to it. And then last year, they said, no, the town's gonna pay the whole thing, because we're at the same time, we're putting a budget together. And we were glad to hear that, because I can't remember how much we were putting in.
Oh, interesting. Well, thanks for sharing that, because that's...
Because they get a grant from the state that comes back against that, too.
Okay. Well, I'll need another education on milfoil now that it's different.
I'll take it with you as well because I'm new here.
Yeah, you didn't have to probably deal with milfoil too much out there.
No, we didn't have a ton of shoreland.
I don't have anything additional.
Okay. All right, so we're all set with that. Next is, I had asked for an update showing what the actual numbers were for the school and the county tax. And so that's what this sheet is for.
Yep. And just so you know, you can walk into any town office and grab that assessor's book, and it's usually like the last page of the assessor's book. There's a
Okay.
certificate of assessment with all those numbers in it.
All right.
So I guess the number that you're after is the total tax commitment, which was a change in tax of 11%.
Yes, that was what I was after. Thank you, Sean.
So the school was up 11.1%, county was up 6.5%, municipal 12.2%, tax incrementing, financing 8%, and then the overlay was down 14% with a total of 11%.
And just for your awareness, my understanding is the county's changed their budget process, so they're going to a fiscal year from calendar year this coming budget. So I assume I will have county numbers around February, mid to late February. But it'll be an idea, because I think they went to a fiscal year, so they have some hard decisions to make, I've heard, so it has a lot to do with whether they take federal prisoners or not, and if they lose that revenue. But they're gonna be starting their budget soon, and you'll know sometime in February-ish.
That's good.
Yeah, I believe their proposed budget's on their website too, if you wanna look at it.
Item F under new business is consideration and recommendation on the town's insurance policy expiring at the end of the year.
So yeah, I'm not really sure why this one's on the agenda. Select Board has already charged me with looking at that. I've already renewed the insurance, because you would have lapsed otherwise. So it has been renewed. I think we saw a 12% premium increase, which was in line. It looks like you budgeted appropriately for that, and it's, was anticipated. I was seeing like 17 to 20% on some of the other renewals from last year in my other place. But I've reached out to MMA, as the Select Board has instructed me to do. Once I get the dues numbers, I'll be able to get quotes on the property casualty, workers' comp, and their health plans. Generally, they are more expensive, so for the health, you may save on workers' comp and property casualty, but and I'm not an insurance guy, but it's like the risk pools that you're in. So the MMA risk pool is, Maine public employees, and it's based on those claims, but we're, I think, in a more distributed risk pool with HP. But the other thing there too is, if we have a high claim year, you, I think, have more stability with the MMA programs year over year with premiums, where it can be less predictable, but I can look more into that sort of thing. But we've renewed with the current plan for the year.
I know that agenda is obviously very late in the year, and you had to do what you do, but I think that it was more of a, hey, we'll like to have this shop, because I don't know if it was shop previously in the past, so that was kind of like, hey,
Yeah.
if we're doing the best right now with
You don't have a ton of carrier options, but something, and again, I don't know if it's feasible, it's just a thought, you can go self-insured, but then, that has its own sort of risks, but also something you can evaluate, so.
Thank you for that update. Okay, and now we're at the town manager report.
Okay. So when I started, Select Board and Finance Committee identified revisiting town's purchasing policy as a priority. Upon review, it appears, so this is the other thing too, I sort of got a lot of homework in a short amount of time. I reread the purchasing policy, so I sort of disagree with my first interpretation of it, because when you read it at first, your current purchasing policy says every purchase goes in front of the Select Board, and then you read further down and it says unless I decide it doesn't. So it's pretty broad and has a lot of authority sort of vested in this office, which it's a pretty expansive policy, gives a lot of latitude to staff. So I've looked at it, I've put forward sort of again, I like to develop policy collaboratively, so like the technical pieces, I would say disregard that for now, because I haven't talked to staff. I want to get their feedback on operations and if it's restrictive and whatnot, but I would say focus on the spirit of the policy, and is it consistent with what you all had in mind when you asked, to have a revised purchasing policy come before the Select Board. I think it kind of gives that foundation, but I said, like, don't get hung up on purchasing thresholds and limits and like that sort of thing. Just kind of the spirit of is, the budget authority, the fiscal responsibility, the general purchasing authority, and, you know, review it, think about it, and, you know, give us feedback. And by the next time we meet, I'll try to get some feedback from department heads as well. And again, I think that folds into a longer term goal of, you know, the select board's goal of working towards a purchase order system and having, you know, a more robust sort of procurement policy. But as of right now, like I said, you have a pretty liberal purchasing policy, I guess I would call it. You know, but yeah, so that's there for your review. I reached out to RTP. He was out of town. He said he'd be back today. I have not heard from him. And I have a memo on the TIF in there for you. Again, not a TIF expert, but I just kind of outlined some stuff and some historical data for you all to have. But this has sort of come up informally about the creation of a new TIF district. So I'll do my best to sort of address what I believe is the underlying question. But again, I'm not a TIF specialist. But TIF applications are typically submitted to the state in March and require multiple public hearings, formal municipal approvals, and coordination with legal counsel and the assessor. Given these requirements, just understand it's not realistic to pursue the creation of a TIF before the next deadline in March. If the select board wishes to explore this further, I'd recommend inviting the assessor and the attorney to a select board meeting to give like a TIF primer. That forum would allow for more informed policy discussion and whether a new TIF district makes sense and how it might be structured. At a high level, you know, the TIF would likely focus on capturing the OAV pre-reval of commercial properties. That being said, it's not entirely clear that sheltering that value would provide a meaningful benefit, because it would maybe be, you know, your school and your county portion that you're sheltering. So I would just be aware of the cost benefit of what you're getting in return for the time you're going to spend on it. Because it's possible after your reval that those remain flat, and it would take time for the OAV to catch up. That being said, if you wanted to pursue the next round, you know, select board might want to consider, you know, reactivating the economic development committee to evaluate a TIF, and probably target a special town meeting for November of 26 to meet the next deadline of the TIF stuff to the DECD. But I would start with, you know, have the assessor and the TIF council at Bernstein Sure give like a TIF primer and see if it's worth doing, and move from there. But you won't be able to hold the public hearings and get all this done by March this year. So, but I have all the history there, the TIF, when its expiration is in the packet. So that would be sort of how you would proceed going forward.
In the documentation, there's a letter Suluk put out. It's part of the packet, and it's dated August 19th of 2024. And I'm just a little bit confused because it says in this paragraph, the district began on July 1st, 1999 and will expire on June 30th, 2029.
Okay.
So, is the expiration 26 or is it 29?
It's what I believe is in the packet from the DECD, which is 2029.
Okay, so, I'm just a little bit, I guess I'm a little confused as to why we think that that we had to get this done by March.
My guess is that you probably wanted to try and capture the pre-reval OAV, which would shelter your valuations before the post-reval valuations go into effect.
Okay.
That being said, if you have, so this is again a Kurt question, I'm not going to speak for the assessor, but it's not too late to do that anyway, because if you get the application into DECD, they go back to your OAV from like 2 years ago. So I think as long as you get it on the next application round, should you want to pursue it, they would go back to April 1st of 2026, I think, because it goes back 2 years, I think. So it's, even after your reval, it'll capture the OAV from April 1st of whatever date, as long as you get the application in on the next round. Yeah, it's not easy to understand.
Okay, Peter.
Peter Levitt Road. Karen, in answer to your question, as far as the letter with Suluk and all of that, it was basically, we currently have a 30-year TIF that does expire, I believe, June 1st of 2029. There has been some discussion, and from the comprehensive plans perspective, what's being proposed, or what was proposed, was a new TIF area. And the handout I gave you basically comes from the comprehensive plan that was passed this year, looking at the village theory, which basically came out of a workshop that was attended by roughly 80 citizens during the comprehensive plan, and it was a workshop on land use. So I would just tell you, I am impressed with both the unprecedented detail and quantity of information contained in the PDF packet for this meeting. My compliments to Glenn and his staff. I have not seen this amount of detail in quite some time in this committee. Regarding Glenn's comment on future TIF activities, I agree that attempting to create a new district prior to the completion of the town's revaluation, although being of financial benefit to the taxpayer, is not realistic given the now narrow time frame for state application and approval. I do consider this as a missed opportunity for our community, which I believe was created by poor management, lack of vision, and distractions of past boards and committees. I am hopeful that the Financial Development Committee identified in the 2025 Comprehensive Plan will soon be formed, as was referenced by Glenn. However, there has so far been no administrative action taken to reform this committee. In fact, there has yet to be a comprehensive plan implementation committee formed. I believe that would be a task of the implementation committee to look at the formation of such things as a financial committee. I do not agree with Glenn's assessment that a potential new TIF district discussion would focus on commercial properties along the 302 corridor. That primarily is the TIF that we have now. I don't know if you recall, but a year or so ago there was a little bit of a taxpayer and citizen revolt about changing some designations down on 302 as far as land use was concerned that would open it up for more development. And there was a strong pushback from the community, at least the people in that part of the town, on that. And so my guess would be that the focus wouldn't be on commercial properties along the 302 corridor. Community input from the 2025 Comprehensive Plan Use Workshop identified considerable support for the East Raymond growth area as a target for economic development. It's basically where we are right now. If you look at that handout, what you'll see is basically we got input and we're lucky enough, and the town paid, I would consider, a relatively significant price of $100,000 in order to have the Comprehensive Plan Committee work with the consultants from North Star Planning. Together with that committee and North Star Planning, the idea of the village, establishing multiple village concept in the town was something that they came up with and was supported by at least the individuals that attended the land use workshop. TIF districts in residential and mixed use zones allow funding for public investments like roads, sidewalks, utilities, parks, and affordable housing. And the TIF districts also prevent increases in county taxes and stimulate private investment. So the focus strictly on the fact that we can shelter some of our tax dollars from the county is not the primary goal. It's obviously an additional benefit of TIFs. But TIFs are more beneficial for such things that was talked about in the comprehensive plan, such as sidewalks, parks, affordable housing. And by affordable housing, as I've described before, as one individual on a committee told me a while back, that there's no such thing as affordable housing these days. And yet, if you look at our basic ordinances and planning, it identifies affordable housing as the price of housing based on federal and state criteria. That's the affordable housing we're talking about. It's based on individuals' income, not anything involving the price of lumber or toilets. So I guess in conclusion, I would just say this. $100,000 to have consultants that we worked with, and we have a couple of people up there that were on that comprehensive plan committee with me. You'd have to agree that in the 40 years I've been in this community, I have not seen anything close to that amount of urban and residential planning expertise as that group brought to our plan. And to discount that, or I guess to put it another way, not to recognize that the town taxpayers paid $100,000 for that group to come in of urban planners and residential planners and land use planners and gave us that expertise should be ignored. I mean, that was money that was laid out that provided us with really a game plan for the next 10 to 20 years involving a number of issues, one of them being economic development. So I just ask you to digest maybe the idea of the village concept, the idea that this area with the Jordan Small School coming back to the town, with the fact that we have facilities here that are town-owned and the like, that it would be considered that this would be the new area for the development of a TIF. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks.
Thank you too, because I'm coming up to speed, and I thought we were talking about an extension of the existing TIF, so I didn't know the geographic area off the top of my head. So thank you.
Yeah.
Plan, that's kind of what we're looking at, and that's what's current. No, it's okay. It's, you just have very comprehensive plan people here, so.
Yeah.
Probably like drinking from a fire hose, everything that you have to absorb since you've been here.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So you reached out to the director of the RTP and you didn't hear anything back?
He was out of town. He said he would be back today and give me some information, but I have not heard from him. But I'm planning to meet them soon, because I've had questions from the select board as well, because there was an increase, I think, in last year's budget or the year before with that program. Like, we're paying
Yes.
around 66,000,
Right.
and folks wanted to see, with this contribution, what's going on with it. Are we getting?
How was the performance
Right.
on the program?
Yep.
So
No,
that's
I've
what
had
we're
questions from
interested in.
folks on that too. Yep.
Okay, so maybe hopefully we would have something for the January meeting.
As soon as I get it, I'll forward it along.
Okay,
Too, so.
all right, perfect, thank you. All right, so. Okay. Are there any other thoughts and comments about the comprehensive plan and the TIF? Moving forward with the TIF, anybody have any thoughts about that or anything you'd like to express?
I thought what Peter brought up was something we've discussed on a number of occasions. I thought that was on the docket, to work on that type of TIF that would include this area. I mean, this was something I thought was ongoing from what I knew of our discussions that were going on here and also the school, the select board.
Yeah, especially with the school changing over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those committees have not even been formed yet. I mean, you're right, we've talked about dozens
It's
of
time to
times.
get back to doing town business.
Amen.
All right, so is there anything that we can do here, or is it up to the select board to move forward with this?
Yeah.
It's really the select board getting those committees and together.
Yeah, like I said, my suggestion would be reactivate that committee, evaluate the TIF, and like I said, bring in like a TIF primer, evaluate how you want to proceed. And if you're going to proceed, you need to target like a November 26th special town meeting to start those public hearings and do that. But and maybe hire a TIF consultant in the process, which could be part of the FY27 process.
And remind us that needs to be done by November. You said it needs to be done by November?
There's the applications to the state are due around March. And again, they're gonna do a look back. So if you wanna capture that pre-reval OAV, you wanna be on the next round of applications.
So March 2027.
Correct.
March of 27.
Correct.
Yeah. So November 2026. By November 2026
Yes.
to get to March 2027.
And my understanding is, as far as the looking at the cost, there is a cost with developing a TIF. However, my understanding is that in the current TIF dollars that we have for our existing TIF, that money can be used to get a TIF consultant and help to finance the overall. Actually, I had a conversation with Kurt LaBelle, and although I am not a TIF expert and he is not a TIF expert, it sounds like no one is a TIF expert because it is pretty convoluted in understanding the whole workings of the state and how this works. But basically, if you think about it, when we have the existing TIF that we have in 2024, we wanted to use some of those monies, those TIF monies, basically to finance a portion of the internet, the
Fiber.
dark web, the fiber. And in fact, what we did, since what the TIF generally says is you can only spend money, TIF money on in the district. Actually, what we found is we petitioned the state, and they said, no, we'll allow you to use TIF money, outside of the district in order to finance the web, the fiber optic, and that's what we did. So there, as Kurt explained it, there's basically three components of what you can use TIF money for. One is for within the district and making improvements, and another is any initiative that is going to promote the basic financial development of the town. They're pretty liberal. You have to make the case. You have to have a special town meeting or a town meeting and have the town approve it, which we did. And then we were allowed to use those TIF monies to help finance the fiber project. So it's just nice to know that financially there are dollars existing that we can use towards defraying the cost of establishing a new TIF.
TIF is, I will share your comments about, I'm not a TIF expert either, but really North Stars, they are, right? They're.
Typically, you bring in your attorney. There's usually a TIF attorney and you actually have a good one. He was on the other side of the table last time I had a TIF, but Phil Saucier is very good TIF attorney.
Okay.
I was just going to ask you a question that really is kind of off the subject, but Peter brought it up. Where are we with the fiber in town?
we'll follow up with Kevin. I was not on board yet with the last PACT meeting that they had on, it was like the day I started, they had a Sebago Fiber meeting. I was not able to attend, so I do have the recording. I can forward you that while I look into it, but I can send you the recap from that meeting. It's
I
back
know there are a number of people who are quite interested.
Yeah.
I keep going by their building there on 302 once in a while, and I three or four trucks there, but they don't seem to move off the properties.
Yeah, once I'll dig up the email and I'll forward it to the board.
Cool. Yeah, I'd be interested too.
Oh, you said it was a dark well.
It is dark. I do it now.
It's a,
That's right.
it's a dark.
Every time I get that
it's a
bill
dark
from
gray.
Spectrum, I want to know where it is.
Yeah.
Dark ring, I think that dark web
That's right, dark.
responds to where I get my guns from.
I believe those are public meetings too, so if you'd like, I can send you the agendas when they come out.
Thank you.
Cool.
All right, we're at the point for public comment. Is there any public comment? Go ahead, Peter.
Peter Levitt. So if I'm sounding impatient, I am. If I'm sounding frustrated, I am. If I'm looking at this group of concerned citizens that are donating their time to work in the best interest of the town, I can certainly appreciate the difficulties you're going through now. I generally have attended every committee meeting in this town over the last 2 years because I've been concerned about the town and where it's going. And I guess I would tell you that the uncertainty of where this town is right now, for myself, is endemic. It's beyond belief. We're looking at everything from trying to develop the Jordan Small school into a more of what the town at least said they wanted in the comprehensive plan, which is more of a sense of community. And yet, I will tell you, in my 40 years here, I don't believe I've ever seen this community more divided than it is right now. The fact that we've had issues with a number of changes in committee members, in board members, potentially more changes in board members, is not really the solution to this chaos. And yet it seems like we don't know where that's going. But I do appreciate Frank's comment, and I mentioned it at the last select board meeting. And it was a long meeting, and I spoke at the very end and simply just read off a few things and didn't elaborate them at all. But everything from the implementation committee for the comprehensive plan to potentially a multi-million-dollar public works building to revaluation, which, as I understand it, doesn't necessarily mean that taxes go up. It's really a redistribution of where those taxes are. So I appreciate Glenn's observation that if property valuation goes up, which I would expect it will, what that doesn't necessarily mean is that commercial property goes up. As a matter of fact, commercial property will probably come down, as Glenn observed. So maybe concentrating on the TIF area of 302 is not as a big a deal as it was in 1999. But once again, I guess just as a public comment for the Budget Finance Committee, you have, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, you've got your work cut out for you. I guess one other thing I read and I've heard Glenn mention this at the select board meeting and also in his letter about the TIF, and I can appreciate it, which is, he's kind of unsure of his future as well. And, so But I would ask of this, of Glenn, and that's that basically go forward as if you're going to be here for more than 6 months, because right now the town needs that. And whether or not that turns out to be the case or not, I'd say do what you can to go forward with implementing things, and not necessarily worry about, well, you may not be here to finish them. I would ask you to just take the mindset of you are going to be here to finish them. Thanks.
I'd like to speak
Hi, this
to
is
the-
David Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, David.
Yep, David Brown, Tenny Hill Road. And I just want to tag on to what Peter said. I've really enjoyed this entire meeting and everything you guys are doing. I appreciate Glenn. He's another nice guy, town manager, so that's great. And I just wanted to offer, I read through the purchasing policy. I know it's a draft. And I wondered if any comments from me would be welcome, if I could send a few just wording comments through Glenn, and if you could take those.
It's public comment. It's an agenda item.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't want to offer comments right now, but I wondered if I could just
Oh, you can
put
shoot me an
emails.
Oh, okay.
Yep, just want to make sure I'm going through the right channels.
Yep, my door's always open.
All right, great, thanks.
Frank, you had some comments?
Well, I was just I'll make my comment when we make our comments, if there's
Oh, okay.
other people who want to speak
All right.
now.
Oh, go ahead, Fred.
Fred Nolan, 70 Thomas Monteris Road. I just want to say, as a resident from the town of Raymond for most of my life, I can say that I'm standing here right now very, very proud of this committee and the meeting we just had right now. I see smiling faces. I see people that are here for the town of Raymond. Not for anybody else, but for the town of Raymond. And I am very impressed with Glenn. I think that he's going to be a great leader for us. I think we need to get behind him and support him. And I think we need to have all committees to work together and work as you guys are working tonight. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is the first time I feel like a real good Raymond resident right now, and I have a great town back. Thank you very much for this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go with the Budget Finance Committee comments.
I'll jump in.
Okay, Frank?
And I want to tag on to what Peter said. Glenn, you have a job that is going to be very, very difficult, but we need leadership. And the leadership right now has to come from the town manager. Many things need to happen in this town, and many things need to move quickly. We have been so stagnated for the last year and a half that nothing has happened. You saw a lot of that referred to tonight at this meeting. I hope you will give us the leadership we need. It will not be easy, and it will be a difficult job, but we need someone who is willing to give us that leadership in this town. And I hope you're the man.
Yeah, I'm here to help. And again, I think as we move forward, hopefully some of the dynamics that, again, I wasn't privy to, and you've all experienced over the past couple of years, whatever they may be, just here to help, just listen, and we'll navigate it and we'll get through it.
I greatly appreciate your communication, your organization, follow through. So that, for me, and like what you folks mentioned, just to see this, I'm like, oh my goodness, and getting the emails, I'm like, this is impressive. And you're doing the job that, the town manager should be doing, and I think, I back everybody else up. So far, so good.
Right, we appreciate it.
I would ask that, when we do future agenda development, that we develop it together, just so I can make sure you're all prepared, and because I know you had a busy week and stuff, so it was kind of a scramble to get some of that stuff together, because I'd got it Thursday night, and but so just as things are coming in with agenda items, just let me know so I can make sure I don't like any of us to be surprised at a meeting. Like, we should, you know, just, I'll answer the questions the best I can. That gives us some time to kind of work through if I'm answering the right questions. And but yeah, so let's just, like I said, I typically, it's a little bit different again because you're an elected board, that I typically don't have like multiple. I'm not usually supporting multiple boards at the same time, but my standard sort of process is, you know, I'll meet with the chair or the vice chair. We'll sketch out a plan for coming agenda. Then we'll do a little agenda prep, and then we'll do like a meeting the day of. So you're gonna do a dry run of the agenda, and if there are substantive agendas, you need more time. But again, develop it together. We collaborate, and you know, we got budget coming, so.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Yeah, I'd work with you on that. Like, if there's times that you can't meet, so you prefer to kind of meet, go over the.
No, I'm just saying, like, give me a couple more days with like your draft agenda so we can refine it. So that way, if like I know the coming select board meeting, we have a lot of items coming. So I'm gonna meet with the chair. We're gonna talk about it. Maybe we need 2 meetings in January. Maybe we don't. So, but you know, just don't want to overload people either. So, you know, we've got a lot of items coming up for the next one. So.
Yeah, I don't want there to be like a gotcha moment on the agenda either. So like if we can meet or not meet, but if we can get those things to you.
Yeah, and sometimes you might even have like additional questions. I can get you more stuff or whatever. It's just so you're ready for the meeting. But also, this is our opportunity to work through those things because I'm not going to have all the answers for the meeting, and we're going to have to come back to you. So
and if
it's a
you
process.
Need time, or if you need me to help out with that too, by all means.
Yep.
And also thank you for this expense and summary report, and thank you for getting it to us. I haven't seen this in months, and thank you for sending this well before the meeting as well. I do have some comments, and they're kind of going off to Peter, but I want to kind of wait. And same thing with Frank, and actually you kind of brought it up too, is I do understand that there's a lot of committees that need to be formed and everything. I don't know what to write. There's never a good time because you know we got budget season coming up. But I think let's let the dust settle on this recall first, and then see how, you know, start working on these committees. There's never a good time, but I just think that this is a terrible time to ask them to do anything additional at the moment. So that's just kind of my personal thoughts. But I would like to see them do those things. Just now they've got budget season coming up, so there's never a good time. But right now it's just I like to get past this recall.
Okay, any other comments?
I just want to express my gratitude for the information, because the big thing we've been lacking is information so we could analyze it, and you've done a great job. I'll ask some funny questions sometimes, but it's a great job, and I want to thank you for that. And I hope that we can all go into the new year, which will be after the recall, and hit the road running, and let's get things to move.
Great, all right, thank you.
Not used to all the nice comments during public meeting, so forgive me.
Well, the communication and the support package to go to the agenda was very well done, and we appreciate it. I don't have anything else, so are we ready to adjourn?
Move to the adjourn.
Okay, right, Cliff second, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
We are adjourned.
Of course, I had several other things, but now I can't remember. All right, well, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let me remote word this. Anyone who is not against this, but has a neutral opinion of not for or against, who just wants to make a comment, you're welcome to come up. Thank you. I believe you've already spoke, by the way. Go ahead. Name?
Phil Hammett, Mountain Road. I'd just like to thank the board for their community service. That's pretty neutral, right? Thank you. And also, it's a good excuse to leave. Thank you all.
Well, I'll close the public comments now, and you've already spoken,
I
ma'am.
have a point of order question, please.
Sure, go ahead.
When your attorney spoke, he invited questions. So I have two that I feel are pertinent to the meeting. If
That's fine.
appropriate.
Yes, it is.
One, my first question is, the case for Limerick, that was based in York County, correct?
No, that was based in Cumberland County.
It is Cumberland County
The
there?
town treasurer lives in Cumberland County, so
Okay.
consequently we filed that case in Cumberland County. And there's a small pool of judges in Cumberland County.
Okay.
It's possible this case be heard by the same judge.
Excellent.
That
That's
was
a good
my
question. Yep.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
And my other question, and you can entertain it or not as chair, just asking his qualifications for his legal opinion. I mean, I've heard lots about Bernstein Shore over the years, and they have a great reputation, but I have never heard of his firm, so I was wondering about his qualifications for his opinion.
Sure.
Thank you.
And it wasn't just his, it was also Kristen Collins.
My law firm is Petrocelli Martin Haddow. I'm a partner there. The founding partner of my firm, Jerry Petrocelli, has taught at the law school here in Maine for 40 years. He taught civil procedure to most of the attorneys in Maine. I work side by side with him. We are a litigation specialty firm, and we have a high rate of success. We are a small firm that goes up against the big firms, and we often win. My background is prior to becoming a lawyer, I was a reporter for the Portland Press Herald. I cover the courts, and I have spent more time in courtrooms than most lawyers. And in this particular case, I have litigated these very laws and succeeded. So I think my record speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, at this stage, public comment is closed. and
Mr. Chair,
Did I miss someone?
did you want to check with Zoom?
Well, Kayla's been looking, and I haven't seen anyone.
I would ask Mel if anyone's raised their hand.
Mel, have you seen anyone?
No, I haven't seen hands either.
All right, at this stage, I'm going to ask, Chris, you still there? If you want to give your comments, or whether you just want to pass on it, I'm going to ask everyone on the select board to speak on opinions.
My comments are that I appreciate everybody speaking for and against, and I'm going to pass on the rest.
Thank you. Derek? I'm going to pass. Kayla? Would you like to go now?
Sure. I had a lot that I wanted to say, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get through it. But I realized last night, so I was volunteering again, even though I'm definitely overscheduled, that I love this town and I love the people in it. And this is not going to change me. I am still going to be the same person who is going to give so much more back. I've been honored to be elected. I would like to continue serving. I feel that I have more to offer the town. But I do believe in democracy. I will accept any results of this recall effort. Perspective is an interesting thing. And I don't really want to hash over the details of the emails or any allegations. But I saw them a little differently. And I understand that. And I get how people, siblings raised in the same family with the same parents experience vastly different things. And I don't want to take away anyone's experience or say that it's not true. So if you feel you were harassed, then you were, because that was your feeling at that time. That doesn't mean that the person harassing you is feeling that they're doing that. So I think perspective is incredibly important. And sometimes lost in the emotion, because we all feel so strongly and we all care about each other so much. I also think two things can coexist at the same time. I very much like Joe. I never would have intentionally tried to push him out of his job. I have not gained a thing from running for office. Not one thing. Sorry. I feel like this is very unprofessional. Lastly, Glenn, I think that I have some concerns, obviously, over moving forward a pending lawsuit. I think it would be important that we speak with our legal counsel and maybe Dennis's legal counsel and gain some clarity on where we're going and what's next. So if you could try to make that happen, that would be great.
You're talking about a meeting with the two attorneys?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the select board needs to be aware of our town's opinion and legal opinion, considering what we've heard tonight. And I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. You know I'm going to say something. It's in my nature.
I'm sorry. I have one more thing.
No, I don't mind.
Apologize.
No apology.
I asked Glenn, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, I said, Glenn, you don't have to tell me. I don't know if this is appropriate or not. But if the town staff is really uncomfortable with me serving on this board, I don't want to be here because that defeats the purpose of it. I do care very deeply. And I was not aware that staff maybe felt this way, and I will definitely take that into consideration. Thank you.
I guess you can tell it's been emotional after 2 months of getting calls and people who don't even know you're saying the things that they were saying. There was sleepless nights, but I knew there'd be sleepless night. I kind of accepted it, and nothing like this, mind you.
Excuse me.
But since the posting on the board and in the paper, I have been shocked at the people that called with support saying, what's going on? And I said, well, you missed 2 months of it, but it comes down to the meeting tonight and the election. And one of them said, why'd you hire your own lawyer? I said, you know, our town lawyers, they don't want to get involved with recalls because of politics, and they know it's bad and it's negative. But I wrote something because I didn't know if I could say what she was thinking anyway. And I just want to, for the people who spoke against me and thought that I was this bad person who just couldn't wait to get rid of Joe, I did take him to lunch, and I did meet with him. And I bet you I wasn't in Sue Look's office more than 4 times the whole time I was on the select board. If it was more than that, then it was a short meeting, and I never closed the door. I didn't have to worry about those thin walls between the town manager's office and Melissa's assessing room. It's ridiculous. You don't have to holler. You can hear everything. But I want you to know something as a group and as a citizens and why I stepped forward. And doesn't matter. I spent 13 years of my life as union president representing the interest of employees. Standing up for employees is a big part of who I am. I spent the majority of my career as a firefighter risking my life every day to protect other human beings, strangers. This is my character. The allegation by Teresa Sadek in the petition is untrue. There is some legitimacy. Please, I've listened to everyone. This is my character. I don't even have resentments. I think she's good at what she does when it comes to this stuff. I saw it 2011, 2012 with Charlie Lovett. I consider them an assault on my integrity and a character assassination, and they're libel and slanderous. I spent 13 years as your fire chief here. Stepping down in 2012, I was collecting $100 when I started for 3 or 4 years. And then when I got done, I was making $250. And I was working more in Raymond than I was in Portland. 3 years on, I did the job to serve my community. And because the EMS arrival time was 24 minutes. That was the arrival time back in 99, 2000. 24 minutes. And houses were going into the cellar. Not because the guys didn't care, it's because it was, the town wouldn't pay if the car you were driving had an accident going down the road. So everyone drove to the fire station and got on the truck to drive down these they drive by codes. So the first thing I did is gave everyone an EMS pack for the car and said, don't drive by another citizen who's sick or injured. I'll take it out of my pay, that deductible. But the policy when I got here was to drive to the station and get in the town truck or rescue. That's a fact. So instead of staying 3 or 4 years, I ended up being a little longer than I expected. The 250 at the end was no big deal, but Bruce knows this. When we had 3 flat budgets, I cut my pay to give him a raise. Our budget was that tight. That's a fact too. I spent 3 years on the budget committee and now a year and a half on the select board. The stipend for these positions make them virtually volunteer. In fact, I donate my money to local areas in this town. Hawthorne House, Casco Raymond and Casco Historical Society eventually. I don't do it for the money. There's no power or glory for this in me. It's taken hours upon hours of hard work and invites criticism, believe me, more than people know, and attacks on my character anyway. There is no actual reward in my continue to do this work other than the knowledge that I'm doing the right thing and representing the majority of the people who chose me to represent the whole town. Although I will leave this matter to the lawyers to discuss the legal standards required to carry out the recall and election for the town officials, I would like to close with a couple things here. We, Kayla and I, really have nothing to gain, and win or lose. Once this recall is over, if we lose, I suppose we get our lives back. If we win, there's still a massive amount of hard work to do and people who don't want us here. But there was 300-something people that didn't want me here 2 Junes ago, or a June ago, whatever it was. This decision isn't about us, and it won't define us. It's about the course of the voters of this town, what they want to do and how they want it to go. Do they want to follow a path of truth, integrity, transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility, even with some of the mistakes we make? If the answer is yes, then vote not to recall us. And I'd say that the selection is the process is flawed. There's no doubt about that. But I can't even begin to tell you the second thoughts I've had for the last 2 months. It's incredible when you don't know people and you hear you're going to close down or cut the recreation department. When I ran on the budget committee to build a recreation department because of my grandkids, that I'm going to fire people because I don't like them or that they spoke against me. I've never done that, not in my whole life. And all this time, since 1979 when I was hired as a Portland firefighter, have I ever been written up except to get an award. I've never had a complaint filed against me. I heard about the finance director writing Kayla and I a letter. You know, I don't even know why. I complimented everything she said in the public, and there was rumors. I told Joe, let the rumors tell us what was said, by who, and I'll deal with them. The reality is, it's a small town. We all know each other. I actually stopped by the fire station. They used their machine to send an email, and now it's coming through the fire department. You know, it's crazy what I've had to see in this town, but I've never lost faith. When I was on Tasseltop committee, I went down there because we rented the Tasseltop cabin. And I said, I'm going to get on the committee to see what I can do to help it. And I said, let's get them a mooring. Let's get them a table. We put our towels down there the first day we rented. We went down a half hour later, an hour later, they were gone. I said, get them their own area. There's nothing in it for me except to do what I think is best for this community and have a community that's what it was when I fell in love with it, when I was a firefighter, in the worst circumstances, the nicest people. That's who I found here in Raymond. We're still here. There's only a few people. And by the way, if anyone knows, there's a lot of unhappy people out there. And sometimes it's fun to get on that social media and just express some things. I'm probably stronger for the last 2 months than I was, because I came into a couple of meetings here exhausted, and I probably looked foolish. But today, I'm confident. I'm confident that the disagreement or the discussions we have on this board is good for the town. Chris doesn't always agree with me. He's done that. Last meeting, I had a vote to 1, 4-1 vote against me, wanting to change something. Does that sound like when we're getting along? 4 of them were. I think we are trying hard. But again, it's not going to define me. And I'm proud to have done the things I've done in Raymond, whether it's the fire department, whether it's Tasseltop, whether it's the 2004 comprehensive plan. Even that, I said to this plan that Kaler and so many other people, good citizens were on, the comp plan, was better than the one I was on. More open, more conversation, more concerns about the people. I talked to Sam the first time I met with him after I was on the board. He goes, I'm excited. I want to do something for the people. This is going to be a fun board. I've had people that work here that have said it's the best board they've seen. Those kind of compliments you don't get very often. I use them to get through the last 2 months. I'm proud to be a Raymond citizen. I'm in my forever home. I want to be here for a long time, and I want people to know the kind of person I am, regardless of the vote. And I thank you all for coming out, and I'm going to take a 15-minute recess so everyone can take a breath. Then I'm going to try to blow through the rest of the select board meeting. I'm sorry.
I need to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Kind of excited here, getting out.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second. All those in favor? Good evening. We're going to go to the second portion of tonight's meeting with the regular select board meeting. I'm going to, again, December 9th, 2025 at 9:10. We're going to call this regular meeting to order. Chris is on, we have a quorum. Sam is at a family gathering, and, excuse me?
Sam's on Zoom.
Oh, great. So Sam is on Zoom, I'm sorry, and Chris is too. So we have the full select board members, and we're going to move right to approval of the minutes.
First, I just want to recognize that we acknowledge that we are over 9 o'clock, which according to our bylaws is when we are supposed to end a meeting. So we apologize for that, and we hope you bear with us. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think you just acknowledge there's an extenuating circumstance. And
Okay. So sorry, I move to approve the meeting minutes from October 14th, 2025.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
I think, I don't know how it works here, but in Portland, if you're on Zoom, you have to do a roll call.
Oh, that's a good point. Roll call vote. Chris?
Yes.
Sam? Derek?
I'm here, I did.
Oh, I thought everyone. Just one Zoom. Just one in Zoom? Yep. Fantastic. Again, Sam, you still with us? All right. Abstaining is the same as a solid vote, according to the bylaws.
I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from October 21st, 2025.
I'll second.
Sam? All in favor? Okay.
Chris?
Yes.
Oh,
He still
raised
has
my
to
hand.
vote. Thank you.
yeah, I kind of.
Yes.
He had his hand up first. New business. Consideration of the business license, Performance Motorsports LLC. Is Matthew still here?
I'm here, yes.
Wayne. Real quickly, I'm going to move things along as quickly as I can. I'm sorry, but is there anything we need to know before we move forward with looking at the information? Any reason we shouldn't?
He's
You're muted, Dwayne.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We haven't performed the inspection as of yet. That's scheduled for Friday. So if you approve it, it should be subject to meeting the fire and life safety requirements from that inspection.
Matt,
Oh, sorry.
Matt, you want to give us a little bit of history?
Yep. So we currently do business in Naples. We are an automotive dealership. We also sell vehicle accessories and install tires. And we're looking to move our business to 1250 Roosevelt Trail in Raymond, which was the old tire warehouse building.
Oh, thank you for the location. That helps.
Yep.
Any questions? Seeing none?
I'll make a motion to approve the business license application of Performance Motorsports LLC pending a fire and life inspection and then completion of any pending or finding item, completion of any findings of that inspection.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Sam? Okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you. The next thing will be the presentation. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to look at this, but before I turn it over to Bob, I have to tell you, it was pretty impressive work. I mean, there was a lot to this, more than I really had any idea with. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Bob. You can give us a quick overview why you did what you did, and your summary is going to make all the difference with me.
All right, thanks, Dennis. Robert O'Neill, Spring Valley Road in Raymond, and I'm here this evening as chair of the planning board. A little different being on this side of the podium. But a quick, I should be able to get through this, I think, probably an hour, hour and a half, Dennis, with no problem at all.
Well, that's fine. I had nothing else to do with the rest of my life.
So on April 10th, a group of residents came before you with or most of you that were here, with a proposed ordinance for a short-term rental. They had the requisite 278 signatures, but all of those signatures were not on the last proposal of that ordinance. It had changed along the way during the months that they had gained those signatures. So the selectmen at the time turned it over to the planning board and asked us to review the ordinance that was turned in and to make recommendations and changes and to return it to you. Our first look through the ordinance, I could tell you that the planning board, there was not a lot of appetite for doing anything other than, what a good neighbor would be if you were renting your property next door for a week or 2 weeks. But as we got further into it and heard more testimony from the community, we started to realize that there was, if not maybe some minor problems, but certainly some problems could develop. And I think Peter Levitt said it best, and he said that most of our planning board ordinances that we work on, which is very, very accurate, is as a result of some problem that we see. And while we don't really see a huge problem right now, we do see some problems, but there's not that we're trying to be a little bit more proactive with this ordinance. Some of that, so from April 10th on till actually to the last meeting, we held some public workshops, we had some public comments, we got a lot of comments both for and against. Most of the community that talked raised concerns that in some road associations that there was a 50% chance that the home that was being put for sale would become a short-term rental property and not lived in by the community. There would be properties that would be solely used for short-term rentals. That kind of got us onto the train of thought that, well, if it's a short-term rental and used for short-term rental, that it should be a business, and that would be easy to control with their ordinance. But according to Phil Saucier, it's not a business being a short-term rental. So we proceeded in a different path. The ordinance that you have, the proposed ordinance that you have before you now addresses the key components are that we've looked at safety. We looked at safety of occupancy. We looked at, as a firefighter, we looked at safety of egress from bedrooms that are properly used as bedrooms. And we looked at the limits on occupancy, how many people could actually be in the community, be in the property both daytime and overnight. There's a cost associated with this, and if it goes through, you will be asked to assign some cost associated with a license to get that we would request, or actually we would require that everyone that has a rental property obtain a license. Those fees can be sliding based upon how often the property is being rented. It can't be a moneymaker for the town, but it can offset any of the expenses that would be incurred by the town for doing safety inspections, for policing the fact that people are in fact registering their property. Some of the concerns raised were that the ordinance was not restrictive enough. If you did have a chance to look at that initial ordinance, there was lots of things in there that didn't even seem to be legal, but in fact they are. For an example, for a block that has 2 short-term rentals on it, you can restrict anybody else from having a short-term rental on it. That's not in that proposed ordinance that you have, but it is interesting that you actually can be much more restrictive. And that was one of the concerns raised, that the proposed ordinance was not restrictive enough. The other concern is that there's insufficient enforcement. And it's an ordinance. There will be some sort of enforcement through code if in fact complaints come in. But the concern is at 2 o'clock in the morning when the party is going on, the sheriff's not going to respond. I mean, there's no enforcement in the ordinance that would alleviate that, and therefore they were not concerned about it. The other concern, major concern, was that it's not necessary. And that is, we have not had lots of complaints right now. There doesn't appear to be more than singular problems, and therefore we are putting through an ordinance without a lot of data to support that ordinance. And that is a valid complaint, but you don't get the data unless you have the ordinance. So the goal, one of the goals of the ordinance is to get that data, to find out how many of our homes are turning into short-term rentals only to be used as short-term rentals, vice the traditional camp rental. And the ordinance does not limit in any way that traditional Maine camp rental that has been going on in Raymond for probably 30, 40 years. Phil has looked through this ordinance. He's looked through the prior ones. He's given us some suggestions, but everything in there is in fact legal, is in fact being used by other communities, and will pass the test. So I do have a couple other things, but we've been here a while. This is well past my bedtime. Can I answer any questions?
I had one or two, as you might imagine. Under the section 3.5, talks about the renewal may not be considered for insurance by the town. Is there a timetable? How did the only thing I was wondering about is it a 3-month, or how do you? I didn't see timetables here on that particular one, 5.
A timetable on what? On getting
if you restrict it, if you say the way I read this is that if they don't meet certain qualifications, we won't renew.
Correct.
And so, is that just until they fix it, or is it? Do they have do you come back in 6 months, or was there any of that talk? That's all.
Yeah. No. It would be if you don't meet the safety requirements, you don't get the license. Right?
Okay.
And that goes if code is continuing to get complaints over the year on the property, then you wouldn't get to renew your license next year.
For a whole year?
Correct.
Okay. I didn't catch the year. I read this real quickly. I had my hands full, as you might imagine.
You're kidding. Okay.
And then under
By the way, Brett's here to answer all the tough questions.
Well, still section 3 over on G, application decision.
Yep.
Is there an appeal process? I didn't, I blew through this, so, and I'm just curious if there's an appeals process, that's all.
No.
Okay. And you must have had a reason for that.
Yeah, and there was. Actually, that was the legal reason. We had one in there, but Phil recommended we take it out.
Go ahead.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have an.
Oh, I
sorry.
noticed this. Go ahead.
Brett Wimpkin, I work with Sebago Technics, contract planner for the town. There is a Section 6 appeals. We wanted to at least outline some very basic framework that essentially would follow the same appeals process, having to go before the zoning board of appeals. Not necessarily any like subject criteria that staff would have to make. We did have that previously in there where there was like some pretty standardized like typical language you might find for where you could appeal that language to staff, but that is more appropriate just in that form of government, just to send that over to the zoning board of appeals.
Last question for me, and then.
And there are also no waivers in there, too.
Excuse me?
There are no waivers in that ordinance.
Is there built-in fines here, or are you going to wait for the code officer in the town to decide whether the fines would be applicable? Did I miss it?
No.
I think you, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go.
I think the only fine is the three strikes and you lose.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
more punitive in the sense that you can't continue to rent.
Correct.
Okay. I just didn't know if what was up, because, I know that stuff gets talked about for revenues, and it's not my intent. I just was asking.
Yep.
Any more questions? Any questions?
I have a couple. I think Peter brought up that you guys, there's no recommendation or not recommended pass-through from the planning board from the last meeting to get it to here to us. Is that kind of the case? I saw most of them. I did not see that last meeting that you guys had.
Yeah, the feeling of the board was that since it was sent to us and it by you, and it wasn't brought up through the board, that our obligation was just to put it into a workable document and send it back to you.
Okay.
It was not ours to say we recommend or don't recommend this. It's just that you've asked us to do this, and we're passing the hot potato back.
Okay. And are you guys, after we give our comments and things like that, are you guys going back to tweak it and vote on it and recommend it or not for the public, or are you just done with it?
This is it. We are, well, unless you have specific things that you don't like that you want to send it back to us again, we're at the point now that this is the best we're going to come up with it now. We recognize that we probably will need to change it in the following years to revise it, but we're hoping it does not come back to us.
And why would you think it would need to be changed?
Well, I think it would need to be changed as to whether or not where we see the restrictions. Are the restrictions too restrict, or does the community feel that we need to be slightly more restrictive? There is a feeling amongst the community that the short-term rentals, as used as specific homes being used, full-time short-term rentals, is beginning to change the character of the community, definitely the character around the lakes. And that is a major concern, which is why one of the reasons was they wanted to limit the number that could actually be on a block. So hopefully that once this gets put into place, it will kind of stem some of that influx. Other communities are putting in short-term rentals ordinances. A number of our communities in the area are putting in short-term rental or working on them right now. I think not having something in place would put us behind the other communities and leave the door open for companies to come in, just buy up properties and set up basically hotels, which is what the short-term rental is becoming.
I understand that maybe Androscoggin County is coming up with a county-wide short-term rental. Do you know if Cumberland County is doing that or not?
I don't believe they're doing that because Phil, who is working with a number of communities, I did not mention it, but I can't talk to them.
Okay. I just have a few notes all the way through here. I guess I I mean, it's a pretty big ordinance and pretty specific on a lot of areas. And if there's no, you said there was no problems right now. I was just wondering if maybe a smaller ordinance or just a registration at the beginning would suffice, since we don't know what we're doing yet. But I guess you're saying go with this and then try to tweak it and change it back later. But I think once you put an ordinance into place, I've seen a lot of ordinances go into place and then it's harder, and the town and community gets like this before we revert back and try to like fix it, as we had with the solar ordinance.
Right.
So I think it's really beneficial for this to like go through maybe some more scrutiny and some more, I mean, I hate to send it back to you guys, but I'm just saying to tweak maybe some more until you guys are like really ready to recommend and you're solid behind it. But
well, two things, Derek. One, it is, like I said, there was a significant push for this to be much more restrictive.
Yeah.
Right now, it really is.
By who?
By the 278 signatures that put forth that original ordinance to you.
Yep. Okay.
Right now, it is very restrictive, only in the safety world.
Yep.
I mean, it is limiting occupancy based upon septic system. It's limiting the number of bedrooms based upon Wayne's inspection on egress. It's requiring a registration so that we can get a feel for how many properties are being in there.
Are there current safety issues happening, or is that still on the note when you first said there's not a huge problem? Do you know if like Wayne or the fire department said there's a lot of issues right now with the short-term rentals or not?
No, because there's no inspections right now. There's no way of knowing right now.
No, I know. I guess I'm saying, are there any issues? Like, are people getting hurt? Are we getting calls from short-term rentals? Is that like a big issue, or is that a problem? Or, I mean, I know you haven't gone out and measured windows to see if they have, but that not having the right window is going to cause an issue or a problem or somebody getting hurt. Has that been a big concern?
Correct. No.
Okay.
I mean, no, but a lot of those Dennis will tell you, a lot of those safety issues are to be preventive, not to be,
yep,
fix the problem, not to fix the problem after someone gets burnt, but try to fix the problem before they get burnt.
Yep.
But in that regard, we're not going to enforce today's standards on the egress from bedrooms.
That was another question I had.
It's going to be at the point where the house is built. So if your window is now, Dennis, I forgot now you remember?
Well, I think we just said it well. We don't need to go to an egress window regardless until they do a major remodeling or whatever.
And I guess that's where it starts to get really vague in some of this, is what it says. I think most of this is kind of like reverting it back to code or reverting it back to life safety, whether they think there's an issue currently or not. Is there?
No, it's not just whether or not they think about it. It's going to be based upon
the inspection that they have.
The inspection manual, right?
Right.
So if you want to under the ordinance, if you want to rent out your cabin on the lake,
yep,
you have to get a license to do that.
Yes.
To get that license,
register. You just have to register.
Right, register.
Okay.
You're going to have to register that. In order to do that, in order to register, you're going to have to get both code and Wayne to come down and give it the fire inspection and to determine the septic system is in fact capable of supporting the bedrooms.
Okay.
That's
right there, that's my question, I guess. When they show up and it's a L.C. Andrews log cabin from 1906 and that egress window is not up to code or anything, nothing has to be changed. They're fine. They can still register. Correct. Even though it's tiny and they have a bed in there.
Correct.
Okay.
It's been in existence. It's not going to be. It doesn't have to be retrofitted.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. By the time we go through and really do some reading on this, now that people know this is out, I take care of 12 places on the lake. There's one that has a Airbnb that's full-time. And in the beginning, there was a lot of concerns. Even I saw some things I thought were kind of crazy, but it didn't develop into a major concern. So what I don't want to do, and it's a capitalistic country we still live in, we have a very valuable thing here in Raymond. It's called the waterfront. But it isn't just the waterfront. They can have views of the waterfront. They can have, something up on top of Tenny Hill. So I was impressed with this. I watched 2 of your meetings. I couldn't believe how much interaction and changing from one minute to meeting to the other, because you would think about it and come back and say, well, I've been thinking about that, we want to change. So I give a lot of credence to this. and I do think that we have to have something. I'm not sure if it's just the safety, which was important to me. We're not going to be able to control the speeders, and believe it or not, that was the number one concern we had with down on Deep Cove, was the people coming in. I heard this. When we hit the turnpike, we're in Maine, it's all wilderness, it's cowboy town, you know, and they drive.
Which is crazy, because on the turnpike, they go 45. What are we doing?
So with that said, we haven't had the bonfires next door. We haven't had the noise and the complaints. So I guess what I would say to you is, I thought this was well done. I thought it was not as restricted as I expected to come out of the other committee. And I probably would not be supportive of this as if it had been. I guess that's where I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a really good start. That's my personal opinion. I don't know if we might weaken it if we find out that, in fact, and this is why I'm saying it, it's capitalistic world. If someone can make money, then it's a business. That's the only difference I would have, that if a house is full-time, then it's a business and it's worth more. But we can't do that. We can't go there. I understand that. But if I had the money to buy a place, I'd probably be doing it. So with that said, I think this is a good start. I don't think tonight, we're gonna let you speak.
I still have 3 more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. D, section 3, 3.5, yes, D. Property has 3 or more documented and relevant instances of disturbances or violations. Who is going to be in charge of saying whether they are relevant or, because I mean, what I don't like in most ordinances and what I don't like about exploding the government and having a million ordinances about every little thing is that your community, your neighbor versus neighbor happens, and it happens especially on the waterfront. If this guy got to do one thing, why can't I do that? And now all of a sudden they just complain because the neighbor is the neighbor and they either like each other or they don't. And then you ring up 3 on some neighbor that you don't like, and then you don't.
Yeah,
no real merit behind it.
I agree with you, Derek. I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay.
The only thing I can say is that, you know, it does going to have to go through code. And, you know, we got to rely on Jason to be able to make an intelligent decision as to, you know, this is a neighbor on neighbor, or this is really.
Right. And then it brings, that's
really a problem.
Kind of what I'm saying. That's the triangle of nobody, at the end, nobody's going to like anybody. And it, but, you know, it is what it is, it happens. So that's one of my big concerns. I mean, I don't know if we.
1 second, Derek, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say just another thing too to help Jason out. That way it's not just super subjective. We do have section 4 in there for some basic performance standards. That does outline some basic criteria for Jason, at least, to like if they're violating occupancy, for example. That's pretty cut and dry, where Jason can go in there and clearly see if there's a violation or not. Whether it's a civil dispute, that's not necessarily something that can be a performance standard because it is a personal thing. But we did try our best to really try to balance some of the things that we heard from the community with those restrictions versus giving Jason still that freedom to enforce something.
Yep. I mean, I don't know if he even wants that, but because then it puts him at the person who's saying, because it's very judgmental on what, you know, if that really is a severe. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And then the part on that would be, is that over the life of your rental? 3, say somebody rents for 30 years.
Oh, we were thinking of an annual.
Oh, every year.
That's how I read it.
That's better. Okay. Insurance one, is that doable?
So I guess I can speak a little bit on the insurance part, and that one stemmed more from some of the environmental concerns that we heard from the community. You know, if like septic backs up into the lake, we want to make sure that that property owner, whoever's operating that Airbnb, let's say, that they are insured to cover that amount. You know, to pay for those repairs or damages caused to the community.
If it hits state waters, though, are they going to touch it? Is the question I have.
DEP gets involved. That's what happens.
DEP will get involved in that specific instance. However, the evidence of insurability is a mechanism that's pretty common in a lot of other short-term rental ordinances that we've researched.
Yeah.
I would also say that I imagine most Airbnb or Vrbo owners, I guess, or operators also have to get their own form of insurance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For theirs. And
so. But this is, again, just more of something that the town can kind of fall back on in case there are issues where it may have a community-wide impact.
Because this one seems like, I mean, I get you're kind of not terribly bright if you're going to rent out your property and not have insurance to cover yourself and your thing.
Right.
But this seems like it's more geared towards lake or neighbors or someone else, and I just don't know. My insurance company would be like, we're not covering you.
The community wanted a bond, wanted $1 million bond put up, but which didn't work. So the insurance knowing that if you're using the property, and again, I'll use the term incorrectly as a business, but ensuring that that business used incorrectly can fix any problems that may impact the town is what we were after.
Right. We had a commercial insurance guy here, and I really wanted him to stay, but he bounced after the first meeting because I just wanted to ask him because I know on some of mine I'm just not covered on other people's stuff. You know what I mean? On other people's property.
Well, this is not for other people's property. This is just basically for the septic and for damage that could be incurred by the property.
Who's the covered party?
Okay, I gotcha.
Who's the covered party?
So just that property itself.
Right.
Okay.
The insurance company won't cover the town. My insurance company.
Mark,
I don't think
Mark, I'm sorry, you would at least have to get up to the podium.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I'm gonna, I know that you have a couple, I'm familiar with that part of it, and you're gonna have a chance to speak too.
I just only have one more and then I'll be done.
I think what's important here is the board will speak, they will answer, and then we turn it over to anyone in the community that wants to speak on it, and believe me, we value the community's input.
The last one, the only last one I have is more of a question on how this one's written. Are you guys? I know the first couple meetings you were doing the +2 on the septic system.
Yep.
Can you dumb it down for me and tell me what you guys came to on occupancy limits?
Well, sure. And this was a tough one because
I heard two different things. I had one from a board member on the planning board, but I read it differently, so I just rather.
Yeah. So the problem is really there is the two individuals per bedroom.
Yep.
Occupancy thing. Really, we have not been able to find anything that really as a reference for that. I mean, it's kind of like a standard, but it's not
from other ordinances.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So what we went with was that you can exceed by 25% of on a short-term basis on the capacity of your septic system.
Okay.
So we went with that was two per bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
We went with slightly over that 2 per bedroom, and then we also looked at the fact that that's for the overnight, but during the day, you may want to bring the kids and the grandkids, whatever, to your rental. We don't want to limit the amount of people that can be there excessively limit during the amount of people there during the day.
But
so we do limit that. We don't. It's not open like everybody comes. We do limit it, but that number is not based upon the 2 per bedroom. Does that make sense?
Nope.
Okay.
So, because in here it says 4, so there's 4 adults during sunrise to sunset that can be above the 2 bedrooms, the
Right.
2 per 2 bedrooms. I mean,
Correct.
2 per however many bedrooms.
Correct.
So you can have.
And we don't count kids. That's why it says adults.
Who's gonna police that?
Yeah.
That's who's coming down and going, how old are you? Is somebody in the bathroom? Who's in the water? Are they the neighbors? Are they here?
You also had a lot of talk about this on the board.
I think that's one. Yeah, I think that's one of the things. And you're right. But no one is going to police it unless there's a problem. You as the neighbor are not going to be out there counting heads unless you are attracted to that problem, that there's a lot going on that rental and it's beginning to impact the neighbors. And if you can think of, and we discussed this, many times, but it is if you think of a rental or a neighbor, so a neighbor's having a big party on a Saturday, 40 people over there, and it continues on, and everybody's entitled to a party, right? But in a rental situation, what you're setting up is a new set of rentals every week.
Mm-hmm.
So what you are potentially setting up, and I'm not saying it's being done, but what you're potentially setting up is that Saturday party every single Saturday. Mm-hmm. And that's a lot different than just the occasional party by your neighbor. And if in fact that is the case, then you are going to count heads, and then you are going to call code, and you are going to put in that, hey, there were just too many people there.
I get that, and I just think the whole neighbor versus neighbor, and then
I understand.
You also are signing these. You're doing it, I guess, as a rental, and the people that are coming in are saying, yeah, we're not going to do that. Well, my wife used to be a vacation rental agent for Crane, and everybody in the world was like, oh, we don't even have a pet. Yeah. And then they show up and there's 4 dogs there, and they didn't pay a dog security deposit. They just straight up lie about everything. So it's like, okay, but how? Now it's like you're the owner, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. It seems sticky. It seems hard to police, and it just seems like it's going to be.
This ordinance, if it's enacted, is not going to please anybody. Right. I mean, it was not designed that way. It was designed as a compromise between those that don't want anything and those that don't want short-term rentals. Period. Yep. And enforcement is the problem.
So what is the overnight number? That's the part I'm still. So it's 2 per bedroom, and there's no +2 anymore. It's just strictly 2 per.
2 per bedroom.
Okay.
No. It's not going to be easy to enforce.
No.
Actually,
and again,
the meeting you had.
Because there's a lot of the little camps are 2-bedroom camps, and stuff like that. So
right.
It's a 4-person.
Enforcement is, no question about it. Enforcement is going to be the problem on anything you do, right? Because the party at 2 o'clock in the morning, Jason's not going down there. The sheriff's not going to respond.
Yeah.
There's no enforcement, and a lot of the comments were the ordinance isn't any good because there's no enforcement in it. But what kind of the enforcement has got to be? You want to be a good neighbor, right? And being a good neighbor, takes care of all that. And if you are a good neighbor, you don't need to worry about the enforcement. If you're not a good neighbor, you have something, you have a piece of paper that says you need to be a good neighbor. And that's what the ordinance is designed for. The piece of paper that says you got to be a good neighbor.
I was just going to add, in case anyone's curious, there are tools, there are aggregators that will scrape these platforms and automate that process for Jason. I used it for a vacant property ordinance in a previous community. It was a company out of Florida, and they would just run through like lenders and mortgage holder lists, and if your property was vacant and it wasn't registered, we didn't have the staff capacity to enforce it, they would issue letters on our behalf and then levy a fee in this case. But I'm sure the platforms, you could aggregate and scrape that information, and then it would self-regulate through the platforms if you upload your registration list. So people wouldn't be able to book a 6-person rental if it's only on the list for 4. I haven't looked into it yet, but there are scrapers and aggregators that will scour those platforms and just kind of, it'll self-regulate in a way if you upload the good data into them.
Thank you.
I know our permitting software they have a module that'll scrape Airbnb and kind of for compliance and match up those.
With what Derek said, the meetings I watched, that was the most, I'd say contentious or whatever the word may be, but I was not envious of what you guys were going through, even amongst the board. And I knew this would be contentious in many ways. And this isn't perfect, but nothing is.
Well, I'll just say one thing. The goal is always voluntary compliance. So if you have a set of rules down and you're saying, well, how are we going to do enforcement? Unfortunately, you're assuming everybody's going to try and break the rules. And the hope, I know I shouldn't hope about this, but you set the rules down, you let the guidelines down, and the thinking is that people will actually follow the guidelines. And then enforcement is, you're looking at the egregious issues, when we're going to pop up when somebody takes a picture and there's 10 cars blocking a little camp road, stuff like that. Those are going to be the things that we're looking for.
I like the parking. I like the no parking on other people's property.
Actually,
there's a lot of good stuff in here. I can. Great job, guys.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to go through. I'm not going to go through everyone that I like. But I was going to bring up the ones that I'm concerned about, just to make sure that
that's fine.
It's brought on record.
And how I see this happening, because, and again, this is a tough one. I would see, obviously, there's people that want to speak on it, and we'll have them speak on it. And what I would recommend to the board, because, it makes sense to me to turn it over to the town manager and the 2 code officers who are going to be dealing with this on phone calls and complaints, and you to finalize with recommendations. And I know you've been with this the whole time, but now we're talking about implementing it. And so for the person who'd be getting the complaints, which would be the town manager, and the code people who have to go out. I'm going to let the public speak, and then that's the way I'm leaning here. Go ahead.
One second. Dennis, if I could, for someone who's been through this a long time, you're going to need to hold a public hearing on this.
Oh, yes, yes.
So I would suggest, basically since this meeting is going long and long, that you take the public's comments at the public hearing. Because otherwise you're going to hear the same thing over and over again.
Okay.
That's just...
And then finalize.
And you have a chance to look at it. Town manager has a chance to look at it. You present to the town what you're going to do. You take your public hearing.
Let me ask Chris if he has anything here. Chris, you want to say before?
Yes, I do. I think it's a good start. I like the fact that the rentals will be registered. I like the fact that they'll be inspected for life safety and in compliance with the septic rules of the state, and putting the restrictions on of 2 people per bedroom and then having an additional 4. I like that. I think it's a good start. I think we're going to have to tweak it, but I think, like I said, it's a good start, and then we'll see what they say at the public hearing and tweak it after that.
Thank you.
So the 4 plus 4, is that overnight or just dailies?
Daily.
Oh, okay.
Okay, how about Sam? Sam, you got anything you want to add before I turn it over to the public? Because I think you guys have done a good presentation. Oh, you've got something to add? I'm sorry.
Yeah, just same.
You want to say something to Chris?
No, if Sam needs to go.
Yeah, Sam? Sam, anything you want to add to this? Okay, thank you. I got the no. Kayla?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead, and I'll go after.
Okay. I just wanted to say from a planning perspective too, obviously we have a lot of momentum going for the community right now. We just, adopted our comprehensive plan, and that was one of the things that was identified within this plan.
You stole my thunder.
I know, but it was one of those things where we didn't quite know exactly what was out there. And one of the most important things of this ordinance is to begin collecting that data in terms of what's out there. We know that we can put on more restrictions, right? We know that we could cap it. We could cap short-term rentals within the shoreline zone. Even, we could even be like,
we could restrict them from the shoreline.
We could restrict them entirely from the shoreline zone. We could do all these different things, but we don't know where they're at. We don't know what they are, how they're operating, unless we begin collecting this data. So exactly to what Chris said, this really is a starting point. I think the term middle ground can sometimes be a little bit divisive, but it truly is a starting point. We can begin collecting this data, and then if we know that we need to maybe be a little bit more restrictive in some areas, or maybe a little bit less restrictive in other portions, we know that this is going to be a living document, and it's going to have to change accordingly.
I just want to say, as a real estate agent, this will, not saying for it or against it, it's just this having an ordinance, especially a short-term rental ordinance in a town like Raymond with 7, or I think we maybe have more if you call the little ones, but lakes around, is a huge property change in a property value, not necessarily issue, but just so that everyone knows. Because the more restrictions you put on something and the less people keep buying these and going up, it makes the value of that go down. On the other side of it, if people are getting them and renting them and making money, it makes the value go up. So whether that's good or bad for you or whoever in the audience, I'm just saying that's something to be aware of. This will affect property values, whether it's a real tight short-term rental that hardly allows any, or it's real broad and you just have to register and do nothing. So just public service announcement.
That's
I think to your point, though, if the 52-week-a-year short-term rental, the individuals that are putting up with that or living near with that right now would gladly let their home value go down a little bit and not have to put up with the rentals. There's also a lot of impact to the homeowners associations that are in place right now that were written 15, 20 years ago.
Can they do it on their own, like their own HOA?
They can do it on their own.
Okay.
But it's a vote.
Yeah.
And every one of those short-term rentals gets a vote.
Yep.
So as the shifts, you're getting that shift away from what the community, those long-time residents want, and to what the short-term rental operators want. That's just another one of the comments that we've gotten. All right, unless you have something for us.
But I don't want you to leave yet. I want you, in case there's more questions I know that one person probably has a couple. If you'd like to go to the mic, just give us another 10 minutes.
I think this no, you. I'm saying hang around for 10 minutes, because I have a hunch you'll have questions and statements.
You're well past my,
Mark Meister, 12 Giselle Lane. I own a short-term rental in 13 Cedar Lane, and where I live today was a short-term rental. That's how we ended up becoming residents of Raymond. We fell in love with it, and we decided to move in full-time. We now have kids in school, and we both live in our house, and we rent another property across the lake. Our property across the lake was built in 2024. It's 4 bedrooms. It's 3,600 square feet. One of the bedrooms is 15 by 30 feet. I think it's an important, I'd say that to start this dialogue. What I'm really, I agree, we need a registration. We need to know what's going on in town. We need to have these types of data. But we keep using the words feelings. We're hearing from the community. We think. There's no data. There's no studies. We've done no math. We've done no impact analysis. We don't have any idea. And we're going to start to put a highly restrictive, highly divisive ordinance. There are multiple. There's a legal fund we already raised. We have $500,000 in a legal fund ready to sue the town. This is the part about skills. We have to really think, read, and understand things before we start shepherding them through. And he's getting, I appreciate where they're coming from. They're getting feelings, but let's talk about a couple areas. One is occupancy. So my house, like I just said, will go from an occupancy of what I listed at 14, which is more than safe. We have a bunk room, big bunk room with bunk beds for kids. There's about 4 beds in there. And then we've got, a couple bedrooms. So that sleeps about 14. We've had all 5-star reviews. We rent for families. We rent $12,000 a week. Beautiful property, 3 acres. Our neighbors don't like us. Full stop. They don't want us to be there. They don't want our property. They're going, and so by doing this ordinance, we're going to drop to 8 people unless we get an unknown exemption, unknown waiver for more. And you're telling me a 3,600 square foot new construction home with brand new septic, a 5-bedroom septic that we pump annually with all life safety. We have AEDs, we have first aid kits, emergency escape ladders, full safety gear. That we can only have 8 people. And if I want to have my grandma, one of our guests wants to have their grandma and uncle and all the people over, now they're restricted to what we're saying is now an additional 4 people. They can't have a birthday party.
Don't you had 5-bedroom, you said?
I have a 4-bedroom, with septic, a 5-bedroom.
So I guess I read that wrong.
If you read this,
it's 10? I
so
thought it would be 10.
Sorry, it's 10.
Okay.
Sorry, it's 10. We would get 10 people. Okay. So we're going to lose 4 head count on a massive property. And so this is where these details matter. The insurance clause, as written, is not an insurance product. I cannot buy insurance that covers the town. I've not been able to find it yet. That would say the covered party would be the town of Raymond. What company is going to write that policy? State Farm won't write that. CBR, there's CBiz and a few others out there, but none of those will write that policy because the damages could be unlimited. You mess up the Panther Pond, what's the damages? 50 million? 100 million? No one's going to write a policy $1 million. You mess up the lake, and again, why would I mess up the lake? So again, nothing is written here. 3, primary resident. So we have this piece of primary residence unhosted, primary residence unhosted, non-primary resident unhosted. These are unheard of terms nationally. This is made up by this town. Those are not how Airbnb operates. That's not how VRBO operates. You either have a hosted property or an unhosted property. That's it. Those are the only 2 categories. Whether I'm a resident here, why I rent my property, the reasons, and whether it's an old cabin or a new house, it's none of the business of the town. It's none of the business of my neighbors. Of why, the reason I decide to rent it. The rules around renting it, sure, but it's not the business of the town. And we spent all this time in the planning board trying to articulate why people are renting their properties. Who cares? It's not, so. And the way I came up here really I was okay with this, but then the way it was presented, it got me a little more fired up because we're acting like the community, we're just saying feel and need and want, and we're not actually talking about data, authority. And Jason's great, love the code enforcement. I feel for him. Alex said in the meeting 3 years ago, Alex Suris said, "I will not do this." Our prior code enforcer said, "I will refuse to do this. Watch the videos." You know how that room was filled up with people? That's what happened last time when this came up. The whole room was filled with, the whole town was up in arms about this. People came from out of the woodwork. So I would just strongly encourage planning board, spend some time on this, get it right, do an impact assessment, or let's make this a registration. Let's go get the data. My data says we have 200 properties in all of Raymond. And by the way, do you know how many noise complaints we had in 2024 per the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department in all of Raymond? Who
I remember this because this was, I actually went to that meeting. 11?
I ran 10 entire noise complaints for the whole year.
Wasn't it the
5 of
place?
them from Tire Warehouse.
Yeah, I almost said that tonight because I was like, ooh, I think it's going to be another tire place. We're going to have the same.
So where is this problem? Like, where is this magical issue that's occurring and that is going to ruin this town? I agree. Let's get registration. Let's get data. But let's take our time. And it's not, we're not knocking the work the planning board did. It's great work. But it's not there yet, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions, and we shouldn't start pushing these things through. It's going to be a huge divisive thing in this town. And the last piece is violations. If you don't think the way this is written, I will have 3 complaints on my property the day after this ordinance is written.
There's no doubt that there's a concern, and we've raised both of them. And when Derek was talking about couple, I didn't even bring them up because I thought it'd be a long conversation tonight, because we're going to have a public hearing, and we're going to be taking more input from both Chris, Jason, and the town manager, as well as the public. And I think your comments and your stats that you have are fine to bring out. We won't have stats until we have an ordinance that starts to produce stats. So that much I do know.
So just do a registration. We don't need all these other things here. Just do registration. We don't need to do occupancy right now. We don't need to do violations right now.
I get your opinion. I understand it. I really do. I'm just saying that we've got public opinion. We've got a community that's very rural, town-related. You know, it's community related. It's our value is that waterfront. And I think if people are a little conservative, it's because they want to keep that value in the
What
lakes
about
and
all the
waterfront.
work? What about all the investment? What about the Good Life Market? What about the cleaning teams? What about all the money? Like, you're risking all. Like, if we don't do this right.
I don't want to debate. I'm just saying to you, I think we know your concerns. It's loud and clear. I think we also know that there's been people that come before us that have different complaints and issues. We're going to do the best we can by this to allow business to flourish and people to want to be here, and it still allow for some privacy and some decent. I told you I've got 12 places. You know, I'm not anti. So we got the message. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, I'm not in charge.
No. I was looking at you because I thought you were going to say something.
No, I was going to ask them as she's walking up to kind of save time.
Go ahead.
The primary residence hosted, unhosted, non-primary residence hosted, unhosted. Did Phil go over or Matt go over that about fair housing? Is that raise any issue? Okay.
Yep. They're all treated the same anyways, right?
Yeah.
Speak your name.
They're all treated the same. It's just to see which.
No, I know. It's when you start asking too many questions, fair housing comes up, and it's not a fun lawsuit to be in. So.
Thank you.
Good evening.
That's a real. More
Hi.
on the real estate side.
I'm Nicole Keogh, Treehouse Way, Raymond. I'm speaking on behalf of the Raymond Short-Term Rental Initiative Group. We endorse the ordinance drafted by the Planning Board. Please understand that the Planning Board has put a tremendous amount of effort into the writing of the proposed ordinance and ensuring that there was ample public input and guidance from both code enforcement officer and the town's contracted planning and land development firm, Brett. Additionally, the ordinance as written aligns with the town's comprehensive plan, so please consider moving the ordinance forward to a town warrant for the town to vote on.
Town meeting first.
Town meeting. Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have a couple comments that have been typed into the chat.
Okay.
On Zoom. Jen Danzig said, one of the comments that I brought up at the planning board about the 3-strike rule in the ordinance to prevent abuse was to have Jason ask people complaining to document their complaints with the cell phone video to give to him so that it isn't neighbor versus neighbor, he said, she said, but that it's some sort of proof that is more objective than subjective with respect to complying and violating the good neighbor rules in the short-term rental ordinance. Everyone has a cell phone and their videos would have a day and time stamp on them. And they're on here as Mike and Nicole Richmond. It's our understanding that unless there's an ordinance in play, there can be no enforcement by the town or the sheriff. The ordinance allows for enforcement as it provides the guidelines for which to enforce something. This information was provided per the sheriff's office, per our understanding. And to the discussion about HOA, if a short-term rental is already in existence, we cannot create an HOA as a result. And then one more comment from them. This is not personal, and there is no reason we would make any complaint, nor have we, unless there has been an issue. We have stated this many times. We get attacked for even bringing this up. There is a personal deterrent to this business success if the ordinance is passed. We all have all invested in our properties. We all have something to lose as far as value and peaceable enjoyment.
That it? No? Odie?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
You're welcome. I get to leave.
Thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no more comments, we're going to move right on. Well, we're going to have to set up for a public hearing, and then we'll, at that stage, we'll change whatever amendments or whatever ways we want to go. If there's something that's, well, actually, at this stage, we're going to have to move this forward as an ordinance.
Correct.
In order to keep the process moving forward.
Right, if you send it back to the planning board, it's done for this year.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to move forward, you've got a month. You can revise it yourself and then hold a public hearing. But you're not going to be able to delay it much more, because I think you want them all in by March. So you've got, you have a month, maybe you could push for 2, but then you're out of time.
Well, I don't see us making a lot of changes here anyway. I mean, in the situation we're in, it's already been through your process for all the public input at that stage.
We had a public hearing last month.
So, I think we move forward with it. I mean, does it take a motion tonight, or do we?
Well, no, it doesn't take a motion. It's yours.
Right.
Right. What you will now then review, have time to review it. Right. You'll then hold a public hearing, and following the public hearing, you'll decide whether or not you want to send it.
Well, that's what I started to say when I said, let's have the town manager and the 2 code officers look at it, and then we'd have the public hearing.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly what we said.
Well, I thought I was said not to do that.
I think at some point you either recommend or not recommend, right?
Yes. But I don't think it's going to take long for 2 code officers and the town manager to look at this and say, what's the complications if you see something or Chris sees something. But I heard Chris say it, and you went on the board. So this would be really coming down to a tweak here or there. Other than that, it's moving forward.
Correct.
All right. That's the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Budget goals. Thank you.
So after doing a little bit of research around this time of year, the board usually meets and identifies budget goals to help inform that process as we move it forward. After talking with a couple of you, sometimes you hold a separate workshop, sometimes you don't. So I kick that part of this off to you. Also in front of you is a draft schedule for going through the budget process for the coming budget cycle. Take a look at that, see if you have any conflicts or any revisions you'd like to suggest. Finance committee meeting is coming up, so I can bring any of those tweaks to them to make sure we're all aligned on the workshop dates. I targeted Tuesdays weekly at the end of February through March. Typically kicks off with an introduction and department head presentations. And again, if your process is different than how I envision this, on the off meeting weeks that you don't have regular select board meeting, it'd be a 6 o'clock start. On the select board meeting weeks, we would start at 5 with a budget workshop and then go into the regular meeting, sort of like we did the public hearing tonight. We would keep doing those weekly until we get to warrant article review and recommendations and the ordinance changes you discussed tonight. Then April 1st, you would vote on recommendations for the budget warrant article, and then final warrant approval on either April 7th or the 14th. And then June 9th, you would have your secret ballot referendum vote, should you have secret ballot. But again, look over the draft, let me know if that works for the board, and then we'll talk about it again with Finance Committee on Wednesday, I believe.
I think it's easy to remember Tuesdays. Any questions?
One comment?
Yeah.
Let's get away from these 5 o'clock meetings so people can come to them, because everybody doesn't work in the town of Rain. and I've said this,
You said 5, you mean 6.
he said 5 o'clock.
No.
Yeah, so there's suggested on the meeting nights, you'd open with a workshop at 5. Again, if there are any suggestions or revisions, whatever.
Well, I agree. I'm not a crazy person for 5, but at the same time, the workshop is, I mean, it's not before the meeting, it's, right? It's
On the regular meeting nights, that was what the tentative schedule suggests. So if you want to start at 6 like you normally do, start at 6 with a workshop and just go late.
The other meeting at
Yeah,
7?
whatever works for you guys. That's why it's a draft. That's why we're talking about it.
Avoid the 5 o'clock concern.
I understand that.
3 years now.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it a whole bunch of different ways. I've done Saturdays all day marathons. I've done, whatever you.
I'm not.
Yeah, we're not Saturday people.
It's not that. I'm
It's-
just completely jammed on Saturdays.
No, and again, this is why this
not
is
all about me.
sort of a loose structure that you followed in the past. This is for you to revise and tweak, send back to us. We've got, we won't start this process until end of February. So again, if you had a chance to look at it, I'll talk with Finance Committee on Wednesday about it.
I was thinking the 5 would be an hour and then 6 would start, but we had trouble even doing that when we tried to do the policies. When we were looking at budget and policies, it ended up getting pushed out. So I would prefer the 6 and move it as quickly as we can, but I'm one person. Chris, you and Sam, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, I like the 5 o'clock start, just for the workshop, and the regular meeting at 6 works for me, but I'm flexible. I'll do whatever the board wants.
And Sam?
Mel,
Yeah,
is there any way you
okay.
can override his mute?
I think you can ask to unmute, but
Yeah.
he can unmute.
Sam, you've been on mute since we had every question.
Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Okay, I'm in agreement with Chris that I like the 5 o'clock start, if it works for everybody, and 6 o'clock regular meeting.
That's what you said too?
No, I could care less. I'll do whatever gets us here, except for Saturdays, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Okay.
It was just a thought.
Yes.
You said we could do anything. I would opt for a compromise, 5:30.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion to adopt a tentative schedule, and then I can bring it to the Finance Committee's next regular meeting?
Oh, we could do that, a tentative, and then deal with it as we, I'm not opposed to that either, believe me. I just think that even for the public viewing, they can go to the video, but if they're, 5:30 is a compromise. I mean, the workshop is for the department heads to come in and talk, and it's for us to talk amongst ourselves, correct?
I'm new to town meeting, but typically we would do the joint meetings, departmental presentations. It's an overview, but it also is an opportunity for those departments, like for folks who don't, for the benefit of the public who don't follow what we do. It's how they understand how their tax dollars are being spent, hitting the highlights, what objectives have we accomplished this year, what are we proud of, how are we moving forward. So the presentations are probably repetitive to those who've sat on these committees for a long time, but we do that because the other piece of it is people are coming into this not knowing. So we try to, at least how I've presented budgets in the past, use that narrative piece to also inform the public on how those dollars are being spent and what we're proud of and how we've achieved those service deliveries over the past year and going forward. So it's for everybody.
Did you have some of your own budget meetings too, though? Wasn't there budget and finance that had a couple in the beginning?
Every month, once we had the information.
Right.
This is tough for those people. I don't know if they can hear.
Oh, yeah.
Zoom people. There's a lot of
Yeah, you're gonna have to go
people
up with
on
a mic,
Zoom.
but, only Kurt, yeah. Sorry.
There's just 7 people up there that can.
Cliff Small. I'm on the finance committee. We have our monthly meetings anyway, and just as soon as we have some data, we'll start digging into it. Does that answer your question?
Well, yes, because I was saying you guys meet to talk too, and these are the joint meetings, so you're talking 3 joint meetings.
So we'll be meeting on a, second Wednesday regularly throughout that time frame anyway. Third Wednesday, yeah. Third Wednesday is when we meet, and so we'll still be having those meetings. And then in the past, we've doubled up with the select board's meetings on, which is a Tuesday, usually the week before.
The first one in question at 5 o'clock is March 3rd, so I think we have more than enough time to figure this out.
Yeah, because the off weeks, you don't have regular meeting, it is just a workshop. So the only 5 o'clock starts were during your regular meeting weeks. But again, you can always change that.
Go ahead.
Sean McKilvey for Main Street Budget Finance. Well, maybe we could put on the agenda for, but I'll suggest it to Karen, put on the next week's budget agenda to discuss times.
Yeah, and it'll give us a chance to think too. Let's do that. Like you said, we've got time to talk this over.
Just had to throw it out there because
No, I like having it. It's right there now for the dates, and now the question is, if it's joint meetings, who knows? Maybe this will be real smooth and it can be quick. I'm just saying it might be different this time. So we'll accept this as tentative and we'll move on.
Glenn, you need a motion?
No, we'll talk about it at the next Finance Committee meeting, so I'll just bring it back to a future agenda and we can revisit. It's fine.
All right, without a motion, we go to the next one.
Oh, the last piece was the budget goals. Do you want to set a separate workshop for that for yourselves, or do you have anything that you want to? I don't know how you've done it historically. When I went back to past meetings around this time of year, there's usually something that Don or previous town managers have used to kind of.
It kind of combines with what the town manager's goals are. I mean, we always basically put in there the roads, stay on top of the roads. This time around, I probably would be saying shoulders because it's part of the comprehensive plan. We'd like to see an emphasis on safer and wider shoulders. You know, that's me personally. Or things that might be in the comp plan that we can incorporate into that. So anytime we could get started on that. But other than that, it's the one we've used, it just kind of gets repetitive with a little tweak when we had in the last year. And then we'll take input from the budget committee as well as board members at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Is there a motion for the resignation? If that's the next thing. The acceptance of Ed Cranage? How do you say that? Cranage? Accept the resignation.
Sorry, I'll move to accept the resignation of Ed Cranage from the planning board.
Second that.
All in favor? Oh, if there's
Yes.
any discussion? Yeah, I didn't think there would be with that acceptance.
Thank you for your service, Ed.
Yeah, it's just getting late. Old business, I think we're not, anyone have any old business? I know we talked about putting the MMA on the November meeting, and now it's the December meeting, but.
I have that in my manager's report if you want to wait till then.
Okay, that's great. Public comment.
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. I just wanted to call people's attention to anybody who might be listening or watch this later on to be sure they're seeing the school board update of information of dates and things that is on the town website. I appreciate it being there. It's scroll down past the notice for the hearing that was tonight and you'll see it there. But also to let you know that the Wyndham Raymond Adult Education brochure should be coming to your mailbox very soon. It is already on the RSU 14 website. For the winter offerings. Please take a look. There's a lot of good stuff there and hopefully something that will interest you. Thank you.
Didn't they win an award?
Excuse me?
Didn't they win an award?
Yes, the director has won an award. Yes, absolutely. It's a great program, lots of offerings, and so please do take a few moments to look through it. I'll be signing up for a couple of things myself.
Thank you. Peter?
Peter Levitt Road, very briefly. Excuse me. Everyone's overwhelmed. I understand that. So I'll just read it. Traffic calming, new tax increment finance district, resiliency grant, Economic Development Committee, Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Riley, you usually come up last.
Riley Sylvia, Parks and Rec Director. During this meeting, I've magically we already went to our futsal program. I played a whole game during this meeting and came back. So that's a highlight for today. And then I just want to give a big shout out. We're actually excited to announce, I guess it's the first announcement of it, but we are going to put together an ice rink this year. So I just want to thank Sebago Lake Boat Rentals for sponsoring our rink and giving us a liner. So we're hoping to get that up and running with hopefully freezing soon. So
Thank you. Any more? Hearing none, Select Board. Chris, anything? Comments? Sam?
No.
Okay, Eric? Taylor? I think they've heard our comments. Then we're on to the Town Manager's Report, Communication.
Sure. So I'm still very much in an information gathering and orientation phase. I've been here since November 17th. So this is not intended to be an exhaustive list, but just reflects some key priorities as they're emerging and coming into focus. Just a couple things. Office schedule. We will be closing early on December 18th for the annual staff Christmas party. The other thing, after talking with staff, historically you've closed either early on Christmas Eve, but because of the way Christmas falls this year, we would like to be open on Christmas Eve and close the day after Christmas on Friday. So we will be closing the office the day after Christmas Friday. On insurance, MMA, I've been coordinating with the MMA Executive Director, Catherine Conlow. They have a new rate structure that is expected to come out this week. So I'm waiting for their new rate structure. Unfortunately, I am unable to solicit alternative insurance pricing until we're active MMA members, so their risk management folks won't talk to me unless we're a member. So given that we have some time until our next meeting, I guess what I would ask, if the board doesn't mind, is request an authorization to proceed with the MMA membership contingent on me confirming I have sufficient funding in my admin dues budget. I just have to kind of reconstruct it because I just want to make sure we don't have bills that were budgeted for that are coming. It appears you've budgeted appropriately for the MMA dues. I just don't know. I can't find the narrative history to kind of reconstruct that. So I'm going to go back and sort of rebuild the line item budget for my department just so I don't, spend it joining MMA thinking you budgeted for it, and then we have dues for like a clerks association or something, or myself, that are coming. So basically just being...
You say there's money there.
There is. I just want to verify that there's nothing else coming out of that line before I proceed. It's around $10,000, and that's about what you budgeted in the dues line. And my association dues are not $10,000 a year, so I imagine that was the logic behind appropriating that, but I, again, want to go back and confirm what you budgeted for that.
I think we were all in favor from the beginning when we talked about it, as long as it was funding. Do I get that wrong? I know Chris was for it, and we brought it up, and
You guys
I was for
know,
it.
you guys know about it more than private sector person, so I refer back to you guys on that.
I mean, just to hit the high notes, it's helpful from any sort of like non-Raymond specific procedural stuff. We have free legal services, so like questions about, an ordinance change or something procedural that is an LD coming down the pipe. Those are free services that we get. We get access to different portals on trainings. So like there are statutory trainings that we have to do every year. You may be familiar as a business owner, there are some state required trainings like ergonomics and different things. Mimic probably covers some of that stuff for us, but MMA gives us access to a portal so I can run those trainings for free and also log that they're occurring. So you get some benefits there, and again, access to their insurance products that may save us some on workers' comp. And, representation, like if there's things that are affecting us through the legislature, you can use their, legislative teams and stuff like that. There's a whole host of benefits. And I believe you're one of the few communities who aren't members. And I know there was about a decade ago when there was an exodus from MMA from a lot of communities. I think it had to do with some state statutes that were kind of flying around, and folks left and some came back, some didn't. But again, if the budget's there, just asking for an authorization to proceed with the membership if I have the budget.
I'm fine with it. I know Chris is. Kayla?
I'll make a.
Do we need a vote?
I'll make a motion to authorize the town manager to sign the town of Raymond up as an MMA member pending that there are enough funds and based on the new rate structure when that comes out.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? I think we talked about it.
Okay, thank you. Stakeholders, so I've been meeting with residents, stakeholders. Last week I met with GPCOG, the MPO, on potential funding options for the 302 corridor. Talked with Nate a little bit. So one of the interesting things is during the last census, you sort of got thrown into what's called the urbanized zone. So as part of the MPO, you may have access to some of the DOT funding programs. One is the UPI. So there may be some grant opportunities along the 302 corridor and the collector roads that touch the 302 corridor. So as folks brought up roads, shoulders, traffic calming, pedestrian safety, the UPI program and other things through the MPO may be available as part of that. So I'm exploring that. Also met with the county administrator, Jim, who talked about there's some less likely that we can access this funding, but there's some ARPA funds that they have not expended. And if we had a shovel-ready project that aligned with their ARPA spending plan, they're looking to give those ARPA funds away. So I'm trying to find something that aligns maybe in our capital plan or comp plan that we could use that for. But I believe they have to spend that by the end of 26, 27. Also reached out to their office on CDBG funds. Cumberland County is the only entitlement county in the state, so we can access CDBG through the county. I had reached out this morning potentially for some architectural design for the Jordan Middle School stuff to see if that'd be eligible through CDBG and what funding opportunities are there. Budget process, as you know, is kicked off. And as you know, I'm under currently a 6-month contract, so I've been trying to frame things in short-term, medium-term, long-term. What can I accomplish? What can I start that someone else may accomplish? And what can't I get to in 6 months? So short-term, we'll deliver you a budget. Policies and personnel. So there are some policy changes that'll be coming your way. I know procurement is one that the board has identified as a priority. We will look at that. But one that's sort of surfacing that'll come probably in the January meeting after department heads give me their feedback is the vacation policy. You may be familiar, last year I believe the board's intent was to cap terminal leave, so you'd reduce that like sort of terminal leave liability. You passed a policy, may or may not have gotten all the feedback you need, so there are some issues with accruals and implementation, so we're going to make some tweaks to that and bring it back to you. And then on the back end, there's just some PTO bank stuff as a result of that we're trying to fix so folks know accurately what kind of time they have. Town cloud implementation stuff that was mentioned earlier tonight, we are very close to launching that new website. Staff trainings are taking place so that the agenda management portal is up and running before we launch. So there's also the document migration project, which is coming, which I believe we can start. Long-term, we'll probably look at different modules for BMV and with department heads and finance on some of that AP stuff, moving away from Trio. Those are things I think we can start in the medium term. Again, that's the content management program that Joe and Kevin started, which will continue once we get through budget. Open space plan came up in the comp plan as I was reviewing it, and I met with Matt Marcotte today with Riley, took a walk through the community forest. And one thing that he had mentioned is they have funding available for us to use if we wanted to develop an open space plan. I'll be meeting with Casco next week, who has already started that process with them. And my understanding from the board is there was an open space committee that sort of was active, is no longer active. So if the board wanted to reactivate that committee and look at some open space planning, Luneco has offered that those funds are available if we want to hire a consultant to develop an open space plan, should that be a priority of the board and it aligns with your comp plan. But that money's there, they're willing to give it to us. And if you have an open space commission, they were willing to give us the funds to do that work. Going to continue reviewing the comp plan just to make sure, like, again, priority alignment, what can I help with short-term, medium-term, long-term? I think some of that is, the Jordan Middle School Phase 1 sort of feasibility planning, some CDBG work, grant pipelines. There's some stuff we can kind of get started on. Long-term stuff that like Route 302 corridor stuff, I don't think is doable in 6 months. I wouldn't expect that. FY25 audit, as you know, we were behind schedule, and we want to avoid delivering you a late audit. So I guess I could ask at tonight's meeting, but once Brenda's back, I would like to look at getting a temp. So in 2015, previous temp manager signed an HGAC contract with some temp agencies that I've used in the past. You still are active on that, but I wanted to potentially bring in some outside temps to help get caught up on reconciliations. I've also reached out to Hank Farah, who's a CPA that does audit prep for Wyndham and other communities in the area. Good news for us, he's very busy and he lives in Wyndham and wants to help us because he's local. We may want to use him for some audit prep work in the future, but was going to think about asking for an order not to exceed 5,000 of select board contingency, so I could engage some of those folks to help with reconciliation and
We got to get caught up.
audit prep work. So if you want to do an order tonight, that's fine. If not, we can do it at a future meeting.
I don't think we have a choice. If we're not in the October schedule now? Is that what I just heard?
No.
Yeah, then we need to bring someone in to get us caught up.
All right.
Because we heard 2 months ago that they put us off to October, and now it's December, so.
Now there's some reconciliation work we still have to catch up
Okay,
on.
then I think we ought to make a motion and bring someone in up to that $5,000 to get us caught up, if that is enough.
I mean, if you want to give me 10 not to exceed, I'll try to stay under that, but I think the bookkeeping work, we can get a lower rate temp with that sort of, because that's just hours. The good news is, of the projects that Joe started with Town Cloud, one of the products that, and I'm actually very impressed with the company, they're out of Norway. I kind of wrote it off as like, oh, it's another solicitation, but they were pretty impressive, and I'm going to meet with Kevin and the other folks on the team. But they have some automated reconciliation stuff. They have some CPAs on their team, and you're not the only municipality dealing with this. This space is, people left the workforce. They've inherited sort of the same stuff that Raymond is dealing with. So this, I think, is a tool that will benefit a lot of communities should they start to get a foothold in the area. And we deal with basically two vendors who are huge and don't care about the little guy. Biggest client for Tyler is LA County, 10 million people, millions of dollars a year in licensing fees. So when I put in a ticket, they don't really care about getting to it. So knowing that there are folks sort of entering that space and servicing folks like us, and that's an option down the road is, reassuring. But again, just an order authorizing up to 10,000 in select board contingency to get.
Can I get a clarification? I really want to catch us up, but this is for the 24-25.
This is for the FY25.
Yeah, so the expense and revenue sheet we got the other day or last week, that's for this year, right? The one we're in
Correct.
now.
FY26.
All right, so this one is all caught up to that point? We're all set from July to November, I think it was, or October, whenever it was?
I haven't had that conversation internally, but I was assured that your expense revenue reports are now accurate, so.
Okay. Then I just think we ought to catch up on last year's, because we're going to be dealing with the same thing we dealt with the 23-24. So, this is, the finance director went on with the back operation. Is that what's going on?
I don't want to talk about people's medical stuff.
I got to find out. I want to know timetables, though.
Again, so asking for authorization to bring in a bookkeeper who can assist with some of that grunt work. And again, longer term, Hank Farah, basically what he does is he sort of ties your financial statements and everything up in a bow so that it frees up staff time to focus on budget development and,
Okay, let me say it a different way. I'd recommend the 10,000 then. Myself.
Is there a second?
I You recommended 10,000 yourself, is
No,
that
no,
the
I'd
motion?
say.
So the motion is to
instead of
authorize
a
up to
five, I would-
10,000 from
if-
contingency.
If the select board was interested, I would recommend the 10 if we're gonna try to get,
Okay, what's the motion?
Motion to authorize not to exceed.
I was asking if you guys would accept that as a motion.
Oh, that's not the motion.
No.
Okay.
If someone says it's too much and we wanna go 5, I just wanna get it started.
I mean, we could do 5 and always have to come back too. But it does, I'm not, one way or the other is not a huge difference for me. It's out of select board contingency, so.
I'm comfortable with 5 right now.
Have we spent any yet? None?
No, you have to authorize that.
Yep, then.
Chris?
I think 5 now, and we can revisit it if we need to.
All right, I'll entertain the motion.
I'll make a motion to authorize the town manager to use $5,000 out of the select board's contingency fund, or not to exceed, did I say that, 5,000? It's getting late. To hire outside help. Sorry.
Second. Any more conversation? All those in favor?
Yes.
All right.
Next regular meeting is January 13th and February 10th. And that's all I've got. And upcoming holidays. The Christmas party we talked about, day after Christmas, New Year's Day. Next item is building access.
Oh, yes.
Yep. I can kick that off because I asked for it on the agenda if you'd like. So, as part of review of building security, I had to remove a code for something a couple weeks ago, which prompted me to think about just doing an audit of that. So when we conduct an audit of door codes and access permissions that were identified, we removed 92 people who were no longer employed with the town, but still had active access to our buildings. So during that cleanup, it became clear too that select board access had been applied inconsistently. So there were current members who had codes, others did not, and several former members who had access. So because no formal policy governs elected official access to town facilities, I temporarily removed all of your access to buildings until this matter was brought up for discussion. So I can manage employee access, but you sort of police yourselves. So I didn't want to dictate what board's access policy was, wanted to bring it to you for discussion. But access for elected officials is a policy decision that should be made collectively in an open session. So I don't hold a strong position on the outcome, but my goal is to understand what your preferences are and implement what the board consensus is. So historically, other communities, I've had access to police dispatchers or key cards, and you don't have that here. So I just wanted to facilitate that discussion and see what you wanted and how I should proceed with it.
I've utilized it, both here, when we've got here before the video people, and I work 5 days a week, so I come up on the weekend sometimes and get the agenda that Mel puts in this slot. So I'm in favor of at least those 2 buildings for those people who work.
This one and the
town hall. I don't think we need it for anything else besides the buildings that we have to get into or out of for both convenience as well as if we get ahead of a crowd coming in here. You have a code? Do you have use of a code?
You used to.
Yeah, no, nobody does.
Yeah.
I don't
Right
really
now, no one does.
find a need for access. Just, I mean, I don't know. I can get the paperwork I think I need when things are there. If not, Mel has tape stuff on the door. But I could, it's not a huge, hopefully everybody's using it, properly. Yeah. So I would hope if we're elected officials that we're not using it improperly, but there's other stuff that's been done or compromised. So I think it's
the more practical thing I've encountered
for
is
me
like,
personally, I think it's better because there's no question.
Yeah, the more practical thing I've encountered is like people have left garage bay doors open and I didn't know who did and the pipes froze and then they broke and sewer department has to come replace pipes or something. And, like again, I can govern access over employees and how that is handled, but again, you guys leave a door open and my pipes freeze. I'd rather you decide on the policy.
Is there a way where there's a code for select board members that could get in had to maybe call you to get in if there was some sort of crazy emergency where we needed to?
Again, I have no strong opinion on the outcome. I can talk to
No, I mean,
Kevin,
is that a
but,
possibility where you would could have a code that would just be able to maybe get somebody in if they needed to, but they would have to contact you first to be able to get in?
It seems burdensome. I think that if you guys want access, that's fine. And I can, there's log files and stuff, so I can see,
and cameras.
that sort of stuff. But again, I just didn't want to dictate a board policy to the board.
I personally just have no need, so it's...
So for
you
the
guys
public's
don't need-
interest or knowledge, there's cameras everywhere. Kevin has set up really good security, and the code is logged in every time you come and go. And there's 2, I think, inside Town Hall as well as outside. It's more of a convenient thing for those of us who work. And I'm on the other end of town.
I work.
Yeah, I know, but you're working right around here too. I'm down at the other end. And there's not been a problem from select board, and I had no idea that many were existed.
Did we?
Yeah, it's crazy. But I want one.
I don't feel like I need one for the town office particularly. Maybe here, just to get in. That's my only thought. I don't, there was one time where I did want to come in that way, and I couldn't. But, I mean, that's not a priority either. But I personally don't need access to the town office.
Chris or Sam?
Chris probably.
Chris, yeah.
I have access to the town hall because I'm an employee, so I really don't have any opinion as far as the select board goes. I don't need any other access to other buildings.
Sam? You don't use the code?
I think you shook the camera now.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to be an early riser here, you know that.
Okay, so it sounds like the consensus is the broadcast studio. Okay. Thank you.
And I'd like town hall to get my paperwork.
That's why I'm asking the board.
Yeah, for me. I mean, I don't think there's any problem with trusting the select board members, to be honest with you. And historically, they've had it.
That good with the board?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I've got.
Nothing in the executive session. It's nothing there, so adjournment is in order already.
I move to adjourn.
Second. All in favor? Thank you, everyone, and Merry Christmas.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, December 10th, 2025 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call. Jackie?
Jackie Sawyer.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes of November 17th, 2025, a sketch plan review, followed by old business, a discussion and review of the ordinance for banquet halls, discussion review of the draft ordinances for marijuana regulation, followed by staff communications and adjournment. In each instance,
The board works, in each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives, the applicant, and members of the public are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. After the board votes, we'll skip that because I don't think we'll have a vote. And appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of the board's decision. That's enough. Okay, first order of business, the minutes for November 17th.
I'll move to accept the minutes of November 17th, 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Passed. Minutes are accepted. We're up to the sketch plan review. Dustin? You want to just jump right in?
Sure. Yep. I can give kind of.
Unless you guys have, do you have anything specifically you want to say first, Brett?
No, I think.
Yep. That's what I thought.
First, yeah.
Yep. Go ahead, Dustin.
Sure. Thanks for having us here tonight. Dustin Roma with DM Roma Consulting Engineers here tonight. Tim Clinton. So just to kind of give you a little bit of history of this parcel. So it was originally acquired as a 60-acre lot back when the adjacent project for Raymond Hills Village was developed a few years ago. At that time, about 4 acres out of the 60 was divided and transferred over to the adjacent parcel to kind of make up some open space in order for that project to be developed as a 25-unit project, residential project. A new road was built in from Webb's Mills Road called Honey Hill. Hey there, hey, no problem. So that road was built, provided access to those 25 units. And at that time, we had, envisioned developing this parcel, but we had kind of reached that maximum number of dwelling units that's allowed on a dead-end road for that project. So we've been looking for a second way to access this property. And what we've got here and proposed is there's an additional lot that has just recently come up for sale, which now Tim is in the process of purchasing, be closing on it in about a week. And so that parcel at 35 Webb's Mills Road has an existing dwelling on it currently. We've applied to the Maine DOT for a permit to basically build a subdivision road over the location where that existing driveway is now. So that permit's been filed, and we're waiting for that approval through DOT, which we expect shouldn't take too long, maybe a week or two.
And the house?
The house is basically adjacent to the road there, so that's going to stay. It'll just have access from this new road. It's got a garage that's located pretty close to where that road's going to be, so I'm not certain that garage is going to be able to stay. So we're either going to have to modify the house to remove the garage or potentially just redevelop that lot with a new home. So we'll kind of further develop that plans as we go. We also intend to potentially utilize that lot for some stormwater management for the water that comes down off the hill there towards the roadway. There is an existing culvert that goes underneath Webb's Mills Road just to the north of where this driveway exists that'll be rebuilt as a road access. It does have some nice level approach coming off of 85 currently at the grades that are there. So we will be able to meet that requirement of a 3% slope, I believe, for the first 75 feet before we transition up to, I believe, a maximum of 8% slope as we come up through the development. We've got 2 kind of critical elevations where we're going to be crossing the pole line and the pipeline. So those are 2 locations where we really can't change the grade of the road substantially because of the existing infrastructure that's there. So the way we've laid out the roads is to make sure that we can cross in those two locations and still meet those slope requirements. So we've got about 2,000 feet of road that's being built just to kind of access the main part of the project before we actually get into access to any of the lots that are being proposed there. It's about 5,500 feet of roads all in total. And again, about just under 2,000 feet of that are going to be just for basically the two access points, 900 feet on one side and about 1,000 feet on the other. So we've got basically a looped road configuration on the lot itself once we cross the pipeline. We've got some vacant land to the north and east that's owned by the Burnhams to the north, and also between this property and Webb's Mills Road as you get further north. To the rear, to the east, is property that's owned by the town. And of course we abut the Honey Hill project to the south. So we've laid out some areas for potential future road extensions into some of those other properties. Not sure what the plans are for those individual owners, if they intend to develop them at some point in the future, but as we further develop this plan, that'll be kind of a critical piece that we keep to make sure that we've got some decent access in multiple locations to those properties if these roads are to be extended in the future. We will be extending the public water main off from the main that exists that was extended up into Honey Hill. We've had some preliminary discussions with the water district in regards to the layout of the infrastructure as well as anticipated fire flows and pressures throughout the development. We do have some elevation rise as we get towards the back of the site. And the water district is going to work closely with us in the design just to make sure that we do have we're achieving the required fire flows as well as the domestic pressures, so that we're not looking at a bunch of limited service agreements or anything like that. So they've given us, again, some preliminary feedback, and that'll be another critical piece that we work through here in this initial stage. The project's going to require a site location permit through the Maine DEP. So that'll be a process that we've had a preliminary discussion with them just about the process and whether or not it does look like the option to have a third-party review is available, and we're potentially going to be utilizing that to try and keep a reasonable timeline for project review. Without that third party, it's probably going to be in excess of a year to get permits through the Maine DEP. So we'd like to get started sooner than that. So again, we'll be permitting this through the DEP and having a third party complete some of the review of the stormwater components to try and maybe get a permit review maybe in a 5 to 6 month time period, which is what it's supposed to be. But so that's our anticipation there. We have had the site inventoried for wetlands and vernal pools, and even, I mean, it's a 60-acre site, and there are no wetlands on the property, no vernal pools either. The soils we're anticipating to be very similar to the Honey Hill project, a very granular material with quite a few boulders. There's some mounds in the topography currently throughout the development, and again, we're just anticipating, piles of gravel deposits just throughout. So have a lot of boulders that we're going to kind of use to, decoratively around the site. Each of these lots, as currently proposed, is right around 40,000 square feet. They're all intended for single-family homes. The way the ordinance is written, the way we understand it, is that each of these lots at 40,000 square feet could be single-family use, or they could be built as a duplex. Our intent is for them to be single-family lots. As we further develop the plans and we lay out our expectations for traffic and the amount of access to the site and impervious areas, it's going to be important for us to kind of nail that down as far as how many single-family lots, if we want to create an opportunity for any of them to be duplexes. So I just wanted to bring that up now, as it's something that we're looking at, and it's something that will certainly firm up as we go through the process and develop our studies. We do intend to build sidewalks throughout the project. We'd like to have the sidewalks loop around the kind of the big internal loop and then head down towards the Honey Hill development. So we anticipate roadways that have potentially curbing with a sidewalk on one side and then maybe open ditches on the other side. That would provide some kind of wider roadway services. So in the event that we have vehicles parked on the side of the road, during construction of the homes, as well as, from time to time, having that extra shoulder on one side helps keep the roads less congested as compared to a double curbed road. So that's what we're going to be looking to do here. Power obviously would be underground throughout. We anticipate multiple stormwater ponds to be built, really just because of the drainage from the site kind of leaves in different directions. It's not a constant flow from one side to the other. We've got some high spots throughout, and we'll be doing study point analyses at various points that'll where we intend to build some stormwater ponds that'll provide water quality treatment as well as flood protection. Other than that, I believe that's kind of a summary of where we're at currently. Again, a lot of these discussions so far have been preliminary. We think this would be a great opportunity to get some feedback from the board if you have any at this early stage, and certainly anything you'd like us to consider. We'd like to get that feedback as well. One point of discussion which I just wanted to bring up, these two roads that we're proposing, what the ordinance requires is a separation of 400 feet. And I just wanted to be kind of clear, the way we've designed this, we've got the road separated all the way to the edge of this lot that's being acquired. Those two access points are 400 feet apart exactly from center line to center line. So that's just an important distinction that, again, we just want the board to acknowledge that separation, and we just want to have a discussion to make sure that that is meeting the way that the ordinance should be interpreted as far as that separation goes. If the interpretation is that the 400 feet is supposed to be like between edge of pavement or something like that, then it may be necessary to discuss a waiver. So we just don't want that to be something that, trips us up later, because that's a very important part that we don't have much control over. Because that's the separation that we can provide. So that'll be an important discussion to whether we get resolution tonight or it's something that we follow up on. We're just going to want to address that early. Okay. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, and we're happy to answer questions.
Is that 400 feet with the special Dustin ruler, or is that truly 400?
That's measured on the computer, so yeah, we can wheel it out and everything, yeah.
Septic? Individual?
Individual on-site systems, yep, on each lot, yep.
The Honey Hill, those were duplexes, weren't they?
Those are duplexes. They've got one large common system for leach field, as well as a few smaller ones. There's, I think, 2 or 3 septic fields that just serve a couple of buildings, and then there's one larger one in the back with a pump station.
How's that working?
Great, yeah. Great. I mean, yeah, it worked out good on that project. Yeah, the soils are great for that. I mean, we could do something again like that here, but the density is much more spread out, and I think it makes more sense to do individual systems here.
I know Wayne is will have an interest in this curve part of the road if you're going to allow parking, whether or not his fire truck's going to get through there.
Yep, yeah, and we understand there's certain parts of the project that'll need to be signed, and, we've, worked with Wayne on some of these other projects, so, yep, we're aware of that, and hopefully we can kind of find a balance where we can have some on-street, availability, and we'll certainly protect the areas where there could be congestion.
Okay. The board have questions?
Like, I'm curious how it works with the power line going through there. You just need easements from the power company, or it's a pipeline? Oh, not a power line.
Yeah, it's pipe.
Yeah, so there's a pipeline. Yeah, it's both. There's overhead power lines and pipelines. So in this area, like, Tim actually owns the interest in the land, and it's the utility companies that have the easement over our land.
Okay.
But we do, because of the infrastructure that's there, we do need to coordinate with them, and we're not allowed to build roads, or we're not allowed to build out the project in a way that's going to compromise their infrastructure. So we have to work together.
Yeah, and you can still meet setbacks and everything with the lots like they are, from.
Yeah, the way it's laid out currently, we've got, that pole line pipeline would run in the backyards of some of those lots, so those buildings would be located up closer to the road. And we'd like to lay them out so we can keep some treed area between the building sites and the pole line, so it's not just cleared out. There'll be a fair amount of tree clearing on the road that leads from Honey Hill and kind of snakes up to the pole line there, just because of the grade differential through there. It's kind of a steep existing grade that's there, so there's a fair amount of material that's going to need to come out just uphill of the stormwater detention pond that's was built as part of the Honey Hill project. That's actually on this parcel in an easement. So there'll be some tree clearing there, and actually get some, it's called Sebago View, and there are some decent views once you get up to the pole line area.
Get the trees out of the way.
Dustin, where does the power line go across? Could you just point that out for me?
I think this these lines.
Oh, it's these lines, okay.
Yeah.
The road's there, yeah, so these are the building lots. Yeah, across in the back.
It would help if I had it in the right direction. Okay.
I was curious too about like thresholds for density and stuff for, I know it meets our acreage requirements and everything, but are there thresholds as far as like traffic is concerned, or, the density of how many are in this area or anything like that?
Yeah, when Dustin submits his actual application, he's going to have a really nice table on there that's going to break out the net residential density calculations for us, right, Dustin?
Yep.
So, and another thing too, I think, Dustin, that maybe if I can follow up with you on the interpretation for the distance between the roadway access points, but if we do get to that point for a waiver, though. I think based on our previous discussion, you had mentioned that access point had sight distance, right? But later on down, it became not conforming, correct, to that sight distance standard?
Yeah. So these as currently laid out are going to be as far apart as we can get them. It's going to go all the way to the edge of the property that Tim's acquiring at 35 Webb's Mills. Well, yeah, we do meet site distance requirements there, but we're not requesting waivers from safety standards. So the DOT will need to review the driveway entrance in accordance with all of their standards for drainage, for site distance. They don't have driveway separation requirements because of the classification of a minor collector road. They have separation requirements for things like arterials and mobility corridors, but in this case, they don't. So yeah, we would not be requesting any safety waivers. It's just, our hope is that we can come to a consensus that, the 400-foot separation is met, but in the event of, there's any gray area there and you feel that you'd be more comfortable giving a waiver, then yeah, it'd be an important distinction that it's not a waiver from any DOT safety criteria. It's just a local ordinance which wants the roadways separated.
And the access road we're talking about is over as far as it can, but maintaining the buffer on the property to the abutter's property? Is that true?
Well, it's going to be located right over the existing driveway that's there, so we're not going to be cutting more trees, but it's right up against the side property line.
And I'm just thinking, there's one car going into a garage, now there's 47 cars going over that road, which is right on the, right, that doesn't have the buffer, right? So, to one, I don't have any problem with the 400 to 400 interpretation, center to center line. I mean, personally, I don't think that's a problem unless you guys come up with something. But I would have a problem with, turning that driveway into the access point for a 37 lot development without some concurrence from those abutters that they acknowledge that in fact there's going to be a lot of traffic there.
Sure. Yeah, we've been in discussion with the owner there, so we've got a dialogue there that we can have, so make sure that any concerns they have will be addressed.
Okay.
And it's just the one, so that there's a row of lots on 85, and then it's just one single row, and then we own all the land behind it.
Mm-hmm. All right, I don't want to leave the 400 before the board. I don't want to speak for the board. Is everyone, okay with you?
Center to center?
Center to center?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, so that's fine.
Okay.
I don't think you need anything specifically from us. It'll just be.
Yep, yeah, just a discussion item for tonight so that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
I have one more question.
Go ahead, Jen.
I don't know what the town's history or policy has been on TIFs with developments like this, but I know, we've discussed as part of the comprehensive plan trying to make the downtown village area more walkable, more pedestrian friendly and accessible, and I love that you want to put sidewalks throughout the subdivision. I would love to see sidewalks that go kind of down to down to 302 or up to Mill Street that could create more walkable streets and safe streets for pedestrians. Just kind of wondering if TIFs would be something to consider, if there were any desire to try and create more sidewalks that would connect to other parts along Webb's Mills Road.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, there's not necessarily a framework in our ordinance for something like that, though. But I think it's something, like you said, it's something that we identified that we should be working on. I know some communities where maybe they aren't as pro TIF, if you will, but they are more in favor of just having the applicant put on an easement with an understanding that an easement to the town, understanding that down the road, maybe the Public Works Department, if they wanted to do future improvements on there kind of thing. I don't know what the town's history in the past is with being aggressive for those kind of easements to try to acquire those to do those future improvements. But at least for a TIF, though, I think that would start with just a dialogue with the town manager and the applicants as well, just to try to frame that out and see if that's something they're interested in and how that process would work.
Yeah. Okay.
Dustin, could the access that goes onto the town property, you're probably better to answer this. Can that access, is that a walkable access to the 302?
So to get from the town property to 302?
Get from 302 to, you have your map. Get from 302 to that access point that you guys are leaving there, that road access point on the town borderline. What's that? That's the east section?
Yeah, so I think the access to the town-owned property now comes off from Patricia
Avenue?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's how you get to the town-owned parcel currently.
Yeah, the town parcel looks something like this.
Does it abut, it abuts this, the town
Yeah, it
parcel?
does, yep, it abuts it
Triangular pieces.
to the north.
Burnham's.
Or, yeah, to the east.
There's not a lot of frontage, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
Common boundary.
Okay. Thanks. Brett, maybe, or for you guys, the house lot, if you're going to be using it, does that become part of the subdivision? And if you, so in your calculations are going to be that area that is now going to be combined with the subdivision?
Yeah, so that's a detail that we'll have to sort out because there's a couple of nuances with that lot, in that it's in the shoreland zone. So it's already an existing non-conforming lot, so we can't, I don't believe that we can actually take land from it and add to the subdivision. It would need to become in its entirety part of it. Or alternatively, we would provide just an easement over the property for this access road. I think that was the direction we were going right now, is that that house lot would stay like it is. We would just provide a 50-foot easement over it to be able to build the road in.
But I think if you're going to be counting on it for your stormwater runoff, it's becoming part of the project.
Yep. Yeah, and we're not opposed to, whatever way it's got to be, we'll sort that out.
Okay.
But yeah, our biggest concern is not, we don't want to just lose the status of that lot as, because again, it is in the shoreline zone and everything. We don't want it to become just a road. If we can keep it as a house lot. But because it's non-conforming. Yeah, and we can add land to it. I mean, there's things we can do because it will get road frontage off the new road. So to the extent it's substandard now for road frontage, we can remedy that. Same thing with acreage. It needs more acreage to be conforming. We can fix that as well if we need to. So I don't have an answer right now as how we'd want to propose that. So we'll make sure we look at the options, work with staff, and figure out what's going to work best long term for that.
Okay, I would just think that it's going to be winding up as part of that division. I mean, it's becoming a road for the access. You're going to be using it for stormwater for the development. It's part of. It's kind of like a backlight driveway.
Sure.
Let's see. That was my questions. Steve, you happy?
Or Mark?
Jeez, I cannot get the name right.
Doug?
He's playing. Here it was. I was at that meeting last night.
It's too late.
It was late, 2.5 hours. I could. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The only concerns, I don't have a concern, but I would actually like to defer to Wayne on this, is what he feels about the water supply and fire truck turnaround. That's the only thing that I see that might be an issue.
Yeah.
Wayne. That's all.
Okay. Fire hydrants?
Yeah, they'll be throughout. Yeah, I mean, as needed. We'll work with Wayne on approval of all the hydrant locations as well as the water district. We're going to design these roads so that they can be offered to the town for acceptance if the town wants to take them over. But, so we're going to tee them up so that they're available to be accepted, and then it'll be the town's decision, obviously, if they want to take them. But.
Wayne.
Yes. There was a question that you wanted me to try to address first.
Did you have a question?
Just as if you saw any preliminary concerns about the road and the density of the lots, the ability for the fire truck to apparatuses to turn or anything.
Yeah. So a couple of things. Am I echoing?
Nope.
I am?
No, you're fine.
No, you're fine.
Wayne.
Okay. So with the access roads themselves, if they were designed with the curbs on each side like Honey Hill is, that's really tight. Those roads are really tight. So that, because of that, having a lot of that development with fire lane designated as fire lanes was really important. So I was listening to Dustin talk about his alternative that he's thinking about for the approach on the road of not having that curbing on both sides and having a little bit more maneuver room there. We can certainly work with Dustin to come up with appropriate fire lanes and still maintain our access to the buildings. In our memo, the other thing was the water supply. You know, we were concerned with Honey Hill, and it didn't reach the threshold where we had an issue because of the elevation of the water district needing a pump station to maintain fire flow and pressure. But this one's higher than Honey Hill is, so, and when just kind of taking a quick look at it, it's very, very close to the development in Wyndham off a Pipeline Road that does have a pump station in it. So something that we're concerned about. One of the recommendations that we had was making sure that the water mains are looped in their entirety, so all the flow is from two directions. So to do that would mean going up Webb's Mills Road and going in from that direction also to have water flow in two directions, and it would probably assist in our water supply potential up there on the higher elevations. Does that kind of answer your question where we're coming from, at least at this point?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep.
Dustin, what size homes are you envisioning? I know it's early yet, but.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be, you know, acre lots, so, you know, it's tough to tell. I mean, they're going to accommodate a wide variety of, you know, you could build a big ranch on them, you could build colonial, you know, but we envision, you know, houses with two-car garages and
the designs of the house to fit the lots, because I know you have some narrow lots.
Yeah, I mean, they're somewhat narrow, but I mean, they've got, you know, at least 100 feet of road frontage. So, yeah, I don't anticipate the building styles to be significantly hindered by the lot geometry, based on the type of homes that people are building these days. We don't see a lot of 3,000 square foot homes anymore. I don't see them much. I don't know, maybe Falmouth or Cumberland or something, but you don't see them a lot around the Lakes region.
So you are not developing the homes like you did at Honey Hill. You are just developing.
I think it's going to be a combination. That there may be some homes that are built, but they'll also, I believe, some lots for sale.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
All right.
Yeah. And as far as the road layout goes too, again, I've been looking at some different things as well. I mean, one of the things that this layout has 2 4-way intersections on there, and I am going to look at potentially separating that a little bit, just because, you know, a 4-way intersection requires basically a 4-way stop, or you have to designate one as being the throughway. So if we stagger the intersection and separate the 2 legs a little bit, then you end up with a throughway and then 2 stop conditions on the other side. So there's some stuff like that that'll, you know, we anticipate doing some adjustments here as we continue through the design.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, through to Dustin.
Yep, go ahead, Blaine.
Dustin, you were talking about there might be some grade challenges that we might be facing. Can you kind of point out where you think that might be, and what are we talking about for the challenges?
Yeah,
and might not get the 10%.
Yeah, there won't be grade challenges reflected in the road. It's just grade challenges in that we've got some earth moving to do to get to the grades that we need to in order for the roads to meet the standards. So we are not going to be requesting waivers from the maximum, you know, road grade or anything like that. There's just, you know, some challenges. Similar to Honey Hill, but we had to kind of terraform that site. Like today, it doesn't look anything like it did when we started. So there'll be some of that going on this lot as well, just to get the access points. If you know anybody that needs gravel.
Okay, we're probably going to want a site walk. What is your timeline as far as what is the state of the property in right now? And when, probably not until after the holidays.
Sure.
At this point, is that going to work as far as where it's nice when you can take us, at least show us the marked out roads.
Yep. So for a project like this, I can kind of give you an overview, and you can decide how much of this you're going to want to see. So there are some nice trails through the property that are very walkable. They're marked. They've been made available to the Honey Hill community, and they're aware that they're out there. So they've been cleared and marked and everything. So that's the kind of the best way to walk through there. One thing that we could do, we have survey grade GPS equipment. We could do a site walk the trails with a plan, and we can kind of step by step tell you exactly where you are on the plan, as opposed to staking out all the roads and trying to kind of envision it through the woods and looking at flagging. We've done that for several site walks, especially on these bigger projects like this, especially where there's not, a wetland areas, stream crossings, things like that, where you might want to see exactly where something's going. Once you get across the pole line, the whole lot basically looks the same. It just kind of goes up and down, same soil types, no wetlands. So that would be my suggestion, is that when we do the site walk, it's kind of a guided tour with a GPS system, and we stop along the way, and I just tell you exactly where you are, and that would probably be and then we can spend some time looking at the access points to the subdivision out at the road, and stuff like that. We can look at, there's an area where the property does kind of come close, or we have some lots that come close to there's a couple of homes on, I think, Eagle's Nest that comes off of Patricia Ave. You may want to look at those areas for buffering, and luckily the trails kind of go right past that area. So,
Okay.
So that would be my suggestion, rather than, we can go out and mark everything out, but it's probably going to get tweaked along the way as we do design, so it'll be a big effort that'll probably not be all that precise in the end.
Thoughts, you guys? Shoot for sometime in January, or wait a little while?
That sounds great with GPS enabled.
A little snowshoe?
It's all going to snow in December, January.
Are there any of the existing snowmobile trails that this is going to be kind of eating into?
There is a trail that crosses through there.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it's in the tree line, just inside the, it's pretty close to where the road's going. Yeah. Actually. Okay. So, yeah, you'll be able to tell when we're out there, and we'll walk down the center of the road, and we're basically going to be on a snowmobile trail.
Yeah.
Are you coming by snowmobile? Is that what?
Well, no, I don't live far from this, honestly, and so I walk on those snowmobile trails, and we take the dogs out back and everything. There's some really nice trails that are back.
Now you'll have a nice paved sidewalk.
As long as it doesn't take all the trails away, I'll work with it.
All right, how about sometime in January? Will that work for you?
That works for us, yeah.
Guys, what would you like? Later, earlier? Your availabilities?
It doesn't matter at all.
Doesn't matter at all?
Cold morning sounds good, yeah.
Cold Saturday morning? I don't think we can get it in during the day. During the weekday.
No, I could do a Friday, but a weekend is good too.
It makes no difference to me. Would you rather do
Weekend.
Friday, late Friday morning? No.
Saturday
this.
would be best.
All right. What about the 10th then? January 10th? January
Yeah, that's after
17th?
our next planning board meeting.
Planning board meeting is on the 7th?
Yeah.
Do the 10th, do the 17th. I don't think we have no real rush, right? What do you do? Are you planning on coming back to the next? No, you missed the deadline anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't planning to come back until we've got kind of like full layout plans. It's probably going to take us January to fully finish the plans.
Okay.
We'll probably be back in February. So I think walking the site in January, and by the time we go out there, we will have made the adjustments. Like if we're talking January 10th, then we're going to have some better plans with, where the ponds are going, all that stuff.
All right. Would the 17th work better as far as that goes then?
I don't think it matters. I think what you're going to find when you go out there is it's just a nice big wooded parcel. So not a whole lot of specific things to look at.
Okay.
And we'll have our DOT permit by then, and
January
or
10th?
not, and then we'll have
January 10th, okay with everybody? For you guys? What time? Real? 9, 10?
9.
9 sound good? 9 okay?
9's great.
9's good? Dustin, 9 on the 10th?
Yep, 9 a.m. on the 10th, and
You'll take care of the weather, make sure it's good that day?
I will. Yep.
Okay.
I'll get a little thaw ahead of time. And
Perfect. All right.
The weather goes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Wayne?
where would you like to have us park? As West Mills is busy.
That's a good question.
Hill.
Yeah, we could meet in there. Is there, well,
yeah, I mean, yeah, there's parking available
in Honey Hill along that road?
Hill. Yeah, there's a lot of no parking signs in there, but we got.
Yeah, who pays attention to those things?
On a Saturday morning at 9.
There's room at Honey Hill.
We get that access road stub.
We can get a
probably park
temporary,
there.
stay of any violations
Don't
just for a
fall
site
on
walk,
us.
then.
Yeah, we'll have Wayne with us, so we'll be okay.
Okay.
All right, so we'll meet then right off of Honey Hill Lane on where the access is?
Yep.
Would that work?
Yep, that'd be great.
I mean, where you're gonna
Yeah.
cut?
Yep. So yeah, there's already a little turnout there. There's a mailbox right there as well. So.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We can start there, and then the trail kind of cuts off and goes up the hill to the right. So, yeah, be a good starting spot.
Okay. Good, thanks, Wayne, that's a good idea. What else do you need from us?
I can't think of anything else. I think this is a good initial meeting, and we got our next steps lined up. So, yeah, I think we're good. We're going to be doing some public notices on our own, as well as public informational meetings just for the DEP process. So there'll be some advertisements going out to abutters, and notice in the newspaper about a public meeting. So that's not anything to do with the planning board. We'll be doing it on our own because of the site location process. So just so everyone's aware.
Okay.
Is this site walk open to the, people if they
Sidewalk
want
is
to
open
come
to the
to?
public.
Yep,
Yep.
okay.
And you're going to be doing that before the site walk?
Yeah, the public informational meeting we'll probably have right after the holidays. We'll probably be close to around the same time, beginning of January.
Okay.
Bob, just an FYI, you're cutting it close for getting a butter notices out for the site walk.
Oh, geez, Sandy? It's true, because we got,
With the holidays and publication and holiday mail, because the mail is so fabulous to start with.
the weather was going to be perfect on the 10th, too. Now we have to move it to the 17th, and it's going to be rainy and snowy.
No, you'll just have to have the weather switch from the 10th to the 17th.
All right, Dustin?
Yep, yeah, it's fine with me. I mean, I know one of those is like a holiday, like.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
MLK on the 19th, but.
Yeah, but the 17th wouldn't be the holiday. It would be a holiday weekend, but.
My season's pass is blacked out that weekend anyway.
Perfect. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that, Dustin.
Yeah, so I'll love to do the site walk on the 17th.
Is that okay with you guys?
That's fine. I mean, I'm coaching girls basketball at 9 o'clock, but I don't think I have to be there. I think it's more for you guys.
Oh, no, we can't do it without you.
Yeah. Sorry
All right,
about that,
24?
guys. I just don't want
No,
us
I'm
being
only
in the
17th it is.
Yeah.
Brett, you okay with 17th?
Let's do it.
Okay. 17th, same time, same place. Thanks, Andy.
Very good.
Okay.
All right.
I think we're done.
Everyone's time tonight. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. All right. All right, next up, the banquet hall and the marijuana. Let's take a look. Good, why don't you start?
All right.
You haven't said anything in a while.
Careful what you wish for. And I guess real quick, I know it wasn't on the agenda, so I won't talk about it really too in depth. On page 2, I did have something about parking for short-term rentals.
Yep.
It's more of a housekeeping item, and I think that's probably more appropriate for next month. Obviously, that we'll make sure it's on the agenda and we can talk it to death and then have a public hearing about it too, even. So, not super controversial, but like I said. I won't get too deep into that one. So for the banquet halls, as you'll recall, back in, I believe it was October was the last time we had talked about this. We talked about our definition.
Hey, Brett, before you go, while you're on that parking though, this is our sole change that we're looking at for parking?
So this, for the off-street parking you're talking about? So this stems from in our proposed short-term rental ordinance.
Right.
We reference a standard in the land use ordinance section, but we don't define where it belongs exactly. So that's just more, like I said, administrative kind of thing. So, yep. So for banquet halls, like I said, I think it's been a little bit since we've had an opportunity to talk about both of the banquet and marijuana, especially. It's been a little while for there, but for banquet halls, last time we had talked about our definition, which has remained the same. We had talked about the use designations dependent upon the zoning district classification, and then we had had some dialogue about performance standards, about timing restrictions or frequency of use limitations. And what we had talked about last time were setbacks, minimum parking, and then another thing that was brought up was our peddler's ordinance as well. The board did not really have much interest in the timing component. Portable restrooms were fine outside. And there's no limitation or justification really to put a limitation on the frequency of uses at this point in time. So what you have before you now are, and I'll just kind of go through each of these performance standards one by one. So in subsection A for setbacks, we do identify front, side, and rear, which are all 50 feet. Some other ordinances have a 100-foot setback. Right now in our ordinance, we have no setbacks in our commercial district. So this is kind of a happy medium, if you will, for a couple different reasons. One, because it kind of is in between that 0 to 100 feet. But we also, in our ordinance, and Jason, you might be able to cite it better than I, but we have the buffering required
where commercial abuts
residential. That is a 50-foot requirement as well. And then also, and later on you'll see for the marijuana standards as well, we also have another 50-foot setback for the agricultural type, and sometimes those might be business or commercial type uses, or aligned uses I should say. So that's where that 50-foot came from, where I felt that was most appropriate, but obviously we can have that dialogue tonight.
Yep.
For the minimum parking, so below, I also included that off-street parking section just for reference. It was the most closely aligning off-street parking use, particularly with that last word there for assembly uses, where, and Wayne has identified this before as well, where these banquet hall type uses often fall under the assembly type use for his purposes. So we want to make sure that we're aligning our minimum parking standards with that as well. That is a little bit dependent upon, obviously, occupancy, size of the building, those kind of things. But again, that's something that would just, be upon the applicant to kind of show how they're meeting that standard. And then lastly, subsection C there for the applicability with other ordinances. We had indicated, obviously, if there's food trucks or mobile vendors or those kind of operations happening on site, that we want to make sure we're following our current peddlers ordinance. And then obviously receiving inspections and being up to code for Wayne, for the fire and life safety, as he had mentioned last time. So that's the gist of it. I also included, for note, just a reference of our conditional use section, because if we're making these conditional uses, when this would go before the Zoning Board of Appeals, they would have these A through J criteria, essentially when they're justifying, whether to approve or approve with conditions or whatever. But also the performance standards, if you will, add, a little bit of backup where the applicant would have to kind of provide some basis of how they're meeting these standards. So that's the gist for banquet halls. So I'll turn it back over to you.
You mentioned the porta potties. Where is that in here?
It's not, because we talked about porta potties being okay with portable restrooms.
Oh yeah, I'm fine with that.
Right.
But where are they? Where are the portable restrooms?
Terms defined.
Yeah, in the definition, I think it's like the second to last line there. We're talking about portable restrooms being included.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, so some of these banquet halls or barns, they converted into like wedding places. And what if they're closer than 50 feet to the boundary line? Are we tell them they can't convert them to a banquet hall?
I don't know, this conditional use, like C says, will not generate noise, vibrations, fumes, or others that are detectable at lot boundaries.
Yeah.
That seems pretty impossible to like.
Yeah. We can't change that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't change that section.
Yeah.
But I guess, Greg, to your question, I would imagine similar to most other items, that structure itself would be grandfathered in, because it's not feasible, obviously, to move the location of that structure. It's similar to like what we saw earlier for that lot with Dustin, where if they were going to make significant improvements on site or things like that, I could see having, to bring up maybe like a greatest practical extent type review before Jason. But the actual structure's placement, though, I think that would be acceptable, I guess. Unless it was, are you talking about in the future if they wanted to go from a barn type to a banquet hall type use, like down the road?
I've seen a lot of them.
Oh, sure. Like a future conversion, not like a existing type use, right? Yeah, I mean, at that point, they would have to meet the setback criteria or request a variance, I imagine, through the Zoning Board of Appeals as well.
But for existing building, you think it could be grandfathered?
Well, if it's an existing banquet hall use, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I still think with that conversion of that change in use classification, right? Because you're going from something that was permitted to conditional, like you're changing the use designation, right? So I think at that point you would have to also seek a variance as well as a conditional use from the zoning board.
As long as they have the option.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like we're limiting the options, I guess, yeah. But and then Jackie, to your question about point C for generating noise, that's pretty typical state statute language. It's kind of why I brought it up last time. If we wanted to have a little bit more teeth or like solid foundation to kind of put like some restrictions on noise or timing restrictions past 10 o'clock p.m. or something like that, that would be the place for it in the performance standards, because the conditional use is a little vague.
Right. Yeah, I think it needs a little bit of clarification, or, I mean, that really leaves a lot up to interpretation.
It certainly makes the Zoning Board of Appeals job a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
I'm sure they won't love it.
So if we included like no music after 9 p.m., 10 p.m., whatever, a sound sort of thing as part of the ordinance, could that kind of supersede that generic?
I think it would help bolster it, right? It would give, if there was events occurring past that arbitrary, let's say 10 o'clock p.m. I say 10 o'clock, it's fairly common, I would say.
Yeah.
But that would give, let's say Jason gets a call or there's videos taken or whatever, like things like that. Similar to our short-term rental ordinance, obviously, it's not like a 3 strikes and you're out kind of thing, but like we need some kind of enforcement mechanism, and at least having that in there allows that option, if that's the way we wanted to pursue.
Leaving C in?
Yeah, C's got to stay in. That's part of the conditional use.
Right. Yeah, but if we wanted to add our like a subsection D, for example, in our performance standards for like
to supersede
timing restrictions kind of thing, not to supersede, but just to supplement, really, just to kind of add a little bit more.
But C, I mean, I'm with Jackie. C, you'll never. I mean, if we're going to ask the Zoning Board of Appeals to make decisions based upon the conditional use.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're having a gathering, 50 people, there's no way you're going to have that noise not go past the boundary.
Well, if it's all inside a building.
Yeah, but what if it's outside?
I think this is part of where it becomes the burden of proof is on the applicant, right? Like if they have a business plan, like let's say, I'll just use the example of where I got married. I got married at it was like a Four Seasons barn type place. And they had also a back patio where events could take place too. As part of their business plan, and what they presented to the board was, okay, no music past 10 o'clock p.m. We're going to have some, maybe some socialization outside kind of thing, but the general understanding as part of their plan, and when people would sign up to use the event space, was that 10 o'clock music's off kind of thing, and party's over. Lights come on in the building, people start filtering out, they'll start taking down tables and chairs, and just, that's kind of like that process. And that would be something that I think would be appropriate for, the zoning board to consider at least, but it's still that the burden is on the applicant to at least outline how they're going to
control the noise after 10 o'clock.
But where you had your wedding, your reception, what have you, did it have the town? Was it in Raymond? Did it have a noise ordinance?
It was
because we do not have one. So,
correct.
So I keep going back to that where we're enforcing a 10 o'clock noise ordinance, but we don't have one. So if someone next door is having a party, they can keep going. But the banquet hall needs to shut down. I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, a banquet hall's more than. We're talking about a commercial operation here, right?
You could have 200 people at your house if you want.
Oh yeah, no, I hear that, but are we talking? Is anyone having 200 people over the house every couple of weeks?
No, but the noise ordinance is saying 10 o'clock. You're saying that you're a bother. I can't hear it. So if you have a neighbor and a party every weekend, you can have that. I just want to be, cognizant of. Again, this is the theme of just trying to be even on everything. Not 10 o'clock here, but your house, go for it.
But we do have I mean, it's not. As I was trying to explain to the selectmen, and there's that. It's the business, but it's not a business, right? One, you're having your personal party of 200 people with your septic system is not going to support. Is not
exactly right.
Is different than if you're hosting a party for 200 people and you are making money out of that. You're selling that service.
Sure.
I think that that's a clear distinction between personal use and business use. One is a business that's being operated in a money-making operation. One is a private individual that's hosting a party.
So is it just the frequency? Is that what the issue is? Because it's not the irritant, because the irritant doesn't matter if it's a business or it's a private person having a party. It's still.
Well,
I think it's the land use. You know, it kind of gets down to incidental use. If I own a house, you know, maybe occasionally I'll have a party. Maybe occasionally you'll have, you know, a get together of some kind. But the use generally is of a house. You know, if you're converting something into something that's going to be used as an event space constantly, and it's being used primarily as the event space, it's just a different use. It's not a residence anymore. If it's, you know, kind of type of thing. So.
And I also think when your neighbor calls you up and says it's 10:30, could you turn it down?
You absolutely, you do.
You do, right?
Absolutely.
But if you've got a contract with a banquet that's going on till midnight, you're not going to turn it down, right?
There you go. That's what I was looking for. That makes sense. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, thanks, Charlie.
Love that. No, I love it. No, that makes sense.
Okay.
No, it's good. Yep. Yeah, no, because if someone calls and says it's loud, you say, no, I can go on forever.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to add something along those lines in there.
Yeah, and I know David probably has a couple of comments, at least probably from the ZBA's perspective, or his own, with having experience on the ZBA, I guess, rather than representing the ZBA. But yeah, I guess, yeah, adding a noise, like, so a subsection D for noise. And then I guess, Mark, to your point though, like where we don't have a noise ordinance per se, but at least we can outline some general criteria that would need to be considered for that business planner for the operations on site.
Yep.
Okay.
So in limited residential, well, the LRR 1 and 2 zones is totally prohibited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all of Raymond Cape.
Yeah, we were gonna talk about that.
Oh.
Yeah, it was.
But yes, good.
All of the shoreland is what we had discussed, I believe, last time for this.
But
yeah, but that's shoreline zone, LRR 1.
It seemed to make a lot of sense when we were talking about it last time.
Well,
but
yeah.
you know, but when
yeah,
but I agree with you. When reading it last night, it was like that kind of thing doesn't make much sense. You know, if it's going to be a conditional use, and it's going to be the zoning board of appeals that's going to make sure that is in fact environmentally and all that safe, why are we excluding it? Why are we saying it can't be done there?
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
yeah. Right. And we have a larger shoreline zone than most towns, so it becomes even more restrictive.
Yeah, exactly.
3 times it's bigger.
So that's conditional, you're saying?
Yes. No.
To shoreline zone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So David's on there for David. You in Zoom?
Yep.
Yes, he is. He has had his hand up.
You mean I've been ignoring him?
I believe he was waiting for the change in the conversation.
Gotcha. David, can we start? I got a question for you, if you don't mind me jumping in ahead of you. How would you interpret, the back page of the conditional uses if a project comes to you, and particularly C, which I know you don't have a copy of that, but basically it says no noise outside the boundary.
So, yeah, I will answer that question, but I'll backstep a bit.
Sure.
I didn't get Brett's. I didn't see the posting of Brett's proposal until this morning. So it wasn't until after I got out of work today that I could put together anything for you to consider. But I did put together a 7-page memo I want you to know about. And as Brett indicated, this is not me acting as a member of the ZBA. This is just me as a resident with ZBA experience, having some things to consider. But yes, those categories are a big deal for us. I will get my memo to Sandy either late tonight or tomorrow so she can distribute it to you. It is 7 pages, but if it's okay with you, I'm just going to read the introduction, and it should give you a good enough summary of where my concerns are.
Okay.
So the purpose of this memo is to assist the planning board by identifying several ordinance level conflicts created by the draft banquet hall definition currently under construction. As written, the definition includes outdoor receptions, portable restrooms, and other exterior event components that do not fit within Raymond's existing conditional use framework and the structure of section 300-9.1 or the patterns established in the town zoning districts. Raymond's ordinance has always treated assembly-type uses as indoor building-based activities, while outdoor uses have been limited to land-based non-assembly functions such as mineral extraction and cemeteries. The hybrid indoor-outdoor event model introduced in the draft definition would create a new use category that the ordinance does not presently support and would place the Zoning Board of Appeals in the position of evaluating impacts that the current review criteria were never designed to address. A banquet hall defined as an indoor use only is the option most consistent with 1, existing conditional use categories, 2, the requirements under section 300-9.1, especially including subsection C, number 3, Raymond's 2025 comprehensive plan, and finally 4, established zoning expectations within residential and rural districts. This memo outlines why an indoor-only definition provides clarity, compatibility, enforceability, and predictability while avoiding the unintended creation of outdoor event operations in districts not designed for them. So after that, I've got everything sort of listed out, hopefully in a logical manner for you to understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
So basically, it's the outdoor components that are most troubling for us. Basically, the last 3 things in the definition of terms defined, the portable restrooms, outdoor gardens, or reception facilities. If you strip those from the definition, then I find that the ZBA would have the ability to, assess these from the conditional use perspective.
Well, portable,
as the ordinances are currently written.
Portable restrooms might still be a necessity if you're doing it in a facility that does not have, right, restrooms. An indoor facility, I mean, there are, and there's probably a couple of 2-holders left, but I mean, there's, right, if there's a bar and you're using, and you want to use it for to fit the banquet hall definition, and you don't have any restrooms there, you're going to need a restroom.
I understand where you're coming from, but if you evaluate what we currently have for acceptable conditional uses, there are ones which would, nursing homes, neighborhood grocery stores, funeral parlors, medical art buildings, public and quasi-public recreation buildings. Those are just some of them. But I guess my point is, these are going to be buildings that are going to be used for banquets, which if you're going to do that, then the conditional uses are already assuming that everything's going to be like an indoor operation. So trying to, in my opinion, like shoehorn some outdoor related portions of this is not going to work the way the ordinances are currently established for those criteria we have to use for conditional uses. So introducing an outdoor tent, introducing even porta potties is going to make that very difficult for us.
Okay. Well,
I think part of it you have to think about is, we're talking about something that's a banquet hall, not just someone having a one-off something in their yard because they're having their own party.
Right.
And in the past, it wasn't a peddler's, it was a special amusement permit is what they were getting to have, like when somebody's having something in their backyard, a one-time thing, they get the special amusement permit.
Okay.
Which would cover the net, which would
That's
cover
like a
the
one-time-
outdoor.
that's like a
one-time
one-time
outdoor.
thing.
How do they do that? They could just go to town and?
Yep. Yep.
So if we take David's suggestion and we remove the outside activities from banquet halls, but if it even if then they wanted to do an outside, they could just get the, they would get a visa.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that too.
Oh, yeah.
Another thing we could do, that I don't know if David would like this or not, that would essentially, well, it would essentially remove the zoning board of appeals from it, but it would involve more planning board involvement, as we could make it permitted with site plan review, where the applicants would have to, instead of it being a little bit more vague and trying to meet these kind of things, maybe the ordinance would define within the performance standards that parameters in which the planning board would have to review. I don't know if that necessarily solves the issue, but it does remove that ambiguity from David's point of view, from where they're trying to base those outdoor uses for indoor facilities kind of thing too.
I think if we can get it out of the zoning board of appeals, that would be great, personally.
So you want to deal with it?
Well, I want you to deal with it.
We'll go to planning board.
Well,
Wouldn't anything that would need a conditional use have to come to planning board?
yeah, but I guess we're gonna change that, right, to some, no, yes.
Well, yeah, well, it'll be a change of
right.
use too, so.
So, but we have many things in the ordinance that, when we used to get just deluge of stuff, that says, code can make it if it's a contentious.
Right, the reviewing authority has or like if the code officer is the reviewing authority, they have the option to elevate it up to the planning board
Correct.
kind of thing as well.
So if it's a piece of cake thing, routine, you just sign off on it.
Yeah, I mean, there are some thresholds. You look, if you're doing a large parking area.
Yeah.
Or a 2,400 square foot building.
Well,
that's
sure, I mean, that's.
automatically
Yeah.
go.
Right, we could do that, that's
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
But it would simplify, it would get the zoning board of appeals out of it. It would simplify the process for anybody that wants to do the event. They just meet the criteria, they come, if it's
They make their case.
make their case. I mean, if it looks like it's borderline, then you bump it up to the planning board. If not, you just approve it.
I mean, so my dad is actually helping someone in Otisfield in a residential area do a wedding barn. And it went through planning board and, they're building full facilities, a bathroom, a small kitchen and a barn. But it's all contained. So, I mean, that's how they do in Otisfield. I know that.
That makes sense.
Would we still have it be conditional in shoreline zone, or would we also make that permitted as well? Just permitted across the board?
Yeah. I don't see does anyone see any reason not? I mean, I forgot what we did last time. But
No, it would make more sense if it was permitted, and then it would still go for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it wouldn't have to come to us.
Well, we'll go to him unless he sends it to us.
Right.
Yeah.
But if it's permitted, then-
It's going to be based on the size.
Right. Basically,
I
we'll need
I-
some criteria.
I think the size is almost always going to kick it to the planning board, to
Right.
be honest.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean,
Yeah.
that's right.
It's a larger scope.
Yeah.
So I think what would be helpful is adding another probably subsection E, let's call it, for like space and bulk requirements, that at least defines that threshold, and kind of maybe another one below that maybe defines the application process of submitting the application to code office, what you need to submit. So if it's a parking plan, showing where you're going to fit
Right.
those vehicles on site.
Yep.
Showing the size of the structure, where your septic's going to be at, portable restrooms if you're going to have them, that kind of thing. Obviously, you want setbacks shown, make sure we're meeting all those. But I think just that general application process, and then again, referring back to that section in our ordinance where if it is codes, they have that option to elevate it up to planning board as well.
Yep.
I think that,
And I think we need to put a section for timeline in there so that people understand that if it's not 2 days, it could take a month.
for like processing the
For the
application.
process.
Yeah, the other thing too, I think what probably initially started a lot of this in terms of like the conditional use, truthfully, is the public notification process of this, where if this type of use is going adjacent to your home, you would probably want to know and have the opportunity to speak at some public forum about it. I think that's probably why I initially had put this in there as a conditional use.
Mhm.
That way, those notices go out. So I don't know if the mechanism would mimic similar to like our backlot driveways, where we'd also notify for backlot driveways
Right.
as well. That way, if it is going to remain at staff level review, that way at least people still have that opportunity to receive those notices and offer their public input to the town
Yep.
as well. So.
And if you get a lot, then you kick it to the planning board.
So are we saying that for every occurrence, they need to come to get permit for it? Or is this like, once you get your designated permitted use, you can do it?
Generally, most places I see, the way they do it runs with the land, with the landowner. So they would apply for it once and it's good, and then if they get a violation or whatever, they would have their opportunity to correct it through the code officer, obviously, or I don't know that we need to be as I think like in our short-term rental ordinance, we had a clause in there that if the short-term rental ever changed ownership, then that new owner would have to go receive different approval. I think in most cases it would just generally run with the land.
That makes a lot more sense than each individual event.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
But if it's going to be a recurring thing, I'm not sure about the portable restrooms.
Can we put a time limit on it, on the event, like with, they can't stay there forever, or like permanently, but maybe within,
Oh, the duration of the event. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, the porta potties being present on the.
Oh, right.
Like,
Yep.
is it, or if they need to be like
Shielded and hidden
or
from view.
covered or
Yeah.
something so that they're just not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, our nice one-page ordinance has now changed.
Thanks for nothing.
Can we ask these guys what they usually
yes.
do?
Yep.
Okay. Can you share what you usually do when it comes to like porta potties, or what's your plan for how that works?
Yeah, if you host a private event and you have over a certain amount of people, you rent a porta potty. They drop it off, and then they pick it up after the event on a Monday, and that's how it works.
Yeah.
Again, I just think it's really funny that we're even talking about this, because I wrote a letter, Sandy received it, to the select board, and I wrote it to the town manager, and I filed an FOAA to ask how we got here, like who signed off on rewriting the banquet hall ordinance. And because I couldn't find anywhere where they showed that this was voted on.
Well, it has not been voted
down.
on.
No, but the select board would have to rule to request it for you to rewrite any ordinance for the town of Raymond.
No, that's
It's
not
an
how it
already
works.
existing ordinance.
That's not how it works.
There's no banquet hall ordinance.
We don't currently have.
We have a banquet hall ordinance,
We don't have.
We currently do not.
so you're just writing a banquet hall ordinance.
That's correct.
So,
All ordinances start right here. This is where they
right, but
start.
you said that you told me that the select board passed it down to you.
They passed down the short-term rental when the individuals that presented the short-term rentals,
Right.
which actually, the meeting you were at, which you accused me of not letting you talk, at that meeting, individuals requested that the banquet hall, an option in that short-term rental, be included in the banquet hall. That was not done because they're two separate things, as I tried to explain to you that first day.
Mm-hmm.
So we are looking at the banquet hall as a separate entity.
So my question was, so that group, the STR group,
Right.
wrote their ordinance that day, gave it to the select board, and they wanted it passed. But then Dennis said, let's send it down to them, to you.
Correct. Correct. They had their 278 signatures, but those
Which were null and void because those signatures were collected and things changed along the way.
Correct.
So that thing was thrown out. So
Correct.
stop bringing that up because that actually means absolutely nothing.
Well, I'm trying to explain to you where it came from.
But just be clear, I've had like a dozen people contact me to say, Jess, if I had known what those people were trying to do, I never would have signed that petition.
Okay,
They passed
so
it
let's
off
not
as
get,
something
ma'am,
different.
we
No,
politely
bring it up
asked
a
you a
lot,
question
bring it up a
because we
lot,
wanted
so
to
I
get
just
your
wanna
input
say it
on
was
the
not a
ordinance. If you don't want to
public
give us the input,
announcement.
then Then please just sit down.
No. Okay. So my question is, I asked the select board, I asked Sandy, I asked everyone, like, how did we come up with now talking about this banquet hall ordinance? Was this a townwide problem? Because this SDR was this whole separate issue, correct?
That's correct, but it was I'm not going to go through this all again. I've explained this to you 3 times already. If you have anything else, please ask. Otherwise, please sit down.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I'm not done, actually.
Well, yes, you are.
No, because I would like to know, like,
Ma'am, you are done.
okay.
It's not a public hearing to start with. We were not expecting to take public comment on this. There is going to be a public hearing when it's done, and you can ask your questions at that public hearing.
Maybe respond to Jackie's question.
That's what we asked you to do to start with.
But again, there's a lot of backstory to this as well.
There's a huge backstory.
Jackie, in terms of the porta potties, we assess that off of the number of people that are going to be in the party. So under a certain number of lives, people, we rent 1. If it goes over, we rent 2. We try and keep it comfortable and also shield it as well.
We always
Thanks.
shield it, yes. Yep.
Are they rented on a daily, weekly basis?
You rent it, they drop it off whatever day they can before the event,
Yeah.
and then they pick it up right afterwards on Monday. Say the event's on a Saturday, they'll pick it up on a Monday. It's a 1 fee. They just drop it off whenever they can. If they can drop it off on a Friday, great, whatever.
It's similar to a tent rental where it's
the same as the
logistics for
tent.
them. What day can they get
Mhm.
over in that area?
Yep.
Drop it off. What day are they picking it up?
Yeah.
Yep, and we've always hosted events that if it's over, smaller events, no, we don't need a porta potty because people aren't going to the bathroom. They're only there for a few hours when we're hosting birthday parties or stuff, and it's a smaller function. We're talking if it's, 65, 70 people or more. We only host ever on our property, ever hosted up to 120 guests on our property, which is
I'm sorry, but that's important. So we should, if we're going to require porta potties, we should put some sort of number in there. In other words, if you're
how many porta potties?
Right. Well, if you're having 40 people for 2 hours,
You don't need.
Yeah. Right. So
We have 3 bathrooms in our house. 40 people is like my family coming over on the weekend. You don't need a porta potty.
So I guess what I'm hearing is for probably screening standards as well as a frequency and you're talking about a cap or.
Well, I'm talking about being, I'm talking about if we say, if we were just to say 2 porta potties for 40 people and.
For 40 people?
Well, no, I'm not saying that.
That would be a lot.
Yes, I agree. So if we, but it's only for a 2-hour event, then we're asking them to provide something that is not necessary. Right?
So basing it off of occupancy, if.
Well, that's the septic systems you use because they're based on occupancy. We're getting into occupancy loads here with a
Yeah, we don't wanna
banquet
do
hall
that.
with seating, and I don't see any way around not having an actual bathroom.
Couldn't you just say sufficient, porta potties?
Or not even porta potties, just sufficient facilities.
Facilities
Yeah.
for,
Right?
I think people can determine, some people
Exactly, yeah.
build a facility that
Exactly.
can accommodate a large number of
We
people,
don't need to
and some
assign
people wouldn't want to
porta-johns.
do that to their systems, so they might prefer to do.
And then we get porta potties out of the mix completely and make Mark really happy.
Just say facility.
Why don't we just do that?
for?
Right?
If you
Because I
guys,
think-
obviously, the Roma Farm has been hosting private events on our property because that's what I do. Jackie, you know that. So if you want to use us as a template, if you have questions, we've been doing it. We only do few seasonally. We are not a banquet hall. We are not a huge function place, but we do host private events. So there's nowhere else in Raymond besides Kingsley Pines and Sylvester Camps. I don't see this being a huge thing in Raymond that all of a sudden all these banquet halls are popping up everywhere. So it's kind of directed at us. We do know this, and I know you don't want to hear it, but we know it. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask us as the board. because I've been doing this for a long time.
Well, that's great, and we would love to have that input, but every time you get up there, you become argumentative.
Well, sir, you have to understand the background.
Well, I don't want to, I don't want to do that. I want to work on, getting a proper banquet hall, that ordinance in place for everyone's protection, for your I mean, Jackie said it perfectly at the meeting. You'll have something on a piece of paper that is the town ordinance that you know that if you're complying with,
Excuse
you're
my
golden.
distrust of the town at this point.
That's your problem.
No, it's
you know?
not. It's
Yes?
the town's problem. Actually.
Well, that's your problem.
No, it's the
Well,
town.
if you don't trust the town, then what difference does it make what ordinance is put in place because you're not going to trust the town anyway?
Well, we have every right not to trust the town.
Well,
So we've been through a lot
so
in this town.
bouncing back,
Yeah.
we would love to have your input in formulating the banquet hall as someone that is involved in banquet halls. But if we're always going to have a discussion as to, this other stuff, then please, we're not going to listen to it.
Of course you're
Okay?
No.
But then we got something done out of porta potties, which I think is better for the board and better for you and better for anybody else that holds it by just having a discussion on it. All right.
Okay.
Yes. Don't leave.
We're talking about commercial use, IBC, assembly uses. I don't see how porta potties will work with this. If somebody's renting out a place, they're inviting people in, renting it out, people have expectations of, one, safety, so there's going to be all the safety, life safety codes that are involved in that. I think we're conflating two different things. I think we're conflating someone just having a party at their house, that's a private party, and someone who's renting an event space out as an event space. I just think they're two completely different things.
I would agree.
We're defining that from indoor and outdoor, though, didn't we?
Yeah, we
didn't
did.
do that. We did that. We defined like the banquet hall as indoor.
We get rid of all the outdoor stuff.
Yeah, and then if it's outdoor, then it's just an event, and you should.
Well, I just see
provide
a situation.
sufficient facilities. We're not saying that you need.
I'm just saying if somebody starts because it's not a permitted use right now, right? Now it's a permitted use. People are going to see that.
Right.
Now, if people start opening them up, some people might just have porta potties up all year round.
To meet I see what you're saying. Okay.
So.
But if the standard practice and it's typical for it to come within, 48 hours of the event and go away within 48 hours after the event, something like that.
Right, but we're talking about creating a whole new entity here.
Right.
This isn't just someone having a couple. Somebody might just have a couple, but it opens the door for somebody to have as many as they want.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
So the porta potties stay there year round.
It's possible.
It's possible. Yep.
It'd be expensive. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, at 5 gallons a head, putting in a septic system for, the septic system I saw was for 1,200 gallons. That's a big system, but it's about twice as big as a large house, but it's not insane. I'm just saying, if you go to site plan review, everything, I don't see how that will work when looking at the code book.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, if this is, because to me, this looks like a commercial operation that's going to residential zone. I wouldn't want porta potties next to my house all the time.
Yep.
Jason, do you think it would be beneficial if we use some of the language, like from our draft short-term rental ordinance, let's say, about the porta potty couldn't be existing on the property for more than, let's call it 30 days, kind of thing. I think, and we can obviously extend or shorten that time frame, but at least it would give you the ability, if that porta potty remained on site for more than that amount of time, you could do a drive-by, get photographic evidence, that kind of thing. It would give you at least some provision to fall back on in terms of where that violation.
Yeah,
may occur.
and another part of this, if this is commercial and they're doing it, is this going to have to be ADA accessible? They're going to have an ADA accessible bathroom? Because we're talking about a banquet hall.
Yeah.
I mean, a commercial operation.
Yep. Well, you're full of good tonight, I say. But you're right.
Unfortunately, you got to think of it of the worst case scenario
Yep.
sometimes.
Yep.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Okay, Todd Roma. So Mr. Foster touched upon it earlier. When do you move from a property that has a barn that has hosted weddings, moving over to a banquet hall? Is that one and the same, or is there a transition?
That's a really good question. So I would say that I think that what we're looking at is defining a banquet hall as a business in that it's a money making operation, whereas the personal party is not a money making operation. So I think that is, and I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not sure the lawyers would agree on it's actually a business or not a business. I mean, we went through this with the short-term rentals, and it was not a business. So,
Well, it's a business because it's used as the residence. That's why it's not a business.
Oh, okay.
Defined as the commercial use. If you're renting your house out as a house,
right,
that's not considered.
That's not considered.
That's not considered
Okay.
business. You can't rent your house out and say, have a motocross area in your backyard, charging people to drive in your motocross thing,
Right.
type of thing. Then that's now a business.
That's a business.
You could drive your own truck around and have your friends over and do that. But the minute you start charging people to come over and use that, now it is
a business.
A business.
Okay.
And with that,
yep.
Just to talk about, I've spoken to someone on the select board who has confirmed with me, hey, the federal government will allow you to rent your property up to 14 days without having to declare that income.
As a business, right.
As a business.
Yep.
What we're doing, we live at our house, we rent it out, we give it out. Oftentimes, we're just hosting for families and friends. We host for schools who want to come and get their photos done when the weather's poor, and we have a nice, well-decorated barn. We also set up an LLC because litigiously, it's the right thing to do. If we have people coming through and coming over, we want to make sure that we are protected. So I'm wondering about these issues and how it morphs from being able to do limited rentals of your property to then being put under as a corporation.
Yeah, that's a good, I mean,
It's about renting it as a house or renting it to have a party there.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. So in your case, is the event space and the residence on the same tract of land, or are they separated out into two different parcels, one owned by the LLC and then the residential?
Same tract of land.
It's the same parcel. All okay.
Yep.
I mean, and actually, I've thought about this a lot. You could actually do away with this ordinance in some ways. You could have a home occupation if it's wholly contained in an accessory structure.
Right.
You could conceivably have a barn, put the bathrooms in there.
I was going to say the
put
same
everything
thing.
in there, and it's essentially
It's a home office.
It's a home occupation.
Absolutely.
And that is allowed. If there's some things you have to go through. You're still going to end up with having to have a seating plan showing how many people are there. Have a septic system that can handle it. It's part of it has to be wholly contained within accessory structures. But the ordinances do allow for something along these lines without having a whole other ordinance to address it. I mean, we're kind of almost going into that area anyways now.
Yeah.
With this, but it's still, like I said, you'll still be subject to if more than 50 people, you're gonna need 2 entrances, and all that stuff. So the ordinances already do allow for something along the lines of this. It's just whether you want to have something specific to this, I think.
In that instance, Jason, how are you addressing, you're saying you couldn't have porta potties, you'd have to have?
The way the ordinance reads, everything has to be wholly contained within an accessory structure. That's how the ordinance is written.
For home occupation.
For home occupation. And you know, it's it's limited to 2 employees outside of the family, so there's a little bit of gray area there when caterers might be involved in something like that. I'm not sure how that would work. We'd have to look at that a little bit. But you know, it's occupation now. It's a business. So then it comes into you know ADA rules as far as running something like that just to make it accessible for those people too. If you're going to open it up and just for anyone to rent, essentially, rather than more targeted just to people essentially.
Yes, exactly, and we do address that as well. Access into our barn, as well as into the house if necessary.
So can we proceed that way, this way, without even doing this?
Just in the discussions we've had here and talking about this, it seems like that. I think there still could be site plan review issues here. If a large parking area is going to create a bunch of impervious area, that's still going to trigger some site plan review. Excuse me. If someone's going to construct a whole new structure, like a 2,400 square foot or so structure solely for that, that would probably trigger some.
But we can do parking on grass, right? And
but it would just come to you guys, and then you at that point the discussion takes place, and what you guys are willing to work with.
And that would be not for a singular event. That would be
that's for something that's going to be used as
good to go for
as a home occupation. But part of that home occupation would be what the infrastructure, so to speak, that would be needed to run that. They would come to the planning board and present that. So
that makes a lot of sense.
A lot of those mechanisms already kind of exist in the ordinances without having to create the whole ordinance.
Where you been the last 2 weeks?
Well, sometimes you start one spot and you have to do all this other stuff, and all of a sudden you're like right back where you started.
Yeah.
So.
Well, what do you think? What do you think of that approach to I know I'm not going to hold you to it, and I know that all the information is out there, but just in general, it would be almost everything that's. I'll let you explain. Go ahead.
I'm not sure where you're going with that.
Well, so we would still keep the definition, right? Because if we're going to add it under a home occupation instead of ZBA.
Yeah.
But home occupation with the potential, if needed, to be elevated up to the planning board for site plan review.
Right.
So we would still need to define that somewhere within.
Yeah.
But still be permitted within all of the zoning districts. And then it would just be subject to our home occupation criteria.
Yep.
It's already within our ordinance.
Right.
I don't have it in front of me, otherwise I would agree.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot. It'd be probably better to answer that after you got a chance.
The only
to
things,
look at it.
the few outstanding things I see are like the timing thing. We don't have anything. Actually, the home occupation does have some, you're not supposed to be able to hear at the property lines. There are some of that, some buffering things. I would hate to see someone right up against the property line if somebody's house is some of these smaller lot areas.
But that could be addressed
through planning board.
Through the planning board.
Yeah, and then abutters would be notified, so they'd be able to speak to that.
Yep.
But I don't know.
What are you guys thinking?
Better than this.
I like that.
I like it too.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hey now.
Right, you did everything.
I think Wayne wants to say something.
Wayne.
Yeah, I just had a question. How does a home occupation fit like in your industrial district?
Well, I think we're going to eliminate this.
Yeah,
right?
we would pare it down, obviously, to where it's applicable.
Yeah, so I can't see too many home occupations in the industrial district, but you never know.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
All right. Can we proceed in that direction? Everybody happy with that direction? See what we come up with?
I like it.
Like it?
Yeah.
You gonna write it?
Heck yeah. It's gonna be better than this.
Fantastic. So we can do away with banquet hall completely.
Kind of.
I can erase
Are they
this.
mentioned anywhere else in any of the other ordinances?
Like banquet halls
No.
or?
No,
or-
we're not to add it.
No.
It's not defined anywhere or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, you could add something to say it's okay in like the commercial district maybe, but even then, that's kind of, we don't really have any commercial district that would handle something like that. I mean, somebody could, I guess, in the future, put like a larger function hall in one of these commercial lots at some point. Then they wouldn't be in the home occupation realm. I mean, it could be now that they're trying to add more residential housing to commercial, so it's kind of a gray area there, but.
Well, maybe we call it like a subcategory of the
And we could just in the commercial
occupation
district.
as like a event venue or something, like a home event venue. I don't know, something.
Well, I mean, the
Well, in our
commercial
permitted,
district.
in our permitted uses, we could just add in banquet hall. Because
commercial?
we already have that term defined. And then it would just be subject to all the standard commercial district standards, so.
Can I ask for clarification on?
Yeah, please.
Just in terms of the banquet hall itself, self-contained unit, what about how are tents treated
It wouldn't be allowed.
at all?
It wouldn't be.
Well, no, it would be,
No, it wouldn't, not with the home occupations.
no, it would be allowed in the home occupation, but you could come in for a special event for the property, just like anybody else.
Like on a one-off sort of
Yeah.
thing?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you just do one or two a
It,
year?
it would require site plan review. It would still have to be inspected by the fire inspector, seating charts, all that stuff.
For a tent?
Yes. And I think Wayne, I don't know, Wayne might have something to say to that too.
On the
Okay.
tents,
Yeah, tents.
yeah, tents would need to be inspected. That's in the code.
But that's
It's like
existing.
these home occupations that are holding events, that would need to be inspected too.
But that's existing now, right, Wayne?
Our ordinance
Yeah,
for
for
the
tents.
adopted code.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just would want to make sure that we capture it so people understand that that has to happen.
Right. So we're not adding any requirements. It's already there.
Wayne, can I ask when the last time you inspected a tent? Does it happen often?
It hasn't happened often, but as an example, when Fisherman's Cat set up the tent for outside dining, that was inspected to make sure that it was met the flammability requirements. There was requirements for the exiting. For an example, if they're aware that if they put any side curtains on, they got to have exits.
Does that qualify as a temporary structure though, or is that more of a seasonal structure, which would be kind of a longer term, as I read it, as I've seen it?
As far as the code is concerned, it doesn't matter if it's seasonal or temporary. It's the use. It's being used as an assembly.
Do you use tents often?
Probably a few times, maybe one a season.
Oh, okay. So why can't it be the seasonal use? I mean, the one-time use
I'm just going by what the home occupation ordinance says. It's supposed to be, the occupation is supposed to be wholly contained within accessory structure.
could this just be a separate event?
I'd have to look at that.
We will figure that one out. We don't.
Because I think it's kind of circumventing the essence of
the ordinance,
What about parking? Because I think our parking standards for home occupations are also pretty slim. Would there need to be like a subsection in there where references back to, for banquet hall type uses then, where it falls back to that assembly type
Yep.
parking? Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure that framework's in there.
Do we have to call it banquet type usages? I mean, if we're gonna,
assembly use.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but
I
definitely.
think it
once
is a
off the-
type of a occupation. I mean, it's not just any occupation. It's not like you're just like working out of your house and having one at a time clients coming
Mhm.
in and out. Like,
Right.
you know, your occupational use is designed as a assembly.
Assembly.
Sort of a
You know, if we,
nature.
sorry.
Go ahead, Wayne.
If we
Must
think
be a short
about
meeting.
like Keeley's in Portland, that's a banquet hall. It's a commercial building that's been converted into a banquet hall. I mean, you know, versus what you were just talking about, one or two people coming into a home occupation is totally different than what you have in like a Keeley operation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's where the home occupation thing falls short.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's probably why it was, you know.
All right, well, I'll see. Yeah, I'll see if I can add in, like maybe like a subcategory of like just a note, like for where this is, since it's a larger type of use, but still under that home occupation, that it's subject to that assembly type use parking standards.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
I'll see where that's most appropriate to fit in our ordinance and make sure that's captured in for next month.
Yeah.
So.
My big concern is residential areas. If this going into residential areas, who knows how it would ruffle feathers.
Yeah, no, that makes
It's,
sense.
you know, I feel more comfortable with everything inside because I feel like that's the best way to contain the noise, anything else, any bright lights and stuff like that. It's just, I think it sticks to the intent and of what the ordinance was, you know,
Used to
to
be an
allow.
operation on Valley Road, near where you, a little further down where you in a barn. I don't know if they still run that or not.
I don't know.
They had three tents set up, you know, not this last season, but the season before.
The place on Valley that I'm talking about?
The horse farm.
There we go, so.
And in our case, we use tents, you know, from time to time. Like, as I said, we've used, you know, one a season. And we would have a function inside the barn, and then it would flow outside.
And the outside.
Yep.
Then we're gonna get into the outside, the noise. and-
What about like bands and music and stuff? Is that inside?
No, it's under the tent, and music goes off at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
And we do monitor that because
Oh.
we know about the ruffled feathers. You know, that's going to get into a conversation which we're all aware of. And
Yeah, which we don't wanna go
that's
there.
why we're here, but we don't want to go there, right? But I do like the idea of trying to ferret this out without ZBA approval, because the last time we went in front of the ZBA years ago, they were unable to really find the definition of quasi-use. And so if we can come to something else that doesn't require that, I think that's a win for the town.
Yeah, I'd like to do that because, I mean, if you look at, I don't want to put ZBA in a tough spot because if you look at what they have to use in the ordinance by the required for approval, it does not, you know, you guys would never meet it.
Wave a hand up.
David
What?
Birch has got his hand up.
Oh, David. David?
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Just to provide clarification for the home occupations.
Yep.
For the parking. It says, in addition to the off-street parking provided to meet the normal requirements of the dwelling, adequate off-street parking must be provided for the vehicles of each employee and the vehicles of the maximum number of users the home occupation may attract during peak operation hours.
Okay,
So just to give you perspective.
thank you. That's easily done,
I have a question.
right? Because, I mean, you're meaning that already.
Yeah, we have plenty of
We
parking.
have, yes.
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
do.
But my question is like, so when we host our functions, our barn doors are all open. We have like food set up inside the barn sometimes for smaller birthday parties and stuff, but everyone's using our beautiful property because we have gardens and stuff. So people aren't just trapped inside of a barn. And even if I host a wedding, we host the wedding under a tent behind the barn. So we're not actually, people are walking in and out. I mean, there's not like we're closed into a barn. Again, we have plenty of space and we're very conscientious about noise. And when you have a tent that's larger and it goes down, it traps the noise in. So you don't hear much when you walk towards the property line anyway. So my question is, with this home occupancy, you guys kind of kept saying, or Jason kept saying, it has to be closed into a closed-in space,
Mm-hmm.
meaning we couldn't use our beautiful yard and gardens any longer, is what
I
you
mean,
were.
people could walk outside and stuff like that. It's just
You don't
that-
have to lock the doors.
It's just that the band,
The band
food,
goes under
everything, it
the
has to be
tent,
it has to be in a closed structure. That's how, I think that's the reason why they allow home occupations in the residences is
Right.
it's not
In our
spilling
case,
outside.
If we have a DJ or whatever, it's under the tent. The dining's all under the tent. The dance floor's under the tent.
But it's still outside.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We don't fall under what you're trying to,
Yeah, we have to work on that tent thing.
because,
But you only do that a couple of times.
yeah, we're
Right.
seasonal.
Yeah, so I think we
live
can
on our
find it-
property. We
Right.
host these events. We're always there. We don't
And-
leave the property.
No, no, I'm just saying, I think we can find a way around
Yeah.
people being able to use a tent. I mean, I can't imagine we can't find some way around that.
Like I said, in the family that my father's helping with Littlefield, they're building a very large post and beam barn.
Right.
And it's all gonna be inside there.
It's all gonna be inside. Yeah, but
But ours has already been there and established, and we've worked hard on this. And we came to the town in 2017 and talked to who was in your position and who was in your position, and
Alex?
we've put a lot of money into
Scott.
our property to preserve it for Raymond. And we've done a great job. And then we bought the property next door to preserve that for Raymond as well. So these little functions that we do, we make a little bit of money to try to help renovate our other property next door. We're not some huge commercial
Yeah, well, I think
establishment.
we're on a much better trail here. But the tent is gonna be a problem, and we'll figure out some way.
That would be a huge problem because we are.
No, it's right, yes. No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant getting the tent, for us, getting the tent somehow into the ordinance as it exists is going to be probably a problem. But we can see, nothing is insurmountable. We can figure out a way. I'm sure we can figure out a way. It just,
Maybe,
Wayne,
Mr. Chairman, maybe combine, you putting the tent under the special not special amusement, special event ordinance. Maybe it would fit better there.
yeah, that's what we're
saying,
discussing, but then it doesn't fit with the home occupation.
Right.
What if the tent was attached to the barn?
It's not, it has walls. It's just what the ordinance, how the ordinance is written. You know, it's to allow people to do stuff at their homes without it being out there.
Yeah.
You know, it's not necessarily meant for the banquet halls, but as I said before, there may be a way. It's not easy because it's not a traditional home occupation. You know, normally home occupations we talk about, you know, somebody doing millwork maybe, or having a little art studio, or sewing, or an office. You know, just doing accountant work. You know, it's more that type of stuff. You know, this is.
Okay, so I make a motion, we have Brett figure this out.
But at that same point, Jason, it's also not,
I was writing down.
it's not run 7 days a week.
Correct, but it just there's no place for the ordinances right now, generally speaking.
So then what we've done did not violate any ordinance.
Is that correct?
No, it did violate an
Yeah,
ordinance.
it did.
Having a tent, porta potty, and parking sign?
Yes, the ZBA
We,
said it did.
yeah.
We said it did.
We
I
were
mean,
never
it's
fined.
unfortunate that it did, but it does. It's a land use violation. It just is what it is.
What
What did it
ordinance?
fall, what ordinance did that fall under?
What ordinance? It's just not a permitted or conditional use.
It's not.
And you don't have a home
ordinance
occupation,
that's-
correct?
What?
You don't have a home occupation permit to do it, right?
To have a tent, a porta potty, and parking sign on your property
To
temporarily?
have that, you know, you don't have a home
There's no
occupation, right?
ordinance, though. Can you point to an ordinance where we violated it, though?
Yeah, it's rural residential permitted conditional uses. It's not listed in those.
Okay, you can
That's weird.
bug him on Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, it's been litigated, so
I know.
it's passed.
I know, I've read it.
But we didn't get fined or anything, so it didn't actually get.
Well, you can get
Well,
fine if you'd like.
We
Would you like
can't,
one?
we can't talk about this.
No.
No,
Okay, so
that's weird.
let's move past this. I think we got a plan we'll look at.
So just to recap, the direction for next meeting, Definition-wise, I think at least for the banquet halls, we're fine there. Changing the permitted use type under the home occupation type standards. Adding in, sorry, a little here. Making sure parking, it's all appropriate there, or at least in the appropriate spot, or at least maybe like a sub-reference if needed, where this is a little bit larger. And then also doing some research for outdoor tents events, as those are a little bit separate from what we're talking about tonight. So, okay, that'll be easy.
Okay.
Piece of cake.
Yeah.
Piece of cake. Timeline, so the select want all proposed ordinances by March.
Okay.
So this is December. So we would have January and then February. February for, well, I guess we actually could do the public hearing in March and pass it to them in March. So we have 2 months. Okay.
Yeah, I think just to maybe play it a little bit conservative, though, it depends on how much you guys trust me too, I guess. If in December, if we feel pretty groovy and comfortable, you know, we could have like that kind of that dual meeting in February where we do the public hearing and then sending it off kind of thing.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. Another thing too, I know, I don't know. I've seen other places do this before where, you know, if there's like a pretty minor edit, like if we needed to remove one paragraph or add one paragraph kind of thing, like after the public hearing, you know, making that change like real time, and then like that document would be sent off with those changes after the public hearing kind of thing too.
We have done that only if it's not a significant change. We're happy for glad.
Right,
do
yeah.
that. But if it's anything
Yeah, but if
other
it's like
than
something
that-
massive, like obviously this is a much larger change,
Right.
that would need a
So
little bit more
we're done.
time kind of thing, so, okay.
All right. This is supposed to be a short meeting.
We're doing great.
We still have more to do.
They didn't turn that clock back still, right?
All right. Turn the page to marijuana. No, it's right here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Page 5.
What happened?
What do you mean what happened to it? That's it.
Oh, there it is.
That should be easy. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is one, just to rewind again, we did pause this a little bit to have Vern from the State Office of Cannabis Policy to come in and present to us. Obviously, we had a bunch of questions, and from where we landed, we had talked about implementing back odor control for the carbon filtration, those kind of technologies or mechanisms. And then I did add in a violation section as well, just to give Jason some teeth as well. So not a ton of changes here based upon our discussion. I know odor was really the big point of discussion last time though. So that is where this is at currently.
And these are in line with what Vern, right?
Correct.
All you talked about?
The only other thing I think we could do if we really wanted was to really bolster up our definitions. I think the state definitions have a wider variety where they define their terms, whereas really the ones selected here apply most to these actual standards. So,
Okay.
Jason, do you have anything else to add there?
The odor thing is just so hard. I mean, it's going to be based on complaints. You know, if somebody's got
Right.
100 acres in the middle of nowhere growing outside, nobody's going to.
Complaint?
I don't think so, unless they got a nose.
Depend
like
on
a
which way the
bloodhound.
wind is blowing.
Obviously, we still have, I kind of glossed over this, the authority section still, maintaining that statement that we're not an opt-in town. And then that, for at least the standards for the enclosures and setbacks, making sure that those operations are enclosed and then that they would comply with our agricultural setbacks. So that was, again, something we had discussed last time that we remained interested in. So, and Vern did confirm that we were legally allowed to do that under home rule. So
Vern said there's ordinance on, or legislation on the governor's desk.
Oh, is there? I haven't noticed.
Had to increase capacity. Or
Oh, yes, right. Yeah, I know what you were talking about. Oh, that one.
Yeah.
I thought you were referencing a new one. Yes, that's to allow, I think it was going from 30 to 150 per caregiver, or square footage number. I can't remember
Yeah,
what it
something
is.
like that. But this is not going to, that's not going to impact this.
Uh,
as long as they're all indoors.
As long as they're all indoors, doesn't matter, right?
yeah.
All right.
Lady has her hand up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it Desiree?
She's the one. Desiree?
Hi, it's Desiree.
Oh, hey, Desiree.
Hi, Raymond
Welcome
Hill
back.
Road. Yes, welcome back. I didn't know when Vern came if it was open. I was under the impression it was open to public discussion, so that's why I didn't join. But I did review this, and you know that I have some points. The first one is that I just wanted to clarify that Vern isn't a lawyer, and we've spent a lot of money on our lawyers, like looking at this problem. And so it is obviously up to the interpretation of the lawyer. So obviously it would be important to pass it along to your lawyers, because some of the things he said were not, they were convoluted between, you know, personal adult use, medical caregivers, personal patient rights, etc. It was pretty confusing in how he kind of grouped them all together. But on this specifically, I was looking at the odor thing, and I think that, you know, the odor control just really is not workable, and it's also not good for the environment. You know, odor scrubbers don't work the way that this ordinance is proposing that they work, or it suggests that they work. The town of Wyndham actually tried to almost use this exact wording for odor scrubbers, and they removed it because even with using like multiple commercial grade odor scrubbers, odor still escapes. The code enforcement and the planning departments, they acknowledge that the technology doesn't fully eliminate odor at the property line, and especially in humid environments that you have to grow cannabis in. And, you know, when you open the door, you use HVAC systems, you have air return, things like that. So it's not gonna, even if you have odor scrubbers, it's not gonna be contained inside the building. And I did do a little bit of research. So a small caregiver grow, which is the home occupation for medical cannabis caregivers, you would need about 4 to 6 high capacity scrubbers. And they would need to run 24/7, which would cost thousands of dollars up front, hundreds per month in electricity, filter replacements, etc. And it still wouldn't meet the standard of not going outside the property line. So I just think, like, based on that, it's just not really enforceable. I live up on Raymond Hill, so, you know, some days it's not windy and other days it's really, really windy. And volatile oils can spread for miles in the air, which is like what comes off the cannabis that makes it smell. So I think that it would be really hard to kind of enforce this, especially for Jason, because as I pointed out, and I know Vern said, well, he could invite the code enforcement officer. I did clarify with our lawyer, we would stop the code enforcement, or any caregiver, legally compliant caregiver would stop the code enforcement at the door and tell them they are not allowed in, because they're there on official town business and they are not part of OCP. Even if OCP is inviting them, they're not part of OCP. So I don't know how Jason would be able to go into medical cannabis caregivers' homes, right? Like where they're growing, or even their greenhouses, and inspect them when, like, legally he can't. And then I also just feel like adding in the odor thing really puts the town more in like this middle situation between neighbors and neighbor disputes, because, you know, property line odor smells are really subjective. And I just feel like it's more complaint driven and harder for Jason to enforce, especially when I did request a FOIA request on 10/9 to see how many complaints we've had. I asked for the past 10 years, which was kind of hard for them to find because there wasn't a lot of good documentation. But yesterday, which was 2 months since I requested it, they did have a flash drive containing a couple documents. So obviously this is not really like a townwide issue. And then really just, you know, throwing it way on back when we first discussed this with the short-term rental ordinance, one thing that you guys really emphasized on that was this noise ordinance. You didn't want to impose it on short-term rentals because it would unfairly target one like industry or sector. You would have to look at it at like a wide basis to impose like a noise ordinance for the town. This is just focusing on one piece of agriculture, which is the largest agricultural crop in the state of Maine at this point. But we're not imposing odor scrubbers on pig barns, chicken coops, flower farms, making them go inside a contained structure, manure piles, any other agricultural related things. So yeah, I just think that, maybe just keeping that same philosophy across the board, that this is only for cannabis and it's not for other agricultural things, is kind of singling out the cannabis, and really hard to enforce, just so hard to enforce. So yeah, those were my points. I was just hoping, maybe you guys would consider removing the odor scrubber requirement. I do think you guys adopted the agricultural setbacks, which makes total sense, and I'm fully on board with that. I think that applies across all agriculture. But just instead of just targeting cannabis when it comes to odor, like if you want to do odor control, maybe you look at making all agriculture inside a contained structure with odor scrubbers. I don't like the smell of roses. If my neighbor's growing roses, they need to be inside a structure with an odor scrubber. Sounds kind of ridiculous, you know what I mean? But yeah, those are my points, and thanks.
Desiree,
yeah.
What you said Wyndham removed the odor scrubbers. Did they replace them with anything? Do you know?
No, because they don't work. Really, if you're using any form of like high capacity odor scrubber, it's just not going to remove the smell of cannabis, because cannabis's smell is driven off of volatile oils from the plant, especially if it's in flowering, and that's not captured in any current technology for any odor scrubber. So that's kind of like the issue. Even when they had people doing them, it wasn't eliminating the smell at the property line. It wasn't really mitigating the smell at all. And it was just causing more complaints.
So Wyndham just eliminated that out of their ordinance and didn't replace it with anything?
No, not for the odor.
Okay.
And I know when Chris Hansen, he was here when you guys first talked about this, and he had mentioned, I believe, that he was part of creating the ordinance for cannabis, and they got rid of that because you just can't enforce the odor control if I put 10 scrubbers, right? Someone puts 10 scrubbers on their home and it's still not eliminating the smell because they're volatile oils, and I have HVAC and the doors are going to open and close throughout the day when you're going in and out of the property. At what point, like, am I going to be fined? Am I going to be in violation, even though I've now paid tens of thousands of dollars to try to mitigate this issue that can't be mitigated because of just where the smell's coming from and how it is in oil, and it's not just like in the air. It's like a lot. It's just the compound of the volatile oils is a lot different on cannabis than other plants.
We got it. Thanks, Desiree.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, I had a thought. I mean,
Good.
We could, and I don't know how David will feel about this, again, go the conditional use route here, because it does mention odors.
Yeah.
In the conditional use, and that would require a site walk, and then the applicant would kind of have to just it's up to the applicant to propose something that's going to meet the standards there. So, we don't have to necessarily parse it out and figure out everything. We don't have to put the requirements on there. They make the proposal,
on how
show it how it's going to happen, how they're going to meet these criteria, which I think most of this would alleviate, especially the odor. I mean, it says it right in there, at the property line, and then it'd be a case-by-case basis, which,
You're on a roll today.
Not every piece.
It's Wheaties. It must be something.
Not every piece of property is the same.
Also, nice sleep last night?
I didn't get any. No, but maybe I'm riding that exhaustion high.
Maybe it's so cold.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I like that, yeah.
Jackie? You didn't convince Jackie.
Yeah, because I mean, if you have 300 acres and your facility is whatever in the back, then you shouldn't have to have a scrubber. But
yeah,
if you're 20 feet from someone's house, you are going to have.
You're going to have to do something.
Right.
I've built 4 of these industrial commercial grows, and they do work. They function perfectly. So,
am I allowed to ask a question?
No, but we'll let you anyway, Desiree, because we like you.
Okay. I know that you, Mark, you mentioned that you built the commercial things. We're talking about home occupation cannabis caregivers in this ordinance. So these are not commercial industrial buildings with three-phase power. They're people's homes with either a greenhouse or they're like growing in their garage or things like that. So that does change the capacity load at which, you know, on a commercial building, you have three-phase power. It's a lot different than the access that you have. And I've worked in commercial grows, really large commercial grows, for a number of years now, and we've had odor scrubbers, and you can still smell it outside the building. So I guess that's just like my question. And then with the site walk, these people are already like compliant within the state of Maine under very rigorous restrictions. So would they need to stop their cultivation? Because right now you don't need, for home cultivation, you don't need like local approval. Like I don't have to go to the town if I build a house and say, I need you guys to approve the grow in my garage as long as I'm legally compliant under the state of Maine for home occupation cannabis caregivers. So I just, would someone have to stop cultivation because I need to clear out, there could be no visible cannabis plants, seedlings, anything like that for you guys to come do a site walk. So that would completely shut down an operation when they're plants they're living. So that would take like 3 months to recuperate from.
You got it.
So I think what we do is we're going to specify that this is outdoor.
Not indoor. Right.
Indoor, because the indoor ones I don't think are the issues.
Right.
Yeah, I think.
So the outdoor, and then you do a site walk in March before anything's in the ground.
Yep.
Okay, so it's like for like a greenhouse, basically.
It could be. It's going to be, you know, the applicant would propose what they're looking to do, and go through that process. And it would only be a one-time thing. Once you got that conditional use, as long as it's in the same spot, boom, it runs with the
good to
land. Or as long as
Okay,
that caregiver's in the house, I should say.
And are you guys gonna change this based on the legislation that's sitting on the governor's desk that defines sun-grown differently than indoor?
I think we would just do outdoor, right? Outdoor.
Yes. We just,
No, I thought we weren't going to do
We
outdoor.
weren't going to do outdoor.
we're only going to do indoor. Weren't we?
So
What I was saying for the conditional use would be for outdoor caregivers. That's what I was referencing.
I thought last meeting that we got rid of that completely.
Okay.
Is that,
Yeah.
that's what I remember, is there's
yeah.
no outdoor growth.
we have the ability to make a more restrictive
That's right.
ordinance than what the state
Yep.
says. And the issues that arise are from the outdoor grows. So the thought was
I just
not having outdoor.
I
Or we had talked about limiting
yeah,
certain number of plants per
I think it's
acreage
being
or
a little
something.
unfair to people who want to try and use the sun instead of a whole bunch of electricity. And if they have, like I said, 100 acres and they're going to put it outside in their backyard.
So, I mean, you make a good point. That's why I said 100 acres is fine. But to Desiree's point, she said it's not a commercial building, it's a home. And that's exactly the point that I'm trying to make,
Yep.
is that it's someone else's home next to their home.
Yep.
So, again, I overuse this maybe, but your rights end where mine begin.
Right.
If you're 20 feet from someone's house, you do not have the right to invade their space.
Right.
So if it's 100 acres, absolutely. So
That's
that needs
why-
to be in here somewhere where you could have an outdoor grow if it's 100 acres, sure.
So that's
Next
where
door to somebody, no.
that's where the conditional use where it says will not generate noise, vibration, fumes, or dust
Right.
which is detectable at the lot boundaries. That's why I said if we make this a conditional use, they're going to have to show
Right,
that
sure.
they're hitting that, and then they can do the outdoor grow because it's they have to.
Right,
or
but
else it's
is-
a violation.
Sure, but how do you measure that to be fair to someone who's gonna put money into this grow? Like if they establish it here and then you come and say, no, you can feel a vibration and smell, you have to move it back. So is there a setback? Is there 100 feet? Is there 50 feet from someone's house? Is that gonna be written in? And that's why I think that we just sort of get rid of the outdoor grow, but because of the photos from,
Mr. Richardson.
there you go.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, somebody's,
I do-
tenants in the driveway. That's not fair.
I had one last question for you guys about this. The majority of the complaint is from this one property that was referenced from Mr. Richardson's complaint. So wouldn't that be like the one issue versus like across the town? I've seen in other towns that have imposed the strict restrictions, and it just forces the compliant caregivers to move. And then, you know, hypothetically, right, you have this home that's already been set up for a grow, and now caregivers who are compliant can no longer grow in those spaces. Who do you assume is probably buying a house that's already like set up to be a grow? Probably not a legally compliant caregiver any longer. So somebody who's not legally compliant and choosing to do that. So I worry because it's just this issue with Ray Richardson, and for conditional use, if my neighbor says it's fine and they like tell the town it's fine, they don't care about the smell, but then someone 5 miles down the road because the wind's blowing is having a problem, like would I have to move it? I guess that's where I like, you know, the wind blows and you can smell stuff. Just like with noise at night, if you have a party, you can hear it for miles.
It's just so subjective, you know.
It
It's
is.
like and I don't feel right placing like like saying, well, this one's okay, but 3 is not. Like I don't know that. Like
Yeah.
It's not an easy.
No.
Just think in Hudson Valley, New York, to get rid of fire burning chimneys because of neighbors' complaint of smoke. So this is okay. We're in a good spot right here. Yeah. So yeah, you can't burn wood anymore. So.
I mean, you could still grow it with sunlight in a greenhouse, can't you? I mean, you use sunlight.
Right. Yeah.
And that's
Yeah, and that was
enclosure.
one of the points that was made. That it can be in a greenhouse inside, and then what is this? The 100 amperes of electricity per 1,500 square feet. He said that was incorrect. That was.
I think they removed
removed that. Yeah,
and Desiree might be able to speak to that actually, but I think that was removed from that legislation we were talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, that was removed from the official legislation that was passed on to the governor. But does that mean I have to run underground power all the way back to my greenhouse and put an overhead scrubber on it? Sorry, I'm just trying to think about the logistics. You know, my power ends here. If I have to move it to the end of my property, so that way I can grow my cannabis, now I'm gonna have to run like underground power there to run the odor scrubbers and the fans that you have to put in the greenhouse to keep the humidity down.
What would you say is like the threshold between how many plants you have to have for it to like not be detrimental to do that type of work? Like if you have 6 plants, is that like, oh, it's too expensive to worry about? Or if you have 100 plants, is like you make enough off of your 100 plants that it's...
If we were talking about like 2015, I'd tell you 6 plants would be great, but we're talking now about 2025 and the market is upside down. So like, to be honest, even 500 square feet, like I'm paying my light bill. So, but this is what I've done my entire life, and I have a small hobby farm and I have this, and I'm not gonna change course. So it would be like detrimental. It takes like that 500 square feet, which can be anywhere from like, 70 to 80 plants. I don't grow outside, I grow indoors, but I put my own adult use plants outside, my 6 plants out there, 3 plants or whatever it is. So now I would have to get a greenhouse and move those out back, or if I want to utilize the outside, I'm going to have to put a greenhouse in the back of my property, which is obviously going to cost me a lot to get power back there.
Desiree, is that because you use the greenhouse year round?
No, I grow in my garage. Yeah.
Oh.
So I haven't grown outdoors in like 3 years because I had a kid and built my farm. So, but I'm hoping to, with the sun-grown cultivation that I was up at the legislation in Augusta when they were talking about this and discussing it, and obviously I was a huge supporter because it cuts down my costs a lot. It makes it environmentally sustainable. It decreases my carbon footprint. I'm all about that stuff. So yeah, I was planning to, obviously now I only have to get a greenhouse, and I just want to figure out the logistics of like where I'm gonna have to run power to, like if I'm gonna need these odor scrubbers, because once you put it inside the greenhouse, it just changes the logistics of growing outdoors a lot because of the humidity.
Well,
I don't know either. I don't want an ordinance to put undue burden on people, but I also don't want people to be stuck in their house in the summer with their windows closed because they can't enjoy their yard because of the smell.
I mean, that's why I think a conditional use on it, you know, the abutters are gonna have to be notified, they're gonna be able to show up at that meeting, they're gonna be able to voice their opinions, there's gonna be a site walk, and you know, I hate to say, you know, common sense prevails, but you know, if you look somewhere and you see, well, there's not a neighbor for 1,000 feet on either side, it's the chances of someone being overwhelmed by the smell are probably pretty low, I would say.
and also given the size of the crop.
Right. Yeah. Right. And they'll get a sense, you know, they'll obviously if they came in for it, they'd have to kind of give either a square footage, you know, they'll show the plot basically, and that would kind of inform someone.
So, but now we're back to outdoor with conditional use. Indoor,
I think indoor is kind of taking care of itself. I don't think we've had a complaint about indoor.
yeah, I don't see why we would.
Generally, they're using the scrubbers or something to try and deal with the smell anyways, so I don't think that's, I don't think we need to create an ordinance for something that we may not be even a problem.
So we're back to outdoor as a conditional use.
I mean, that'd be my preference, to be honest. I don't know if David's still on there and he has anything to say about that.
Well, I think it makes a lot more sense because it could be individualized then.
Because not every lot's.
Right, not every lot's
It's hard
the
to
same.
put something that's going to pigeonhole everything into one.
Not every grower is the same.
Not every piece of land is the same.
Not every piece of land is the same. Not every butter is the same.
Yep, and we could go by, you know, say, you know, not in the village zoning, stuff like
Right.
that, you know, because you know, village
the
lots are going to be small. They're more apt to have a lot of, you know, people and families nearby. It's just the way it is. But in the rural district, the 3 acre lot minimums, 3 acres is a good sized lot, you know. I mean, I drive around town a lot, and I rarely smell it. Occasionally I'll get a whiff, but.
Yes?
Yeah.
Jackie?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Most reasonable option I've heard.
As long as we get motocross tracks in our backyard.
Say Dave.
As long as you're not charging people to do it.
Does that mean
There's the inconsistency again here. Every one that we've done so far is this banquet, and we've done the short-term rental, and we're doing this. It's all because of it's a business and a home.
That it really is the problem.
That is the problem.
Yeah.
Every single time.
And I think the comp
Everybody
plan
wants to make their money in their house.
Yeah.
Which is understandable.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
It's understandable.
Sure, but then we're going to make ordinances. Like that. This is the major. This is why I have such difficulty with this. Is that if it's your home, you should be able to do whatever you want with it. But we can't.
Right.
Because
We
it's a
can't,
business,
but
but it's not a business. So that's why it goes back and forth.
I feel like
That's why I said I want a
ordinance-
motocross track.
Right,
I'm going to build one.
But I feel like these ordinances are actually allowing people to do more. You know, it's they're not trying to be restrictive. It's to try to put the guardrails up, essentially. So okay,
Yes.
you can get these people to do
Yes.
these things, but have some type of guardrails because right now there's nothing. So
Yes.
it'll be Wild West, and then
Right.
it's
Solar. That's
Right,
the,
that's
I
all.
mean, it's the same. It's
But
the
we
same
still, like you say,
conversation.
we still talk around the issue is we don't separate out the business
Yes.
from the home.
right.
And right now they're both together.
Right.
And we can't separate them out.
Right. But if you do look at, you know, what I've read, the commercial use of a house as a rental unit for a house that's been exempt for
Oh, yes, right,
forever. You know, obviously now, you know, that was probably written 25 years ago when short-term rentals were different than they are now. Now it's much more prevalent. So I think, you know, Phil did say, I believe, we could define something as a business if we wanted to, but I think that it's too gray,
Yeah.
if you ask me. So.
Okay. Marijuana, you got it?
It should be simpler. I know you put a lot of work into it, and we paid you good money for it, but whatever.
You get paid by the word, don't you?
Good to know.
Learn right fast.
So making the outdoor conditional, and from I guess what I'm hearing, it might be a little bit more appropriate to do prohibited in shoreline zoning, where those lots are a little bit smaller. So
Not shoreline, village.
village, yeah, shoreline, the smaller.
Yeah, well, I mean, you
Concepts.
have
It
Cape,
really is
you have
just
Cape,
gonna
because the Cape being all in shoreline zone really complicates when we eliminate shoreline zone. 'Cause there are some large lots out, and there used to be farms out there. It's.
They got
I mean, you could say LRR1 because that's the 2 acre lots on the water, and a lot of those are small lots. On LRR2 is Cape, 3 acre minimum, and it's more expansive. I mean, it's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me. I guess I'll have it listed out where exactly it's prohibited versus
It's
conditional.
650.
What, protection's 100?
Yeah. And resource,
As a comment?
Resource protection.
Wayne's got a comment.
There are areas of the country that have dealt with this for quite a while, and maybe we can get some ideas from different areas of the country instead of just our own neighborhoods.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, Wayne, I mean, I did some research through this. I mean, like, Portland is a good example. Like, I think they're kind of like one of the places where a lot of people look to for like the odor control, in particular with the higher density there as well. They want to make sure they're not impacting just the higher populations there. So, like that kind of language exists within those towns. But in terms of just conditional uses, I mean, that's pretty simple, just to make sure that's within our use table, so.
All right. I think we're good with the marijuana, right? All right. Brett, Jason, and I presented the short-term rental proposed ordinances to the selectmen yesterday. They had some good questions. A lot of them were really questions that we had discussed, and they were just more curious as to how we reached our conclusion. Their plan, when we left, their plan was to give it back to Jason and
Glenn.
Glenn. See, that's the Glenn. See, I know there's a Glenn around here somewhere. Jason and Glenn to look at and just for their cut, and then they're going to proceed then with that to the process.
I mean, I've looked at it enough. I think it's.
Yeah.
You know, there was a point in there that we hadn't really considered, I think, when we were doing when we were putting in the clause about the insurance coverage.
Right. That was the.
But I think, you know, we didn't really take into account the fact that there are these like local property management companies that manage rentals. There's like the Crane Inn and like Jordan Rentals and things that are smaller local businesses that handle the rentals that are not an Airbnb, you know, and they're not Verbos. And they probably don't offer that same sort of insurance coverage that the big companies do. You know, and we don't want to drive everybody away from using those local agencies.
But I don't think our insurance, the request for insurance is anything more than your average person is going to carry. I mean,
it's up to the property owner.
Yeah.
I believe the way it was written, at least, it's less about like Airbnb, like proving that you have insurance through them, or whether it's like some like third party. It's just more so just about the property owner, if they're covered.
Okay.
Well, because I think that was, because that was talked about too. I think it was Mark that brought up like no insurance carrier is going to write a policy to cover the town kind of thing. Right?
Right.
But in the instance, if there's like a septic leak, for example, where it is impacting town property, obviously what's going on in town property is a separate issue, but at least they're insured to fix that issue on site kind of deal too. So it'd be similar if, someone had a really big party and things got a little too crazy and I don't know, something happened to the house, it became an eyesore or whatever, they're insured to make those repairs too. But yeah, I thought that was an interesting discussion last night.
Yeah.
Looking for a motion.
Move to adjourn.
Motion to go to bed.
All those in favor? Oh, wait a minute. Well, good. We need to get Sandy. I told you I'd forget. Now I can't.
I know.
Now I forgot even what I was supposed to do. Completely.
That's, I'll call Brett in the morning, even though I'm not working, and he and I'll get it figured out.
Oh, no, we can do it right now. It's pretty easy.
For what, the agenda?
Yeah, before we go, we just need to finalize the agenda because we're in a timeline.
So we don't have
crunch.
any new applications, correct, Sandy? Nothing came in today, so I don't know, would we have minutes to review? Obviously, I think that's something that you could do, Sandy.
Yep.
So in terms of old business, discussion review of ordinance changes related to banquet halls, discussion review of draft marijuana regulations, and then we would want to make sure we could do the parking standards for short-term rentals as well.
Now, can you say some of that a little slower? I mean,
No.
take shorthand, but Jesus, not 200 words a minute.
Well, I was just reading off the agenda you already had.
Just a summary.
Yeah.
Sandy, how about I just send you a message in the morning and you can copy and paste it?
That'll be perfect. And then I can review it. If I have questions, I'll get a hold of you, and then I'll get that knocked out Friday.
Yeah. Since I get paid by the word, I'll make it as long as possible.
Oh, yeah, gee, thanks.
At some point when things slow down with everything in town, with the lawyers, I'm going to reach out to Phil. So starting, the clock began September 24th for you have 180 days for that training for the 1829.
Okay.
So, we're down to about 4 months right now, which seems like a long time, but it's probably going to come up quick.
Yep.
So I'll try and reach out to him to see if we can have him come in and just our two boards can have a workshop or a dialogue, and he can kind of do some training on what that's.
So if we're
gonna
not
be.
trained, they fire us all?
Yeah, yeah.
Board
I don't know
gets
how long-
dissolved.
A lot of that works.
Kind of small as it is. We don't need any more help.
But that's
a great idea.
That's going to be that those zoning changes are going to be a surprise for a lot of people. So I'm trying to get out in front of this and let people know, especially people who are own land in those areas. I just want them to be aware, what's going to happen with that.
Preference would be on a light Wednesday, if we have one of those things, which
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. But I think it should be, just the boards.
I agree.
And one
Phil.
of the,
Yep.
the
Forecast-wise, I think we know next month, generally, we're going to be in a pretty good place with these, and I think February probably moving towards public hearing. I mean, ideally, because we want to get this in by March.
Oh, yeah, we got to have Phil here.
So,
Yeah, and I still have to see if him doing
Yeah.
the training is going to
Yeah.
satisfy the state what they're looking for. I'm not
Okay.
even sure if they have a guideline for that yet. And that's from Phil himself. So, yeah.
All right. Maine Municipal Association, whatever, they have a lot of online trainings too. So if it's been if they've done a training, it's pre-recorded. It's usually
Some of
just
you can be able to
$50
watch.
that you can just watch from home.
Right.
on your computer.
I just don't know even if they have any trainings on this available yet because it's so new.
Yeah.
No one wants to leave, huh?
Yeah. All we got to do is
Didn't
vote,
we
right?
vote?
Oh, we didn't vote. I'm sorry. All in favor? Jeez, I thought we already did that. I rarely let that get by.
Welcome to the October 14th Select Board meeting. We're going to call it a meeting to order, and we will be adding at the end of the agenda before public and Select Board comments, a discussion about the interim town manager
the process and possibility of having a candidate. Other than that, we'll start with the minutes.
I move to approve the meeting minutes from September 16th, the workshop, regular select board minutes, and then October 6th, 2025, emergency select board meeting minutes.
Second. Can we do them separately?
Sure. I withdraw my motion.
Yeah.
I make a motion to approve September 16th, 2025 workshop minutes.
Still second.
All right. I think the only correction I would like to make is or at least ask to clarify and add a little detail. The minutes, section F on it, where we talk about the undesignated, the surplus. It says that it was close to the amount set on that. And we were at 15%, we're supposed to be at 2.8, and we're at 2.6, which really handicapped us on the draft F.
I don't have enough.
So I think you're looking
Six.
at the regular meeting.
Yeah, you're
We're on
in the next
workshop
one.
minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, okay, we'll do that. Any discussion on the workshop? All in favor? Okay, it's the second one.
Okay. I make a motion to approve September 16th, 2025 regular select board minutes.
Second.
All right, now for discussion. Under F, I just think for purposes of where we are in financial matters, that if we would put in there, instead of saying we're close to that set amount, which is according to Kurt, 2.8, we're actually at 2.6, just below 2.6. And I'd just like to add that detail in, because that's a $200,000 difference, which really kind of handicapped us when we went to apply any money. It's just my consideration, and if you guys don't agree, then we'll move on to another thing.
What do you want it to read?
The details of what it is. The reason it says we're close to the set by the internal policy, which is the amount, with $200,000 less than the set policy.
Oh.
And I just like that one detail added, only for the record, because I think we're going to have some discussions about the tax rate. And if you don't think it's important, I can move right on to the next thing.
Was that discussed in the actual meeting, though?
Yeah, Kyle gave it to us in detail in the written form.
You mean Kurt?
I'm sorry, Kurt, yes.
I don't think it's that important. I think we discussed it.
Okay. Anyone else?
No.
Okay. Then the next thing is,
We need to vote to approve them.
yeah. Well, no, I've got another one on this.
Wait, but I only have a motion on the floor for the regular select board minute meetings.
The next thing on it is the.
Oh, you have another one.
Yeah,
Sorry.
H. We did a wrap-up of the 23-24 budget under H. And the only thing I'd like to do, and it's not for getting into past history or anything like that, I'd just like to clarify and correct that I had requested the date of when the public vote was on the transfer of the surplus money. And all I want to say is that I went through all of it without receiving an answer, and there was no public vote. But that's all. I just want to correct it to saying there wasn't a public vote, as opposed to the written and the verbal statement, and just let it go. It was written that it was a public vote by the select board. And that's what was necessary for that to happen. Again, I want to move forward. And the best way to do it is to clarify it, because it was an incorrect notation about funds, public funds.
I'm so confused.
Well, We had a presentation.
You're on H?
Yeah, wrap
Yes.
out and close the
Okay.
23-24 budget.
And there was a presentation saying that there was a select board vote on both matters. And I went through every month meeting and minutes, watched the videos, and it wasn't. Now, at this stage, it's nothing that we can do about it except to correct that and move on, in my opinion, so that we continue to move forward. But there wasn't a vote, and that's where I'd like to leave it. If not, the audio will stay, and so will the written.
Excuse me, can I ask a question on that, like a point of order? Was it discussed at that meeting? Because you can't change the minutes of what was discussed. So I'm just asking was it discussed that you want to add that in there, or is that a detail?
Did you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry, Teresa Sadak, 207
It was
Webster Mill.
discussed at length.
At the meeting?
Yes, and I asked for clarification in the date of that public vote, because that's what was stated by both the town manager and the finance director, and it did not happen. So I want to correct it and just move on.
I'm just asking, because the last thing that you had mentioned, too, wasn't discussed, and that's why you wanted to add into the minutes. So I'm just asking for a point of order. That's all, Dennis.
My statement will be videoed, and that's all we need. We don't need to go back and change it. Right?
Well, I think it states that see the video for the full details, so I think we should leave it alone.
Other comments?
If it was desired, someone would have to just give a friendly amendment to my motion.
That's what I was looking for. I'm on the record of saying what I'd like. We can be 4-1 and we can move on. I'm not here to really drag anything up. I just felt obligated by the oath I took to be transparent, and this is $250,000. And then it's done.
So we have a motion on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have an amendment?
No, this is discussion.
I'm fine with the way that they are.
No other
Discussion?
Any other, just ask
Yep.
any other discussion?
No more discussion? All right, call for the vote. All those in favor of the minutes as posted? Opposed?
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept October 6, 2025 Emergency Select Board meeting minutes.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All right. The next thing is the hearing regarding the annual general assistance. Who presents that? Guess we just go through it and,
Well, according to this, we would start a public hearing and allow all interested members to comment, if they wish to comment on the materials.
this was part of the e-package. So if there's any public comments on how the program works or any questions, we'd entertain those.
Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. It would be interesting for me to understand. I did read it all, but what I didn't understand was who's responsible. I see those maximums, and then we're voting for the maximum or a variation on that. Where does the funding come from? What do we have at the town level versus at the county level, if there is any money at the county level or at the state level? How is the funding provided? Thanks.
We put a warrant in there for I think $10,000. And then there's some that are volunteered. We get some funds in from citizens for oil assistance, some food cards. But generally speaking, we get some match from the state, but I'm not sure how that works. But we do have a warrant article for, it's either 10, I think it's 15 now. I think it went up to 15. But we don't have we have a growing demand, but we have not past history had a great deal of overruns on it. Anything else?
My understanding is this is housekeeping for us to update the appendices. We already have an ordinance, so this would just update the numbers to what the state's limits are.
Thank you.
That's what I got out of it, but
Yep.
this is the first time I've really looked at it in detail.
Anyone else? Well, all those, is there a motion?
You would just close the.
Yeah, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll move to accept what's written in before us and move on.
I'll make a motion to adopt the general assistance maximums as presented in the materials.
Second. All those in favor? Well, the next thing is the license for Sebago Cycle. You're going to call the microphone, and let's start with the ever-present code officer. Not code officer, fire inspector. And Wayne, do you want to start with anything before this young lady speaks?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was away on vacation last week, so we still need to schedule an appointment with her to do the fire inspection.
Will that hold anything up for tonight, other than just making sure? Have you been in this building before?
Yes, it was for the last building, last business I was in there. One of the things that will need to be corrected is making sure the fire alarm system that's required for that building is operational and been tested. That'll be one of the things I am looking at, plus our normal life safety.
All right, thank you. Would you state your name and just give us a little description of your business, and we'll move from there.
Okay, my name is Letitia Devon. I operated a spin cycling / fitness studio in Maryland, and I want to open a business like that here. It's a great place to provide, community support and, group exercise and group fitness. I offer a variety of classes from spin cycling to cardio kickboxing to weight training. Looking to hire also instructors here locally and provide that revenue for the town as well.
So it's a daytime, or is it scheduled flexible?
It's flexible hours, but yeah, most classes end around 8 p.m.
Wayne, would you object if we issued this permit, this license?
Well, I'd have a conditional on.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the conditions.
Yeah, conditional.
Like we always do, I was just asking.
With his inspection.
Conditional should be fine, Mr. Chairman. I don't anticipate anything big. So conditional should be fine. If we find a problem, we'll reach back out to the board.
If it's okay, I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
I move to approve the business license of Sebago Cycle pending a fire inspection and resolution of any findings.
Second.
More discussion? All in favor?
Welcome to town.
Yeah,
Thank you.
congratulations. Thank you. Road name approval. Is this just housekeeping too? Road name approval?
I'm sorry.
So
where
the
are we?
next one is a road, the
This
name
is
of a
the
road
name, yep.
for approval for, is it a name or a name change?
It's a new road.
Okay.
She split off a lot, so now she has 2 dwellings on that road, so we require her to name that road. And I think that
Would Bruce?
he's the addressing officer, so he can speak to it.
Bruce Tupper, Fire Rescue Chief, Tanner Raymond. Yes, and a road application comes in, you folks just have to approve it after we vet that road does not conflict with any other roads in town. It has been vetted, it does not conflict with anything for 911, so it would be a good road and a good name.
So I'd just like to add a comment. The reason it's named Gladstone is that building is quite old, has some historic value, and it used to be called Gladstone Manor, from what I understand. That's why she picked the name.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll take a motion.
Make a motion that we accept the road name of Gladstone, is it Drive?
I think so.
Second. Gladstone Drive?
Yes.
Sam seconded.
All right, all those in favor? Okay.
Is this just the chair or all of us?
The next thing would be a,
I'm not sure. We're supposed to all sign that. Mel, do we all sign that for the road? It says
No, it just
select and
says selectmen.
approval.
But it doesn't have, it's not multiplied out.
No.
I don't think we
I
usually
think he
do.
can just sign it.
all right, the next thing would be the tax acquired property, quick claim deed. Donald here? Okay.
So it looks like he came in and paid his taxes,
Oh, even better.
$17,782.70.
So, I guess it's
We have
just a
to-
matter of making a motion then.
And then sign the quitclaim
Yep.
deed. I make a motion that we sign the quitclaim deed to give back this gentleman, Donald Johnson, his property after we've successfully paid his taxes.
Need the booking page.
So it's,
Map
let's
1,
see.
Lot 7.
Map 1, Lot 7, Book 40312, page 246. There's several deed references in here,
As printed.
as printed, yeah.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Unanimous?
Must be signed.
Next matter is accepting the resignation of Brenda Tubbs from the Board of Appeals.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? On the agenda next is the consideration of forming the JSMS Building Committee. I don't know, I didn't see this up there, I just saw the agenda, so. Basically, it establishes the purpose and charge of the committee, the membership structure, which should be aimed for 9 to 11 members with a balance of expertise and representation. The appointment process would go through the town clerk. Will be put in the newspaper, website. Applicants would provide a statement of interest, and then the select board basically would appoint them. And then there's operating guidelines with setting up the chair and vice chair, reporting, accountability, support and training. It's well laid out. Any discussion or directions on
I think the only thing I'd add to what you said was, I think it's important to let the public know what the representation membership would look like. This is laid out to have one select board member, one budget finance committee member, a planning board member, a school department representative, also to be a liaison to the RSU, public works or facilities representative, and 2 to 3 community members at large, or disbanded Jordan Small Middle School Vision committee members. 1 member from Park and Recreation staff, 1 member from the village library, and the town manager or a staff liaison. That's a pretty big committee, but it's a pretty important project.
anything else?
No, that's
I'll make a motion that the
Let me just ask one question.
Yeah.
Do we want to try to get this established by the next meeting, as far as the timetable? Have it over the next 30 days?
Well, I think that's a pretty large task, but you can try.
No? I'm just asking whether,
I mean, you got a lot of people, you got volunteers here. A lot of these people we could fill, but, you know,
make
it
it by the
is
December
important.
meeting.
We have to post it too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a closure date, that's all. If it's laid out well right now, we've got the framework. If you want to say applicants in by the end of this November or middle of December, or just leave it open. I don't,
Just leave it open, and if we don't seem to be getting any
leave it open.
attendance, we'll bring more attention to it
Okay.
at the next meeting or.
the only thing you can do.
all right. Well, it's going to get tougher as the holidays get too, the closer we get,
I
so.
think there's a
All
lot
right,
of people.
then
There's a
we'll-
lot of people that want to be on
I
that.
think there's a lot of people that want to be on that. I think Derek's right.
Yeah.
There's 11 spots. I think you're going to get plenty of applicants.
Is that enough? Yeah, I mean, the question, this is an outline that's well done. I think
Yeah,
John
they did a great
some
job
time with
on it.
this, and probably the clerk or whoever helped him. But what number gets too large? Do we want more public people, or how do you want to? I'm fine with just moving this forward. I'm just wondering if that's, once we start this is probably the numbers we'll go with.
I think the numbers are good.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
How many people from the public are on it?
3. 2 to 3.
That doesn't seem very, like, a lot.
Could you go to the podium?
There's a lot of guys here, I'm sure you can hear me. John Bisnat, 10 Merge Landing Road, Raymond, Maine.
They can't.
He needs to go to the podium.
Sorry.
It's not for us. It's for Zoom.
John Bisnat, 10 Merge Landing Road, Raymond, Maine. That doesn't sound like a lot of input from the public. 3 people versus what you have on the town. All appointed positions.
Well, everybody is.
That's just my opinion.
David Brown, Tenny Hill Road. I would agree with that. I'm a mechanical engineer. I had a little something to do with that building actually when it was last renovated back in the mid 80s, when it had a big renovation then. And I do mechanical HVAC and that sort of thing, and I would be able to help, but I know there's lots of other people in the town that could help, and I think it sounds right now like it's a little heavy on the people who have an interest in how it's laid out, but don't have an interest or knowledge perhaps about, and And my understanding is we already had a needs committee that kind of laid out some of the desires for the space, and now we need to be moving on, I think, to some more serious planning, budgeting, that sort of thing. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the process right now, but so I agree. I think we need more to put out feelers, allow for more people. You don't have to accept them, but you might find more people that step forward. You might get architects, engineers, all kinds of different people, people who can do estimating for you and help estimate the process, the cost of the project. So,
thank you, Peter.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, for the public record. And the right to know law in the state of Maine says that everyone in a public meeting needs to be identified, just as a point of order. As far as this committee is concerned, my sense is that there's a cost associated with this because there's going to be consultants. So as far as engineers, structural engineers, and surveyors, and all that other stuff, that I believe at some point this committee is going to need to obtain information on. They're probably going to want to get paid. So I'm just curious, what budget is this going to come out of? And I'd love to see this happen as soon as possible. But at the same time, if the money isn't budgeted, that's going to be a concern. Thank you.
My thought, and I'll just speak for myself, was there would be public meetings for people from the public to come in and speak at any time that they wanted to give input, and agenda posted. And again, I don't know how large the comp plan was. I watched those meetings, and it looked very well balanced with people, but the number-wise I'm talking about. I'm more concerned, 9, okay. The idea of having someone on from all these different committees is to help with the planning, the ordinance that might need to be changed, what will affect the actual process moving forward. If someone has a different view, if 2 or 3 isn't enough, or if we need to add someone in here, I'm flexible on everything.
I would agree that there should be plenty of public meetings, so people that do have suggestions and people that do want to provide some assistance could voice their opinions at these meetings and offer their services. So I don't think we need to make this committee any bigger. I think we just allow them to participate.
What is everyone's thoughts on the select board members and the budget finance committee member just being ex officio and non-voting?
And non-what?
Non-voting. With any role that there may be voting involved with this committee.
I'm not opposed to it.
For what purpose?
I'm not sure how much voting will be going on here until you work down to the final meetings, correct? Or am I wrong?
No.
I guess the purpose is we get probably in a last say, right, to approve what happens. So
When it comes back to us.
yes, I guess that's my thought process.
Yeah, I would agree with that part of it.
But I mean, you're keeping the number the same?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying non-voting members
No,
to
they
add
would-
2 more community members to it.
No, my thought is they're still a member, but they're a non-voting member, or maybe just the select board,
Like we did
whatever
with the
one.
comprehensive plan committee.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't even, the flexibility was built in here, like town manager or staff person makes it easier for them to have a person that's flexible, so to speak. And I think having the public meetings would serve that purpose. I mean, this can be tweaked as we get down the line if we actually have to get into the budget process, which we're going to have to do eventually, and probably sooner than later, because we're trying to start the budget process earlier than normal so that we don't have the same situation we had last March and April, or February, March. Unless someone on the board wants to make a change to it, I would entertain a motion to accept it as written, and if you don't want to put a time for.
I mean, it's not set in stone. It says aim for 9 to 11 members, so.
Right.
There's 12. It's not like we have to throw the whole thing away and start over again, but. I think we should at least maybe go on the larger end of the 2 to 3 scale for community members at large, that's for sure. I mean, the comp plan one is asking for 4 community members, so I think to have 2 would be slating the community a little bit on it, since this is probably gonna be geared towards a community center. So I think the more community input would be great. I do think the fact that having community members show up for them, but if they're not on the board, then who knows? Are they not showing up because they're not there? They're not a part of the thing. They don't have a, they don't have a force to be there, an obligation to be there. I don't know, but it's just my concerns.
How does everyone feel about, as written, except one select board member is ex officio, non-voting, and you do 4 community members? That does make a 12. And that keeps the voting.
You said budget, finance, and select board member be non-voting?
If you do that, then you'd have an
even number, yeah.
Well, you'd have an odd number of votes if you did that, because the town manager and staff liaison is non-voting. So you'd have 3 non-voting out of a 12-member board.
With 4 community
Yeah, but
members?
you
With
don't,
4 community members.
that's what you would want.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
That works for me.
I thought you were saying that in a negative. I'm like,
No.
well, you don't want even. I don't know
No,
how that's
no,
gonna work out.
No.
Paper,
No.
rock, scissors in the parking lot.
No.
Kate?
So amended? Motion is amended?
Yes. So moved. I guess, Chris, you had started to make a motion. Did you finish
No,
that
you-
one?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I guess I move for the select board to form the Jordan Small Middle School Building Committee that will comprise of 12 members, the select board member, the budget finance committee member, and the town manager will be non-voting, and increase the community members at large to 4, otherwise as presented in the material.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. Next thing on the agenda is forming a comprehensive plan implementation committee. So again, the resolution is creating the committee, oversight guides, the ordinance, policy, and capital projects to begin in town, consistent with the plan, monitoring process, progress, and a regular reporting to the select board. Membership structure will be a 9-person committee. Again, approximate size for the task. Core representation would be 2 planning board members, a select board member, 4 community members at large, 2 members from key stakeholder groups, the Business Conservation Commission, or the comp plan, the disbanded comp plan committee. Town manager or staff liaison, non-voting. Do we do the same thing with this, with the select board, non-voting? I think it's probably a good way to go. It's makes it easier.
And the town manager would also be non-voting.
Right.
It's already non-voting, isn't it?
Yeah, the town manager, right, but. So that would be 8.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, so we'd,
Budget finance committee member?
there is not one, it's not a budget finance person on it. And there's going to be some cost to this, no doubt about that. And probably to again, to speak my mind, is this is going to overlap with the school anyway, because that was on the comp plan. And so I'm sure there'll be times where they'll be meeting or discussing similar things.
Pete 11, 211 Road, as far as the suggestion about Budget Finance Committee, they'll, correct me if I'm wrong, but there'll be a lot of CIP in this, I would think, going forward. Thank you.
What's the thought? Add a budget finance?
Add a budget finance committee member.
And then it's an odd number.
Then it gives you an odd number.
So select boards are gonna not vote and budget finance will?
Yeah, it'll all come back to us in the end.
No, I'm just stating that so that.
Yeah, and do we, I mean, at that stage, we'll probably have all the information will be coming in with progress reports, and we'll know whether it's straightforward or not. And then the budget process will decide a lot of what they're saying. Am I right on that? As they come forward with the cost associated, we won't be able to do everything, that's for sure. And so the question will come down to what the priority will be with those joint meetings anyway. Anyone, any comments from the public before we?
I know it says 2 members from key stakeholder groups, and, or disbanded comp plan committee members. I think we should offer them disbanded comp plan committee members in actual, not be lumped in with the stakeholder groups.
Oh. So are you thinking the business and other groups would be part of the community? Or just add another 2 positions?
I'm agnostic to that. Doesn't matter to me.
I actually like the idea of having 2 comp committee members on it. And I don't have a problem with adding a couple more people. I mean, like if Loon Echo or someone else wants to be there, as far as open space, would be a good person to have in there if they wanted to be involved.
So just add to 3 members. Can be each one of those. So you have 1 from business, 1 from the Conservation Commission, and 1 from the disbanded comp plan committee member. Was that what you were aiming for?
She said 2.
You'd have to anyway to make it odd.
Yeah, I mean, I just think we should aim or try, if any of the previous comp plan committee members are willing to continue to serve in that capacity. I think we should try. I guess maybe, I just think for continuity, they were heavily involved with it.
I agree with you as far as the continuity.
Peter?
Peter Levitt, 211 Road. Is there going to be a select person?
Yes.
Yes.
Non-voting.
And if I'm not mistaken, are there 2 select people sitting up there that are both comprehensive plan, disbanded comprehensive plan committee members? And I'm not trying to stick anybody with anything here, but I would just say you could kill 2 birds with 1 stone there.
Is the difference that they'd be voting?
I actually thought the same thing.
Is the difference that they'd be voting as opposed to? Is the difference, when you brought that number up, that they'd be voting members as opposed to non-voting
Well,
members?
I do believe that the select board member should be non-voting. That's just my personal opinion. And yes, that would be a comp plan committee member, but I think we should seek other voices from that committee as well.
Well, if you had another 1 from the comp plan committee, they could vote.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
And I guarantee you, they're part of the community. So if you're looking at applicants, you'd certainly give them a priority, is what I'm saying, what I'm thinking.
So Kayla, you ready to do a motion?
No, because I haven't done the math yet. So we have 1.
It works if you add it up, if you add 1 to that.
So 1 select board member,
Right.
non-voting, 1 budget finance committee member, non-voting to be consistent with the other committee?
Yeah, the select board.
Okay, yeah,
and
so
town
in
manager.
budget finance, non-voting. 2 planning board members, that's 4 community members, we're now at 8.
If you make the 2 members and stakeholders and comp plan all in 1, if you make that 2 or 4 and budget and select board and town manager are non-voting, then it works.
Okay.
If that's how you want to do it.
Yeah.
So would you say that again, Derek, please? planning board's 2, select
It'd
board
be
non-voting.
13 members and 2 non-voting members, so you'd have 11 voting members.
Okay.
If you up your 2-member from key stakeholder groups to 4.
All right.
And the town manager's non-voting, so did you count them? So that's 3 non-voting positions.
I got 2 because I got select board and town manager.
Budget finance.
Oh, you're not gonna have them vote?
No, because we did that with the other committee.
Okay.
Just
then-
for consistency.
Then maybe do 3 instead of 4 on your 2 members.
You have to do one or the other.
So 3 members for the stakeholder group.
Yep. All right.
Can I talk?
Yeah, you gotta say your
Nico's
name.
33 Plumber. Quick question. Why, just out of necessity, do you feel the need to take away the vote from the board members?
Well, it comes back to us for the final vote, you know.
But you guys are selecting the whole board to begin with, right?
Correct.
So
I think it's more of the influence factor for selectmen sitting there saying they don't like that, and they'll voice in their concern or carrying it. They'll be representing this committee, actually.
Yeah.
And so I think the reason we eliminated it is because we've done it in past boards, and it just takes away that second bite of the apple, I guess, if you will.
Okay.
It's more the people doing it rather than us doing it twice, so to speak. And speak for someone else, if someone else.
and just out of curiosity, wouldn't that maybe a non-select board representative to select the applicants from the public? Wouldn't that be more transparent? And I don't want to complicate things. It's just that that's in the effort of being transparent.
I don't know if that's a bad idea. I don't think we've ever considered it before, but it just adds to the layers, because generally speaking, when it comes before the board, we just say yes. You know, it's not like we had a huge group that came before us.
Not necessarily. If you get 20 members, then you're gonna have to
wean them out.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
whittle
true.
it down.
Good
It's
point.
not-
Yep.
You're not gonna get an
That's
exact
true.
number of people that apply that you need. I mean, you might, but that's.
I know when the first
Probability
committee
of that
came
isn't
together, the vision committee, there was such a small number, we just said everyone's on board. But I think at the same time, you're right, if you get 20 people, I'm not opposed to that kind of concept. I mean, but who would you take from the public? And then that becomes the.
I would volunteer Deke to do it since he stood up there. Shouldn't open your mouth.
Wise advice.
And he's a voting member.
Well, I'll tell you, it's interesting, but I wouldn't mind adding someone from Parks and Recreation in this committee. I mean, it's a comp committee, comprehensive, and it's open space. It's things that we'd be doing with them. Yeah, as far as even, I just think I think we may have missed a group that could have an influence on this. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
I mean, I don't know.
I'm
You
going too
can
much.
add everyone, but it gets to a point where you get too many people in there, and then you're not going to get anything done.
Well,
These 6-hour meetings.
Then I guess what we could do is when this group comes forward, it's going to be going through the town manager. That's where the process starts.
They can always invite the Parks and Rec people anytime for any meeting.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point.
They can invite staff.
Yeah. Well, my thought is on what Deke said about a neutral person, it's going to be going through the town manager and the staff. They'll be weeding through the things, and there'll be some sort of application where you'll give your background, for example. And then if there's any kind of decision, most generally, the town manager will come forward with the recommendation, and we'll either ask questions or the public can ask questions then, and then we're kind of the last step after the process is pretty well complete. I don't know if we've ever started crossing people off here. I haven't seen it anyway. So I think we'd stay with what's been written up by the town manager, and we'll move forward with the idea, and then if there becomes an issue, we'll deal with it at the public meeting. Anything else? Want a motion?
Derek, did you have the math figured out?
Yep.
Do you want to make the motion then?
Sure.
You have it.
Motion for consideration for forming a comprehensive plan oh my God. Implementation Committee. Good work with that one. 2 planning board members for voting, land use ordinance, 1 budget finance, non-voting, 1 select board member, non-voting, 3 community members at large, 3 members from key stakeholder groups, businesses, Conservation Commission, or comp plan committee members, and town manager or staff liaison, non-voting. 12 members, 3 non-voting, 9 voting.
Any more discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. H is the 26 budget recap. There was basically some confusion, or people had questions about how it all transpired the way it did. And so we requested a kind of a simple explanation that Kurt gave us. It was well written, but basically what it says is the gross municipal budget presented and approved by voters in 2025 town meeting represented an increase of 5% over the previous year. This did not include articles funded through the undesignated fund balance, TIF, associated overlay and whatnot. However, due to the projected balance of the undesignated fund, which I mentioned earlier, is down, so when it came time that balance was low, available for the commitment, the board determined it was unadvisable to utilize additional fund balance monies to reduce the municipal property tax core levy portion of the budget. So the net effect of the budget increase, along with the changes in non-tax revenue to the municipal property tax core levy, was 12.2% increase, mostly due to the not using the $300,000 we'd used the year before from surplus to reduce down the tax rate. The largest mover of this was, as stated at the last meeting, the school had $1.5 million increase 1 year. And that generated had a huge impact. Simply put, the budget process had been laid out with the town manager and the finance director had calculated in the select board contingency and the $300,000. We voted on it accordingly, and there was no funds to go to. We'd been to the savings bank too much in the past, and that's how it all happened. There was questions on whether it was, and I went through the notes, and I had everything from 4.6 to 10.93 or whatever, 10.3, and then that final budget number that was actually what was there was, with everything all added up and taken out, $375,000 that we couldn't use to lower it. Simply as you can make it. Not exactly a good thing to do. I don't think you'll see any budgets that come forward again utilizing what might be available in the surplus. It's just the way it happened. Any input, any questions?
Nope.
Okay.
I do have one input on one part on that. So the school, the 1.5 on the school was a $300,000 payment for our, like, the new middle school. So that wasn't just an increase on the entire school. It was one of our payments that was due. It's lumped into that.
Built into that 1.5?
Yeah.
Is that what Mr. Hall said when he sent you the email?
Yep.
I didn't get the email, so that makes it easier to explain, because there was a lot of talk about the $300,000, and there was a lot of us in the dark from that. So you're thinking it will be less next year?
No, we have to continue to pay for it. I mean, that's just the first payment. There's more. I mean, that building is not $300,000.
No, I understand that. That's probably the interest on the first installment, the way we do ours. Thanks for that. I didn't realize that's what it was. Any other questions or any statements?
Oh, I just had a request. Melanie, I think this came in a little later, and I was wondering if it already hasn't been added to the packet, can it be? So that I don't know if that's... Thank you.
Thank you, it wasn't in my packet, so I didn't even know what you guys were looking at.
Oh.
I looked at Derek's.
Okay. All right. Peter?
Yeah, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I'm not forming this as a target at anyone. I just want to have a simple, I was here for the meeting when the mill rate was set. At that time, I watched the select board back and forth about $300,000 unbudgeted that was going to hit us in the spring involving the school. It seems like the day after that, both a selectman and a citizen simply made one phone call to the superintendent of the RSU and got that information. So as we are talking about communication, because I don't know, and I don't believe in having attended that meeting, that the $300,000 really impacted your decision to set the mill rate. But I don't know that. And so making decisions, budgetary decisions, without all the information, and like I say, one selectman and one private citizen picked up the phone and called the superintendent and got the answer in 30 seconds. So that's my comment.
Thank you. What I just heard from Derek is it did have an impact because it was part of the 1.5 million. And that was part of the wage or the funds that we used, or I should say the expense that we used in the budget process. We may not have known it was part of it at the time, but it was. Anyone else? Okay. Under old business, did you have something? Under old business, when we went through the bylaws for the select board, trying to correct and move things forward, there was a line in there for old business. We asked for it to be ready for us to work on it, but there's a lot going on with the town, as you might imagine. And so I'm adding it in now, and it's going to be there from now on. And what we're going to end up doing, because it's in the policy anyway, so it's not being added in the sense that it's new to the policy, it's new to what we're doing. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because of that policy. And I had talked about maybe making a motion to have some of the parts put in, or I'm willing to discuss even taking watching the meeting and typing up something and presenting it to the town and letting them tweak it if we want to. But I know that Mel's short-staffed. I mean, obviously we're having a changeover in management. But if not, it's going to be another month before we get around, and maybe even longer before what we worked on to get it straightened out even happens. So that's what I'd like to talk about on that one thing, and see what you guys consider to be, I mean, it's subtle, the things that we changed, but it is something that we recommended and voted on. Do we just wait it out until they get a chance, or?
As to what you're asking is, do we want to review, our minutes and write it up ourselves and then present it?
Yeah, just move forward with it. And I don't mind spending the work and then email it to you guys and have you all look at it for proofreading. I just know that right now they got so much going on. It's she's short-staffed. We got the November election coming up, and other than that, we put it off till next November's meeting. I'll put it on the agenda for that, but I don't mind doing the extra work.
I could go either way.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
I think with what we've got coming up, maybe November's better.
Okay.
The more I think about it.
I don't have a problem with it.
Which is going to lead you into your next discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I just brought it up because it's unlikely with everything on the horizon that that's going to get done. So, all right. The last thing I added to the agenda is the process and where we are with the new town manager moving forward. We asked, Select Board decided to ask the HR person to reach out to anyone in the sphere of town managers. There's 2 or 3 people that do interim town manager stuff. There are people that actually coordinate the research. She got back to us and said that the only person that would be interested in coming to Raymond right now that was looking for a change was the second finalist that had already been through the whole process, that had already been interviewed by our committee, that had already been through our select board. And we tried to get an emergency meeting today so the whole board could interview him and talk to him and ask him questions, but because everything was rushed and backed up, and the town manager went on vacation, as well as Betsy's got other towns she works for. She has people pulling her from all different directions. So we just had 2 of us meet with them to bring back their observation. Derek, myself, and Sam had already met him in our initial process. He is the only person with the interest, and then I gave his number to both Kayla and Chris, and actually Sam. Sam said he might have a couple questions, so I'm going to provide them a number, but we're at the stage now where with time is of the essence, and we can talk about things. He knows and works with Betsy. He's worked with our lawyers. Chris, you can give him your fresh opinion when you, Chris did most of the questions and very thorough.
Well, I was very impressed. He's got quite a bit of experience from a city in New Jersey where he was an assistant manager. Then he went to Lisbon, and Lisbon was, what? I don't.
Is this executive session?
No, we didn't have an executive session. We just interviewed.
No, we didn't have an executive session.
Thanks.
We all good?
I don't think so.
NDA? What? Yeah, I know. He doesn't think it's appropriate that we be talking about it.
Well, we don't have to. It's just a matter of.
Well, you asked me to.
Yeah, but I'm explaining to him what the process is and what we did, and we've already interviewed him.
Is this open for discussion?
I don't know. I'm gonna try to get a feeling from the committee with the time.
I think, Chair, are you just trying to update the community on sort of where we're at with this process?
Right.
Okay.
And whether we're interested in moving forward with the next step.
So maybe we just tell them what the next steps would be.
You get somebody at the podium.
Teresa?
Teresa Sadak, 207 Webbs Mills Road. Any of the interviewing that was done beforehand is confidential. And you had just put it out there. And this was stuff that was done in executive session. So I think that maybe instead of putting out any more information, just like Kayla says, put out the process, but a lot was just now revealed that should not have been revealed. I'm just saying, this was all done in beforehand.
We haven't said his name. We simply said we had
But
him
you
as a
just gave all
finalist.
like the background history of it, so when he comes in, everybody's gonna know what all was discussed and stuff like that. So I think that maybe you might wanna talk about the process, but when you're talking about the person, and as far as everything you just said, that was all done in executive session. Yes.
No, we're talking about what we did.
This was done beforehand.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about what just happened today.
No, you just said that he was the second runner-up. You said that all of these guys on here has already interviewed him, has met him beforehand. This is all stuff that was done previously, and you just kind of just put all that out there.
Teresa.
Yeah?
It's the only person who applied.
I'm not saying that, Dennis. What I'm saying
But
is you
hear me
revealed
out.
information that should not have been revealed from what an executive session
That's why I
is.
asked Chris to talk, because it was an interview that
Yeah.
was just a simple interview. It wasn't an executive session.
But no, this was when we were interviewing Joe and that whole process.
Okay.
You just put all that out there that cannot be put out there.
Okay. Anyway,
Peter Levitt, 211 Road, sometimes it's not quite apparent, and believe me, I'm not a lawyer, but if you start giving details about someone and who they know, like a HR consultant, you don't have to actually say the person's name. If the person is identifiable and the discussion was in basically a protected area, then you really have to just stay away from that. That's my thought.
I was just trying to be transparent. I didn't want to divulge. Wasn't in an executive session, so I apologize for any comments I made that were inappropriate. But I didn't realize I was stepping out of line.
Hi, Jeff Morris, 13 Anderson Road. Have you guys been in discussion with this town manager while Joe was in office, maybe prepping him for interim time, any of you? No one's been in talk?
I reached out to him to see if he would be the interim town manager.
During Joe's, before you
Along
resigned?
with a few other people, yes. And I talked to...
As of like a plan?
After I talked to Joe and after I talked to Betsy, I reached out to...
So how long have you guys been in discussion with this per se person to potentially move into the position?
The 19th, he sent us, when he saw that the, I think he reached out with his interest, and then Betsy handled it from there.
So he didn't get the job, and then he reached out to you guys with interest, and if there was a potential job coming down the road?
As I said, Jeff, I reached out after I talked to Joe on that Wednesday to see if he'd be interested, and then I notified the HR director and said he may.
It does seem a little pre-planned. It does seem a little pre-planned to an agenda that was going on. Okay, I'll stop.
But just
I mean,
wait, just don't interrupt him, please. Don't.
I mean, why do I have to stop?
Yeah,
It's clear as day, and no one speaks up about it. So, if I guessed his name, would I be correct?
Teresa Sadak, 207 Webbs Mills Road. You sitting there giving him the death stare because he is asking actually what everybody else, not you, Chris, Dennis.
I'm not giving my son the
Yes,
death
you were.
stare.
You just were.
Teresa, don't interpret my
Excuse
look.
me.
You're out of line.
I got the floor right now.
You're
Everybody
out of line.
saw. No, I'm not out of line. Everybody in this room just saw that. But you're like you've been snapping at me when I'm asking questions. So let's go back to Jeff's questions here. You reached out to this gentleman before, Kayla. Just say what you're thinking.
No, please finish what you have to say.
Okay. So what happens? Don't say it, Peter. Don't even say it. You don't have the.
Teresa, please.
I know exactly.
Direct it to the chair. You don't address anyone else. Direct it to
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chair. So what you are saying is that you did reach out to this gentleman before you reached out to the HR person. Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, as I stated.
Okay, did you guys have a board meeting on any of all of this as far as discussing that would be the next move to do? Because I'm seeing shaking heads no.
No, there wasn't a board meeting about it.
So you technically then went rogue on this and reached out without discussing with the rest of your board members wait a second,
Yeah.
I'm not done. So you technically didn't reach out to the rest of your board members and ask them, should I reach out? What do you guys think about this? How do you guys want to proceed? So you technically reached out on your own, speaking pretty much for the board.
No. I spoke. Go ahead, Sam.
No,
I spoke with Joe and asked him if he'd be interested. And
Joe who?
actually, the town manager.
I don't. You said Joe. I don't know who the guy that you're interviewing.
Teresa.
No, I'm trying to understand who that Joe just was that you just said, because we have a Joe Crocker. So I'm trying to understand who Joe that you just talked to.
So you don't need to answer the questions. You can just thank her for her public comment because this is still.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay. I know. The reality is, I spoke and told you what happened, and that's what happened.
Wait a minute, now I'm lost. I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah.
lost.
You asked me what I did, and I told you it's exactly what I did, and it was clear. And then you started talking to everyone in the audience. So
I talked
I've
to-
answered your question.
Okay, so I do want it on record that you made the move to talk to a possible person for an interim town manager without talking to the rest of your board. You went rogue and did it, and you did it before going through HR. Is that a yes or a no?
I think that this discussion is taking a turn for the worse. I don't know realistically if I did talk to Betsy that day. All I know is I talked to Joe and said, let's see if we can find someone to come in to help. That's exactly what I said, and I reached out that day because he was resigning. All right? So I was trying to keep him here. And so that's the last of this conversation. Next. What I just heard, and I think Derek brought it up, is we're not supposed to be talking about the process, so it makes it very difficult to stop people once we start. But the reality is, it was done in good faith, and that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to be transparent, and that's what's important more than anything else. Jennifer?
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So everyone at the emergency select board meeting came and said how much we love Joe, how much we appreciate Joe, how much Joe brought the community together. And Joe made a decision to step down. And you are dishonoring his legacy when you use him as a pawn to come in here and divide the town. So do what you need to do for the process of whatever it is that the public wants to do, the board wants to do, but can we please not turn these select board meetings into gotcha moments and trying to get people and trying to disrail the process, because it really does a disservice not only to the public, it also dissuades anybody who wants to run for office from serving, and it certainly is disrespectful and violates Joe's privacy to be using his service to our town. He has now stepped down, and you guys are tarnishing his legacy by using him to tear our town apart when he was only dedicated to pulling the town together. Thank you.
We have moved into the public comment. So anyone else have any public comment?
Yeah. John Bisnet, 10 Merch Landing Road, Raymond, Maine. From an outsider looking in on this, it sounds like it's a little bit of a toxic work environment here. I mean, if I was a town manager interviewing you guys and listening to some of this stuff going on, I don't know if I'd want to be employed here at the town of Raymond. It sounds like you guys have to, as representatives of our town, need to analyze yourself on why it's so toxic and take care of that before you start interviewing anybody by the sounds.
Thank you. Next. Teresa, you spoke. Go ahead.
No, I didn't. I spoke to the last thing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dave.
Well, I'll ask before I speak, is this the
comment section?
But public comment time. So I have some public comments, some comments to make, and I've been thinking about this and doing a little bit of research.
Who are you?
Yeah, here I am. David Brown, Tenny Hill Road. I want to thank this current board for, in my opinion, changing the tone of what we've been seeing over the last, compared to the previous two boards. And by say boards, by meaning that we've been through two different board chairs and vice chairs as people have rotated up through the system. I find that you respect, not only you respect each other. I used to see people battling back and forth, people calling each other names on the previous board. And I personally was disrespected by actually two different board chairs, as far as I felt. That's how I felt. And I actually witnessed them in the last board being very rude to some people who came here. And you know that there's right now the planning board is working on a short-term rental. And the people who came to simply bring forward a request for the short-term rental to be considered by the select board were treated very, very poorly and talked over and all kinds of things. I'm seeing a whole different tone now. I'm seeing you allow people to speak. You're entertaining points of order that are probably out of order and all kinds of things. So I want to thank you for that. I want to move on. there's been conversations on Facebook recently where one person has said, it seems like the select board is the select board, and of course they're not talking about the current select board, they're talking about the select boards over the last 3 select boards have pushed out 3 different town managers in the last 20 months. Somebody else said, well, that's not what I've heard. I've heard that, or said Mr. Willard retired of his, essentially saying that he retired of his own volition, and I could read the exact words, but I won't do that. But then another person said, I would really like to see an investigation into that. So that kind of opens up the question about, can we investigate this? So I have reached out to the town, and I've received 2 documents about Don Willard's retirement. One is called the transition agreement. One is called the severance and release agreement. And these are pretty interesting, and if they're multiple pages, all full of legal talk and things. And what you find in there is that this wasn't an ordinary retirement. This wasn't someone who chose to retire. In fact, Mr. Willard went out on some medical leave and then came back from his medical leave attempting to work because, hey, town manager's a desk job. He could get right back to work, and instead was sent home. And then he was wound up in a situation where he had to continue medical leave for the year, and then had to accept a retirement package where he probably would have preferred to keep working. And I won't go into much more detail, but I will say that in the severance and release agreement, which was the final agreement, and I'll say the transition agreement was signed in August of 2023. His actual retirement date was January 2 of 2024. But in the transition agreement in August, they had already set the date for his retirement. Now, you wouldn't think that from what the public might have heard, but that is actually how it ran. And they were starting to talk about claims and counterclaims and people having to be quiet and not press claims in the future. Now, in the final, the severance and release agreement, there is a section 7, and that is the non-disparagement agreement. And that the 2 parties to this agreement are the town of Raymond and Don Willard. There's nobody else that is a party to this agreement. And the 2 parties mutually promise they will not communicate anything defamatory or disparaging about each other. That ties up Mr. Willard. He's not able to talk about his retirement to us, but people are looking for an investigation, and I would strongly recommend that the town consider and perhaps put it onto the next agenda, the agenda for the next meeting, releasing Don from that section, not from the whole thing, because there are parts of it that talk about his retirement fund and all that have passed now. Those are happened, but if he were allowed to speak freely, we could have an actual investigation into his situation, and that would shed a lot of light that I think a lot of people are looking for. I can't speak to Sue Look and her retirement, and we know a little bit about Joe Crocker's retirement, but I think Don Willard's retirement is after 20-something years as a very qualified and good person for this town. I think that's pretty important for us to investigate that. I would like to talk a little bit about the money. I think a lot of this whole thing that we're seeing with this recall petition and all that, it's about money. The town has, as we've discussed this before, you've discussed this as a board, that the town has financial questions, if nothing else. There's just questions. Where is the money? Where has the money gone? How has money been transferred? Like you talked about the $300,000. We've been in an audit process for quite a while. This spring we had a preliminary town report. We went in preparation for the town meeting, so-called, the vote, the annual vote. There was a public hearing, and when I arrived, there was a preliminary town report that was late in coming. Even that was late in coming. We didn't get a real town report like we've had as long as I can remember. I don't know if has since been a real town report. I haven't found it on the internet, but it might be there. And that report lacked real figures. It had a lot of pages about the audit, but none of those were conclusive. And I understand the audit is continuing. And this board, this current composition of this board inherited those financial issues. And I believe that this board and the Budget Finance Board are really trying to get to the bottom of the money in this town so that we can put ourselves back on a solid footing and so that the taxpayers can trust what the town is doing. We need that kind of transparency. Now, I just watched the September 7 Budget and Finance meeting, and I've attended and watched some selectmen's meetings recently, and I've seen questions being asked of the finance director and of the town manager. And what I would say, as an engineer, as I've said, someone who's worked in the business world for 40 or more years, I would say those questions were pretty basic, and they were the kind of questions that those are those people's job. They're hired to manage our money and everything in our town. You guys are volunteers. The Budget and Finance Committee is volunteers who are just the oversight for these employees. And I'll tell you, the answers that they were getting at that last meeting from those two people were like, the dog ate my homework. You know, they just were totally unprepared to answer very simple numbers. And so then the town manager said, well, you need to put those specific questions on the agenda for next time. They said, okay, they moved on. Then the next agenda item came up, and that was about revising the town purchasing policy. And the town manager hadn't come prepared, so putting it on the agenda didn't make a difference. And they said this question was asked about the town purchasing policy a year ago, and they should have been working on it for a year, and they came with nothing. And the town purchasing policy, they said, the 2018 purchasing policy was a dumbed down version of what we used to have. It was dumbed down, according to one of the members of that committee, to meet what was actually the actual practice that the town town employees were following, and in terms of how well they're tracking money. Are they putting things out to bid? You know, a lot of things aren't being put out to public bid, they're being sole sourced, and we need to come into line. Our purchasing in this town needs to come into line with other towns and when good practice, because we have a lot of projects coming up, and whatever kind of projects. It could be the school, it could be the roads, it could be all kinds of things. We need to have a policy where people don't just go out and spend money. They run it through the committee, they have all the facts and figures, and they put things out to bid, public bid, where it's a fair process and none of this sole sourcing. I mean, there could be some compromise. Anyway, they still don't have a purchasing policy, and it hasn't changed since 2018, and it should have changed a year ago. So this is the kind of thing that I saw. I'll just say that. That's the kind of things that I've seen going on. And I think the public should understand those things, and I think I encourage you to as I said, see what you can do about the severance release agreement so that people can talk about things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Jeff Morris, 13 Anderson Road. Speaking on behalf of what he was talking about, the Budget Finance has asked for a certain amount of reports, and I believe they've been turned in now. What did we discover on these major urgent budget reports that we needed during our town manager's first 3 months in office? That, I mean, I guess he should have been ready when we were changing policies and procedures. Did we get anything back from these reports that we got back? I'm just interested because I'm aware that you guys have the reports now. Did we find out anything?
Public comments are just that. You say public comments, then we move on to the select board comments.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Hi, Char Jewell, 17 Hartley Lane. Just to make a comment about confidential agreements, legal agreements. I've been in human resources for over 30 years. I regularly deal with severance agreements and confidential agreements and things like that. Doing away with a certain provision of a legal agreement is a two-way street. It opens up a lot of stuff. It's not just being able to investigate the reasons why someone may have made the decision to leave employment, but it also opens up the ability for a deep dive into that person's personal life and their personal business and their personnel file. And in a lot of cases, if someone's willing to sign an agreement like that, it means there's stuff that they have that they don't want to be public. It's not just to protect them. It's also, well, it is just to protect them, but it's also to protect the other party. So there's a reason that people sign those agreements. And if the board were to make a decision, if it was even possible, to do away with that part of the agreement, it could open up an opportunity for a lot of information to come out that neither party would be happy about. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So a couple of things, and I understand I'm not expecting any answers back from this. They're just observations or comments. So number one would be this whole situation, which continues to divide the community, which although someone just spoke very impassioned about how, can't we all get together and be respectful and appropriate. While I definitely respect that attitude, I've been here 30 years, and I got to tell you, it hasn't existed at all. It's politics as usual, unfortunately, and that's the way it goes, and it's a reflection of where politics are in general in this society. That's unfortunate. But it did prompt me to kind of look at the ordinance for recall. And I know I sent all of you emails about my recommendations and research on it, and I know that basically there's probably no one in the community that knows more about what's on your plate right now than me. So I know that this may not seem a high priority, but the bottom line is there are several communities that in the last couple of years have relooked at the rather vague or broad definitions contained within our own ordinance that basically don't really comply with where the reality of politics are today. One of them being that no one can be recalled for a political reason or a personal reason. The fact that York County basically recently revised this to say, since there is such an opportunity for abuse, we're going to raise the bar. Not 10% of the gubernatorial vote, 25%. If it's an issue in the community, you shouldn't have any problem getting 25% of the gubernatorial vote from the last election. And it does raise the bar and make it a little bit more work. Anyway, I sent those emails to you. I hope that at some point in time you look at it, and I would say I would look at that revision sooner rather than later. I didn't include in my recommendations, however, a retro recall. Because what I'm hearing here and what I've experienced for 30 years is we could have been using this a lot sooner. And I believe that personally there's a lot of people here that should have been recalled that weren't. But I didn't put anything in there about having a retro recall. On another note, and it doesn't look like there's anybody here to really address it, but I'll just ask these questions anyway. I've been gratified to see the speed feedback signs on Raymond Hill Road and on North Raymond Road. I'm curious if at some point the Public Works person can update us on, are those our signs? Are they the sign that was loaned to us? Have we bought any more signs? What are the plans? And are they collecting data? Because it'd be interesting to know about that. So, once again, that's kind of getting back to the mundane business that primarily you should be dealing with, in my opinion. As far as the getting back just a minute to the recall issue, if in fact that is going to be something that's reviewed and revised, certainly run it by the attorneys, and I'm sure you will now. Because I'm curious as to whether it was run by the attorneys before it was adopted the last time in 2012. But it's certainly dated. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, Letitia Devon, 240 Webbs Mills. First, I'd like to state that a lot of people advised me not to come up here and speak or comment tonight for fear of retaliation against my business, which I just asked you to approve. So I just want to come up here and give you guys a chance to prove them wrong, that you're willing to listen to the townspeople that voted you in, and protect the oath of having the town's best interests at heart. With that said, me and my husband moved here a couple of years ago. We chose Raymond specifically for its strong community values. And to sit back and watch people take it for granted how good we have it here is really disheartening. We have an opportunity to make this town not repeat past mistakes. And I think the only way for us to truly do that is if you have three resignations in such a short amount of time, I think it would be just in asking for an investigation into that. And then taking what's found with that investigation and providing that transparency and building that trust back with the people who voted for you. And if they find anything against that, then it served its purpose. And you've built that trust back up with the people who supported you in the first place. And guess what? They'll reelect you if there's a recall. But to hide behind attorneys and not open up the discussion for the people who pay these taxes for those attorneys' salaries, where do you want them to build trust with you again? It's not showing. And if we want to build this community together, we have to work together towards that. We're not all gonna see eye to eye. We all live very different lives. But what we could do is come to an agreement on moving forward and how to not let these mistakes happen again. With that said, in my opinion, bringing in a gentleman to serve as town manager before an investigation into the resignation of that town manager would seem like a conflict of interest if anything came up in that other manager's resignation that was not favorable. So I would advise you on doing the investigation first and providing that transparency before bringing anybody else in. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Riley Sylvia, Parks and Rec Director. I know we talk about working as a community and bring people together, and I just want to let people know that that's what I'm here for and my staff is here for. I just like to shed light on some of our soccer teams are still undefeated this season. They've been having an incredible season. We're bringing back, we're doing our first ever pumpkins in the park, so we're decorating pumpkins. We already have 10 families signed up. We're trying to get everyone at Sherry Gagnon. This park has been revived and we're trying to make light of it. And so I really encourage everyone who wants to be a community to start attending these events. We put on our first ever You Can 5K that had a great showing. We had a great community event at Tasseltop after. But I definitely encourage people to get involved with our soccer teams, just show out, show some Raymond support. And our youth tennis that just got running. I think we do have a lot of community greatness going on, and I encourage people to attend.
Thank you. Anyone else? Select board comments? Yeah.
My son's on that team.
It's a good way to end it. I would say from my perspective, everything I've done has been, in my opinion, to the best of my ability for the betterment of the town. The rumors that come out that I'm going to fire someone because they spoke up here and said that they didn't like what happened, that's not me. If you want to see who I am, look at the December meeting when I spoke up on the benefits that they were removing from the employees. You can, and I was the only one that wanted to even talk about the personnel policy changes. The reality is, I'm concerned that we're going to be without a town manager for an extended period of time. There's no one in our town government right now that we can put in there as town manager.
And to have a big void during this, and I'm not opposed to an investigation. I would love to have it all come out in the open, because people would be shocked about what happened over the last 2.5 years. And so I'm not opposed to it, and I think you'll probably see that happening. It's not on the agenda now. I'm not opposed to putting it on it the next time. But this town is special, and I think you picked the right town to come to, just as I did. I said this publicly before, I love this town enough to leave my house to my grandchildren. I don't want to see it go away. But when you read on social media that we want to close Tasseltop or get rid of recreation, when it's the complete opposite of what this board has talked about. We are here for the town. We're here to try to improve it for the young and old. And the only way to do that is to continue to push forward with a town manager, not with another void. You know, you hear comments that are just so crazy out there that I can't even answer it. I personally took the time of every email that I received on my email, a town select board email. I wrote down all the answers, but when we had the select board meeting, was instructed that that's not the issue. We're not about to talk about something when a person stepped down for personal reasons. And that ended the conversation. And so I did 2 days of work to answer all those questions. We're here to answer questions. We're here to take comments, whether abusive or not. The reality is, we're going to get there. We're going to get there not by backing up, not by kicking people out of office that are doing the best they can, but by supporting those people that are trying to push through the financial issues that have still not been answered. So with that, I'd ask for the motion for adjourn.
That's so moved.
Second. All those in favor? Thank you for attending tonight. Good morning and welcome to the emergency executive session of the Select Board this October 21st for purposes of discussing a town manager replacement. Under interim, interim. Forget the code.
Well, would you like me to make a motion for that? Yes. Sure. So I move to go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 405-6A for the discussion of personnel matters.
Okay. All those in favor? All right. All right, I'll entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
I would like to make a motion, if it's okay with the chair, to appoint interim town manager Glenn Milowski pending contract negotiations with our HR professional.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor?
That make a motion to adjourn?
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Welcome to the October 28th, 2025 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do roll call. David Murch.
Greg Dean. Tom Hennessy. Pete Lockwood. Fred Miller.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Call to order, minutes, old business concerning administrative appeal of permit issued July 22nd, Sheena Joe Randall and Jonathan Stickney. Then code enforcement communications, and finally adjournment.
In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinance or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearances this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone to sign the speaker sheet, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, being either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. So I was not in attendance for the September 30 meeting. Greg was good enough to chair that meeting for us. So our next two agenda items, the minutes and old business, I'm going to turn those two over to Greg for him to act as chair. I will be here. I won't add any substantive comments, and I will be abstaining from any votes. So, Greg.
Great. Yep. Okay, so thank you, David. I guess the first thing up are the minutes from the September 30th meeting. Did everyone have a chance to review the minutes?
Yes.
Yep. Are there any concerns or revisions?
I don't have any.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't have any either. Nope.
Somebody want to make a motion to approve them?
I'll make a motion, we approve the minutes for last month.
Second. Okay. Discussion?
I don't have any.
None? Okay. We'll do a vote. You're going to, we'll go start with you, David. You'll abstain. Greg Dean approved.
Tom Hennessy approve. Pete Lockwood approve. Fred Miller approve.
Okay, great. So then we'll do old minutes. We're going to review and ratify the conclusions from the administrative appeal of the permit issued on July 22nd. Has the board had a chance to review the conclusion as it was written?
I did read it, yes.
Okay. Any comments?
Greg?
Yep.
Before you guys go too far with this, somebody needs to motion and second and vote on and take it off the table.
Oh, okay. Table, we'll untable it first. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have a motion to untable the old business?
I'll make a motion to untable.
Second?
Second.
All right. Discussion?
I don't have any.
No? Okay. Vote. We'll do a roll call vote, or how do we do it?
I will abstain.
Abstain. Greg Dean approve.
Tom Hennessy approve. Pete Lockwood approve. Fred Miller approve.
Okay, so we're now off the table.
There you go.
Thank you, Sandy.
You're welcome.
And so, did you guys get a chance to review the conclusion and findings?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yep.
Comments, concerns, revisions?
I don't have any. None.
No?
I don't have any.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve. Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I don't have any discussion.
Okay. We'll vote. David?
Abstain.
Greg Dean approved.
Tom Hennessy approve. Pete Lockwood approve. Fred Miller approve.
Okay. It's unanimous. And with that, I will hand it back to David.
Okay. One quick question for Sandy. When do you need this to be signed by?
I need it signed by Thursday so I can get it in the mail so that we're within our time frame.
Okay. So when you say by Thursday, if somebody stops by tomorrow, will it be available?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I
just
will have it
making
in
sure.
the office. And if I'm not there when someone comes in, it will be on my desk with a pen on top of it for you.
Okay. Okay. And I know mine has an asterisk indicating that I wasn't at the meeting. Do you
Yes.
still need me to sign it?
I believe that Mr. Hamer wanted you to sign, yes, and that's why the notation is there.
Understood. All right, I shall be there. Thank you,
Can I ask a
Sandy.
question, David?
What's that?
Can I just ask a question?
Oh, of
So,
course.
Sandy, I was just wondering, what are the times that the office will be open? Because I'm working the next 2 days, and I start early and I end late.
Oh, I could probably, if I know nobody else is coming in, Pete, I could bring it out of the office and meet you to sign it. Because the office is only open after tonight. It's the usual 8 to 4.
Right. That's what I was afraid of.
Right.
I won't be able to make those hours. So can I designate somebody else to sign for me, or?
You could do that as well. If you want to designate one of the other board members to sign in your stead, yes.
All right. Would somebody be willing to do that? David? Tom? Sure. Okay.
Yeah, you pick one, Pete.
All right, Tom, if you would, please. Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Sandy.
Okay. You got it.
So next on our agenda, code enforcement communications. Jason?
Yeah, we have one application for next meeting for a conditional use permit. So we'll be back here next month.
Okay.
That all went out in the mail to you guys today.
Okay. We shall look for it. That's it, Jason?
That's it.
Okay. Guys got any questions for Jason?
I don't have any questions.
Nothing else exciting?
Oh, there's exciting stuff.
All right, so last on our agenda, adjournment. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Dave Marches?
Greg Dean, yes.
Tom Hennessy, yes.
P. Lockwood, yes.
Fred Miller, yes.
That is it. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the Monday, November 17th, 2025 Planning Board for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. Start with you, Jackie.
Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs.
The board works from a published agenda, and tonight's agenda we have the approval of the minutes from October 8th meeting. We have old business, a public hearing on the short-term rental ordinance, the discussion on the banquet halls. I'm going to add to that a review of where we are on the marijuana ordinance proposal, followed by some staff communications and updates. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. I'm going to go with a modified introduction as we have no projects to review this evening. Please remember that if you're going to speak this evening, you do need to state your name and address from the podium. And that should do it. The minutes from the October 8th. Any comments, suggestions, changes?
Move to approve the minutes from October 8th, 2025.
Is there a second?
I second that.
All those in favor? Minutes are accepted and approved. Okay. Just a quick intro on the public hearing. Little review. April 10th meeting, the select board received two requests for ordinances, one for short-term rentals, the other for a marijuana ordinance. They reviewed those and they passed both of those to the planning board to work and propose ordinance changes to those two topics. We then started working on the short-term rental ordinance first. We broke off what we're referring to as the banquet halls from the short-term rental ordinance as it was originally proposed. Banquet halls, we're viewing more as a singular event, whereas the short-term rental ordinance is more of a longer-term event. We will be having a discussion on the banquet halls following the public hearing on the short-term rentals. Following that, then we'll work with on the marijuana ordinance that Selectmen also gave to us. So the public hearing is this evening. So we started on the April 10th. We've gone through a number of workshops on this topic. The ordinance that we are at right now was reviewed by legal. Will be turned into a warrant for a town meeting after it leaves the planning board. You can think of tonight's exercise on the public hearing as it's a go, no-go. We cannot change any of the ordinance this evening. Our actions this evening are either not to pass the proposed ordinance to the selectmen for their consideration, or to pass or to forward it to the selectmen with a recommendation for approval, or just to forward it without a recommendation. And then it will go on to their agenda. They will at some point also have a public hearing on the topic before it goes to a vote. I will open the public hearing here shortly. I would ask that you please keep your comments to 3 or 4 minutes. I will stop you if you start rambling too long. And other than that, the best thing to do is to start with whether or not you are for or opposed to the ordinance as it exists. Please remember that we cannot change anything. I should say we cannot change anything that is significant. We can do a happy for glad, but anything other than that, the ordinance is as it is, to be either kind of forwarded or not forwarded. Any questions from the board? We all set? Okay, then I will open the public hearing. Those in attendance in the room first. If anybody that is on Zoom would like to speak, I will get to you second. Anybody? Nobody? Peter? What anticlimactic.
Marilyn Westcott, 172 AI Road, Raymond. I'm a permanent resident. A question. The information that came from Digger Donahue that wasn't in the draft from October 8, can that be added to H5H, or is it's too late now?
Too late now. Yeah, it is. We cannot make a change of that significance to the ordinance as it stands. So, as will happen, as it happens to most of our ordinances, I'm sure it'll get reviewed again for the next round of ordinance reviews. Once we'll see how this works.
So it could all change around when it gets to the select board, and we can then talk to them.
No. Well, yes, you can. Yes, you can talk to them, but their option will be to send it back to us, either to forward it or to send it back to us.
Oh.
If they send it back to us, then we start the process over again.
Okay. Well, as it stands now, then I would be not in favor of this draft.
Okay.
To be going to be passed.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
My name is Robert French. I live at 166 AI Road. The problem that I read on the draft is enforcement. It says, call the code enforcement officer. Will he accept calls at 2 o'clock in the morning? I don't think so. And then you wait until the next day and it's a big he said, she said situation. Oh, that didn't happen. Yes, it did happen. Prove it, and so on and so forth. I don't see any way of resolving noise or late night noises, noise during the afternoon or anything like that, if you have to just simply call the code enforcement officer, because he's not going to be there that fast, and he's got other things he probably needs to do. I have a big problem with the enforcement issue on all of this, and I think it's very, very weak if it exists at all. It sounds good, but in reality, I don't see any enforcement at all in this.
Well, you will have an ordinance in place that the Sheriff's Department can respond to, where we don't have an ordinance in place right now. So you're talking about the late night parties that if you're talking about violations that occur, at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, you can clearly call the sheriff's office for that. You would call the code enforcement officer because he is going to keep a running total for the licensing part of the process.
My past experience with the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office was zero. Our home was broken into. Their response was, "What do you want us to do about it?" Well, that was very discouraging. So therefore, my opinion of them responding to something on a civil suit is near zero.
But you should ask the selectmen for our own police force.
We don't have a police department.
We do not.
Yeah. If we did, then I could call the call.
Yeah.
But that doesn't exist. So anyways, that's my big issue.
Okay. Peter, I thought you wouldn't want to say anything.
Mr. Chairman, are you going to Zoom yet?
No.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I really wasn't planning on speaking to this, but I guess I would just say that because of my former work with the comprehensive plan, I'm in favor of this ordinance. I think it's been discussed several times at meetings I've attended that this is only the beginning. There are a lot of communities that haven't even touched this yet, so I commend the select board that referred it to you and to the group that also brought it to the attention through the petition. But just basically, the intent was to, from my perspective, and from the people in the community I talked to, was to start getting a handle on it. Have a registry, a licensure, something that records ownership and has a few things built into it to address specifically life safety and environmental impact. The other stuff is all going to come. I guarantee you it'll be there. We're just not there right now. And so, police forces or, calling up the code enforcement officer at 2 o'clock in the morning, I don't see that as a solution anywhere anyway. Thanks.
Okay, Peter. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Nicole Keogh, and I am in favor of the short-term rental ordinance, but do have a couple clarifying questions.
Okay.
You do make reference to a Good Neighbors Guide.
Mm-hmm.
Who will be drafting that document? Because it does need to run in conjunction with this ordinance.
It's in the packet.
Okay.
It's tagged on, sorry if I may, it's tagged on at the end of the application form, which is a little bit different, yeah.
Yes.
Since it's not part of the actual ordinance, it's not like an enforceable document, it's more so the applicant would acknowledge that the good neighborhood guidelines exist and that they're
Okay.
followed them.
Those were provided by the short-term rental ordinance committee. Have changes been made to that good neighbor guideline since received by the planning board?
They have not.
Okay, great. I think that solves a lot of my questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Anybody else in the room that would like to speak?
Hi, I'm Todd Roma, 141 Raymond Hill Road, owner of the Roma Farm. I'm against this short-term rental initiative. And I need to be clear about why we're here. The process didn't begin because of a town-wide problem. Pattern of complaints, data showing harm to Raymond, began because of private citizens having issues with their neighbors. And now the town's been pulled into this. We've asked for documentation of issues with the short-term rentals. And earlier this year, Mr. Meister pointed out that calling the sheriff's departments, there were 10 calls, but we don't have hard evidence about the impact that short-term rentals are having in this community, harm or no harm. We don't really have a good idea of the public safety, nuisance, lake damage, or housing displacement. And after 5 or 6 meetings, I understand that this proposal is being driven by certain people's agenda, not a public need. If you doubt that, you can look at a letter dated to the planning board on record, dated May 21st of 2025, submitted by my neighbor and available on the town website. In that letter, my neighbor states that she started down this path as she was being told that she should write an ordinance to stop activity at our property, not because of a townwide issue. Municipal ordinance should never be written for personal dispute. And now it's becoming clear that the STR doesn't really apply to us, given the number of events that we look at. Now this whole idea of the banquet hall is being brought up as well. And I find this to be very pointed towards certain locations, including ours. We don't have the same ordinances that are being given to Kingsley Pines or Slovensky camps that have been applied to us.
Okay, but you need to address the short-term rental ordinance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. It's clear to me that the town faces there's other issues that deserve attention here. We've got the turnover with the town managers. We've got the turnover with the select board. And in the past, we've had long-standing concerns about the inconsistencies in selective enforcement. Our family experienced this firsthand. When we received a land use violation last year for a tent, porta potty, and temporary signs.
Okay, again, sir, you're not addressing the short-term rental ordinance as it's being proposed. I understand your comments, and they're probably very pertinent to our follow-on discussion, but they're not pertinent to the short-term rental ordinance.
The fact that I'm against the idea of more power being put into the hands of our town officials that don't administer it consistently, equitably.
Okay.
That is my biggest concern.
Okay.
And as I've said, I've had to deal with it personally.
Okay. But now, when we get to the short-term rental, I would think we will be taking, when we get to the banquet, we will be taking comments. So if you can stick around.
Yeah, in the end, I just want to say this short-term rental initiative is control disguised as concern. I don't see how it is really going to fix issues in the town of Raymond. We've been a short-term rental community for generations.
There's no proof that there's any.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else in the room? I knew you couldn't resist.
I know, I can't resist.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I'm not for or against. I'm sort of agnostic when it comes to this. I guess the only thing, based upon hearing other people's comments and reading the ordinance itself, and kind of helping Jason out, since he's going to be the guy who's going to have to deal with this, and calling police or this. Most of us have these. You know what I mean? So at 2 a.m, if your neighbor's making noise, like maybe take a video and then bring that to Jason. And then Jason actually has concrete proof to put in the complaints. And it says if they get 3 complaints, then they lose their license, is what the ordinance says. So if we're looking for proof for police or for Jason, I would recommend taking video of your complaint. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? To Zoom.
Mr. Chairman, Digger Donahue, 180 AI Road.
Yes, sir.
All right, I submitted the additional language, which I thought would be useful for the ordinance to contain. I commend the board. I commend all the parties that have been trying to help the town get a initial grip on what's a very growing trend in residential communities, which is from time to time cause concern. So I think it's a good effort by the town to do this. I would note that there's tends to be more enforcement in the current draft around things like septic, occupancy, parking, safety, things of that sort, which I think are very important for the town, and everybody has an interest in those being prevented and controlled. The area that worries me the most from the perspective of a resident in a residential area, the fundamental concern that I think I and other neighbors of short-term rentals have is behavioral. And I'm just concerned that if we have a good neighbor policy statement hanging on the refrigerator, that doesn't really, that's sort of a cross your fingers and hope everything works out fine. I think it would be important to have some specific consequences to the violation of the good neighbor policy in terms of ability to continue doing the short-term rental business. Let's also remember that we're fundamentally acknowledging that it's okay for people to have investment properties doing business next to people who have family camps and cottages. It's sort of mixing two things together. And let's just be sure that we have the ability to have some consequences when the behavior is inconsistent with what we've got in our strategic plan, and we all know is the desirable part of Raymond. If people enjoy the lake, the more the better, but they got to behave. And if they don't behave, it's bad for the lake, it's bad for the neighbors, and it's an interruption and prevents the quiet enjoyment of a residential area. So let's put some teeth in the behavioral aspect of this ordinance. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom? Twice. All right, closing the public hearing on the short-term rental ordinance proposal to the board. You all still okay with it?
Is there any way we can make it sunset? It's too late for that, is that correct? If we sunset it, then we're forced to come back and look at issues that may have come up. There's some people have mentioned.
We can look, I mean, we can review again the ordinance, but if you wanted to start changing now,
Yeah.
we start over.
It's a late thought for sure, but at least I was thinking, I think.
Well, it's time for the motion then. Anybody want to go?
Do we have to decide if we're going to pass it to the select board with recommendation or without?
Yes.
Is that what we're doing right now?
Yes.
I would suggest without recommendation.
Just pass it.
Yep. Put it up there and let them push it back if not, but.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that sounds.
Okay, so the motion is to pass or to forward the short-term rental ordinance proposal to the selectmen for their consideration. Is there a second?
I just have a question. If we do it without recommendation, do they discuss and does it come back to us to re-review based on their comments, or?
Well, either way, it could come back, but I think it's kind of a semantics thing. You know, we normally we're passing something to them that we've worked on.
Yeah.
We would normally say we recommend now that you take the action.
Okay.
As opposed to we're just passing this along. You sent it to us. We're passing it back.
Okay.
So it doesn't carry the weight. With Without the recommendation, it doesn't carry the weight of the planning board.
Okay.
So,
It would be on the warrant, though.
yes, it'll be on the warrant.
It would be on the warrant. That you had no recommendation.
And we had, correct, right.
That's right.
Yes, still?
I feel that. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I think I feel that way as well.
You sure?
Yep, I am.
I think either way, we're going to have it back in front of us. So.
Well, I think it'll be back, it will be back for review, most definitely, and changes. I mean, I would like to send it with a recommendation. I mean, we've been working on this for like months. Is there something that's in it that's got you thinking that we shouldn't recommend approval?
There's nothing that I can point to. It's just I
feeling?
I think we chewed through this as a request from some townspeople, and just a personal feeling that I don't recommend it, but it's my duty to chew through it, and did so. And that's how I feel. That's just
I get it. I'm there with you.
Yeah, it's something that
It's just another.
You're there?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
More rules.
All right.
Here, but
So then I go back, is there a second?
Second.
You can't second, you made the ordinance.
No,
you made the,
no, but
you can't second your own motion.
No.
I'll second it.
Well, you want to make the motion. If you let Greg make the motion, then you could second.
No, that's fine.
You all right?
I had the recommendation. I didn't make a motion.
Oh, I
have to redo that. Yeah. That.
I want your name on it.
That's fine.
All right. Is that okay? Is everything wants forward? We're for these selectmen. We're done. Okay. All those in favor? All right. Opposed? Done.
Yeah.
All right. I think that was a mistake, but that's okay. I voted there 3-2. That usually
There's an opportunity to come back and maybe change some things. I don't know.
We'll see where it goes. Okay. Banquet halls, or referring to individual events. So, Mike, in viewing is over, and I've been talking with Brett. I was thinking that our last discussion, we were going to make this a conditional use in everything but shoreland. Is that where we stand right now?
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking, besides how, when this goes to the Board of Appeals for the conditional use permit, what kind of guidelines are they going to have? And do we need to get more specific guidelines in place so that they can make not an arbitrary decision, but a decision based upon, a set of rules that we've come up with and put in the land use ordinance? I mean, I don't. Brett, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, making it a conditional use, the ordinance has that very set, clear. I think there's 5 or 7 different standards that has that, just like the standard language that apply to all conditional uses, right? But what we could do in that, though, is they can make, conditions on there subject to land use section, performance standards 30. Let's just throw out a number there just to pick one up. That way, when, if there was a violation to occur, whether it was for, let's say, parking or noise or maybe events past a certain time, that would give Jason the authority, to go back on that approval, to go back on there, or to even lapse that conditional use permit for that facility. So in terms of changing the actual content of the conditional use criteria, we can't really change that, but we can add additional standards similar to solar, right? How we made our own separate provisions within the performance standards, defining those uses a little bit more clearly. So I think we have a definition now for banquet hall type uses, and we have established, where they're conditional use and where they're prohibited. So I guess to move forward, what would be really helpful for me is I have a list of a couple of things that I think we as the board can discuss, and then I can take these discussion points as well, and if we're opening it up for the community as well, take those into consideration. Then probably next month have like an actual ordinance, probably similar to this, or like a memo style where I outline it in blue and red and all that good stuff. Just to have that outlined pretty clearly in terms of what that would look like within our actual land use code.
Okay. So do you have a roadmap for us?
Well, so I guess, can I start with some of the different individual standards, if you will? So one of the larger ones, usually in most communities, is timing. Most towns, I would say, have a hard cutoff around 10 o'clock p.m., which would include like the event being over, no music or noise being detectable at property lines. That's usually the standard ordinance verbiage. So I don't know if the board would consider an earlier or later time, or if they have no interest in a time, or those kind of things. So I guess that would be my first question to you folks.
Does Cumberland County have quiet hours time?
I don't know countywide.
Yeah,
but
countywide?
I think it's all per town, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's per town?
It's per town. I can't think of any county ordinances per se.
Yeah. And do we have one?
I haven't seen one.
Yeah. So
it could be some buried in our miscellaneous ordinances because
I've
we
never
really
seen
go
it.
there. But
I don't think so. I don't think we have one.
No. What do you guys think? Time? Midnight?
I guess my question would be, is there a reason to put a time on it? Have we had any complaints, or do we know of any past history where this has been a major issue?
I think the only thing that we are attempting to do is, and what we're saying is that we're trying to give a framework for the Board of Appeals to be able to make a determination for use.
I feel like it kind of depends on proximity to
Yeah.
abutting properties. I mean, if it were me and there was a loud thing going on next door and it was going past 10 o'clock, I wouldn't be very happy about that. But if it was, I don't know, 500 feet away or, whatever,
Right.
probably wouldn't.
Do you mean
much of a concern.
like differentiating based on like zoning classification, or like adding additional like buffering standards from like a residential like structure or property line kind of
Yeah,
thing?
I would think maybe that.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's another common way to do it as well, whether it's similar to the marijuana, right, where we can measure from, the property line or the structure, whichever is closer, I think, is that type of verbiage. So
I mean,
That makes more sense than,
yeah.
then timing.
yeah.
Okay. What distance do we feel is appropriate? I guess would be my next question, because I know we'd kind of gone over that a little bit too with the marijuana, where some of it seemed maybe a little bit arbitrary. It was kind of hard to think about some of those things as well. So
Let's see, so our setbacks, noise. So how are we going to measure the setback?
Right.
From property lines?
from like the actual event structure.
The event structure?
To the property line is usually what. Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Like,
well, kind
yeah.
of what I mean, but so if the structure though is sitting, depending upon where the structure sits on the property,
Mm-hmm.
there could be a long distance between there and the property line. Could be a short distance.
Right.
So what are we measuring the distance to the abutter from the structure?
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Okay. Yeah. Usually property lines are a little bit easier to
Yeah.
measure from, rather than also having to measure onto somebody else's property if there's a structure that you're trying to measure from. So generally, I think most ordinances just keep it pretty clean and just do property lines. Because you're also not going to want that structure right on the property line as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
If you're doing a site walk, you're not going to want to have to walk onto the abutter's properties. It's usually to the property that you're, is going for the conditional use permit.
Did the zoning board of appeals do sidewalks for conditional use permits?
Did one this weekend.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
That makes sense then.
So, measuring from property line. What do we, I'm trying to think of some of our other standards.
You think we can find some community ordinances?
Yeah, I was going to say, I can also do a little bit of due diligence as well and just kind of compare, just throw out some
Because
other.
otherwise we're just making up a number.
Yeah. I was just trying to think of other like commercial type uses from like residential areas or like those types of standards and things like that, but there's not really a ton. So let me do some homework there.
Are there other like noise buffering, like things to consider? I mean, are like plantings or
some places require like landscaped like buffers or screening. Some places prohibit like outdoor music, like they want all the music to be contained within the actual structure. I would say most places don't get that specific. I don't think it's just more usually if it's from the noise of the sound, that's where the timing restraint comes into play to prevent music and from playing late at night.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will do some homework in terms of a distance for setbacks.
We also had on-site parking on the list.
I did have parking standards, so that's another one as well. I can do a little bit of homework on. Do we feel like some places based on occupancy as well? It's one space for every 2 people or something like that for what the occupancy of the actual structure is as well.
Oh, for the number of spaces required.
Right, for a minimum parking requirement for that as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Jason, I have a question for you, and maybe this is a Wayne question too, but for occupancy, so we'd be basing that on size of the structure, and that would dictate restrooms as well?
Size and layout, seating layout and all that.
One of the other common ones I would say would be restrooms, whether they allow the portable versus all contained within the actual structure as well. That's another standard that the board could consider as well. I don't know if you folks feel too strongly about either of those, if you want those all contained or if you're fine with portable restrooms as well.
Porta potties
I'm
are
fine
fine.
with porta potties.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right.
It's not like they live there forever, right?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, from the fire department.
Yes, sir.
So to answer Brett's question, fire and life safety inspection should be part of the approval process. And for these type of events are considered assembly assembly occupancy. Sorry about that. And they fall within our adopted codes. So just to make you aware. The other thing is usually for assembly building.
You cut out on the assembly part.
Okay. Where'd I cut out? I'm sorry.
Right after the assembly part.
Yeah, so assemblies by our adopted codes there's standards that they need to meet. So that's why the inspection would be important. The other piece of that would be our other assembly occupancies get an annual inspection. And don't know if you want to do that with these or not.
Wayne, do you go with the zoning board of appeals on these inspections? On the conditional uses?
I have been before the board once. I haven't seen anything else that falls within our purview, but I might have missed something too.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Okay. One other one as well is frequency. Some places also limit based upon the frequency. Like sometimes they only allow one event a month, or like those kind of things as well. I don't know if the board is open to those kind of considerations as well. Just again throwing that out there, is it's something that some other communities do as well. So if the board wants that or doesn't, it's good for me to know. So.
I feel like if there's not a reason to limit it as of right now, then there's no need to put a number on it. If they're applying for the permit and they meet all the requirements,
right?
Why limit it now? I mean, something that we're getting into now.
Most of the stuff is seasonal anyway. It's not like you're gonna necessarily be
right.
So we'll leave that one up to the ZBA.
Okay. Another one, and this is the last one, is a waste management plan for more or less just so that the trash on site would be picked up or hauled or things like that. So I think some of that could probably fall back on Jason more so, doing a drive-by inspection if there's trash and that kind of thing. But at least by providing that provision within the ordinance, it would allow him to go out and enforce that if that were a thing as well. So
so they're enforcing like a dumpster service then? Is that?
Not necessarily a dumpster service, but it would be something as part of like the permitting process. Either
you're providing a place to put the trash for
right, like showing it
function you're putting on.
Right, showing a place for where it's going to go to or hauled or that kind of thing. So.
Jason, I think we have an ordinance that for licensing for like a food trucks and stuff that come in. Do we still do that?
Food trucks.
Like peddlers versus
Don't we have that on the books?
There is a peddler's ordinance in miscellaneous.
Yeah. More for mobile vendors. Yeah.
So if you're holding it on a private property, are you exempt from that? Or do you fall under that contracting?
We've had people have events and they've come and they've got what did they get? I think they got a temporary something because they were going to be serving alcohol, or the caterer, they presented,
certification.
Chris actually signed it at the time, but they did present something just to let us know that they were going to be operating in town. It was a short-term thing though.
Right. Okay, so we should have something along those lines in there.
Right, yeah, at least, or referencing the peddler's ordinance or, okay, yep. Okay. Well, that's all that I have in terms of questions. I think this was helpful. Like I said, it'll help me generate actually like some standards similar to like a memo style format that I've done in the past, just to kind of show what that would look like once it gets plugged into the ordinance for that framework, so.
All right, so we are comfortable with the definition. We're comfortable where the districts are allowed or not allowed. True? Yes? Stop me. Performance standards are going to come out of tonight's discussion. Correct? Anything else? Okay. And the off-street parking standards are going to be based upon the occupancy of the building. Yes, yes, yes. All right.
So we're going to limit the parking to the size of the building, or it's not so much, it's just parking, it's not a cap on persons?
Well, the occupancy rate would be a cap on persons.
Right, so but then we're putting a second cap on for cars alone, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's a parking minimum, meaning that they would at least have to design an account for that many vehicles on the site. That way they don't end up on the street or neighboring properties.
Yep. Overflow.
Yep, right.
Yep. All right. Now, Mr. Romer, I'm going to open up for discussion. If you would like to address any of those things, please do, or anybody else would like to address any of those, that would be helpful.
I Todd Roma, 141 Raymond Hill Road. I'm interested to know how this piece of the banquet halls came up. Like, who does that apply to? Where was the focus on that?
Who will their banquet apply to? It'll apply to any single event, and that's held within the town.
Okay.
Hold on, Jessica Dobson, 141 Raymond Hill Road. So I guess the question is, like, how did this come up, though? Was this a town-wide problem that...
It came to us, I thought I said that. It came to us as part of the short-term rental ordinance that was put forth to the selectmen, that was sent to us for proposals.
So the banquet hall change was part of that they talked about?
The banquet hall change was something that we talked about.
Okay.
Pulling it out of the short-term rental, because it was not a short-term rental.
Right. So, but is this like a town-wide problem that we're discussing this? Like, I don't understand why we're even making this ordinance up or changing.
You got to ask the selectmen that
existing
one.
Ordinance.
They're the ones that gave it to us for a job to do.
Right.
We're doing that job.
It had banquet halls in that when they gave it to you?
Yes, it did, ma'am.
Okay. So, and then who does this directly apply to? People that rent their property and host private events?
Anybody that will fall into the definition of a banquet hall, yes, when it would be approved, if it is approved.
Pretty open-ended.
It was pretty open-ended, though, right? I mean, it didn't really, covered anyone that hosts a private event on their property?
Gardens, things like that.
Yep. Well, once the definition is firmed up and is put forth for the public hearing, you'll know exactly, I guess, who it'll apply to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, would it be helpful if I read the definition out loud?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, I have it here. So and this was pulled from the American Planning Association, and they have this definition dictionary, and there's thousands of definitions in there, but again, it's shared from across the country. So, but banquet hall is an establishment which is rented by individuals or groups to accommodate private functions, including but not limited to banquets, weddings, anniversaries, and other similar celebrations. Such a use may or may not include kitchen facilities for the preparation of or catering of food, the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-premises consumption during scheduled events and not open to the general public, portable restrooms, outdoor gardens, or reception facilities.
Okay, and at this time, there's no ordinance against doing any of that. That's why we're proposing this ordinance, correct?
I think this ordinance is to try and provide some structure and clarity with regards to how it can be done, how it shouldn't be done, how, what's allowable, what shouldn't be allowable.
Well, I mean, for example, we're at the Roma Farm. You probably all know who we are. And our neighbor is the one that wrote the short-term rental initiative. And she also...
We're not going to talk about neighbors, okay? If you like to address the banquet hall, you may address the banquet hall, but I'm not getting into the who shot who here.
Okay, I understand you're going to defend her. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't understand which properties is this really targeting, because
we're not targeting a property.
Okay,
ma'am.
Well then, if we've been doing private events for 2 decades, are you telling me now I would have to get a conditional use permit?
Well,
because wouldn't I be grandfathered in if we've been doing it?
Nope.
Why not?
That's because you won't be. It'll be an ordinance that'll be put in place that'll affect everybody from the date of the ordinance.
It'd be similar to the short-term rentals, right? Where there's some short-term rentals operating now that now under this new ordinance as well, they wouldn't be grandfathered.
Because it seems like there's no one else doing what we're doing in this town, so it seems very targeted to us.
Except for the fact that you have Kingsley
Pines,
camps,
which you purposely said that they wouldn't be part of this. So.
But couldn't it also be nice to have an ordinance that you can stand behind and say, we have this approval and we're doing what we're supposed to be doing?
So say hypothetically,
you can't take that away from us.
Hypothetically, if this went through, we would have to to get a conditional use permit, correct? But that would all depend on whether or not the powers that be let you get a conditional use permit.
If you meet the ordinance requirements,
we have before when we tried to.
We did that before,
but we didn't have an ordinance in place that
no, we didn't, and they couldn't approve it because they said it didn't. We didn't qualify. But we actually came to the town to do exactly what you guys are trying to do now. So my question is, we have a fear that once you guys try to do this, you're actually doing it to shut down people like us that are renting our property and hosting private events. And that's our huge concern about this.
Okay.
So that's why we were asking questions, because you can't find another property around like ours, and you all know that. And so we just feel targeted because we have been targeted by our neighbor. And we just feel like we definitely need to be asking questions and talking out loud about this and not being quiet, because it will affect us.
And to your point, Jackie, this is years ago, we came to the town. We were told there were no laws against what we're doing.
The fire safety chief can tell you, he was there. He walked our property. We went through everything we needed to do because I asked for a permit. Not that we needed one. We asked for it because, like you said, Jackie, I didn't want to be harassed in the future. We wanted to do right by the town. And the town did not do right by us. And so we have huge concerns when things come up like this, because we have plenty of evidence to tell you that things aren't what they seem sometimes in this town. And so I am going to speak very loud about this because I know where it's directed, who it's directed to, where it's directed from. And I think we have every right to be standing here speaking about it and not being quieted, told to not speak about it. So anyway, that's enough, but thank you.
I have a question because I don't know too much about it.
Ma'am, you can't go.
I have a question for the Roma Farm. My name is Nicole Keogh. Are you a commercial business working in a residential zone?
No.
You're not?
No.
But you hold private events for individuals who rent your property.
Do I have to answer your question?
I'm just trying to trying to understand.
We're not a commercial business, no.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
That's fine.
All right. Yeah, beer. Some people can't stay still, huh? Gotta say something.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I guess what I just say is I am neither for nor against this. As it turns out, it seems like in part this did surface out of the whole other issues. And issues. But what I would say is just for the consideration of the board, which is over the last 2.5 years, this board has dealt with a solar issue, short-term rentals, marijuana, and now banquet halls. What do they all have in common? What they all have in common, and I'm sure you're aware, is the encroachment of commercial-like enterprises into residential areas. And believe me, 30 years on the Zoning Board of Appeals in this town, and I can tell you, I understand that there's a need for conditional uses. But I would just ask this board to really be cognizant of the fact that my sense that my neighbors are really concerned about encroachment of commercial and commercial-like, because call it what you want. If you're getting a check and you're paying taxes on a short-term rental, you know what? It's a business. But, I digress. Simply to be cognizant of that. And I heard a lot of voices over the last 2 years from the community that said just that. That's where their concerns were. I'm not saying there can't be conditional uses. There have to be, and I understand that. And so when this board is dealing with these type of issues, there's always going to be pushback. There is always going to be pushback because it's both sides. That's kind of what appeals are all about on the zoning board. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. All right. Brett, you have enough to work with?
Yeah, is there any other comments? Okay, sorry.
Anybody on Zoom?
Yeah. All right.
No, I think this is helpful. I think, I like I said, I have some homework to do in terms of, the occupancy and parking standards. Just don't want to arbitrarily come up with those kind of things, but I have enough to develop something for December.
Okay. you can have for the next planning board?
Oh, yeah.
No problems.
Yep.
How will we get this out? I mean, I know this site. Hey, Sandy, can you still put stuff up?
I can.
You can, okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay.
Same thing for marijuana. I know it's a little bit later if you want to talk about it, but I don't have much in terms of actual content to discuss. I know the meeting before when we had really discussed these with Vern, very helpful discussion, but there's a lot of research yet to do on my end. So I guess I can provide that though for December, at least for a discussion, just so that in actual ordinance content.
We're not there yet.
Just not there yet. So
Okay.
I need a little bit more time.
Okay. So December we'll look at drafts of both the banquet hall and
marijuana.
And marijuana. Anybody else have any old business? We have projects in the wings?
We have a sketch plan for next month.
47 lots?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Probably will go down once they have to do some stormwater kind of things.
Yeah.
But and then I think that's it.
The other two are kind of.
Yeah, I think there's some that are still kind of in the works, but they're trying to, I think, wait until some of the state legislature kind of plays out a little bit more with some of the different ADU and housing laws and those kind of things. So so they may also just wait until that fully gets adopted, and then they can probably just do that outright. So we'll see.
The project for the sketch plan review, what just is that in the commercial?
It's
No.
the village.
Village, yep.
Yeah, that's why they can make the small lots.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that the only subdivision that we've been working on? Isn't there two others?
There's two others.
There's one that's there's one that's waiting on DEP approval. That'll probably be next year. Yeah, I want to say that's it.
That was the only one. Yeah.
I think so. Not too much. More time for ordinances.
Yes. We've done with ordinances for a while.
Yes. The 1829 stuff.
Oh yeah.
That will
Okay, why don't you go ahead and discuss that?
Yeah. So that's the more. It's kind of a add-on to 2003. There was some recommendations they made. So we're gonna have to change quite a few things in our ordinances. And one of the big things is it identifies growth zones. And with the comp plan, with our newly adopted comp plan, we need to look at those growth zones and how we have to change the zoning, maybe dramatically, to stay in line with state law. Everybody's got to go to training on it at some point, but we have till the next cycle because we're select board, town meeting government. But for that next cycle, we're going to have to work on that. Do you have any questions, specifics about it?
Not specifics about it, but specifically about the training. Is it going to be is it going to be an Augusta thing, or is it going to be a road show?
It's, again, a lot of the provisions in the law aren't totally clear. I was at a training for it a couple weeks ago, and that question was asked, who does the training? And it was actually Phil Saucy, our attorney, was speaking, and it was unclear whether you'd have to go to a training kind of like what I did, or if we could have him come in and give both boards a training. We can look at options there maybe. Once the legislation it's pretty much done, then we'll have better answers, but it's
Well, I'm assuming our neighbors are going to be having to do the same thing, right?
You have some are going to have to adopt it by July of next year.
No, well, I'm talking about the training. So, I mean, if when it starts rumbling around, it might be nice if it was if we can't do it individually.
Right, yes.
We could just maybe do it with a couple of communities, Casco, Wyndham, so we don't have to.
Potentially. And in some organizations, they're having, the one I went to was for the Androscoggin Valley Council of Government. So occasionally they pop up, you sign up, you can just go to one.
Okay.
Whether everyone would want to attend one together, I can look into see what that's going to look like. it could even be the type of thing where Raymond could maybe even host something and then invite other towns, kind of like you're saying.
I filled it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Move to adjourn.
Oh, you can second.
Second.
There you go. All those in favor? Done.
Thank you. Welcome to the Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 special meeting for executive session.
I'll make a motion to move into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E, and it'll be a consultation with legal counsel on roles and responsibilities of the board.
Second that.
All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you.
I motion to exit executive session.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
And I'd like to make a motion to go back into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056A, discussion of personnel matters.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
I make a motion to exit executive session.
Second.
All those in favor? All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break, Bill. Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 meeting, regular meeting of the Select Board. I'll call the meeting to order. We have a full quorum. The whole board is here. Glenn, I think people have heard a little bit about is, I guess today's your second day?
Yeah, well, we wouldn't work yesterday, but I was here. So I guess technically it's my first day, but I was here yesterday.
So there are no minutes to approve. And what I'd like to do is we have several things on the agenda, but I'd like to bring the Sebago Lake Rotary Club up first because he has a meeting to be at in 15 minutes ago.
Good evening. My name is Ingo Hartig. I reside at 21 Oaklets Road in Raymond, and I'm representing the Sebago Lake Rotary Club. And I'm asking for permission to hold another fishing derby in February. And it would be our 25th fishing derby.
Wow. I guess I'd ask, there's no code option. It's just a matter of they've done it every year. So we're really looking at just approving the use of Raymond Beach, basically. Yeah. Is that correct? Right. That's what I thought. Is there a motion?
I'll make
go ahead.
Sorry, I'll make a motion to approve the use of Raymond Beach for the Sebago Lake Rotary Club's ice fishing derby.
Second.
Are those in favor?
Oh.
Can you drive backwards?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's pray for ice.
Under new business, we have.
Excuse me just a second. Kayla, can you pull your microphone?
Sorry about that, Bill.
Thank you.
We have a request for Kevin Woodbury's resignation from the planning board.
I'll make a motion to accept Kevin Woodbury's resignation from the planning board.
I will second.
All those in favor?
Discussion.
Yeah. Well, discussion, yes. You can make a.
I would like to thank Kevin for his hard work on the
planning board, and they'll miss him.
I was going to say that afterwards, but very good. And he's been very valuable in many ways. All those in favor? Business license of the Beacon. Would you come up and just introduce yourself? And while you're coming up, I'll ask the fire inspector, who's been in there a few times, I'm sure, to just save a little time, and then you can introduce yourselves. Might as well see if there's any issues before we move forward.
So, Mr. Chairman and the board, we performed a business license inspection on the 12th of November. There were some items that needed to be addressed. Most of those have been completed as of a follow-up inspection today. We are still waiting for the required annual fire alarm system inspection, testing, and maintenance to be performed with the report forwarded to us. The fire department would recommend to the board to approve, subject to this inspection being completed and passing.
Thank you. Gentlemen?
Thank you. My name's Tom Salonen. Looking to purchase, we're purchasing the Beacon at 1233 Roosevelt Trail from the current owners, Pam and Rob Wing. And we're before you tonight requesting a business license so we can proceed.
Thank you for taking it over. It would be missed.
Yeah. I'm Greg Dean. I'm a partner with Tom on the Beacon. Our real vision is to continue what they've done. They've done a great job, so we're looking to operate the business in the same spirit they have, and there's no meaningful changes.
Thank you.
Any questions?
They're staying. The whoopie pies are staying. Yeah.
All right, I entertain a motion.
Did they bring pizzas for testing?
Well, that's a good question.
I'll make a motion to accept the Beacon's business license subject to completion of the inspection.
Second.
All those in favor?
Thank you for doing business in Raymond.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kurt? Would you run us through the abatements and assessments?
Kurt LaBelle, Assessor's Agent. In your packet, you'll see there's a package of corrections for assessment errors that we've discovered post-commitment. Those are typically, well, they're always done post-commitment through an abatement and supplemental assessment process. Most of these, actually all of them, are administrative in nature for the most part, and there's no disputes here with the taxpayers on these corrections. In your packet, I've done a brief description of all the abatements. I can go through them if you like, or I can take questions if anybody has any specific questions about any of these or about the process.
So it's just basically bookkeeping corrections.
Yeah, the only issue that we had that wasn't related to that was one abatement on Pismire Road, where the revaluation company data collector made some assumptions about the property without accessing the property. The property was posted. They've been directed to not make any assumptions about properties like that until later on in the process. But this was a data collector that was here for a very short amount of time, and maybe the word didn't get to him. But he made some estimates from the street, which proved to be incorrect, which we've done a full inspection of the property since then. And we're looking to make an adjustment to this property to correct some of those issues. That's the only thing that wasn't purely administrative errors on our end.
Mr. Chair, I've reviewed all these and they all seem pretty great. It was very self-explanatory. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to make a motion.
We can put them all together as one, right?
For the
we have
most
to
part,
do
it looks
individual?
like yes.
I think we can do them all together.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so I make a motion to approve the 7 tax abatements as shown on the attached certificate, totaling $7,565.12, along with the approval of 2 supplemental tax assessments as shown on the attached certificate warrant list, totaling $5,979.34.
Second the motion.
Any questions? Comments? Other than that, all in favor?
I've got some paperwork for you to sign. There's 3 here. Sign on each of the 3. Pass it on.
Chief, I think you're up next. Consideration adjustment of medical reimbursement amounts.
Hi, Bruce Tupper, and this is just a formality that about every 2 years comes up where we have to realign our Medicare billing allowances to align with the insurance companies and standardize that rate throughout basically our region and service. So they recommend going to a 200% of the Medicare billing rate, which allows us to bill at the privatized insurances the same, that amount. Now, Medicare, you also understand that we have to write off a great deal of those. Someone who's on Medicare, once the Medicare has paid, we cannot take that to collections. So that's kind of the anomaly here and what's driving it. So the private insurances would pay a little bit higher, but it's standardized throughout the region.
So this will be covered again when we do schedule fees on the budget process. This is just you updating what you're doing currently right now. You're changing
Yes,
it as of now.
this would have to be updated now, yeah, or denied now. Would recommend it to be aligned though, so that we are standardized throughout.
Does anyone have any questions on it? You have a motion to accept the fee increases? Basically, that's what it is, a fee increase.
Yes, so moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Next one is a consideration for the next step in a recall process. And with this, as chair, I'm entitled to speak on the matter first and last, and I'd like to propose something here. As the board has received a letter from my attorney, I believe that Kristen Collins had a direct involvement in the recent town of Limerick's recall ordinance that was challenged. I've hired her. She seems to think it's very similar to our ordinance, and there was an attachment of her opinion. What I'd like to do is table this, or at least consider the board's consideration of tabling this motion, tabling motion for this agenda item until such time as our town attorneys provide their opinion. As the board and the town manager are aware of the email, the ruling she had, she gave us an opinion of her own. It was a restraining order by Judge Elo in the Superior Court. It happened this September of '25, and it will have a direct impact on our recall ordinance and its validity. So I'm asking for this for the good of the town, in the spirit of true fairness, and just a simple pause in the negative atmosphere that is started and may not need to continue should the ordinance be ruled invalid, as I expect it does, as does my attorney. So, also in the interest of transparency, I just learned that if someone requested this through the Freedom of Information Act, I would make her opinion and the ruling available through our town. So I'm looking to, for the board for discussion and possible tabling of this matter. until such time as our town attorney's here.
So I just wanted to, because I'm covering for Mel while she's at the training, she had an informational memo that she provided for me that outlines the timeline and a requested action from the board tonight. I did receive what Dennis is talking about, and I had put it out to Phil Saucier, who got back to you all today. Not going to go into his legal analysis because I won't do it justice, but the gist of it that I got here is, in their opinion, you do have a legal ordinance, and they are aware of the challenge for the Limerick recall ordinance, in which Superior Court granted a preliminary injunction on September 18th. That means that the recall was temporarily put on hold. In putting it on hold, the court found the town treasurer, that's irrelevant to this, but their opinion is, I understand no final opinion has been issued on the merits of the appeal, which applies only to the specifics of the Limerick ordinance and was based on the evidence in the court, in the record in that specific case. We are not aware of any Maine Supreme Judicial Court decision that would otherwise prohibit municipalities from enacting their local recall ordinances that are different from the statutory recall process. So I believe the recommendation from the clerk is still to request. Well, can I just go through the timeline too, just for the public's information on the process and everything that she had laid out before we get to that? So just for the benefit of the public, Friday, September 26th, there was a notice of intent to initiate a recall process through petitions. Tuesday, September 30th, petitions were prepared and issued to an initiator. Thursday, the 30th, was the end of the 30 days for the petitioners to collect signatures. Wednesday, the 29th, petitions were submitted to the clerk for certification. Thursday, November 6th, the clerk completed verification of the signatures and sent written notice to the select board. Friday, November 7th, is when we have to kind of align these next steps. So Friday the 21st of November would be the last day that you could schedule a public hearing and election. So the clerk is requesting a motion that the select board schedule a public hearing for Tuesday, December 2nd, which would be a special meeting at 6 p.m. And then authorize the clerk to schedule the recall according to the time frame prescribed by ordinance. That's all I've got on that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to this.
Sure.
So I did receive the letter from Kristen Collins, as was provided to us. I read through that, and I read through the judge's decision. So the judge issued an order to stay the case. This has not gone to court. This is not case law. This is just put a hold on it, because the timing in Limerick was that if they actually went through the recall process, they would have run out of time. So the judge ordered a stay. It's not an opinion that the recall ordinance isn't valid. I believe our first email that we got from Phil Saucier, the town attorney, was that our ordinance can be more restrictive than state statute requires, that if to have a recall, the elected official has to be convicted of a crime and has to be in office for more than 4 months. That's not why this case got dismissed. It didn't get dismissed, it just got a stay. So everything's on hold. And it probably will never be heard because they've stopped the recall. So in our case, if we don't schedule the public hearing for December 2nd, our time will run out as a board to schedule a public hearing. Then the default in our recall ordinance is that Mel has to schedule it. I don't believe that we should put that responsibility on her. I think that we should schedule a public hearing, get all the information, the affidavits, the recall language, everything that we can get for the public hearing so the public can have their say about the recall. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Did you say you sent Phil's response to?
I forwarded it to you this afternoon. Yeah, that's what I was reading from.
I didn't get one either.
It was sent pretty late in the afternoon. I got it, but I have it here. I can also give you copies. But
because I think if we're waiting on Phil's, well, Dennis is waiting on Phil's response, and we have it.
Yep.
And you read part of that right there, that he was fine with it. You're saying?
he was comfortable proceeding.
All right. That's what I was waiting for.
That's why I said I think we need to have the public hearing so we have all the information available to everybody. and then have that in the e-packet, so that the public hearing, the public is well informed. That's all we're doing, is scheduling a public hearing.
I agree. I didn't realize it came. And,
Yeah, it came this
I did
afternoon.
ask for that opinion 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago, just so that we could move forward. So hearing that, we'll set up the, we'll make the motion then to set up the timetable. Right, that's the next step.
I'll make a
What's the
motion.
date that she wanted?
It would be December 2nd at 6 PM, because by the time you have your next regularly scheduled meeting, that time frame would have expired. So it'll be a special meeting on the 2nd.
I'll make a motion that we hold a special meeting for the public hearing on the recall of the elected officials involved in the recall for December 2nd, a special meeting to start at 6 PM.
And she's also requesting to authorize the clerk to schedule the election as prescribed in the ordinance timeframe. Again, that's the request, not.
So you think I need to amend the motion to?
I've only been here 8 hours, so I'm not going to confidently
We can
say
start
that.
with the meeting anyway.
I'm just going to leave the motion as I proposed it.
Okay.
Second.
You second it?
Yep. Any discussion?
It's not for public discussion.
It's an agenda.
We have to have a public input on anything.
Okay.
It's going to be limited anyway. Go ahead.
Sure, it's not the clock.
No, it wasn't that.
I'm talking about the,
I thought it was board discussion.
no, it's just, it's the,
Excuse me, you made a motion, it was seconded for discussion. I'm here to discuss it, it's an agenda item. Unless, let me ask the parliamentarian, is that correct?
Yeah, you're correct.
Thank you. All right, so all I'd like to say is to kind of reinforce what Selectman Hanson said. I did have a conversation today with the interim town manager. I would say, number one, when I first became aware of the recall initiative, what I did is went and educated myself as to what our policy is. I don't find that it's not a legal document. And I'm not a lawyer, but that was just my read on it. Is it inadequate? In my opinion, it is. And I believe I reached out to the chair and identified that. That recently, because of the number of spurious recall efforts, usually along partisan lines, to try and overturn an election, which I find is a significant action. Most people might not think that, but that's what I do. But bottom line being that some communities have done things like, well, the model is 10% of the gubernatorial vote, the last gubernatorial vote. But several communities to the south of us, in order to try and make this a more reasonable policy, have said 25% would make more sense if this is truly an issue. But anyway, there are a number of other things the communities have done to try and reduce the amount of these nuisance in what I would call divisive type of initiatives to recall public employees. Elected officials. But bottom line being that, along with what Chris said, the public hearing, and this needs to be well publicized. The information needs to get out to the community because it's been a chronic problem with this town government for many years as far as transparency and information getting out to the community. And although I understand that the recall does not actually have to abide by the rules of evidence, such as in court, there has to be evidence. And so I would say that, especially for anyone who has signed that petition, I would ask them, how much evidence have you seen about the accusations, and how much has been hearsay and what's on social media, and the like, but how much evidence? And as I discussed with the interim town manager today, my first step is since I've never seen the petition, I don't really know what the actual reasons for the recall are. And so he directed me to try to contact the town clerk, who I was told was away. And so I've done that, and I'm trying to attempt to get a copy of that so I can clearly know what are the actual reasons for this recall. And then I would just encourage anyone attending this meeting on December 2nd at 6 p.m. come and provide, other than rumors and accusations, evidence about whatever these reasons are to overturn an election. And so that's my purpose in speaking to this agenda item. The fact that, I'll give you an example. I've heard that that one of the issues is micromanagement. And I guess what I would ask is whether it was in a court of law. I mean, number one, first show the evidence that there was micromanagement. And even if there was, is that a reason to overturn an election? And can you show us some evidence of this micromanagement? I would also just say this in closing. There was a young lady here last month who was applying for a business permit. And what she did is she got up and spoke under public comment and said, she was advised by some of her friends that, maybe she shouldn't talk in favor of the recall because there could be recriminations in public. And what occurs to me is that, there's also been talk about the town employees basically being treated inappropriately. But let's see how many public employees will be there on December 2nd and provide evidence, not rumor or conjecture, about whether they were treated inappropriately. And although they're not bound under the laws of trial and perjury, let's see some evidence about that. So that's what I would just have to say on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any discussion from us? Move it. There was a motion made, right?
Anybody else from the public?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Okay. Old business. I had that put on relative to the bylaws, policy and procedures. I asked Mel to put that on in case anyone had anything from old business that and one of the things I thought about was the MMA, because we're going to take it up the next month.
And we haven't.
And we haven't. And the only reason I said put it on there is because there's been a couple of things that have slid through. And if we don't have to talk about it, you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, because I can put it on the agenda next time. But
I think we were waiting on the MMA stuff. I thought we were going to get some information on insurances, as well as we did talk about we could prorate the membership.
Yes.
So we'd only pay a certain amount, which we could join, but there's other benefits from MMA that we were going to look into, and that fell through the cracks with the town manager's departure. So I think maybe we ought to have a conversation with the town manager
and then put it on the next.
Move this on to the next
agenda. Okay.
That would make
it's the only one that came to mind. Derek?
No, I just, so he knows what he's doing, would be,
Well,
give him
I was going to say MMA typically provides three things. They can provide workers' compensation. They have the dues that you pay for the free legal services of the trainings, and then they also, through the health trust, provide health insurance. So of those three things, what is it the board would like to explore and get more information
We
on?
had talked about the health.
Yeah, I would say health and the legal advice.
Well, that comes with the membership.
Yeah, it's hard to it's
So
hard to
just
figure out.
Which part of the membership you're going to
But
use?
no. It's the medical is easy to basically
okay.
identify and
do a comparison.
Compare. The legal is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah. And here's what I will say, though: the insurance is usually done according to what I heard at the public budget and finance committee meeting. Is in June. Is around the time they do it, because we were doing a budget in February, and they said that the parts of the health insurance is bid out in June, or in May and June in that area. And there's probably no one here that can tell me when it was, but remember that we
Yes,
discussed it in the budget committee, and they said, well, we don't have it now because it's done. So just keep that, I guess I'm just point of interest. You might check on when we actually can bid it out, but I still think we should look at it. Like you said, it's one of the things that has been discussed a few times.
Okay.
If you could put that on your plate after 8 hours.
Yeah, I mean, at some point too, I would recommend exploring their workers' comp programs too. I believe you guys have Mimic, and I switched from Mimic to MMA at my previous employer, and we, found significant savings in premiums, and also you get access to that NeoGov portal for employee trainings and other things that you get access to. And if we follow the SHAPE policies and stuff, they'll keep giving you reduced premiums. So it might be something worth exploring. It does take time to work through that process with them, though.
So when you have more information, you come back to us at the next meeting, then what we could possibly do is join as a member and then follow up with the research on these other issues and decide at a later date whether we want to do workman's comp or health insurance.
Anything we can do to either improve or save makes sense. If you can do both.
All.
Yeah. If you can combine both of them, I think that the taxpayers would love it. So we're going to leave that in your court, Glenn. And you might find more than just those two things while you're out there exploring it. And you're probably more familiar with it anyway if you had it from your last job.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we find savings on the health benefits, but I think on the other carriers, workers' comp and property casualty, you may be able to.
Well, let me correct that. I'm not saying we have to have savings on everything. It may be a better benefit to keep people, So
okay,
we don't need a motion. We can just move on to the next thing, which is public comment. So we'll open it up to public comment, understanding it is just comment.
Good evening, Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. Just a number of hopefully quick items. Sorry, trying to get my list. So quick. I just wanted to point out, for anyone that hasn't noticed it yet, that the RSU 14 newsletter is posted on the Raymond website. I'm thrilled to see that. I know the website's being reconfigured, redone, but hopefully that can remain front and center. Well, maybe not front and center, but certainly very visible. And it's an attempt to try to be sure the public is staying more informed on what's going on in the RSU, what's coming up at board meetings, et cetera. So I thank whoever was responsible for that being there and calling people's attention to it. I also wanted to mention the Raymond Food Pantry. A lot of talk in the last few weeks about the needs in our state and also in our town in terms of people that are suffering from not having sufficient food, from food insecurity, and to encourage people to keep donations coming in to the Raymond Food Pantry. Again, that information is on the website under Community. And so for donations, you can drop them off at the Lake Region Baptist Church, 1273 Roosevelt Trail, or mail them in to Raymond Food Pantry, P.O. Box 144, Raymond 04071. It's on the town website, but just wanted to mention that. And for those who need that service, the food pantry is open every second Thursday of every month from 4 to 6. But there's also a number posted on the website if there's an urgent need, 655-6594. And I believe I was told it will be open again before Thanksgiving this month, but I didn't get the actual time for that just yet. But again, you could call and leave a message. The volunteer doing this is amazing. He does get right back to you when you leave a message. So I want to be sure people know that. And just two more things. I would really hope that the select board would consider including in the budget going forward any and all items to help with traffic calming measures. I know I've talked about this off and on for quite a while now, and I did see the signs that were out there, at least for a while over the last several months, that helped to, remind you what the speed limit is. But to see those actually posted permanently in a couple of spots around the town, I think would be great. We keep hearing in the news throughout our state about traffic traffic accidents, and some of them unfortunately leading to fatalities. We just don't want to have that happen in Raymond. So if that can be somewhere in our next budget, I certainly will be supporting that, and will do what I can to get us to support it as well. And along those lines, I saw for a little while on the website there was an RFP out for trash pickup and recycling, and I would hope that that will include some efforts towards reviving our efforts on recycling, and maybe encouraging more people to recycle and having that curbside pickup. I think it's very convenient. Maybe some more information needs to go out. And I apologize that, Dennis, I think some time ago you asked something about a pamphlet that had been made, and I said I'd get it to you. Well, 2 months later, I have a copy here. I'll leave with you or with the town manager. I don't know if there's any more up at town office about, you know, what the do's and don'ts of recycling. But again, for people to be recycling, I think would be helpful for our environment. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
I'm her husband, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So just a couple of things. When there's a lot of turmoil going on, and I understand and a lot of change, things can fall through the cracks. I think my wife and I have made it a point to try and keep some of these issues out front so that they don't fall through the cracks. So if it seems repetitive, it's because it is. So just as a reminder, the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee needs to be started yesterday. And to date, I have not seen even a request online or on our website for committee members to apply or for citizens to apply. So I would remind you of that. It is something that needs to be addressed. And also, it's interesting, I had a conversation with Kurt LaBelle today, and it reminded me that there was some interest in discussion about TIF district and establishing maybe a new TIF district and the potential for reducing county taxes, and also to be putting ourselves in line for more state grants, especially if East Raymond is going to be, as it has been designated in the comprehensive plan, as an area where a secondary village could be established along with the Jordan Small projects and the like. However, it is time sensitive. So 12 to 18 months to get it approved. We lose a good benefit in those tax savings if we don't get that the state to approve the TIF district until after the reval. We want it to be basically reflect the reval now, the valuation now, and that's where the most clawback from the county could be affected. It's more than just the savings of taxes, but just having that TIF district established does put us in line for more in the way of state aid and development. And so along those lines, what Kurt said was, it's too bad you don't have an economic development committee. Well, we did have one at one time, and it went away. But I believe if you read the recently approved comprehensive plan, you will see in there that it was directed by the comprehensive plan committee and adopted by the citizens of the town that we reestablish the economic development committee. And so I would also ask you to move on that sooner rather than later, because the TIF district would be one of the things that the state would be saying, well, what's your rationale for that? And that would come from the committee work. So I just put those reminders in front of you because, those are issues from me that are more important than some of the other issues that are flying around town right now, and should be the thing that you're devoting your energies to. And then lastly, I'll just say this. I attended the planning board meeting last night and was, the only word I can use is disappointed that the 3 out of the 5 members voted as far as forwarding the short-term rental ordinance to the select board for review, decided to be neutral on it. They did not recommend it or not recommend it. And I guess I just find that to be something that is disappointing when, in fact, it was that entire committee that developed, along with the town planner and the code enforcement officer, that ordinance, and that it also stood up to legal review. And so for that committee then to vote the majority to say, well, you know, we're going to stay neutral with this. So we don't recommend and we don't not recommend. And so we're just going to send it to the select board as no recommendation. And I just tell you, from my perspective, that's a cop-out. You know, there has to be a certain amount of courage in municipal government. So that was my observation for last night, and I got to tell you, I am kind of non-committal one way or the other as far as how far we should go with a short-term rental ordinance. But I do know this, that it's not going to go away. And the life safety and the environmental aspects of it are necessary. The rest of it, that can come. The nuisances, you know, they lit a bonfire, they're making noise after 10 p.m., and all that other stuff is stuff that down the road, if there's some type of enforcement mechanism or something like that, then so be it. But my experience has been most neighbors are neighborly, and they take care of each other, and they respect each other. So those that can't, you know, I would say, you know, there must be some mechanism to at least track that. And so what the comprehensive plan asked for, and all we were asking for, was to have some way of getting a handle on what the problem is. And the best way to do that would be to have some sort of registry, where at the very minimum, the town would know who the owner is, what's the contact information. You know, can we get a hold of them with 24 hours to tell them that, you know, the neighbors are having an issue with loud parties or fire or garbage or parking or whatever? But like I say, what's included in that ordinance and what you should pay the most attention to is that it addresses life safety and environmental impact. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Hi, Teresa Sadak, 207 Webbs Mills Road. I have a question. I know the board was being careful as far as legal bills, and so my question is, I would like to ask about the legal bills regarding the board use. What is being done to keep the legal bills in check? For instance, with all the controversy going on with the books, our town manager, and other matters, I know that there was a 3-page letter that was sent from the chair to the attorney asking all kinds of questions regarding books and other stuff, and I only know this because of an FOA. So if we could get possibly on the next meeting to know what might be done as to keeping the legal bills in check. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Riley Sylvia, Parks and Rec. I just want to give a huge shout out. Before this, I just came from Jordan Small. We had a gather and give event, which was also spearheaded by another family that helped us out. And we got donations from a lot of people in the community. We had some drop-off spots that people could drop off food donations. And we boxed, RES created decorated boxes, and we boxed 25 meals for people in need for Thanksgiving. That's from turkeys to stuffing to cranberry sauce to turkey pans to Thanksgiving plates and napkins. So there's 5 of those that are going to be available at the Raymond Food Pantry. So I'd like to give a big shout out to everyone in the community who helped with that event.
Thank you for putting it together, Riley. That's what community's about. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close that section. We'll go to select board comments.
Thanks a lot, Riley. I was going to thank Parks and Rec and Dakota and all the volunteers up there today. It was from 5 to 8 on a select board meeting night, which wasn't my favorite time to go help and volunteer and play with you guys.
65 people, so it was from 5 to 5:30.
That's awesome. Nice.
Wow.
It's somewhere there early. But anyway, I was really happy to see that. It kind of spread like wildfire on at the book fairs and also social media and all that stuff. So it was nice to get all those. And there was some complications in trying to store and get stuff all in, but everybody worked really well together. And it's nice that that number got up to 25. So that's pretty good. And like she said, there's still, if you forgot or didn't see it or just hearing about it now and still want to give some, there is a spot at the food pantry in Raymond, so you can still give there as well. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Good.
Anyone else? And we're going to turn it over to the town manager. And,
I think this one's going to be brief, but I just wanted to introduce myself to the public. Obviously, the board has met me. Today was my first day. My name's Glenn McLowski. I'm your interim town manager. I was appointed to a 6-month contract by the board in October. I was under contract with my previous employer till the 14th, so I've been trying to bring myself up to speed. So as you can imagine, it's a little hectic starting on a select board meeting day because I got to prepare for this and also kind of get to know staff. So I don't have any departmental updates for you at this meeting, but we'll resume those regular reports at your next meeting. I've had the opportunity today to meet with many staff, board, and residents towards several facilities over the last couple weeks, and be continuing those visits throughout this week to get a better sense of the staff's priorities, operations, and needs. We're also in the early stages of kicking off budget, so I don't plan to reinvent the wheel or anything, but I will begin scheduling time with department heads over the next month so we can begin assembling our budget books for introduction in February. I'll be attending the Finance Committee meeting tomorrow. I had a chance to meet Karen yesterday. So I'll be in attendance and we'll talk through the timeline and our next steps for the budget process. Our next regularly scheduled select board meeting is December 9th. I just want to thank everybody for the warm welcome and the opportunity to get to help you all through this transition. I have some documents for the board to sign that Mel has left, so before you go tonight, just make sure to sign those. I have a projects list that I was going through with the previous town manager who I was fortunate enough to get to work with over the last 2 weeks. So I'm excited to say I think we'll be launching the new website sometime in December. I just need to meet with staff and kind of come up with a timeline for that, but they were able to kind of wrap up some projects that they were working on. Yeah, I'm just happy to kind of get to work and get to know you folks and help you out.
thank you. I do have a question. Didn't you say something about dealing with Airbnbs?
You had mentioned the ordinance that planning board. I have seen. Are you asking like just in my experience?
Yes.
In what regard are you?
You had said when I mentioned to you that we had an ordinance or two that were going to be coming through. I thought you said that you had connections for at least a filing registration system. That
There are programs out there. There are a couple I'm familiar with. I think AirDNA is one. There's a product that a company, Granicus, uses to regulate those. I believe the city of Portland utilizes that one. But there are things out there that will help make enforcement of those things easier should the town pass an ordinance to regulate Airbnbs. Okay. And I'm sure you've dealt with it in your experiences as a codes professional as well. So
yeah, I know of some of the same programs you're talking about.
Yep, they're out there. They are out there.
Okay, thank you. I think the upcoming dates.
Yeah, so the next regular meeting is December 9th. Finance Committee meets tomorrow, and you've passed the order to hold the public hearing for the recall as a special meeting on December 2nd. That's all I've got up here, but typically second Tuesdays are your board meetings.
Mm-hmm. And no conflicts with anyone for those 2 dates? No. Okay, those are done. Obviously, the upcoming holidays, Thanksgiving and day after Thanksgiving, the town hall's closed. And then we're going to adjourn and then go into another executive session.
We're going to adjourn after the executive session. Right?
Yes, I mean, that's
We're
right.
gonna do
We
executive
need to
session.
move into an executive session and then we're going to come back out just to adjourn the meeting. So it's Might as well announce it, huh?
Oh, sorry, I make a motion to go into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056A, discussion of personnel matters.
Second.
All those in favor? All right, thank you all for coming tonight, appreciate it. It's nice to see the place full. Thank you. Want to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to exit executive session.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Then I'm going to follow that up with a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you all for showing up.
Good evening and welcome to the Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. Today is Wednesday, November 19th. The meeting tonight will be a workshop. I had to submit the agenda 2 weeks ago, so a lot has happened in the last 2 weeks. The meeting will now come to order. First, under new business, I would like to welcome and introduce our new interim town manager, Glenn Michalowski. Welcome.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, just a little bit about myself for folks that haven't already met me, and for the public. I'm Glenn Michalowski. I'm your new interim town manager. A little bit about my background. I've been in municipal management at the deputy or chief administrative officer level since 2018. My first experience with that was with the town of New Jersey of about 25,000 as it pertains to budget and finance and development. We would develop a $46 million operating budget, $11 million capital plan there. And then most recently, I spent the last 3 years as the town manager of the town of Lisbon here in Androscoggin County. Full service community, a town about 9,000, and as their chief administrative officer and town manager. I'm happy to be here. I look forward to working with you all, and yeah, been a busy 2 days. Stay tuned.
2 days and 2 meetings at night.
Yeah.
Already.
My wife is very thrilled.
Well, welcome, and it's a pleasure to be working with you.
Thanks.
Look forward to moving forward with the town.
Yeah, thank you.
Next is discussion regarding 2 Budget Finance Committee resignations. And the first vacancy we have is Rob Wright resigned on Thursday, October 9. And we are not able to discuss the details of this because the select board has not taken up the resignation and done anything about the vacancy. So we're not going to discuss that. And then the second one is the resignation of Don Willard, which was received on October 22nd and was sent forward to the town manager and the town clerk on that day. That resignation is in effect with the recall ordinance. And I think it's important to look at the recall ordinance, section 10 and 11. And the Town of Raymond office of an elected official shall be deemed vacant under one or more of the following conditions. A, non-acceptance, B, resignation, C, death, D, removal from the municipality, D, permanent disability or incompetency, and failure to qualify for the office within 10 days after written demand by the municipal officers, or G, failure of the municipality to elect a person to office. So Section 11 says that if the clerk believes one or more of the above criteria are met, the clerk shall in writing inform the Board of Selectmen and notify the affected elected official, unless deceased. A vacancy shall be declared if the Board of Selectmen determines by a majority vote of the members present that one or more of the above criteria are met. So since the resignation was sent to the clerk on October 22nd, I believe that the next step is for the clerk to send in writing to the Board of Selectmen and the elected official. So then the next step after that is that the Board of Selectmen, a vacancy shall be declared if the Board of Selectmen determines by a majority vote of the members present that one or more of the above criteria are met. So he has submitted his resignation. So the next two steps are the clerk has to send out the written notice, and then the select board has to vote on the vacancy. So that's where we are with that. Is there any discussion? I don't really feel like there's anything really to discuss. Are you all set?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
all set, yeah.
All right. So then, the third thing that we have on our agenda, I lost my agenda, is the discussion regarding the upcoming budget season. Glenn, would you like to just run through?
I can,
what
yeah,
you
I can
see?
a little bit. Like I said, it's only day 2, but obviously the time of the year it is, and based on your town meeting, most towns right now are either starting or in the initial stages of their budget development. I will be having a department head meeting next week, just so I can kind of come up to speed on your processes and all that. I don't want to necessarily reinvent the wheel, but in my head, having done these, I have an idea of how they go. But just to distill it down over the next couple of weeks, we'll aggregate requests departmentally typically. We'll do some departmental meetings with the finance department and the departments, and then incorporate your all policy goals and the select board's policy goals and the comp plan policy goals into those requests with my office and the finance department to build a budget book that typically is delivered to the elected officials once you guys kick off your budget introduction sort of season, which to my understanding when we discussed is early February. So I would say over the next couple weeks and month will be that internal process, and then to deliver you all the deliverable in end of January, early February. Again, but I'll meet with department heads next week so I can just get a sense of your process, and my understanding after talking to a couple of them is, they're already underway developing those OpEx requests. And then, we typically will check availability for the elected officials and staff so that we're all here and no one's on vacation when we do our, weekly workshops. And that's my understanding. It's pretty typical to what I'm used to, which is you'll probably, as that starts to pick up, you'll meet weekly and start to go through those workshops in the spring. And we'll coordinate that schedule, publish it, and, the fun begins.
Yes. And you and I discussed the CIP process, and I had mentioned to you that we were trying to get to a new tool this year to use where the department heads would fill out a project request form.
Yeah, you had mentioned there had been some discussion about, formalizing a deliverable that would be a digestible sort of 5-year, 10-year outlay, and, in consultation with the select board and staff, I'd be happy to develop that tool with them. But yeah, it's a pretty typical thing that, we can pull together.
That would be great. I think we're all looking for a documented process on the CIP process.
Yeah, and I'd like to think that, if anything our office can do to help staff so they're not feeling like they're on their own, whether it's through a standard process or something, that we all kind of develop collaboratively. So, municipal budgets can be complex, and, try to make it easy for the public and also try to make it streamlined for staff so that we can it's a big document to get through, and it takes weeks, so I get it.
Yes, right. And we're looking for a standardization of what the project request looks like and what the deliverable looks like.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any comments about the upcoming budget season, or is there something that you'd like to bring up?
I'd like to start seeing to-date reports on how much money's been expended and everything else that we haven't seen for 8 or 9 months.
Okay. So expense reports. Got it.
Because it's really the only way we can project forward or anticipate where we're going to be at the end of the year, one, and two, what the demands may be for another year.
Yeah, agreed. And you guys don't do calendar year budgeting like January 1 where you're running off a temp budget, so you need those expense reports to kind of, project out so you can forecast into June.
And we used to see that expense report monthly. We used to get it so we could look, and it gave us a feel for what was going on
What the
across the town, yeah.
Right.
Yep. Sounds good.
Yeah, I think for several years, we were only meeting during budget season. It was very difficult to look at all that stuff all within the budget season. And we've been meeting monthly, and we're still behind on those things. And I know you already wrote it down, but just to give you an idea where we're coming from, like, we've got no idea right now.
Okay.
Anyone else? No? Okay, I think we're all set on that. I just wanted to circle back to the resignations. As is outlined in the recall procedure, and I read out loud, I think the next step is for the clerk to do it in writing. So will you relay that back to the clerk that we're waiting for, or the select board is waiting for her written notice to the select board and the affected individual?
Yep, and then I believe the next regular meeting, they'll take it up, and I think they have either the option to fill until the next election or to leave vacant until the next election, so then the select board will take that up.
Right.
Yep.
Sounds good, thank you. Okay, does anyone else have anything that they would like to?
I guess the only other thing is, the last time we filled a vacancy, it became a pretty long, convoluted thing. I don't see that in this writing. I don't know where we got in that long process of filling when Bob Wright came forward. Remember, it became a 90-day window before we could really do anything.
Right, and the timing is going to be an issue because we'll be up against the budget season starting in February.
Right, but like I said, I believe the select board has the discretion to also not fill the vacancies.
Right.
It's like a recommendation from us. I mean, if they could just say, well, we want to yes or no fill it.
I think because this is a workshop and you didn't have any action scheduled, I think that you could probably attend the next select board meeting, and as members of the finance committee, just, public comment, make a recommendation as an individual. But I don't believe there's any action scheduled to make a formal recommendation for tonight. And they may not.
Okay.
You may have another meeting before the next time this comes up. So, but yeah, you could make a recommendation as the body.
Does anyone have any thoughts on whether you would like to fill the vacancies or not fill the vacancies?
We're kind of in a pretty tight box.
Yes.
If we don't fill it, we're in a position where we're probably not going to have some months when we can even act, because by the ordinance, you've got to have 4 people.
Right. Right.
At the last appointment, we had another candidate, Fred Miller, and we might like to have Fred come on. And it was just, he was liked, I think, by everybody on the committee, and I would think he'd be considered for the position.
Right, but it's out of our hands because.
Oh, I understand that. I'm just saying
Right.
that that might be an avenue that the select board may want to look at.
Again, my first thought would be to leave it vacant till you read that, hey, you gotta have 4 to do anything, and boy, that doesn't leave any room for any of us to be sick, or be on vacation, or any of the other things that might come along in the next 6 months.
Yeah.
That's my big concern.
And one of my concerns too is if we fill it, by the time we fill it, we're already in budget season. So that's a concern too. It's like now we start and here you are, off and running.
Right.
So
Well,
It's a lot to think about.
the other thing too is we fill it now, or we fill it, say January, whenever it is. I mean, it's going to be very limited. Like they still have to run again
In June.
in June.
Depending
So-
on the expiration of the terms that they're filling.
Right. So when we had filled the last vacancy, there was plenty of time where if we get somebody on now, then it's not a whole lot. Somebody has to realize that, yes, you're going to be on here, but then you're going to have to run. You're going to have to win. I don't know. I think that if we went through this budget season with the 5 of us, I would be okay with that, understanding that you're absolutely right. If somebody's sick, doesn't leave a lot. 2 people are sick then. But we're really only voting to recommend. So we can go through our budget cycle and not make any decisions.
We can't even meet without a quorum, according to this, the way I read this. You're gonna have 4 people to meet.
Yep.
According to the ordinance.
That's true.
6E.
That's my only concern.
It's in 6E.
Is that section 7? Is that non-attendance that you're looking at?
I think it's 6E.
6E? All right, I did my best to read it. So
No, you can meet. It says, but you will only act officially. So you can meet, but you can't take a vote, right?
I'll read it. The Budget Finance Committee shall officially act only in the presence of a quorum of 4 voting members. So shall officially act. It doesn't say me, it says act. Official motions will pass only on a majority vote of all voting members of the Budget Finance Committee unless the Budget Finance Committee unanimously votes to adopt other rules at the first meeting of the year after the annual meeting and agrees to utilize and the revised voting procedures for the full year. No member of the Budget Finance Committee shall vote on a budget item in which the member has an interest.
So it's too late to change lesson 4 this year, all right? Because it clearly states it should have been done in June, 1st of July, excuse me.
We had no way of anticipating that.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
So the way it reads that, the Budget Finance Committee shall officially act only in the presence of a quorum. So act, you have to figure out, is acting the same as meeting? Can you meet with 3 people?
Can I ask a question? Typically, when you get into the workshop sessions, are you doing them as joint sessions with the select board?
Yes.
So they would probably have a quorum anyway, so I don't know if that would matter. And you're not really going to take an action in a workshop anyway. So if someone's on vacation or sick and they're watching at home, imagine as you get closer to when you get to that, action-taking step, at least through the workshops, it'll, it won't be a defunct meeting because there'll be a joint session anyway.
That's the way I'm kind of reading
Yeah, that's the
into
way
it.
I look at it too.
So my thoughts are leave it vacant and come June if anybody wants to run, let them run. But feel free to, let me know if you think that having a full committee or having an additional member, because we really probably wouldn't be filling 2 vacancies. I think it would be hard enough to fill the 1. I could be wrong, but.
Yeah. Well, you don't know who might be interested out there, so.
Okay.
We'll just have to.
Come forward.
Yes, we'd ask anyone that's interested to come forward. Okay, so. I'm interested in hearing public comment. Is there any public comment? No? Okay.
This is, David Brown, Tenny Hill Road, and I'm hearing all this echo. Can you just think about that?
You sound good to us, David.
Okay. I'll just talk. Just in a previous meeting, the purchasing policy was mentioned, and you were going to be revising that. What's the next steps forward? What's the plan for that?
The town manager is responsible to revise the purchasing policy, and he and I discussed that when we met earlier this week. And he is going to look that over, and he has plenty of experience with working on purchasing policies.
Yeah, I mean, I like to develop policy collaboratively with staff so that there aren't any unintended consequences. So typically, I'll start with an outline of a procurement policy. It'll circle through staff for feedback, and then eventually up to you all for that finishing touch. Do we like these thresholds? Do we want more internal controls? Do we like these exemptions? But that would be where I start. I started reading your existing policy, and members of the select board individually have mentioned that it is something that they want to look at. So something we can dial in. There are plenty of other samples and stuff out there. I've got some that I've developed over the years. So like I said, I work with staff and see where the pain points are, and how we can kind of dial that in for you.
Sounds good. David, are you all set, or do you have any more questions?
Nope, all set.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Peter.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, and I'm not expecting an answer for this, but I'm hopeful after that last discussion about filling positions that none of you up there are planning on resigning.
Okay, Budget Finance Committee comment. Any comment?
I've made mine.
Okay, Sean?
Just looking forward to working with you, Glenn, and we're all here, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think we can all say we're here to serve. So any kind of constructive criticism we're open to, but we're here to serve, and our intention is to make the finances of the town the way they should be. And I don't want to speak for everybody, but I'm sure that we all feel the same way. We want to.
Yeah. And thank you all for your commitment. I know these are volunteer roles, and they are, long nights away from family and friends, and it takes a village, right? So.
All right. If there aren't any more comments, then motion to adjourn.
Make the motion to adjourn.
Okay. All right. All in favor? We are adjourned.
Welcome to the November 25th, 2025 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call. David Murch.
Greg Dean.
Tom Hennessy. Pete Lockwood. Fred Miller.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, minutes from October 28th. Number 3, old business. Number 4, new business, application for a conditional use. Number 5, code enforcement communications. And number 6, adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinance or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court, as otherwise provided by law, within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including the representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, to sign the speaker's sheet, state their name, address, and affiliation for the application, either being for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. A lot of words. Number 2 on our agenda, minutes from October 28th, 2025. Has everybody had a chance to review?
Yep. Yes.
Any concerns?
Nope. Nope.
Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as written?
So moved.
Second.
A second. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor of accepting the minutes?
Aye.
Aye. They are unanimous. Excuse me. Old business, we have none, so that's an easy one. Number 4, new business, which is an application for conditional use. I'm actually going to pause for a second because I do have one thing I need to talk to the board about in advance of that. In our ordinance, which matches state law, the ZBA must provide notice of its decisions within 7 days of the board's decision. So I asked Sandy to sort of run this past the attorney to just ensure that whatever we're doing for a process matches our needs and any applicant needs or appellant needs. So the attorney came up with 2 options. Number 1 of which is we have our meetings, we essentially do kind of like a straw vote. We don't actually make a final decision that night, but we make a semi-decision that's not official. We then work to draft up the notice, or excuse me, the findings of facts, and then we reconvene, do an official vote, and then accept the findings of facts and sign them. The alternate route, which the attorney suggested, which I personally like better, is that, similar to what we've always done, is we make our official decisions, and then Sandy, within 7 days of that, will send a notice to the applicants or the appellants stating that the board made a decision X to Y in favor, according to your appeal, and then we will get the findings of facts together, written, and then we will come to the next meeting, review those, approve them, and sign them, and then that's what will then get subsequently sent to the appellant. So by us, it's kind of what we do now, except we will formalize it in the sense that, at least my recommendation is to, we do as we've always done, make our official vote. Sandy, within 7 days, will notify the applicant of that official vote. At our next meeting, the findings of facts will have been written up. We'll all receive advance copies to review it, proof it. Then we'll have a discussion about it at the next meeting, vote on it, and if it's okay to sign, we can sign it that night. If it needs modifications, we'll modify it and get it signed shortly thereafter, and then Sandy will send that out. So I put that out for discussion, but I really would like to formalize our process, because I think it's only fair to the people who are coming in asking for the appeals, and if they need to appeal our appeal, we want to make sure they know what's in front of them for that.
Okay.
Thoughts?
So we're not going to meet on this again until our next meeting, which should be approximately a month away. So in other words, once we have, like, if we have a meeting, we do our decision tonight. I'm not sure if this is going to kick in this fast, but we would make our official decision tonight. Sandy would take 7 days. She would notify the people, and then in 3-4 weeks later, because we're going to have a week probably in between there, we're going to come out our next meeting, as long as we have one. We'll have, that's when we go over it, make sure there's no type errors or anything we got to take care of, and then we'll sign it. Is that correct?
Yeah, we would
give
apply
them time to be able to appeal it if they want to, because they get a notice from Sandy, correct?
Right, for that, within 7 days, they'll get the notice of our official decision, the voted on decision. Then we would just automatically meet at the next scheduled meeting to review and vote and sign the findings of fact.
Whether we had anything going on or not, we would still come for an official meeting to be able to take care of the rest of the paperwork.
Yep.
Were those the two, were there any other options, like any options that included just one meeting per appeal?
Sandy's saying no.
Okay. Yeah, I figured not. I figured there wasn't, or you would have brought that up, but
which is good, because we know how long it takes to write up those findings of facts. We've seen that through the lawyers, so.
Yeah, and that 7 days makes it awful tough.
Yeah, to turn around.
Right.
It had originally been 16 days, right, Sandy? And then,
Well, that's what we had in the ordinance, but we were not in compliance with state law.
okay.
Is that why we used to do it in one go? Because I remember we used to give notice, sign it, and then it was done before the next meeting.
Well, we would never really have the official, we would never, as a group, get back together to review the findings of facts.
We just go in ad hoc.
Yeah, and just sign what had been drafted, but we never took that sort of that formalized step of, as a board, getting together and say, okay, this findings of facts decision is written up as I remember it to be, and sort of getting that one last chance to ensure it's written up properly, because that's what gets provided to
David, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Do you have your phone with you?
I do.
I sent you a text.
Okay.
Please read it. I sent you a text. Please read it. Trying to help.
Want me to read it out loud? See what he's saying.
No, review it, and then if you want, you can use it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. I will make a motion to modify the procedure of notification to applicant that the administrative assistant shall send a notice of decision after the board's meeting. The board will vote in the formal findings of decision at its next regular meeting. I make that motion. Would anybody like to second it?
I'll second it.
Okay. Now would we like to further discuss that?
There you go.
I just want to make sure that everybody has the time to go and appeal because of what Sandy does, right?
Yep, that.
Yes.
So you're covering us from that point there legally. They're notified, so we're not holding them up by coming in 30 days later.
Right.
Correct. The 7 days will start, whatever you decide tonight, the 7 days will start tonight, but they'll have the notice. I'll prepare it tomorrow morning, and I'll email it out, and then put a copy in the mail that they may or may not ever get.
Do we need to clarify 7 business days or just 7 days?
No, that's just the straight 7 calendar days.
Okay. Our ordinance already states the 7 days, so.
There is a potential issue, maybe so on something like a conditional use, just hypothetically speaking, when would that conditional use, like if we have our notice that's been given by Sandy of the vote, but we haven't formally accepted, can the applicant proceed as if that use has been permitted?
Yes, Greg, that's why we're doing it this way.
Even though
so that they're not waiting 30 days for your formal decision to then start that 45-day clock.
Okay.
For anybody to appeal.
And that was the first option would basically make any appeal drag 30 days.
Yeah. Correct, and that's what's
okay. Yeah, we should definitely do that. We don't want people waiting around.
Yeah, and it helps to clarify because I know there have been court cases where it's which decision is the 45 days ticking on? Is it ticking on the vote now, like tonight, or is it ticking on the vote that was done to formalize the finding of facts? So this will help.
Yeah.
Help in that case too for any of the appellants.
So just to maybe clarify it for my own thought process. It's sort of like approving the minutes. It's more of a clerical, formal approval of the documents that kind of detail the decision that was made. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Just very similar to what we've done when we've had to have lawyers
Right.
assist us.
Yep.
So I'll ask David or Sandy, if we follow this new policy, is that, and it's approved, let's say, does that allow the applicant to move forward dealing with planning board or select board or whatever the follow-on steps are?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so-
In this case, that would be, right, they still need to go to planning board and select board?
They don't need to go to planning board for this now.
No? Okay, but select board for the business license?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's better for everybody. For us, it doesn't matter. Frankly, it's 2 meetings for us, whether we do it one way or the other. But
But it starts the clock on the appeal process, which helps all of the applicants and, in essence, you guys, because God forbid the court remands it, and by the time you got it back, it would be 3 months.
yeah, it starts the clock, and
Correct.
I think also not more importantly, but also important is that in a favorable decision, it allows people to move forward with their plans, whether it be business or construction or whatever it might be. It's just more efficient for them. So I think it's a no-brainer. If we can only get it down to 1 meeting, that's the only incentive.
But we're guaranteed to have 2 forever.
Lawyer, just keep typing faster.
That could be your new thing then. Oh boy, take that from us.
Anyway.
Okay. So, all those in favor? Aye.
Yep.
Unanimous. Okay. So, now that that's taken care of, we are moving on to our conditional use appeal. Applicant's Performance Motorsports LLC for a outdoor sales and service in the commercial zone. So, Matthew Collins, is that correct? And Isaac Allen. Okay. We'd love to hear what you would like to do. So, if either one or both of you would like to go up to the podium, we can.
Sell used vehicles. We're also going to do tires and service work in the shop, like it was previously used. So no changes there.
Pretty straightforward.
Yep.
One quick question, and I probably should ask this before. Are one or both of you owners of the property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So how is it? Are you both the co-owners of the property?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're the 2 owners of the business and the property.
Okay, very good. And when you say used vehicles, is that cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats, just
Cars and trucks.
trucks?
Yep.
So for my immediate questions, I'll open it up to my fellow board members.
I have a couple.
Please.
The plot plan you submitted
Yep.
really only shows a portion of that actual lot. Is that correct? The house in the back is not part of your ownership?
Yeah, there's an easement through the center of the property. We don't own that home behind the property.
Okay. I don't, Sandy, I don't know if it shows that in the file. It shows the bigger lot in the file. There's an actual house back here that's part of that address.
So they were split, I think, about a year ago.
Yeah, I think there was a delay in that being recorded or something.
It was split.
It was split? Okay.
So 1215A is our address, and 1215 is the house that's.
Okay. Well, glad you asked that question. And are you planning to do any body work, painting, any of that?
No.
Okay.
That easement that needs to go to the house behind, what? Can you define that better for me? Is it like X feet wide by X feet back, or what's?
I believe it's just a 50-foot right of way that they have through the property just to access that back lot. I don't have that documentation in front of me, but there's like 100 feet between the two buildings almost.
Is it your understanding it's basically a straight shot from the roadway to the house itself?
Yep.
Or in between the two?
Yeah, and their driveway kind of picks up beyond the pavement. But yeah, it's essentially just straight off 302. I do have a picture of the layout if that would help.
Yeah, if you have something to show us, that would be great.
Yeah.
'Cause it was a little confusing when we went to the site walk on where your land was owned and property lines and.
These are our two buildings, 302. So the house is here. And you just have like a right of way through this paved area.
Okay.
So I don't know if that explains it a little better or not.
Yeah, it would have been nice if they were able to show the actual right away how it impacts, but you know, on ours, we have a right of way that in our neighborhood.
Probably more of an easement technically.
Okay.
You know, it's right of way easement. Sometimes a right of way is an actual sliver of land that's carved out.
Okay.
Where this is most likely a travel easement to access behind there.
Okay.
There's no change in ownership of the property in here.
Right.
Got it.
We own this one.
Okay, so that is, got it.
So you just have permission to access.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Those guys will probably want to see that too. Those guys will probably want to see that too.
I can try and grab the deed.
Right here.
How quick I'll be.
And this is 62?
So 302 is here.
Yeah,
Oh, straight through here.
These are our two
Yep.
buildings.
All right. The house is back here. What's this under?
I don't know what that is. There's no structure or anything here. Oh, I think this is just a concrete slab
Just a concrete slab?
they use for parking. Occupy the home.
And what's these proposed leach fields?
So this must be an old drawing they use or something else.
What's the date on that?
Yeah, this was the original owner that we purchased the property from.
What was he questioning about the structure?
Oh, yeah, that's what this was. That concrete slab that they park on.
I don't see a date on it. Well, maybe there is on a.
I think this was an older drawing. I think Jason had provided that when we originally applied.
So at this point, the leach fields are void because you're connected to public water and sewer, or are there leach fields on the property?
I believe there are two leach fields.
Yeah.
So these are now existing instead of proposed?
Yes, this one does exist, and that one does exist for the house yet.
That has nothing to do with you anyway, right?
The house is not.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
Kind of an interesting scenario, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the leach field for the one, your structure is on B, lot B? One of them is, yeah, okay. Yeah. Seems pretty standard in the area. Everybody's feels kind of shared. Yeah.
Who knows?
Any other questions, Tom?
I guess one for Jason.
Yeah.
Do they still need to pass the, whatever the fire inspector's commentary is?
Would be a business license question, right?
Yeah, I mean, he may want to look at the parking situation to make sure there's room, the cars aren't too close together in case an apparatus has to get through there.
I meant up to code of today's fire code, like sprinkler systems,
yeah,
or
I mean,
sensors, or something
right. For the
that
business,
aren't there today. Maybe
Right. I mean, they're going to be subject to yearly inspections.
Yeah.
So I imagine Wayne has been in there and looked at it recently within the last year. So it'll be on his inspection schedule, and you may want to do one for the business license.
I mean, that doesn't really pertain to us, though, right? I mean, we're not here for that.
No,
So,
no. I just
right.
wondered
Yeah.
what their follow-up process they still need to do.
Well, and we'll have to get into this later, but one of our requirements for conditional uses is, it says all conditional use applications shall be reviewed and approved by the Fire Rescue Department for compliance with all applicable fire and life safety codes and ordinances. I don't know if that's been done yet or not. Have you guys had a review yet with a report based on this conditional use?
This is you're quoting 309.1. Is that?
Yeah, sorry, 309.1J.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, minimum standards under conditional uses.
Yeah.
I have quite a couple, so on the dealership plot plan that you provided to us, I will confirm that we did do a site walk on Saturday, November 15th at 9 a.m. All board members were in attendance. So we did see that there were 2 buildings, an office showroom, and also one for shop and storage, according to his dealership plot plan. Just real quickly, just intent for both buildings, just real quick summary of your usage for them, planned usage.
There's 4 bays behind the showroom on the rectangular building, the skinnier one. We're going to conduct most of our business out of that building, and then we'll use the larger building for storage of tires, parts, stuff like that. We won't be doing a whole lot out of that big building right off the bat.
I think that's what the building used to be used for, correct?
Yeah, it's all racks. Everything's still there.
I know when it was a tire warehouse? Was that what it was before?
Yeah, most recently.
Yeah. So I know they, on the area for that you've got marked as shop and storage, they use basically that outside bays there to do some work. Is your intent to do work out there as well?
No. We would probably use that awning as like a display area for more of the high-end stuff that we have for sale.
Anybody else got questions?
Maybe for Jason, maybe more so. That's all right. So with the town, this is getting a conditional license, correct? Is that what we're?
Conditional use, yep. For outdoor sales and storage.
And
outdoor sales.
And this is being brought because of the planning. You know, how did we get here? I guess I'm trying to.
It's just not explicitly permitted use. It falls under the conditional uses for the commercial zone. It doesn't allow for car sales or outdoor sales explicitly permitted. So
I mean, didn't that used to be there? I mean, didn't Colonial when they were,
It
they
did,
sold hardware.
but after a year or 2 years, I have to double check, but once that lapses, it kind of goes back to that use, since it's conditional, it doesn't get grandfathered indefinitely. You have, I think it's a year or two, I have to check, and then once it lapses, you have to come back.
Which is hard, I'm just trying to get my head around it, because I mean, you get, what's it, AC sales right next door to it, and you get the breaking exhaust or whatever that is down there. I mean, they all sell vehicles there.
Right.
So that's why I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around why is this conditional when it's right next door, so.
Well, the one that's right next to them did come to the to the zoning board, I think, before our time to ask for a conditional use to sell vehicles. Yep.
Yeah. No, I was just curious. I wanted to know how we got there, that's all,
Or if I could have just said, yeah, just do it, I would have.
Yeah.
I was just
Right. Yeah.
cautious.
So indoor auto repair is permitted
Permitted,
use.
right, right.
It's the outdoor service
The sales.
and sales.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's just to make sure people aren't selling something ostentatious and just setting up shop and selling whatever outside. I think my guess is that's the reason to make it conditional.
Yep.
But if something would change with them trying to sell something differently or something, then that would come back up again, or? I don't have an example. I don't know, swimming pools, I don't know.
Right. I
Something else
think it
okay.
was something that was wildly outside of is outside of vehicles. I could see, and that would end up being a complaint more than anything if somebody said, "Hey, look, they're selling." I can't even think of something off the top of my head, but something that something that wasn't compatible.
So we ran into this a little bit when we did Port Harbor Marine. So we went to the planning board and asked them subsequent to that for a definition of outdoor sales and service. So they gave us one. So this is in our ordinance. It was voted on by the Raymond residents and approved. So outdoor sales and service is the regular display by a retailer of stock and trade outside of an enclosed structure. The term includes, but is not necessarily limited to, businesses that involve an outside parking or display area for the sales of cars, trucks, motorcycles, campers, farm equipment, recreational vehicles, boats, boat trailers, aquatic recreational vehicles and equipment, or mobile homes. Businesses involved in the outdoor sale of used merchandise other than at flea markets, which is separately defined, and similar outdoor sales activities. For the purpose of this chapter, the serving of food by an eating and drinking place at outside tables shall not constitute outdoor sales. So.
Is that in our or is that an amendment post?
No, this one should be. That should be.
Okay.
That was
the definitions probably.
Yeah.
So it's in it is in the book.
Yeah, it's definitely, this is an approved definition in our ordinances.
I don't have any more questions.
Any questions, Pete?
No, I don't have any.
Greg?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I think I am good too. Do you gentlemen have anything additional to share? Okay. Jason, you want to provide anything that?
No, I think it's pretty compatible with the neighborhood and what's going on over there. It seems to make sense to me.
Okay. I don't see any public.
There was an iPhone up there for a while. I don't see
there?
anymore.
Do you see anything, Sandy? Anybody from the public?
No, there's someone else that's on Zoom, but there's no indication they wish to speak.
I gotcha. So if you gentlemen are all set, feel free to have a seat. I will go ahead and open this up to public comments. There's nobody here in the room, but if there's anybody in Zoom that wants to speak, excuse me, in favor of this application, please do so now. If there's anybody in Zoom that would like to speak in opposition to this application, please feel free to speak now. Finally, if there's anybody who just wants to speak from a neutral standpoint in regards to this application, please feel free to speak. So I'll go ahead and close public comments. If you guys are all set, we will just go into deliberations. So just to confirm, in our land use ordinance, Article 4, section chapter 300, Article 4, we've got our district regulation.
Yeah, you want 4.6 as village residential.
Yeah. So 304.6 is commercial. You can confirm, correct, Jason, this is commercial property?
Yep.
So if we go down to C, conditional uses are outdoor sales and service, outdoor storage. We're focusing on outdoor sales and service based on the application. I read us the definition out of our ordinances for outdoor sales and service, so we do have a valid conditional use request.
David, bring to your attention, B3 is why I asked the question about auto body.
Oh, let me see. Excuse me. Gotcha. So permitted use, yep, auto repair facilities, but excluding auto body repair. Yep. So under our ordinances, 306.2, A4, under the Zoning Board of Appeals, we have the authority to hear, grant, or deny applications for conditional use permits as specified within this chapter. In granting permits under this section, the Board of Appeals may impose such conditions as it seems necessary in furtherance of the intent and purpose of this chapter. Conditional use permits run with the land and thus pass from one owner of a property to the next. Also under chapter 300, we have Article 9.1, conditional uses. And this is where I think we get to spend our time. The Board of Appeals shall approve, deny, or approve with conditions all applications for a conditional use permit. The applicant shall have the burden of proving that his or her application is in compliance with the requirements of this chapter. After the submission of a complete application, the Board of Appeals shall approve an application or approve it with conditions if it makes a positive finding based on the information presented that the proper use will, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items to review, and also which we have answered by the appellants in their application. So, I think if we're in agreement, we got to go through all of these just to ensure if they meet all of these. If they do, then we can discuss further. But so, A, will not depart from the general purposes and intent of this chapter, nor from the town's comprehensive plan. I have not read the town's comprehensive plan 2025, but considering that this property used to be a car sales place, I just don't see how this, I mean, this has to fall into that. Be good. So what I'm going to say is if you guys have differing opinions, please voice them up. Otherwise, I'm just kind of going to just go through this.
Speed on it, David.
So will be compatible with permitted uses within the zone as determined by the population densities, design, scale, and bulk of any proposed new structures and intensity of use. So no new structures, just use of current structures. We did see auto body is not, but the auto repair is permitted use. Also permitted use retail businesses and service establishments. So I would argue that covers selling of vehicles. B, compliance. Will not generate noise, vibration, fumes, odors, dust, or glare, which is detectable at the lot boundaries. Excuse me, in all aspects of the conditional use will be carried on within the structure. Outdoor sales and services may take place outside of a structure as long as all the applicable sections of the chapter can be met. And the use does not generate noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or glare that are detectable at the lot boundaries. Another thing I think of is they will have vehicles positioned at the lot boundaries. Always the potential for sun hitting a windshield, but I don't know if that's that's kind of a stretch. I don't really see anything here of concern.
No, nothing.
I don't see anything. Nope. Will not cause water pollution, sedimentation, erosion, contaminate any water supply, nor reduce the capacity of the land to hold water, so that a dangerous or unhealthy condition may result. I see no issue here.
Nope, same. We're good.
Will not adversely impact any deer wintering area or other important plant or wildlife habitat or scenic areas such as views of Sebago Lake or the mountains from public places. No. I still don't see this as applicable.
Nope.
Will not deny light and air to the surrounding properties. We're good there. Will not depreciate the economic value of the surrounding properties. We have already a permitted use, previous use in compliance or in conjunction with the events.
They've actually upgraded it already by putting new.
Yeah, if anything, it's gotten better.
Stuff
Yeah.
on it, so, yeah.
H will have sufficient potable water available for all its needs. Guess I don't know how to.
So is it public water or is it wells?
There's a well.
Yeah, the write-up explains that there's a well.
Okay.
So we should be good there. Will not create a hazard to either pedestrian or vehicular traffic on the roads and sidewalks serving the proposed use as determined by the size and condition of such roads and sidewalks, lighting, drainage, intensity of use by both pedestrians and also vehicles, and the visibility afforded to the pedestrians and the operators of motor vehicles. Sorry. Again, I don't see any issue here.
I don't see that either.
And finally, J, will not overburden police, fire, and rescue services as determined by response time, accessibility to the site of the proposed use, and the numbers and types of emergency personnel and equipment presently serving the community. All conditional use appeals shall be reviewed and approved by the Fire Rescue Department for compliance with all applicable fire and life safety codes and ordinances. It's just that last sentence I think we might get a little stuck on. Because we do not yet have an approval by the fire department for this request.
We could put that as a condition of our approval.
Yeah.
I think that's what I would recommend as well.
So,
This is gonna go to the planning board and only, select board, right?
Nope.
No, it won't.
well, not in terms of what we're doing for outdoor sales and service, we're gonna either grant or deny their request for outdoor sales and service, and then where it goes from there, I don't know. But like, you know, they could tonight potentially get their conditional use pending conditions.
I think yes, select board though, right?
For business.
Select board for the business.
Businesses.
Yeah, that's what I was,
Yeah.
that was my next word coming over.
Yeah.
I want their license to start, so I mean,
Yeah.
you got that right?
Yeah.
This first.
Right, you do this first, and then actually, for them, I don't even if we need to put the conditional in, I mean, because in order for them to get a permit or a license, they're gonna request that. I mean, that's gonna be one of the first questions that select board's gonna ask them. You know, they're gonna ask for the fire inspector to say, have you inspected yet?
Yeah, but I don't disagree, but our ordinance require that we have to have one of those before we can approve it. So I throw two other things out there to consider when it comes to the conditions. Number one, we've got the easement. I don't know if we have to have any sort of condition that talks about that.
Again, I gotta be somewhere to come up with the select board, asking them questions. I mean, it's always, the house has been there forever, and there's been the business there forever. So, I mean, that has always been an access through there. So, I mean, you know, unless these people decide they want to block it off, I mean, then that would be a complaint that would come back to the town, and the town would address by whoever department it would be to go to.
Well, if there was paperwork drawn up, whoever, previous owners and whatever, it should be in the registry of deeds. So someone, not us, do the
Right.
research to find out there's an easement or a right of way, and I think that's a legitimate question also for the fire department.
Right.
Because they gotta get the fire trucks in and out if the house catches fire.
Yeah, because that is my only thought, and I don't know how to approach it, is, yeah, I mean, it would, if I were a business person, I would want to get as much product in there as I could. But then they also have to be mindful of, they need to be able to, public safety needs to be able to get back to that residence, and they need to be able to do it with ease. So,
I think at that point, I think the town would give them a violation, correct?
If they're blocking like a fire lane,
Right.
I mean.
That would be the fire department would start the initiation of that.
Right, and Wayne may say something about having some type of fire lane or some signs up, no parking in the fire lane type.
And that'll probably come up in the conditions of what he states to the select board at the time, that has to stay open.
I'm not sure the select board would do that.
Well, the select board's gonna have, they're not gonna give them a license until they meet all of the requirements from the town of Raymond.
I just think we should stick to.
Right, I'm okay with the conditional for the fire department to give them the thing, but I think we're broadening off too far.
I just think as long as A through J is satisfied, that's our mandate. And it's a question right now. I think David's pointed out J, but I think that can be a condition that we can apply to the approval of the use. Is that where you're at?
yeah, that is where I'm at. I just want to make sure that we're making sure the neighbors properly account. I mean, obviously they're not here, but I just want to make sure because the conditional uses they do run with the property, so these gentlemen could decide to move on to another location, but outdoor sales and services sticks with that property now.
Yep.
We don't know who's going to come in later, and do they need some sort of guidance or not? That's just all. That's why I throw it out there, is I just want to make sure we're not creating a loophole for something which we could have tightened up now. And I'm not saying that we need to have a condition for that. I just want to make sure we're covering whether we do or don't. So,
I mean, you need parking for the cars you're trying to sell, parking for the employees, and parking for customers to come in that want to look at the cars. So it's kind of fills up that lot pretty quick now.
Okay. So I guess to summarize, we are in favor of granting, this is not a motion yet, but we are in favor of granting the conditional use appeal for outdoor sales and service with the one condition that it's be reviewed, the conditional use application shall be reviewed and approved by Fire Rescue Department for compliance.
Okay, well,
Yep.
Was that a motion?
Not quite. That was just a
Okay.
framing out of we're all on the same page for what we want to do here. Does anybody want to make a motion now?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we approve the conditional use with the condition on the approval that it meets the fire, applicable fire and life safety codes and ordinances as detailed in 309.1J.
I'll second that. Do you have any further discussion? No. All those in favor? We are unanimous.
Great.
Okay. It's always time for Jason. So. What do we have, Jason?
Not much right now. Just this is what we have in the docket. I think I mentioned last time that LD 1829, which is the housing thing, is you all will have to get a training on that. But I think we might look into seeing if we can get the planning board and the appeals board together for a training with the town attorney. I'm not sure if that satisfies the requirement. It's not really clear how, it says by, like, the wording is by an organization through the state or through the county or municipality. So I'll be looking into that to see if we can do something in town. Instead of everybody having to kind of find a training to go to, whether that in travel. And there's value to that too, because everybody would get slightly different points of view, but it would be a little more cumbersome, I think.
So this is not a Zoom thing?
It's possible they might have some training. They don't really have a lot of trainings on it yet. I've been to one quasi training. It was more informational than anything. But there are some ramifications. It looks like they may open the door for setback variances a little bit more. And it's just, it's tricky. There's going to be a lot of ordinance changes going on. I bet you there's at least 6 to 8 ordinances and definitions that have to be changed to accommodate all the changes that are coming down the pike. That's the big thing.
Good times. Okay. Anything else? Anything for next month that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you'll be able to assist these gentlemen for next steps, or are they all good to go?
Yep, no, I'll reach out to Wayne.
Okay.
And try and get him to review. I'll put them in touch with Wayne.
Okay.
So that they can clear up that kind of one hanging bit and try and usher them along.
Perfect. And I'll get the findings and facts written out, and we'll have to have a meeting in December.
Yeah, David, nothing else came in on Friday for
Okay.
December, so it would just be to do this.
Okay. Well, that should be quick then. All right. You got anything for us, Sandy?
I do not. That was it. We got nothing. We're good.
All right. So, to have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All right.
Good afternoon. Today is December 5th, 2025. We've called an emergency meeting of the Select Board in order to stay within the 30-day requirement of the recall ordinance. The second town hall was closed. It closed down the meetings, and today's purpose is simply to call the meeting and provide for a proper procedure to recess it until the date of Tuesday, which is the 9th.
So I move to open the public meeting. Right, yeah.
Yep. To open the public hearing.
Yes.
Yeah, public hearing for the recall petition.
All in favor? There are 3 of us. That makes a quorum, and we're here for just the purpose of this next motion.
Okay. So I move to go into recess and continue the public hearing on December 9th, 2025 at 6 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor? With that said, I think we've done business and we can call for adjournment.
Sure. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Thank you.
Good evening, and welcome to the Select Board meeting and the public hearing. It's December 9th, 2025. We have a quorum. Sam couldn't make it, and when Zoom comes up, Chris will be there. Even so, there's 3 of us here. I'll call the meeting to order. I'll give you a rundown on the recall ordinance. Under the recall ordinance, Section 8, state officials sought to be recalled shall continue to perform the duties of the office until the board certifies the result of the election. Under Section 3 of the Select Board bylaws, the chair shall preside and shall have the authority to rule on questions of evidence and procedures, to maintain order and to determine the course of the procedure. This part of the agenda is limited to the recall public hearing. And as chair, I'll lay out the history and process for the recall ordinance as it was crafted over the period between May of 2011 and 2012, June of 2012, I guess. During the meeting, the board considered other town ordinances and thought of their own, and after several meetings, 5 are on the YouTube if someone ever wants to take a look at those. They're now posted. With a detailed discussion, and the town approved the current ordinance. The theme and intent was clear when one watched the videos of the meetings. On May 10th, 2011, Chair Joe Bruno said it should not be easy to process, an easy process to accomplish, because oftentimes a board has to make tough decisions, so the bar should be set pretty high. There was consensus across the board. The following procedures is what come out of the ordinance. It's laid out as the ordinance. The complaining party requests a recall petition is given a 30-day period to carry around the petition, acquire the needed signatures, the number being 10% of the number who voted in the most recent gubernatorial vote. Like all petitions, during the signature collection, the petitioners has a chance to state the reason and answer the questions as they believe, as the individual, to believe why the individual should be recalled. Once the signatures is collected, the collection portion is complete, timely filed, and certified by the town clerk, Melody here. The clerk notifies the elected officials of the 10-day volunteer resignation period, and the timeline to have the public meeting is within 30 days of the petition certification of the clerk. Section 10 speaks to an elected official creating a vacancy if they choose to resign. Next, the Select Board sets the public hearing. The Select Board did so, setting the public hearing for December 2nd. As you know, it snowed. Then by this ordinance, the clerk must post the notice in the same fashions as for any other ordinance. The notice was not posted in the public paper as required, but rather just on the town web and Facebook. We did have to call an emergency public meeting after the scheduled hearing, scheduled in December, was postponed due to the snowstorm. An emergency meeting on Friday, the 5th, was called for the sole purpose of calling the public hearing and then immediately recessing until tonight. The public ad was then sent in the local paper and was posted 5 days ago this past Friday. The ordinance states the recall election date must be not less than 45 days, nor more than 85 days after the certification. On December 5th, the clerk set the election date for December 30th. At tonight's meeting, we will address the following changes that are listed, that are listed in identical for both officials at the town hall in order to start and receive the recall petitions and what will be considered as general evidence and concerns. 1, not putting the town's interests first. 2, creating a divisive atmosphere. 3, severe micromanagement. And 4, denigrating employees at a public meeting. There will be no debating between the board and the citizens, just as we do at the end of normal board meetings. The public will be able to state their comments and their positions and then clear the mic for the next speaker. Please wait to be recognized by the chair and state your name and residence clearly. We will start with the officials named in the recall should they wish to speak, as well as my attorney to explain the details of the resulting court ruling that we have received from the town of Limerick recall election, which was stopped by the court judge. For public transparency, both town of Limerick's attorney and the town treasurer's attorney have sent the same opinion explaining why it's illegal to have this to both the town manager board and us attorneys. After that, the next petitioner who states this recall, the petitioner who states this recall process will present her reasons at the time she filed the petition and be asked to focus on the facts and the actual acts and dates that resulted in this action. Because the same 4 charges are stated in both petitions, the presentation should be regarding one petition individual followed by the second. Upon her completed presentation, others in favor of the petition will have an opportunity to speak and read a statement. Each speaker shall speak, repeat, and shall not repeat what has been already said, but can simply add or state you agree with what's been said, or you may present or add additional facts and comments. Upon this group finishing, the citizen opposed to the petition will speak, beginning with the accused elected officials should we wish to speak, followed by others who oppose the recall, again without repeating the same facts, but may state why they agree or may present new facts or comments. Once this is done, if there's someone here who doesn't really know these issues, are not for or against, they can get up and speak too for a point of interest or clarification. This is not a trial, and no one is expected to answer questions that they have not previous knowledge of what has been presented against them as the reason given were not detailed. At the conclusion, we as a board will speak to the issue in the same manner that we do at a normal board meeting. Each member is entitled to their individual comments, but again, without debate, but can speak to the facts and the view of the matter. This hearing under the recall ordinance does not present an issue that necessarily needs a vote, but the board reserves a right, if the board is so moved to take an action, that would help with the process. This hearing is scheduled as a board meeting. We will abide by the board's bylaws and Robert's Rule of Order. And I do have the right to speak before and after, but I just soon get started with the process and ask Teresa Sadak to come up and present the reason for starting the petition.
Hi, I'm Teresa Sadak, and I am the one that took out the petitions. I apologize there's not copies, but when I went to make copies tonight, it cost a lot of money. So I am going off of what I have, and I have given Mel a full copy of what I have, and for her to put in as the record. Okay. One of the things, I don't know if the public knows or not, that every board member has to sign a code of ethics. And that's kind of what they go by. And another thing about the boards is you are not allowed to act on your own. You act as a board. That is why it is a board. There's also bylaws. I think it's like 10 pages of bylaws that boards have to follow as a board. Okay, so saying that, there's a lot of violations on all of that. One of the things I did do is I went back and I looked at Kevin put up the minutes and the board meetings regarding the 2012 original petition to recall. I went through, and the board members on that were Joe Bruno, Charlie Levitt, Lonnie Taylor, Mike Reynolds, and Sam Gifford. And they took quite a few meetings to make sure that they thought about things. They wanted to make it as coherent for the public and everything else. But what they also wanted, and it was stated several times, is they wanted to be able to have the public be able to have recourse to come after the board members if there's something that went wrong. So that will be in there too. Okay, so what I did is, it's not a he said, she said. I went through a lot of emails. I did an FOA and went through a lot of emails. And I had a lot of conversations with staff. I had a lot of conversations with Joe Crocker directly. So what I would start as the first bit of evidence is there was a meeting on October 14th. And it's all listed out here. You're more than welcome to go through it. But the gist of the meeting is we got into a conversation about how Joe was out, and how we were getting Glenn into as an interim town manager. And I'd also like to add in there, this has nothing to do with Glenn at all, as far as a town manager, interim town manager, or anything at all. But in here, I'm sorry, I'm like really nervous and shaking. This is like crazy. All right. Let's start out by saying, I'm going to ask questions. So you're saying that you guys are not going to answer anything. Am I asked that?
Lay it all out.
I'm sorry, what?
You're going to lay it all out. We have no idea what was on. All we have is the reasons you stated in
Right.
this. So lay it all out. We can answer questions when we have our chance to talk.
Okay. So select board employees sent letters. When Joe left, employees sent letters to the select board. And what happened is, it was directly to the select board. Did anyone on the select board forward any letters from the staff that were written to the board regarding their concerns about Joe Crocker leaving to Don Willard? That's a yes or a no.
Go ahead and keep going.
Oh, okay. Well,
you're accusing of it. Just keep
I
going
am.
with what you're accusing.
So here it was said no, that nobody did it, but I do have a letter here that Dennis sent to Don Willard on his private email, a letter that Mel wrote directly to him, which is a violation of Mel's rights to talk to you guys as a board. So that's one bit of evidence. The next one would be this whole thing that happened with the church, okay? And during the church, there was an issue that happened down there. And I'm sorry, this is going to jump around from thing to thing because I've got a lot of evidence. So the question would be, what was so wrong with how the church septic issue was handled? And if I back up and explain to the public, there was a backup that septic was coming into the church, and the staff had to clean it. So Riley had contacted Nathan. Nathan went down. They started cleaning it. And what happened is we have a contract, a short-term lease with the church. So with that being said, we use Raymond before and after rec and in there, and we use age friendly in there. So we use the church, just like the Boy Scout camp. We use it. And the town has done a lot of work down at the Boy Scout camp because we have a lease underneath and it's fallen underneath the town. So I'd like to know, and the public, what was so wrong with how the church septic issue was handled? I don't believe that was really the issue. I believe the bigger issue is how certain board members handled the situation. In fact, who authorized the chair and the vice chair to go in and have a double team discussion with Joe Crocker regarding that issue? Chris, you can answer too anytime. Was there a plan discussed with Joe about the issue? Was the matter discussed that the town is using the property and it was voted on by select board to do a short-term lease with the building? The building is used for age-friendly and rec before and after care. So if they would not have been able to go in there and clean it up, it would have been some time before anybody else could get in there. At what part of the conversation did the select board members let the conversation get out of control and the shouting started? There was shouting and yells in that room in Joe Crocker's office that the staff heard it outside where they're working, which is totally inappropriate. At what part of the conversation was it appropriate for a board member to say to Joe, there will be consequences for this? And that I have been confirmed directly with Joe Crocker. And Joe has already said to me that I can talk to people about this. Was there any good faith efforts put in by the two board members to work through this disagreement when there shouldn't have been one at all? Did the total select board authorize the select board chair and vice chair to send an email together to the attorney asking about the church and the way it was handled? Board members are not allowed to act on their own. They have to do it as a board. And it seems there's a lot of rogue going on. Why is the board chair asking a public safety member for a copy of the lease between the RVCC and the town of Raymond instead of asking the town manager? Did the board authorize this? Also, it shows that the board chair is not respecting the proper chain of command and going over the town manager. And I don't know if everybody knows in here that the select board, it only has charge of the town manager. That is the employee to the select board. Everybody underneath of it is the town managers. And to go over Joe's head is a disrespect to him. It's a disrespect to the chain of command. It's not following the bylaws. And it's a disrespect to the other board members for not talking to them about this. Oh, and on this, just to prove that I have everything, there is a letter from Don Willard that wrote to Joe, and he was mad about us going onto the property to work on the property because they're not allowed to work on private property. We have a contract with them, just like Boy Scouts. I also have a letter here from Joe Crocker that states what happened during that. We also have a letter from Joe Crocker that says that we were reimbursed all costs, so we didn't lose a dime on that thing, that we got money towards rent, and it was all paid back from the church. But I think the thing that bothers me is we have a town manager that we trust to put in this position, and he writes in here, "Thank you for working together to solve this issue. I am sorry if this caused anyone problems. My intentions have always been to solve issues so we can provide services to the town." It's pretty sad that he's got to apologize for that. We also have, and I'm going full transparency here, we have a letter that was drafted by Kayla to Dennis, and it's a letter to Phil Saucier asking about the whole situation. Did the board at all authorize those two people to do that letter? No? Thanks, Derek. Chris, any answer? No answer, or you didn't authorize them?
Did not authorize it.
Thank you. So meanwhile, we have letters that are going to the attorney that's costing the town money, okay? Then I have an email here from a public safety staff member that said email request. And what happens is, attached to that was to Dennis is the cooperation agreement between the RVCC and the town of Raymond. Why didn't you go to the town manager and why didn't you go to the town manager instead of going through the chain of command and getting it? So once again, that's another couple bylaws, couple code of ethics broken there. Let's see. Why is the select board chair sending requests directly to the attorney's office asking for copies of legal bills when the town manager finance should already have these? He is asking for all legal bills from 7/1/23 through 7/24 and 7/24 through 8/25. This is an expense that the town has to pay for. And the board chair had said at the beginning, I think it was in June or the beginning of July, that he wants to cut back on legal bills as much as possible. He requested these from the town manager on 7/30/25. Did the board authorize this? Chris, did you authorize that?
No.
No. What was the purpose of it? Because here we have a town manager that should have been doing that, not the board chair. Once again, doing without what the other board members say. I have a letter from the attorney's office that says what was requested. So that's another cost that has to be paid out. And I also have the email to Joe Crocker that says on here, and this was sent 8/1/25. The email we got back from the attorney was 8/19. Guess he wasn't getting it quick enough. So, a detailed explanation of attorney's fees over the last 2 years and with time, the past 5 years with only the names omitted if necessary for legal reasons. Can't understand about that, but there we go. That's more legal fees to be paid out. I have, on 9/4/25, the select board chair sent 4 pages of questions to the town lawyer. At the end of this email, he states, "We, the board and citizens, ... so we can move forward in a transparent and positive manner." With the board chair and the board vice chair going rogue the way they are, I don't know how this can be transparent and in a positive manner. And I do want to make sure I say that I want to say 98.9% of the letters that Dennis either sent out to somebody or did something, the vice chair was right there on those letters. Not the rest of you guys, though. Okay, so I'd like to know on this letter here, and it's dated September 4th, 2025, and it's 4 pages, mind you. And it says, who is the we on the board? Because you say we. Did you have a meeting with the other board members to discuss sending this letter to the attorney? Chris?
That'd be no.
Derek? Thank you. Who are the citizens? I don't even know who to ask on that one. Did the we in the board authorize you calling the previous finance person the town had and asking if she made certain transactions? You say that in the letter. So you had no right to do that. That undermines the town manager here. It undermines the finance director here, saying that you don't believe her. By making this call, it says that he does not believe what the current finance director is telling him. Did you know that in Trio, you have to put in your initials in order to do transactions? And the initials were there of the previous finance director. Did you know that you are violating the rights of current employees by discussing the situation with somebody else? Did you discuss this with the then town manager, as it was a past employee and should have gone through him? Because even though they're not employees, they still have that right to confidentiality and the privacy. How much is the board chair, vice chair used on legal fees without the rest of the board knowing? You guys probably don't know, huh?
No.
So what I have here is a letter, the 4-page letter that discusses the whole letter to the attorney, Attorney Saucier. So let's see. So one of the things that apparently the board chair and the vice chair had with a discussion with the old town manager, Joe Crocker, was his hours. And that is confirmed through Joe Crocker directly. Joe is receiving criticism for his hours and allowing employees from work from home. These are the questions I have for the board. What was it that was not getting done by Joe not being in the office at 8 a.m.? Specifically, give me an example. No example. Okay. It is my understanding that Joe was in contact with Melissa about this schedule. Where is it written that the town manager has to be at the office at 8 a.m. and not 8:30? He has a very good reason for coming in at 8:30. Why does the select board need job descriptions when that is the town manager's job? The select board is responsible for the town manager, and the town manager is responsible for the employees. Why does the board need descriptions of details regarding the HR person? This would fall under the town manager's jobs. There is a letter that was sent from the chair dated 7/30/25, and the chair goes through a bunch of things on here. And I don't even know if the board even authorized this letter. It goes through quite a lot, and something to do with 5 proposed budget goals, but the letter is attached. The other thing that is attached is the employee personnel in here. Regarding work from home, is the select board saying that the town manager doesn't have the authority to tell an employee they can work from home? Chris? Anything?
No.
Nope. Who authorized and monitored employees when they worked from home during COVID? It was the town manager that did that. And I'm not saying anything bad about it. That was the town manager's job. So there, on that one. All right, and under this, I have the letter, I have the personnel, and I also have the email dated with the 13 things that I'm not even sure if the rest of the board even saw. Joe put in his resignation letter on 9/24. Dennis posted a letter on the town page 9/29. The select board chair wrote on 10/1 to a reporter, as you may know, when there are personnel issues like this, we are not allowed to discuss it until it is discussed as a board with the person and all parties involved. Then and only then can we discuss it. I can tell you no one on the board wanted to lose Joe for all the reasons his supporters are stating. You put something in there about Joe not leaving because of the reason staying, so you just totally contradict it, and you put a personnel issue. Did you guys meet at all as a board to discuss Joe leaving? Chris?
No.
No. Did you guys get a phone call that Joe resigned? Chris?
I don't recall.
I did not.
Okay. So, did you guys authorize the board chair to put a statement in not even in the paper, on the town website? No?
Not at all, no.
Chris?
No.
Did you guys authorize the town manager to talk about bringing in an interim town manager to give Joe more training, which makes Joe look inadequate as a town manager?
No, I didn't even know. I didn't even see that or know about that until after Joe resigned.
Chris?
I'd agree with that.
Once again, the board chair and vice chair are not to act alone. Was there any emergency meeting at all regarding this when it happened?
What, Joe?
No.
Joe leaving. Okay. So, how was it appropriate for the board chair to give any of the statement above because he is discussing Joe and the situation, and that is referring to the newspaper letter that a gentleman from the newspaper, which I have here, and he says exactly what I said, that he can tell that no one on the board wanted to lose Joe for all the reasons his supporters are stating. How was it appropriate for the board chair to give any of the statement above? Yep, sorry, I just read that one. Did the chair or vice chair communicate with the other members of the select board about Joe resigning? That was a big no from both. Did the board authorize the chair to put out a notice or a statement? That was a no. Did the board authorize the chair, vice chair to call 3 other town managers plus Glenn to discuss Joe Crocker? Mark Green, Steve Eldridge, Tim Pellerin, and Glenn. You're talking about a personnel issue, and you're calling other town managers about them. And it's in an email. So it's not anything I'm making up here. It's all proof. How is it okay for the chair to put out a statement stating that ... to devise a transition plan that included being mentored by an interim town manager when it is a personnel issue? So you are saying that you're going to bring in an interim town manager, have Joe mentored, and then bring him back in. Chris, did you know anything about that?
No.
Derek? Thank you.
I don't know why the town manager would kind of be demoted down to assistant to go back up to the original position. None of that really made sense to me when I read it.
And also to have that put out there publicly. That is absolutely embarrassing for anybody to have their work and stuff like that put out there. So in here, I have the letter from, I think his name is Rory Sweeting, which I think he's here. Yes, I did recognize you. Sorry. And this is the whole letter that Dennis had sent out, and that he puts in here, I have been talking with town managers Mark Green, Steve Eldridge, Tim Pellern, and Glenn. It's right from Dennis, right here. Glenn, again, this is nothing against you. I mean, I'm trying to stick with the main stuff here. Executive sessions are confidential, correct? You guys would say that, right? Okay. So
Absolutely.
In executive sessions, if it's a personnel issue, the person that's being talked about either should have a right to be in there, or it usually comes from the town manager. In an email dated 8/12/25, the board chair asked for an executive session regarding a personnel matter. If this was a personnel matter, as the agenda states, why was the chair of the Budget Finance Committee in this executive session? Am I correct? Chris? Was there somebody else in an executive session regarding personnel matter?
I can't comment on that.
Oh.
Mistakes happen.
Anyways, so what happens is, I didn't hear it, I saw it, because I was out back sitting, because I was worried about Joe, because the stuff that he was being attacked for, I sat, I waited. You guys went into an executive session, you came out of executive session, and there was nobody else here, and all walked out together. Whose rights were violated by the chair being in this executive session is what I'd like to know, because I'm lucky you haven't been sued for it. So here's the agenda that was set. Here is the letter that Dennis talks about, filing an executive session at the end of the meeting. I'll send the actual state 30A reference number once I speak with other members on issues. And there's a lot of illegal meetings going on behind the scenes through emails. If you got 3 people in an email trail, that's an illegal meeting. I'm telling you guys now, there is a bunch of it going on. All you have to do is FOIA it. One of the issues that we've had is the denigrating of public employees. So I guess I'd like to ask, how is this not denigrating the employees? Putting on the website, you are offering Joe, then current town manager, mentoring by an interim town manager for a couple of months to get mentored with the hopes of having him come back later. Isn't a demotion? He was already being mentored by a town manager down in Wells. So I guess that one wasn't good enough down there. Sending an email to one employee and degrading another current employee. I have a letter here to, I'm gonna put it out there, Stephanie. I would like you to know how much you are appreciated. I understand you came in on Monday, your normal day off, and it did not go unnoticed. It was not uncommon to see this extra effort in the past from previous employees when a committee or board needed information or a job needed to get done. So you are pitting one employee against the other and putting them down. And you also went to that employee when you should have gone to the town manager. Calling other town managers and discussing Joe. Questioning Melanie as to whether she did her job correctly or not about the recall notice. And that came after Glenn had said, go through him. And you still sent it. And you made a comment in one of the emails that said you don't feel like you crossed the line by doing that. Having the vice chair go to Joe Crocker and tell him that the email that the finance director sent to the chair and vice chair was outrageous and inappropriate. Brenda was trying to reach out to you guys, talk to you guys, and you go in and tell her it's inappropriate when it was very polite, actually. And you guys don't know any of that, right? About any letters? Probably not. Having the chair or vice chair go into Joe Crocker's office, confronting him, and then having loud yelling voices coming from that office overheard by staff. How is that not denigrating to everybody? Because it's a lack of respect of their boss. Where is the respect factor for working through any issues? There's no good faith negotiations, working through a problem, whatever. Did the board even know that the chair and vice chair was going to have conversations with Joe? did you know that they were going to go in and talk to him, apparently about the church issue?
No.
Chris?
No.
So again, a double team, mind you, 2 of them, sending an email from an employee that was sent out of concern to the select board and having the chair send the emails to Don Willard at his personal email address. That is a slap in the face. Sorry, Mel. So I have here the letters that have gone out about Dennis going public, about talking to different town managers, about putting in there that he's going to be interimed, the letter to Stephanie, also the email to Mel, and the letter that Brenda wrote to the board. Sorry. Did the select board as a whole discuss the issues that the chair and the vice chair brought up in the meeting with Joe that were big issues with those 2? I had a direct conversation with Joe Crocker, and I've asked him, and I can show you the emails. He has given me total, complete permission to do this. He said there was 4 issues. The church issue, where the vice chair said there will be consequences for these. The other one was not getting to work at 8 o'clock. Lack of communication and people working remotely. Derek, did you know that they were going to go discuss those issues?
No.
You said talk about a board about it?
No.
Chris?
No.
Thank you. Did the vice chair threaten Joe with consequences in that they were going to get the lawyers involved and put the church issue back on the agenda for the select board? Did you guys know that?
No.
No.
Did the whole board authorize any of these discussions that were being double teamed on Joe?
No.
I didn't know about him.
That's the meeting. I have 14 letters from citizens in the town that went to him. I only have probably, I want to say, 2 that had responses. And unfortunately, one of the responses said, he blames the previous admin. We are currently experiencing some issues with getting timely financial information from our department due to complications from previous administration's short staffing and individuals learning the booking system called Trio. I don't think that's information that should have gone regarding concerns regarding Joe leaving. Once again, I'd like to remind everybody in here. Hold on a second. Sorry. Did the vice chair walk into the town manager's office and just sit in his office quietly, or